Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 855 to Chapter 909. The young girl was dressed in white, and her fine black hair cascaded down to her slender waist like a waterfall, drawing out a graceful, slender, and moving curve. On the other hand, she was elegant and peerlessly beautiful, like an otherworldly fairy. Under her contrast, the nearby men and women seemed to pale in comparison. At this moment, she walked directly towards Lin Sun with light footsteps like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Her cherry-red lips carried a smile, and a pair of bright and clear eyes were suffused with a strange luster. Bai Fenglu was dumbfounded. Just now, he'd encouraged Lin Sun to pursue this young girl, but in the blink of an eye, she'd actually come to him. "I didn't expect to see you here." Bai Lingshi's tone carried a trace of joy, and it was a pleasant surprise of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. "You recognize me?" Lin Sun was surprised, and he was quite happy to meet an old friend. "Don't forget that I was born with the talent of starshine eternal. As long as I remember someone, even if they turn into ashes, I will still be able to recognize them." Bai Lingshi pursed her lips and smiled. Her clear eyes were kind, her beautiful hair was like a waterfall, and her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly beauty. Lin Sun suddenly came to a realization, and he sighed with emotion in his heart as he looked at the young girl who'd grown up. When they'd cultivated in the bloodthirsty camp, everyone was only 13 or 14 years old, and Bai Lingshi had revealed a beauty that was far beyond the world at that time. Many people thought that she was destined to be a proud daughter of the empire in the future, and she would be as dazzling as the sun in the sky and attract the attention of the world. Now, after a few years, she'd become the successor of the southern mysterious world's longevity Pure Land, and she'd become even more beautiful, graceful, and peerless. At this moment, it was noon, and the warm sunlight enveloped Bai Lingshi's graceful figure in a layer of a pure and holy radiance. Her fair and beautiful face was tranquil like before, and she was like a celestial maiden of the moon. Bai Lingshi looked Lin Sun up and down. After so many years, meeting him again today caused her to feel quite emotional. "You've come to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival as well?" "That's right, with the talent and foundation you had in the past, it's only natural for you to participate in this Lantern Festival." She smiled lightly. "What about you? Aren't you here to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Gathering as well?" Lin Sun smiled as well. Different from his impression of Shi Yutong, he and Bai Lingshi were classmates, and they had a good relationship in the Xiao Empire. While they were talking, the men and women who were with Bai Lingshi also came over and looked at Lin Sun with some surprise. However, when they noticed his ordinary appearance, simple aura, and inconspicuous appearance, all of them withdrew their sizing-up gazes and felt slightly indifferent. "Junior sister Lingxi, I didn't expect you to have acquaintances in the Great West world. May I know who this young master is? Can you introduce him to us?" A charming woman in a fiery red crane cloak grinned as she asked, and her words carried a trace of faint ridicule. "That's right, junior sister Lingxi. You're the brightest rising star in the pure land of longevity. Even senior brother Yu Lingkong appreciates you. I'm sure your friend is no ordinary person." The other men and women followed suit, but their expressions were frivolous and mocking. It was obvious that they were jeering and disrespecting others. Lin Sun frowned imperceptibly. However, Bai Lingshi's beautiful face remained tranquil as she said indifferently, "All of you are right. This friend of mine is extraordinary indeed. All of you'll naturally get to know him once the Tao Discussion Lantern discussion begins. But at that time, I hope that senior brothers and senior sisters won't make such a fuss about nothing." These words were said calmly, but it was undoubtedly an invisible counterattack. Making a fuss, a trace of displeasure flashed across the faces of those men and women. The woman in the fiery crane cloak even sneered and squinted at Lin Sun, sizing him up and scrutinizing him unscrupulously. After a while, she said in surprise, "That's not right. Why don't I see how great junior sister Lingxi's friend is? People like him can be found everywhere on the street. It's an exaggeration to say that he's not ordinary. Is he the friend you made, junior sister Lingxi?" Her words were very direct. She not only criticized Lin Sun face to face, but also took this opportunity to insinuate that Bai Lingshi was careless in making friends. The other men and women all smiled reservedly, watching the fun. Lin Sun had seen a lot of such undisguised attacks and sarcasm, But he didn't expect that the successor of the Pure Land of Longevity would be so arrogant and condescending. He frowned and realized that Bai Lingshi might have been ostracized and hostile by many of her peers when she was cultivating in the Pure Land of Longevity. A trace of gloom flashed across Bai Lingshi's beautiful face. She stepped forward alone, pulled Lin Sun aside, and transmitted her voice to him, "Don't mind them. They just want to take this opportunity to mock and ridicule me. I won't argue with them now, but I'll make them regret it when there's a chance." At the end of her words, there was a touch of coldness in her voice, and divine light surged in her clear eyes. Obviously, she was also angry. Lin Sun asked, "Do you need my help?" Bai Lingshi smiled, and her voice was filled with confidence. "They're just a bunch of people who think they're better than others. I alone am enough to deal with them. I can ignore the fact that they've ostracized and treated me with hostility in the sect, and I'm too lazy to bother with them. But now, their actions have touched my bottom line. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think that I'm afraid of them." Lin Sun smiled. The girl in front of him was incomparably beautiful and ethereal. She was as confident as she was in the past, with her own pride. "It's just that I've wronged you now." "You've been ridiculed for no reason," Bai Lingshi said apologetically. Lin Sun said coolly, "I'll take it as a dog barking." "You're still as courageous as before," Bai Lingshi also smiled. Her smile was like a flower bud blooming after the rain, with an amazing fresh and refined beauty. "Junior sister Lingshi, senior brother Yu is still waiting for us. It's time to go back," a young man shouted in the distance. Bai Lingshi frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in her clear eyes. How could she not understand that the young man was deliberately interrupting her, and he didn't want her to stay here any longer? "Go ahead. There'll be a chance to meet when the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival begins," Lin Sun said with a smile. Bai Lingshi nodded, pointed at the pavilion of spring and autumn in the distance, and said, "Will you go there later?" "Yes, I'm looking for a friend. You have to be careful. As far as I know, some powerful figures who occupy the pavilion of spring and autumn now regard you as a target, and they intend to trample you under their feet." Bai Lingshi reminded him. "How do you know?" Lin Sun was stunned. Bai Lingshi pursed her red lips into a smile, and her clear eyes were like ripples as she said, "Who doesn't know the name of demon god Lin in the Westing world now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she'd already floated away gracefully. Lin Sun touched his nose, but when he saw Bai Fenglu in the distance, his face suddenly darkened. The old man approached Bai Lingshi stealthily, and said eagerly, "Miss Lingshi, are you Child Lin's confidant?" Needless to say, he was digging for big news about demon god Lin again. However, before he could ask the result, Lin Sun slapped him on the back of his head and scolded him aside. "Is he your friend?" Bai Lingshi asked curiously. "No, he's just an old man with no moral integrity," Lin Sun said helplessly. Bai Lingshi smiled, and gradually went away. Seeing this, Bai Fenglu's eyes lit up, and he murmured in his heart, "There's a chance, there's definitely a chance, but I don't know how close they are. Well, when there's a chance, I'll expose this news." He even thought of the title of the news, "The Secret Affair Between Demon God Lin and a Beautiful Girl from the Pure Land of Immortality." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The Pure Land of Immortality was one of the top ancient orthodoxies in the South Xian world. As the rising demon god Lin in the Westing world, he could hook up with a descendant from the Pure Land of Immortality. Once the news got out, it was bound to cause a great sensation. At that time, it was unknown how many male cultivators would be envious and jealous, and it was unknown how many ignorant young girls who admired the demon god would have their hearts broken. Crack! Just when Bai Fenglu was getting more and more complacent, he was hit on the back of his head again, which made him stagger and almost fall flat on his face. Immediately, he saw Lin Sun's murderous and unkind eyes. "If you dare to do anything outrageous, I promise I'll step into your Wind Whisperer clan one day and cut down the golden message tree that you regard as your ancestral treasure." Lin Sun said word by word. He could tell at a glance that this old stick was up to no good. He didn't know what kind of tricks he was up to. With a hiss, Bai Fenglu gasped and his face changed dramatically. He hurriedly said, "I swear to God, I promise I won't spread any groundless rumors." He was indeed worried that once demon god Lin got angry, he would really cut down the golden message tree of the Wind Whisperer clan. The consequences would be too serious. The two continued to move forward. Before long, Lin Sun finally saw the famous pavilion of spring and autumn in the Westing world. It was more than 300 meters high and looked as if it was made of glazed jade. From afar, it looked like a white dragon soaring into the sky, majestic and spectacular. The sunlight fell, bathing the pavilion of spring and autumn in a dazzling light. It was sacred and ancient, with a heavy aura of vicissitudes. In front of the gate of the pavilion of spring and autumn, there were some strong figures standing guard, preventing other practitioners from entering. But even then, there were still many cultivators in the surroundings, and all of them were watching. Every time a genius appeared, the surroundings would erupt into an uproar. Obviously, these practitioners were purely here to watch the fun. When Lin Sun arrived nearby, he happened to see Bai Lingshi and the others disappear into the gate of the pavilion of spring and autumn. It seems that Yu Lingkong, the peerless figure from the pure land of longevity in the south mysterious world, has arrived. Lin Sun realized that if Yu Lingkong had come, he should ask Ji Xingyao, the current saintess of the profound sword school, if she had also come. While he was thinking, Lin Sun suddenly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the gate of the pavilion of spring and autumn and fell to the ground with a bang, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. He looked extremely embarrassed. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone was actually thrown out of the pavilion of spring and autumn. This was absolutely a big deal. In an instant, all the people looked over in unison. The man was quite handsome, but his hair was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. He looked extremely embarrassed. Hey, that seems to be Yu Jianming, the successor of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect in the fire spirit state. My God, this is a genius. How could he be thrown out of the pavilion of spring and autumn? How can Yu Jianming hold his head high in the future? The nearby practitioners discussed incessantly. Nowadays, geniuses from different areas of the West Hang world are gathered in Star Cliff City, and they are the focus of attention of the world. But today, such an incident has happened. This time, Yu Jianming may be completely ruined. Many practitioners were shocked. The fire spirit state? There isn't even an ancient orthodoxy there. Who is Yu Jianming? How can he be called a genius? A person like him deserves to be kicked out of the pavilion of spring and autumn. Many practitioners sneered and disagreed. At this moment, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly constricted. He also didn't expect that when he saw Yu Jianming again, it would be under such circumstances. No matter who did it, it was too much, and they didn't conceal the humiliation. They wanted to completely ruin Yu Jianming's reputation. Bah! Trash like you want to have a place in the pavilion of spring and autumn? You really overestimate yourself. Get out of here. At this moment, a burly figure like a hill appeared in the pavilion of spring and autumn. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scolded Yu Jianming with a disdainful expression. It's an expert from the Sea Shark clan of the Fiend Demon Sea. I vaguely remember that this guy seems to be a retainer of Sha Luchan, the holy son of the Sea Shark clan. But I didn't expect that even a retainer would be so overbearing and look down on a figure like Yu Jianming. The Fiend Demon Sea is a place where experts gather, and the Sea Shark clan is an overlord force. They won't care about Yu Jianming from the fire spirit state. In next to no time, the robust man's identity was recognized, and it caused an uproar in the surroundings. Yu Jianming crawled up from the ground with an extremely livid expression. He stared at the robust man and said, I've never incurred enmity with your Sea Shark clan, so why are you targeting and humiliating me like this? His heart was filled with rage, but he could only forcefully endure it. However, he still couldn't understand why. Looks like you're still not convinced. The robust man walked out with large strides, and his eyes emitted a fierce glow as he stared at Yu Jianming with disdain and said, You're right, you really haven't offended us. But who asked you to claim to be the friend of that bullshit devil god Lin? Everyone was stunned. Only then did they realize that Yu Jianming had suffered an undeserved calamity and was implicated by fiend god Lin. In particular, Lin Sun's eyes became cold all of a sudden. Not until now did he know that Yu Jianming was driven out just because he once said he was his friend. What kind of reason was that? Did he have to suffer such a blow just because he claimed to be his friend? Lin Sun completely understood that the Sea Shark clan did this to target him. They wanted the whole world to see that whoever was related to him would be suppressed by them. In this way, who would dare to have a relationship with him? Just because of this? Yu Jianming almost thought he had heard wrong. He couldn't believe it, and his face became gloomy and ugly. What was domineering and arrogant, that was it. In order to deal with Lin Sun, they used such despicable means. It was simply going too far. Oh, it seems that you still don't believe it. Then I'll say it again. Anyone who has a relationship with that bullshit devil god Lin will be suppressed by my Sea Shark clan. Speaking of this, the robust man suddenly thought of something. With a fierce look in his eyes, he glanced at the audience and shouted, "Are you here, devil god Lin? You're just a good-for-nothing. Are you too scared to show up when you see your friend being insulted like this?" The audience was silent. They all realized that the Sea Shark clan was clearly provoking and forcing Devil God Lin to show up on his own initiative. Don't be impulsive. The Tao discussion lantern contest hasn't started yet. It's not a good time to have a conflict with others. Bai Fenglu hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lin Sun to remind him. However, Lin Sun didn't seem to hear it. From the first time he learned that he was regarded as a target by some talents who wanted to step on him, he was quite annoyed. However, he didn't take these trifles to heart. He had always treated them with a calm attitude. He thought that if someone really dared to jump out to provoke him, he would naturally not be polite. But now, he found that he was wrong. The more he ignored them, the more arrogant his opponents would be and make him appear very passive. Even Lin Sun suspected that his attitude of "I won't attack others if they don't attack me" was regarded as cowardice and concession by many people. Just like in front of him, a retainer of Sha Luchan dared to drive Yu Jianming out of the pavilion of spring and autumn under the watchful eyes of the public and humiliate him in order to attack and stimulate him, trying to force him to show up. This was too rampant. The most important thing was that Yu Jianming suffered such humiliation just because he claimed to be Lin Sun's friend, which had undoubtedly touched Lin Sun's bottom line. If other enemies wanted to deal with him in the future, they would also do the same and threaten some of his relatives and friends. The consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that Demon Lin is too scared to show up. In the distance, the burly giant was still laughing contemptuously and humiliating Lin Sun in front of countless practitioners. "I advise you to shut up." Yu Jianming shouted angrily with a livid face, "Aren't you afraid of retribution for your actions?" The burly giant's face darkened, and his expression became fierce and cold. He said coldly, "Retribution? Ridiculous. In this world, the strong are always respected. Your so-called retribution is nothing more than the powerless moaning of the weak." With that, he strode towards Yu Jianming. "What are you going to do?" Yu Jianming's face changed. "Didn't you say retribution? I'll let you taste the taste of retribution first. By the way, I'll remind the world that making friends with Demon Lin will never end well." In the laughter, the burly giant's figure rushed out, exuding a monstrous fierce aura. He raised his palm and fiercely attacked Yu Jianming. Boom, space exploded, and it was instantly blasted apart. The terrifying gale from the palm surged with a dazzling bloody glow, and it covered the heavens and the earth and enveloped the surroundings. Many practitioners gasped and realized the horror of this burly giant. Although he was just a retainer, he was extremely powerful. At this moment, Lin Sun moved. He took a step and disappeared in an instant. He had decided to fight without any scruples. Today, even if God came, he couldn't stop his determination to fight. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of Yu Jianming. He waved his sleeve. In the roar, the clear light spread all over the sky and instantly dissolved the bloody palm wind. "Lin Sun?" Yu Jianming was stunned. He thought he was doomed to suffer this time. He never thought that at the last moment, Lin Sun would come from the sky. Not far away, the pupils of the burly giant constricted. Demon Lin? He really came, and he was in the field all along? Demon Lin. Oh my God, Demon Lin has appeared. The nearby practitioners exclaimed. Whether it was the beings of other clans or human practitioners, all of them became extremely excited. Demon Lin, this was a ferocious figure that rose like a comet in the West Sea world. He'd once fought fiercely with the mysterious masked young girl in the sky and staged an unparalleled battle. He'd once killed 4 half-step king tiers of the Black Sea Tengu clan by himself and broke out of the encirclement. It was even rumored that he was related to a mysterious woman who was like an ancient empress, which led to the destruction of the Black Sea Tengu clan's residence in the primitive Cloud Mountain. Many days ago, there had been many peerless geniuses who wanted to suppress Demon Lin. They thought that he deceived the world and didn't deserve his reputation. For example, Zhongli Wuji was a peerless figure who was like a devil incarnate. He once said in front of the world that as long as Demon Lin appeared at the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, he would be the first to suppress Demon Lin. For example, Qing Lian the saintess of the Cyan Phoenix clan, even said that she wanted Demon Lin to publicly repent and admit that he didn't deserve his reputation. Although all of this caused Demon God Lin to be criticized, it also indirectly caused his reputation to spread further. In the current West Sea world, the name Demon Lin was known by almost everyone, but no one expected that Demon Lin would appear at this moment. All of a sudden, the emotions of all the practitioners present seemed to be ignited, and they became completely excited. Only Bai Fenglu smiled bitterly. This gathering of geniuses attracted the attention of the entire West Sea world. It was definitely unwise to appear at this time. However, Bai Fenglu also understood that Lin Sun must be enraged at this moment. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to stand it. That Sea Shark clan powerhouse was too much. You're that bullshit Demon Lin? You finally appeared, but you don't look like much. Let me see how capable you are. The burly man was taken aback for a moment before he grinned hideously. He raised his hand and produced a blood-colored halberd. He slashed at Lin Sun's head. Boom, a shocking blood-colored light splashed from the halberd, so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. It was too dazzling. It was like a divine rainbow crossing the sky, killing everything in its path. How terrifying. He's more than twice as powerful as before. Could he have been hiding his strength all along and only used his killer move now? Many cultivators' expressions changed as they retreated. They realized that the burly man was not as arrogant as he appeared. He had been holding back his strength, and only used his true strength now that Demon Lin had appeared. From this, it could be seen that although the burly man was verbally disdainful of Demon Lin, he was not careless when he attacked. However, in the face of such a ferocious and shocking attack, Lin Sun stood motionless. He merely reached out and grabbed. With a loud rumble, the terrifying blood-red light directly exploded and turned into a rain of light that drifted down. Lin Sun's slender and fair hand firmly grasped the sharp blade of the halberd. Lin Sun firmly grasped the dazzling blade of the halberd with one hand. It was so casual and calm that it was like grabbing the wings of a butterfly. This scene was so shocking that it immediately caused a burst of exclamations in the field. All the practitioners widened their eyes in disbelief. The burly man was called Cell. Although he was just a retainer of Sha Luchan, his combat effectiveness was obvious to all. Otherwise, Yu Jianming, who was famous in the fire spirit state, wouldn't have been thrown out of the pavilion of spring and autumn. Boom, Cell's face changed dramatically. He let out a thunderous roar, and his towering body erupted with terrifying blood qi, struggling fiercely to resist. However, no matter how hard he tried, the halberd didn't move at all. It was firmly grasped by Lin Sun. From a distance, Lin Sun was standing there, holding the halberd with one hand, while Cell's cheeks were flushed. The muscles of his towering body were bulging, and his blood qi was surging. He seemed to be extremely strained. Oh no! In an instant, Cell's face changed again as he realized how terrifying Demon Lin was. However, when he was about to abandon the halberd and change his move, Lin Sun shook his wrist and grabbed the halberd, swung it, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang, with just one blow, Cell was directly smashed to the ground. His shoulder bones were broken, and blood spattered as he screamed. Even if he was peerless in the reincarnation developing realm, he was destined to be no match for Lin Sun. Lin Sun had set foot on the top and could be called peerless, while he was far from being able to do so. There was a sound of gasping in the field. All the practitioners could see that if Lin Sun chopped down with the blade of the halberd this time, Cell would have been cut in half. Slaughter roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely arrogant. He jumped up from the ground and rushed at Lin Sun with a terrifying light all over his body. Clang, Lin Sun held the halberd, and the blade rolled back like a falling galaxy, bursting with peerless sharpness. With a bang, Cell was suppressed again. Cell staggered and fell to the ground. The snow-white blade had cut open his chest, and blood poured out like a tide. In an instant, the ground was dyed red, and a shocking pool of blood was formed. Just one strike. The nearby Xianxia were shocked. Everyone was shocked. A top figure of the sea shark clan, a tyrannical figure at the reincarnation development realm, had been suppressed by demon god Lin with a wave of his hand. This was too shocking. Ah! Cell let out an incomparably mournful scream. Puff, with a sweep of his halberd, Lin Sun chopped off his head. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even say a word of nonsense. His actions were straightforward, powerful, and direct. Whoosh Cell's body transformed into an incomparably huge sea shark, and his blood instantly soaked the ground nearby like a waterfall. It was dark red and glaring. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling because they felt an extremely arrogant killing intent emanating from Lin Sun, and it was like a landslide and a tsunami that spread in all directions. This was the entrance of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, where countless cultivators were gathered. However, no one could have imagined that demon god Lin would be so domineering and direct as soon as he appeared, killing a tyrannical figure of the sea shark clan on the spot. Earlier, Cell had been extremely domineering and arrogant. He had blasted Yu Jianming out of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn and humiliated him to the extreme. He wanted to use this to force demon god Lin to show himself, which made many Xianxia feel that he had gone too far and was an eyesore. Now that demon god Lin had appeared, Cell had been unable to resist and had been killed directly. This shocked all the Xianxia present, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected of demon god Lin, whose name had shaken the West Hing world, not only was he full of courage, but he was also incomparably powerful. Yu Jianming was also stunned. He found it hard to believe, and he also felt unspeakable guilt. He stepped forward and said, "Lin Sun, I'm sorry." "If it weren't for me," Lin Sun interrupted him, "it's not your fault. After all, they were only targeting me. I should be the one apologizing for causing you to suffer an undeserved disaster." Speaking of this, Lin Sun smiled, "What's more, since you regard me as a friend, how can I stand by and watch my friend in trouble? Demon god Lin, you're as bold as the rumors say. However, you killed one of my retainers just like that. Are you tired of living?" Suddenly, an indifferent and cold voice sounded in the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. A tall and sturdy young man in a golden robe strode out. His eyes were long and narrow like knives, sharp and frighteningly sharp. He had a head of long blue hair, and every move he made had a momentum that could swallow up the whole world. It was Sha Luchan, the current holy son of the Sea Shark clan. When they saw him appear, there was a commotion in the field, and all the Xianxia's heart trembled. Sha Luchan was an extremely famous peerless figure among the younger generation of the West Hing world. He was known as one of the top 10 heavenly talents of the evil demon sea, and his combat strength was superb. It was said that he had cultivated the secret method of the ancient Buddhist sect since he was a child, but his nature was violent and bloodthirsty. There were at least 1,000 if not 800 strong people who had died in his hands. Along with Sha Luchan, a group of young men and women from the Sea Shark clan appeared. When they saw Cell's corpse lying on the street, their faces became gloomy, and they looked at Cell with undisguised murderous intent. Not only that, in the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, figures appeared one after another. There were men and women, and all of them were extraordinary and dazzling. They could be called dragons and phoenixes among men. There was no doubt that these young men and women who were able to enter and exit the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn must be heavenly talents from all over the West Hing world. The first true disciple of the Jade Void Temple, Mu Jianting. The first true disciple of the Thunder Clan, Lei Qianjun. Li Qinghuan, a heavenly talent of the young generation of the Tsangmei Taoism sect. Exclamations sounded in the field, and all the Xianxia were seething with excitement. At this moment, dazzling figures whose names shook the West Hing world appeared one after another. In the past, it was difficult to see even one of them, but now they were all gathered in front of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. The scene was absolutely shocking. There were also some heavenly talents. Although their names were not called out, their demeanor was not inferior to the others, and it was amazing. For example, among the descendants of the Palace of Miluo from the Earth Imperial Universe, there was a girl in a purple dress who was extremely outstanding. Her forehead was bright and clean, and her clear eyes were full of wisdom. She was surrounded by a round and holy Taoist light, looking mysterious and transcendent. It was not uncommon to see someone like the girl in a purple dress, For a moment, the scene in front of the pavilion of spring and autumn was like a gathering of stars and heavenly talents. It was too much for the Xianxia nearby to take in. At first, Bai Fenglu was still worried about Lin's situation. But now, his eyes lit up. Out of instinct, he took out a message leaf and began to record the scene in front of him. The old fool was very dedicated to his work. He looked excited as if he had just found some big news, and he almost danced with joy. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. Lin Sun's expression didn't change at all when he saw the scene. He even sensed that there were still some extremely powerful people in the pavilion of spring and autumn. Although they didn't show up, they were still investigating the situation with their spiritual awareness. However, Lin Sun didn't care about them anymore. He had had enough. From the moment he decided to kill Cell, his state of mind had completely changed. He had nothing to worry about and nothing to be afraid of. I think it's you who are tired of living. Lin Sun stood there alone in surprise. Behind him was the huge body of Cell lying on the ground. He stared at Sha Luchan with cold eyes and said, "Didn't you clamor to suppress me? Now, I'm standing here to give you a chance." His words were calm, but they were sonorous and domineering, which made many Xianxia's blood boil and excited. In the face of so many heavenly talents, Lin Sun was alone, but he was not afraid at all. Such courage was rare among the younger generation. "Ha ha ha, you are just a deceiver. Do you think you can do whatever you want with just an undeserved reputation? You don't know what's good for you." Sha Luchan laughed. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his whole body exuded an oppressive power of blood, which deterred all the people present. Some other heavenly talents also smiled and chuckled. Obviously, they didn't take Lin's words seriously. A young man in a jade robe even scoffed and teased, "I say, brother, the world calls you Demon God Lin. Don't tell me you really think of yourself as an invincible demon god?" In the pavilion of spring and autumn, there are peerless figures from all regions of the Westing world. Don't you think you are ridiculous to say such words? There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the field. It's not just laughable, it's simply disappointing. In the past, I thought that the so-called demon god Lin was extraordinary, and I even suspected that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. But now, it would seem that it's simply disappointing. How dare such a person call himself Demon Lin? No wonder he is criticized and despised by so many people. In my opinion, he is indeed no different from a deceiver. In the field, some men and women spoke casually, and their words and actions revealed a sense of pride and conceit. They commented on Lin Sun with obvious contempt and hostility. This caused all the spectating cultivators in the surroundings to be shocked. A few days ago, they'd already heard that numerous geniuses of West Ocean Dimension couldn't bear the sight of Demon God Lin, and they looked down upon Demon God Lin. They felt that Demon God Lin didn't live up to his reputation and was just a figure that deceived the world. Some peerless figures even said that if Demon Lin dared to appear, they would suppress him and ruin his reputation. Originally, these were all rumors, and many practitioners were skeptical. But now it seemed that these rumors were not groundless but true. Just like at this moment, many geniuses were looking at Demon God Lin with mockery and disdain. Seeing Lin Sun being condemned, Sha Luchan curled his lips and said indifferently, "Lin Sun, I'll give you a chance. Now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I won't care about your crime of killing Cell." What do you think? This was undoubtedly a humiliation to Lin Sun. He wanted to trample and destroy Lin Sun's self-esteem in front of everyone. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head, but Sha Luchan's words were too vicious. At this moment, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's black eyes. However, before he could speak, the young man in the jade robe who had mocked him before spoke first. There was a moment of silence in the field. Many practitioners were shocked. Could it be that those geniuses were going to deal with Demon Lin before the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival began? The words of the young man in the jade robe were light and casual, but they revealed endless madness and eagerness. Originally, Cell's death had nothing to do with him, but he was very active. This undoubtedly proved that he wanted to take this opportunity to step on Demon Lin and boost his power. "Child Lin, this guy is called Tang Chuan. He comes from an ancient orthodoxy, Pangbo sword sect. He can be called a genius in swordsmanship. The true sort of madness he mastered can be called an ancient unique skill with terrifying power. But this guy's character is not good. When he was in his teens, he hooked up with his brother and sister-in-law. Although this matter was later blocked by the Tang family, there is no wall in the world that does not have ears. I happen to know about this. At the same time, Baifulio's voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. Although this old man was a little shameless, he was after all the top-secret agent of the Wind Whisperer clan and had a lot of unknown information. Lin Sun looked at the young man in the jade robe with a touch of coldness in his eyes. Such a shameless guy dared to jump out so impatiently. Did he really think that Lin Sun was a soft persimmon that could be bullied at will? Courting death. Lin Sun spat out these words lightly. This made Tang Chuan chuckle, but his eyes were filled with killing intent that was incomparably terrifying. Since Taoism pure Tang Chuan is in such a good mood, I don't want to spoil your mood. I'll leave this guy to you, Sha Luchan said in a low voice. He was very happy to facilitate this matter. With Tang Chuan's help, he could also test the background of Demon Lin. Junior sister Xianxia, it turns out that your friend is Demon Lin. No wonder you praised him so much before. But, it seems that this Demon Lin is in a very bad situation. In front of the window on the 9th floor of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, a successor of the Pure Land of Longevity chuckled. More than bad, he has become a street rat that everyone wants to beat. This shows that this Demon Lin is not as powerful as the rumors say. I'm afraid he is really a deceiver. Junior sister Xianxia, you must be careful. Don't be deceived by this fellow. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time but not his heart. If others find out that you're friends with such a person, I'm afraid it'll have a very negative impact on your reputation. Junior sister Xianxia, you can't help this guy. After all, you are the successor of the Pure Land of Longevity. After all, you are the successor of the Longevity Land. World. What will those in the world of the world think of us? The other men and women of the Pure Land of Xianxia also spoke, full of ridicule. A haze flashed across Bai Lingxi's brows but she quickly regained her composure. Her delicate and pretty features remained unruffled as she replied indifferently, "You're wrong. He doesn't need my help at all. Just don't make a fuss later." The crowd burst into laughter. They thought that Xianxia was putting on a brave front and was unwilling to admit to such a shameful thing. Demon Lin, come. Let's take this opportunity to have a duel. Let the whole world see if you are a deceiver or if you are truly capable. Outside the gate of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, Tang Chuan laughed and strode forward. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His cold eyes were like swords, emitting sharp beams of light. He stood there casually, releasing a wave of madness. Boom, his aura became even more terrifying. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind like an unsheathed peerless sword. He said slowly, "But I'll say this first. If you lose, the consequences will be unbearable. You may not even be able to kneel and beg for mercy." Many of the geniuses nearby were surprised. They sensed that Tang Chuan's aura was unusual. It was indeed rare in the reincarnation developing realm. The onlooking cultivators widened their eyes and held their breath. Their hearts were pounding violently. There was no doubt that a duel between geniuses was about to take place. In the face of so much criticism and contempt, could Demon Lin really display the powerful combat strength that was rumored to be, since Tang Chuan, a genius of the younger generation from the Weeping Sword sect, dared to attack so forcefully? Did he have the ability to kill Demon Lin? The atmosphere instantly became incomparably tense, and it was as if swords were drawn. In the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, some peerless figures who had not shown themselves stopped what they were doing and focused their attention here. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that with the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn as the center, there were many cultivators rushing over from all directions of Star Cliff City. Obviously, the news of Demon Lin's appearance and his confrontation with the group of geniuses had spread like wildfire and was spreading at an alarming speed. Yu Jianming was deeply worried and ashamed. He thought that it was because of him that Lin Sun was forced to show himself and fall into such a dangerous situation. Bai Fenglu watched the situation nervously, holding a thick stack of news leaves in his hand. He was ready to record everything that was about to happen and not miss a single detail. Sha Luchan and the other geniuses looked on with different expressions. Bai Lingxi stood in front of the window on the 9th floor. Her clear eyes were calm and her face was as still as water, ethereal and ethereal. At this time, Lin Sun was as calm as before. His black eyes were cold. In the face of Tang Chuan's arrogant provocation, he only said one sentence, "These are your last words?" Last words. The crowd of cultivators clicked their tongues. Demon Lin was indeed famous for his courage. In the face of such a situation, he was still so domineering and direct. It was surprising and shocking. Tang Chuan's face darkened and he let out a wild laugh. "Based on these words, I will definitely kill you today." Clang, amidst the sound of the sword, a dazzling golden spirit sword soared into the sky and swept into Tang Chuan's palm. In an instant, his entire body was filled with a terrifying and fierce aura that spread out and caused the void to wail. Many cultivators felt a stinging pain in their eyes. This was indeed terrifying. Just the might alone was enough to show that Tang Chuan's mastery of the way of the sword had already reached an astonishing level. This is the power of real sword of madness of Xuanbua school. It is an ancient inheritance of swordsmanship. Judging from the momentum, Tang Chuan has mastered the essence of this sword scripture. It's amazing. Some older cultivators commented with shock in their eyes. Chop. Tang Chuan strode out like an ancient swordsman. His sword intent was surging. A golden spiritual sword suddenly turned into a 300-meter-long rainbow, crossing the void and suddenly chopping down. The sharpness was indeed amazing and peerless. He seemed to be full of arrogance, but he was actually quite scheming. He knew that in front of so many geniuses, if he didn't show his real skills, he would be despised by others even if he defeated Demon Lin. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he displayed the profound meaning of real sword of madness, intending to kill Lin Sun on the spot with a thunderous momentum. Many people in the field were retreating quickly, not daring to stand here. Tang Chuan's sword intent was too strong, wanton, and terrible, covering the whole world. Once approached, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, something surprising happened. Lin Sun looked calm and composed. He just took a step forward, and in the process, an unparalleled dazzling light bloomed like a snow-white sun. Where Lin Sun stepped, an ice dragon, which seemed to be made of ice and snow, rose into the air. It was thousands of meters high, holding its head high and roaring. Many cultivators' expressions became sluggish, and they were overwhelmed with shock. They almost thought that a true ancient ice serpent divine beast had appeared. That divine might was too terrifying, and it was like a vast ocean that completely covered this place. Boom, along with an enormous bang, the golden ray of sword insight directly collapsed into pieces and transformed into a rain of light that dispersed into the surroundings. On the other hand, Tang Chuan's entire body was swept by the ice-horned dragon's tail, and his figure was blasted flying with a bang while scarlet-red blood sprayed from his mouth. God! All the cultivators were stunned. What happened? Tang Chuan, with such monster sword intent, was defeated as soon as he entered the field. This was unbelievable. Demon God Lin had merely taken a step forward, yet he had sent a sword Dao prodigy from the Weeping Bow sword sect flying. How terrible it was. Sha Luchan and other talents also narrowed their eyes in surprise. They didn't expect that Tang Chuan would perform so badly at the beginning of the battle. Tang Chuan himself was a little confused. He couldn't accept that he was defeated as soon as they met. He felt like he was dreaming. The so-called heaven's chosen ones are like this? Don't you feel ashamed to clamor to suppress me? Lin Sun's words were full of disdain, and he attacked Tang Chuan rudely. You're courting death. Tang Chuan was angry and ashamed. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he had threatened to kill Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun knelt down and begged for mercy, he would not let him go. However, in the blink of an eye, it had been defeated, and countless gazes had even seen it. All of this caused his expression to instantly turn livid, and he was furious to the extreme. Clang, he attacked again. The golden spiritual sword swept through the air and performed endless wonderful scenes. There were gods and demons roaring and disasters like landslides and tsunamis. The sword hummed like a tide, terrifying and frightening. That's more like it. Sha Liuchan's frown eased a lot. Other practitioners nearby were also shocked. They realized that Tang Chuan was completely angry. He attacked without reservation and completely released the foundation of a young talent. It's really good that there is such a genius in Shihing territory. In the pavilion of spring and autumn, a successor of the Pure Land of Longevity commented. The other talents present also made comparisons and comments in their hearts. Most of them thought that Tang Chuan's performance at the moment was worthy of his title as the young talent of Weeping Bow Sword School. However, in the next moment, no matter if it was the prodigies or the cultivators present, all of them revealed a trace of dumbfounded expression. Boom! In the face of such a terrible attack, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and an ancient seal rose into the air. The image of the divine beast Swanee emerged vaguely, emitting a terrifying divine brilliance that could suppress the 8 extremities and destroy the universe. In an instant, with a bang, Tang Chuan was smashed to the ground by the seal amid the exploding sword radiance. The earth cracked and the soil splashed. Tang Chuan lay there like a flattened toad, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken, and his body twitched incessantly. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold air rose and fell in succession. They were all dumbfounded. Many talents were shocked. They had completely judged that in terms of combat strength, Tang Chuan and Demon God Lin were not at the same level at all. Tang Chuan and Demon God Lin were indeed not on the same level. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated so badly? The battle had just begun, but he had been suppressed with a flip of his hand. This was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. The crowd was shocked, and the sound of people gasping could be heard everywhere. In the past, the rumors had only exaggerated Demon God Lin's power, and many people were skeptical. After all, they had never heard of such a person in the Western Han domain before this. It was inevitable that people would doubt the veracity of the rumors. But now, with Cell's death and Tang Chuan's crushing defeat, everyone realized that even if the rumors were exaggerated, Demon God Lin's combat strength was absolutely powerful. Sha Liuchan's expression changed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had originally planned to use Tang Chuan to test Lin Sun's strength, but he did not expect such an outcome. Tang Chuan had been suppressed before he could completely test Lin Sun's strength. This undoubtedly proved that Demon God Lin could be regarded as a top-notch talent even among the Heavenly Sons. As for whether he could be called peerless, it was still uncertain. Some of the Heavenly Sons who had scorned and ridiculed Lin Sun had the same thoughts as Sha Luchan. None of them had expected Demon God Lin to be so powerful. Bai Feng Lu was very excited. He had engraved everything that had happened just now in his mind. But soon, he became depressed again. Because he found that many of the practitioners present had also used different methods to record everything that had happened just now. This also meant that the news that he, Bai Feng Lu, had obtained was no longer fresh. It was impossible for him to take the lead and achieve results that he was satisfied with. Yu Jianming was quite emotional. When he first met Lin Sun on Purple Ox Mountain, he realized that Lin Sun was extraordinary. But he did not expect that in less than half a year, Lin Sun had grown to such an extent. It was really too heaven-defying. He won just like that? On the 9th floor of Spring and Autumn Pavilion, some descendants of the Pure Land of Longevity widened their eyes in disbelief. Senior brothers and sisters, we agreed not to make a fuss. In front of the window, Bai Lingshire was dressed in snow-white clothes. Her beautiful face was still indifferent, but there was a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. She had expected this, but she was also a little surprised. Compared with the time when he was in Ziyao Empire, Lin Sun was totally different now. Humph, I merely defeated an ordinary character among the geniuses. What's there to fuss about? The coquettish woman draped in a fiery crane cloak snorted in disdain. If it were any successor of our Pure Land of Longevity, they would be able to do it. This doesn't prove how powerful Fiend God Lin is. It's just that his opponent is too weak. That's right, senior sister Xianxia's words make sense. The others also chimed in. Bai Lingshire didn't comment, but she thought to herself, if Tang Chuan is really so weak, how could he be regarded as a heavenly talent? How could he have the right to enter the pavilion of spring and autumn? But then again, even Bai Lingshire couldn't deny that among the younger generation of the Pure Land of Longevity, there were plenty of people who could defeat Tang Chuan. Strictly speaking, in the eyes of an ancient and transcendent colossus like the Blessed Lands of Longevity, someone like Tang Chuan could not be considered as a true prodigy. He could only be considered as one of the top figures among the younger generation. The place was silent. Only Tang Chuan, who was lying in the pit and twitching incessantly, was groaning in pain. He was so badly injured that he couldn't even get up. Compared with his arrogant attitude just now, the contrast was too great. I know I'm guilty. The ancient sages are right. How could a lowly person like you dare to despise and provoke me? At this moment, Lin Sun was still calm and composed. His black eyes were cold and calm. But in the eyes of others, he had a disdainful and domineering spirit. I heard that when you were young, you seduced your brother and sister-in-law shamelessly. That's against human ethics and despicable. How could a person like you be called a heavenly talent in vain? As soon as Lin Sun's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's expression became strange, and the way they looked at Tang Chuan became different. Seducing his brother and sister-in-law was a great sin. If it was true, it was indeed outrageous. You. Don't slander me. When Tang Chuan, who was already suppressed and filled with endless humiliation, heard this, he was so angry that his body stiffened. He spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw this. Regardless of whether Tang Chuan had done something that went against human morality when he was young, merely his crushing defeat today was bound to make it difficult for him to raise his head high in the West Hing region in the future. In other words, Tang Chuan, a heavenly talent, was destined to be discredited and removed from the ranks of heavenly talents after this defeat. In the future, anyone who talked about Tang Chuan would inevitably talk about his defeat at the hands of demon god Lin, which was undoubtedly a shadow in his heart. Unless Tang Chuan could rise up one day and defeat Lin Sun, today's defeat was destined to be an unshakable shame that would accompany him on his path of cultivation. It's your turn. While everyone was sighing with emotion, Lin Sun turned around and fixed his cold eyes on Sha Luchan. Demon god Lin took the initiative to attack. This surprised and shocked many people, but they also felt an unprecedented excitement. This was the legendary demeanor of a demon god. Although Lin Sun's methods were domineering and disdainful, he had never taken the initiative. But now, he was going to attack and point his spear at Sha Luchan. There's going to be a good show. Sha Luchan is not someone Tang Chuan can compare to. He is a true peerless heavenly talent who has long been famous in the West Hing territory. His combat strength is outstanding and he has the spirit of being invincible. The Dao Discussion Lantern Festival hasn't even started, but because of the appearance of Demon God Lin, such an unparalleled battle is going to break out. It's too surprising. I wonder if Demon God Lin can still be as domineering as before. The scene was in a complete uproar. At this time, more and more cultivators heard the news and rushed over, blocking the nearby streets. In the distance, there were even practitioners standing on top of tall buildings or in the void, paying close attention to the situation here. This was normal. In the past Dao Discussion Lantern festivals, who dared to cause trouble in front of the pavilion of spring and autumn? They were tired of living. But today was obviously different. Demon God Lin, who had caused a stir in the West Hing territory recently, had appeared and confronted a group of heavenly talents in front of the pavilion of spring and autumn. This was a major event that could shake the West Hing territory, so it was difficult not to attract attention. The scene was in an uproar, and Sha Liuchan's expression turned cold. Previously, Lin Sun had killed his squire, and he had not settled the score. He had never thought that Lin Sun would dare to take the initiative to declare war. This was undoubtedly a provocation to his dignity. Do you really think that no one can stop you after you defeat Tang Chuan? Sha Liuchan's voice was cold, as if spilling out from an ice cave, with a penetrating murderous intent. A terrifying blood energy suddenly surged out from his tall body and spread out, causing the uproar in the surroundings to come to an abrupt halt in an instant. Many cultivators felt a chill run down their spines as if they had fallen into an icy pit, and they felt extremely oppressed. This was a peerless heavenly talent, just his aura alone was enough to shock the world and suppress the universe. He had an aura and style that far surpassed his peers. You're courting death. Hurry up and kneel down to atone for your sins. The experts of the Sea Shark clan beside Sha Luchan all shouted with a cold expression. They looked at Lin Sun as if they were staring at a dead man. This time, your friend is in trouble. Sha Luchan is very strong. If we fight with him, it will be very difficult for us to win. Perhaps only senior brother Yu Lingkong can easily suppress him. Demon Lin is going to suffer. Junior sister Lingshi, don't rush to help him later. We don't want to be implicated. In the pavilion of spring and autumn, the successors of the pure land of longevity all spoke. Their expressions had regained their superior aura, with a hint of sarcasm. Let's wait and see. Bai Lingshi was calm. Some heavenly talents near the pavilion of spring and autumn showed an expression of watching the fun, and looked at Lin Sun with a touch of pity in their eyes. Did this guy really think that he could challenge the peerless heavenly talent after defeating Tang Chuan? Not to mention Lin Sun, even some other peerless figures in the West Hing territory would not easily provoke another peerless figure before the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival began, and Xiao Luchan was undoubtedly such a person. There were also some heavenly talents who were a little indignant and unhappy because of Tang Chuan's defeat. At this moment, when they saw Lin Sun pointing his spear at Xiao Luchan, they could not help but gloat. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Sun's forceful suppression of Tang Chuan just now did not bring much vigilance and fear to them. This was normal. Anyone who could be regarded as a heavenly talent by the world had far more pride and conceit than ordinary people. Their state of mind was naturally strong, and naturally they would not be easily affected. Perhaps there is someone in this world who can defeat me, but it is absolutely not you. Lin Sun ignored the noisy discussion around him. His black eyes were like lightning as he locked on Xiao Luchan. His words were casual, but still as forceful as before. Haha, you really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Luchan smiled, but his smile was full of killing intent, which made people's scalp numb. He could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. However, before he could make a move, he saw a commotion in the distant street, and a thunderous voice rang out. Friends of the Sea Shark clan, please don't do anything. The young master of the Zhongli clan is coming at full speed. Please let our young master kill Demon Lin. With the voice, a giant beast moved across the void like a mountain and galloped over. Its roar shook the sky, and the smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Some practitioners along the way could not avoid it in time and were forcibly knocked away, screaming. This was a black jade dragon elephant. Its eyes were as big as millstones, and its 4 hooves were like stone pillars. It was ferocious and incomparably arrogant. On its back, a group of young men and women was rushing over. All the heroes in the field were shocked. They hurriedly dodged and made way for them. The Zhongli clan, it was an ancient and renowned clan that could stand shoulder to shoulder with those ancient orthodoxies in the West Hing world. Zhongli Wuji was the current holy son of this clan. He had long been famous in the West Hing world and was notorious for his ferocity. He was absolutely a peerless and ruthless figure in the younger generation. A while ago, when Lin Sun had just risen to fame and shocked the West Hing world, Zhongli Wuji had declared in front of everyone that if Demon God Lin dared to appear at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, he, Zhongli Wuji, would be the first to kill Demon God Lin. Now, although Zhongli Wuji hadn't arrived yet, his clansmen had rushed over in the form of black jade dragon elephants, intending to interfere in this matter. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be shocked, and they couldn't help but look over. Even the geniuses present frowned. They hadn't expected that the Zhongli clan would interfere at a time like this. Moreover, they were so domineering that they wanted Xiao Luchan to give up the opportunity to kill Demon God Lin. Xiao Luchan was already displeased to be interrupted in such a way. When he heard the Zhongli clan's domineering stance, it caused his eyes to emit a cold light, and he was furious. However, another unexpected event occurred before he could even react to it. Screech, a clear cry reverberated through the 9 heavens and rumbled through the surroundings. In the sky, a group of men and women riding on an enormous and majestic Xianxia whistled over. This group of people was even more domineering than the Zhongli clan. They flew over the heads of the cultivators in the form of Xianxia and descended. Many cultivators were displeased. They felt that such actions were insulting, but when they saw the identity of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically and they didn't dare say another word. The Xianxia clan, this was one of the top 5 clans in the West Hing world. It was a colossus among the variant beings, and it wasn't inferior to the Zhongli clan at all. Fortunately, we're not too late. We're a step ahead of Zhongli Wuji. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a wind chime resounded. On the back of the Xianxia, a beautiful young girl with beautiful hair coiled into a bun walked down first. She was indeed very beautiful and very young, but her expression was too cold and aloof. There was a sense of pride that was branded into her bones that caused others to not dare look at her directly. Qing Lian, the cultivator's expressions changed again. This was the current Holy Virgin of the Cyan Phoenix clan. She was extremely talented. Her name had shaken the world a few years ago. Many cultivators in West Hing Dimension felt that Qing Lian even possessed resources and reserves that could rival the disciple of the profound Inquisition sword school, Ji Xingyao. There was no doubt that Qing Lian was also a peerless figure. Disregarding strength, just based on reputation alone, she was superior to Sha Luchan and Zhongli Wuji. As soon as Qing Lian arrived, her icy cold eyes fell on Lin Sun, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly with undisguised pride. She said calmly and casually, "Are you Lin Sun, who is regarded as the devil Lin by the world? Very good, you finally appeared. Back then, I said that I wanted you to kneel down in front of everyone to repent and atone for your sins, to admit that you don't live up to your name. Do you understand?" There wasn't a single cultivator present who didn't know these words, and it had even shaken the entire West Hingjia a while ago. However, the meaning behind these words carried a sense of contempt and humiliation towards the devil Lin Sun. Yet now, Qing Lian had spoken of this to demon god Lin in front of so many people. This undoubtedly seemed to be too direct, and she didn't conceal the feeling of humiliation at all, causing all the cultivators to be extremely shocked in their hearts. Lin Sun suddenly smiled. He looked Qing Lian up and down, and then he said thoughtfully, "So you're that Qing Lian? You really are a bitch." Everyone's eyes widened, and they were dumbfounded. They almost didn't dare believe their ears. Qing Lian was very impolite just now. The moment she arrived, she attacked the devil Lin Sun. However, it was obvious that the devil Lin Sun wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was even more domineering than her, and he directly called her a bitch. Even those geniuses couldn't help but have their lips twitch imperceptibly. Who in the world dared to scold the current Holy Virgin of the Cyan Phoenix clan like this? Bai Lingshi smiled. She understood Lin Sun. Back in the Xiao Empire, he dared to force Ling Tianho to kneel. There was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. Just calling her a bitch was already considered a light punishment. However, the descendants of the pure land of longevity didn't think so. They all frowned and revealed looks of disgust. They thought that Lin Sun's words were too vulgar and unbearable. However, they automatically ignored the fact that Qing Lian's words just now were filled with undisguised humiliation. Qing Lian's clear eyes emitted a terrifying, cold light. She didn't expect to be called a bitch in front of so many people. She was the current Holy Virgin of the Cyan Phoenix clan. Since she started cultivating, she was like the bright moon in the sky. Countless people chased after her, and she could get whatever she wanted. When had she ever been slandered like this? "It seems like you won't repent." Killing intent surged in Qing Lian's heart. She stepped forward, and her slender figure emitted a terrifying divine light. Her aura was terrifying. She had decided to kill Lin Sun to wash away the humiliation. Wait. However, just at this moment, the Zhongli clan members riding the black jade dragon elephants shouted and stepped forward to stop her. "This demonic god Lin is my clan's young master's target. Young miss, please take a step back and let him out." "How about it?" A capable young man spoke. He was called Zhongli Kuei, and he could be considered to be an extraordinary figure in the Zhongli clan. How audacious. Even if Zhongli Wuji came here himself, he wouldn't dare speak like this. "All of you better get out of my way." Qing Lian was furious in her heart. Her clear eyes were like bolts of lightning, and her aura became even more terrifying. It caused the expressions of Zhongli Kuei and the others to change. "Cyan Phoenix clan, you've gone too far. On what basis do you want us to make way?" They were extremely dissatisfied and refused to back down. "Enough." Suddenly, Sha Luchan shouted loudly. His expression was icy cold while his sky-blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice revealed boundless rage. "What do you think I, Sha Luchan, am? How dare you interfere with the prey I've set my eyes on? Quickly get out of my way." In an instant, the faces of Qing Lian and the other Zhongli clan members sank, and they sneered. "Shut up. Who does your Sea Shark clan think you are? Are you qualified to fight with our Zhongli clan? Sha Luchan, I advise you to stay out of this." Sha Luchan was thoroughly enraged, and his eyes revealed a fierce glint. Are you talking to me? The three parties confronted each other, scolding and threatening each other. None of them was willing to submit to the other, which left the nearby cultivators dumbfounded. This was too domineering. The fierce characters of Cyan Phoenix clan, Sea Shark clan, and Zhongli clan all wanted to be the first to kill Demon God Lin, which led to a dispute. It went without saying that they saw Demon God Lin as prey, and did not allow anyone else to touch him. It was very overbearing. Even the expressions of the onlooking geniuses became very subtle. They never expected such a thing to happen. Look, this is a street rat that everyone wants to beat up. On the 9th floor of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn, the descendants of the pure land of longevity were gloating. Bai Lingshi ignored them. At this moment, she frowned slightly, sensing that Lin's situation was not good. Being regarded as prey by three parties, he should be very angry, right? What worried Bai Lingshi the most was that there were many peerless figures in the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. She did not know who would intervene in this matter and see Lin as a target to be suppressed. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Sun came from the mortal world, so he has no one to rely on. For many peerless figures, he is undoubtedly the best target to suppress. There is no need to fear any consequences or trouble. Bai Lingshi instantly guessed the reason. She was even sure that if Lin Sun was also a disciple of some orthodoxy, these guys would not dare to provoke him so unscrupulously. In the final analysis, it was because Lin Sun had risen too fast. Although he was strong, he did not have a powerful background to deter others. It's too difficult to rise alone in the ancient desolation where there are many orthodoxies and tens of thousands of races. Bai Lingshi sighed in her heart. At this moment, she actually felt an indescribable pity. How on earth did Lin Sun get through all these years alone? How much effort did he put in behind the scenes? How many blows and enemies like this had he encountered? No one knew. The atmosphere in the field was tense and murderous. Qing Lian, Sha Luchan, Zhongli Kuei, and others confronted each other without concealing their power. Their tit-for-tat made all the practitioners present tremble. Many people looked at Lin Sun with pity in their eyes. Demon God Lin was really unlucky this time to be regarded as prey. It was sad and lamentable. It's over. Demon God Lin's situation is not optimistic. 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. Moreover, it's not only Sha Luchan and Qing Lian who are fighting. Zhongli Wuji may appear at any time. Bai Fenglu was anxious. He did not want to see Lin Sun being suppressed before the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. I'll go help him. Yu Jianming took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. A group of peerless talents were targeting Lin Sun and arguing like they were fighting for prey. This was too much. Don't make trouble. Bai Fenglu hurriedly stopped him. It was no different from courting death at this time. Noisy. Shut up, all of you. In this chaotic and tense situation, Lin Sun finally couldn't stand it anymore. As he spoke, Lin Sun's figure flashed. He stepped on the void and suddenly came under the sky. His black eyes were like cold lightning, overlooking the whole field. Isn't it easy to die? Come at me together. He said coldly, and his voice spread like thunder. In an instant, the entire area fell silent, not a single sound could be heard. Many strong practitioners of ancient orthodoxies, masters of many tribes and aristocratic families, as well as talents from all over the world, all looked at Lin Sun in the sky. The young man was dressed in a moon-white robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold eyes flashed like lightning. Accompanied by his shout, there was a kind of disdainful and matchless demeanor, like a demon god in the ancient legends, overlooking the world. Lin Sun stood in the air and looked down at the crowd. He wanted Qing Lian and the others to die together. This scene was too shocking. Ridiculous, you must be tired of living. Sha Luchan was completely furious. He had planned to attack, but who would have thought that he would be disturbed by the Zhongli clan and Qing Lian? He was already furious. Seeing that Lin Sun, whom he regarded as prey, dared to provoke him at such a time, he could no longer hold back. Die. He no longer cared about anything and attacked. His imposing body emitted a brilliant blood-red light as he shot into the sky and punched. Boom, the void exploded and the blood-red light shot into the sky. This punch was unparalleled. Many practitioners retreated, not daring to stand in the vicinity. Once a peerless figure like Sha Luchan got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Sun stepped into the void and punched out to meet the attack head-on. Suddenly, the two collided like a volcanic eruption. Brilliant divine light swept across the void. The crowd was shocked. In such a confrontation, Sha Luchan did not gain the upper hand. He was only on par with demon god Lin. Not bad. If I kill you, the world won't think I'm bullying the weak. Sha Luchan's expression was cold. Golden light shone from his body and his blood chi roared. He had an invincible spirit. Cut the crap. After I kill you today, I can taste whether the meat of a sea shark is more delicious than that of a black tengu. Lin Sun said casually. Boom, Sha Luchan rushed up and punched out, shaking Zhou Su. Terrifying blood energy spread out like a clap of thunder. His divine might was terrifying. In an instant, the two were fighting fiercely. Their speed was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to follow. The light in the void roared and blood chi rose. It was as if two gods were fighting, attracting the attention of the audience. Sha Luchan was very powerful, far more powerful than some of the talents Lin Sun had seen before. In merely a short moment, they'd already exchanged a few tens of blows. The might of their fists rumbled beneath the sky, and it was like a surging tempestuous wave that erupted with dazzling divine radiance. Boom, the void seemed to have exploded, and a terrifying phenomenon appeared. The power of the Sand Flow Zen fist could definitely split mountains and seas. It could be said to be peerless. But in comparison, Lin Sun seemed to be even stronger. He didn't dodge at all, and he used the 9 strikes of shaking heaven to meet force with force. Heavens! Mo God Lin is no different from the rumors. He is already able to face a peerless person like Sha Luchan. All the shoujo were shocked. Even the heaven's favorites were stunned. Their hearts couldn't stay calm. Could the rumors be true? Was this youth from the barren lower realm really that powerful? Boom, in the sky, Lin Sun was calm and powerful. He stepped on the void and rushed forward with a spirit that could swallow the world. He'd already completely fused the heaven-shaking 9 strikes Tao, and every single move he made was so powerful that it seemed as if it could shake the sky, and it was peerlessly terrifying. Sha Luchan was indeed powerful. The innate divine strength of the Sea Shark clan allowed him to be at the top of his level. He could easily cross realms and fight a half-step king. However, with a bang, Lin Sun's fist force roared and spread blazing light. When it came to him with the terrifying power of Tao, Sha Luchan's arm was numb. This shocked him. This guy's strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. Although Sha Luchan was domineering and arrogant, he didn't despise or underestimate Lin Sun. He had seen the fight between Lin Sun and the mysterious masked girl with his own eyes. He knew that even if the rumors about this person were exaggerated, he still had extremely powerful strength. This was also the reason why he wanted to suppress Lin Sun. Only by stepping on such a powerful opponent could he boost his prestige. If the opponent was too weak, he would only be laughed at by the world for daring to bully the weak. But now that he was really fighting Lin Sun, he was still a little surprised. Interesting. Sha Luchan's eyes were full of fierce light, and his momentum rose a lot. He was determined to kill Lin Sun. However, the current Lin Sun was more than twice as powerful as he was when he fought with the mysterious masked girl. He had set foot on the road to the peak of reincarnation developing realm, and his martial cultivation had integrated with Tao, which made his combat effectiveness change dramatically. The best proof was that he easily suppressed Lin Taizhen of the Green Mountains Fox clan a few days ago. Under such circumstances, how could he be afraid of Sha Luchan? In other words, in the reincarnation developing realm, Lin Sun was no longer afraid of any opponent. Suddenly, a clear rebuke sounded in the field. How can I allow others to beat me to the prey I've set my eyes on? Along with the voice, the void suddenly trembled. Like a thunderclap, a beautiful figure rushed out and attacked Lin Sun fiercely with monstrous killing intent. Boom, the sky trembled, and the nearby void exploded. This blow was extremely terrible, like a divine rainbow falling from the sky. Lin Sun snorted coldly. With obscure Tao sounds coming from his mouth, he performed the Paleo roar. The golden sound wave spread and dissolved the blow into pieces. Hiss, all the heroes in the field gasped. They saw Qing Lianer had appeared in the void. She was outstanding, dressed in cyan clothes. Her skin was white, and her beautiful face was cold and arrogant. Her strong intervention immediately disrupted the rhythm of the duel between Lin Sun and Sha Luchan, and also caused an uproar. Was a peerless melee going to be staged? Oh no! Bai Lingxi's heart skipped a beat, and a solemn look appeared in her clear eyes. Both Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer wanted to kill Lin Sun as soon as possible. Under the threat of these two peerless talents, Lin Sun's situation was not optimistic. Damn it! How could this be? Bai Fenglu and Yu Jianming's faces also changed. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered, "Bitch of Cyan Phoenix clan, you came just in time. Come at me together, so I don't have to kill you one by one." As he spoke, he took a step forward. With a roar, his momentum became stronger and stronger. A snow-white ice dragon rose into the sky and rushed towards Qing Lianer. He performed the 9 strikes for shaking heaven and rushed towards Sha Luchan again. Lin Sun was going to fight against 2 peerless talents at the same time. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. They widened their eyes and felt that their blood was burning. Lin Sun's momentum made them exclaim in satisfaction. As for some of the elites, they frowned. Just to deal with a single fiend god Lin, they had to send out 2 peerless figures. Even if they won, it wouldn't be glorious. Qing Lianer, do you want to fight against me on purpose? Sha Luchan roared angrily. He didn't want to join hands with others to deal with Lin Sun. He couldn't afford to lose face. At the same time, he hated the fact that Lin Sun wanted to fight against the 2 of them at this moment, which was undoubtedly a contempt for him. Boom, as Sha Luchan spoke, a blood-red light burst out from his body. He used a secret method that was extremely terrifying. After resolving Lin Sun's attack, he directly rushed towards Qing Lianer. "Get out of my way!" His roar was like thunder, and his fists pierced through the air. It seemed that he was going to suppress all directions, with an invincible spirit. "Sha Luchan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, I'm going to kill Lin Sun. Whoever dares to stop me is my enemy." Qing Lianer's clear eyes were cold, and her whole body was full of fierce spirit. She waved her slender and white hand, and a sharp divine light appeared, entwined with the power of Tao. She fought against Sha Luchan. Boom, for a moment, the battle in the void seemed to be chaotic. Lin Sun wanted to fight against the 2 of them alone, but neither Qing Lianer nor Sha Luchan agreed. Both of them tried to kill Lin Sun alone, and their attitude couldn't be changed. In the void, Lin Sun fought fiercely. Sometimes he fought against Sha Luchan, and sometimes he fought against Qing Lianer. He was not afraid of anything at all. The same was true for Qing Lian and Sha Luchan. When they wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they were always disturbed by Lin Sun and had to fight back. The 3 of them fought against each other, and it was actually a rarely seen chaotic battle. All the heroes in the field were dumbfounded. They never thought that a peerless battle would turn out like this. However, such a battle was refreshing and could be said to be incomparably rare. In the past years, such a strange battle had rarely happened. As for the geniuses, they were startled and surprised. However, they soon focused their attention on the battle. Whether it was Devil God Lin, Sha Luchan, or Qing Lianer, the current situation had vaguely formed a situation where they were restraining each other and fighting each other. Comparatively speaking, it could be said to be fair. If one really wanted to haggle, Fiend Celestial Lin was undoubtedly the one who suffered the most. This was because the other 2 were bent on killing him. The blow he suffered was undoubtedly the most terrifying. On the contrary, although Qing Lianer and Sha Luchan restrained each other, and no one could tolerate the other killing Demon Lin first, the conflict between them was not a real life-and-death battle. This meant that even if they fought against each other, they couldn't be ruthless. No matter what, Lin Sun is at a disadvantage. Those 2 guys have gone too far. Bai Lingxi frowned. She was angry for Lin Sun. Many practitioners realized this and saw the unfairness of Lin Sun's situation, but they didn't dare to say anything except sighing in their hearts. Whether it was the Cyan Phoenix clan or the Sea Shark clan, they couldn't afford to offend them. Even if they felt sorry for Lin Sun, they could only sympathize with him in their hearts. Boom, in the sky, Lin Sun and the two peerless figures fought in a melee. It was an unprecedented battle. What shocked everyone was that even so, Demon Lin didn't show the slightest sign of defeat. He wasn't even suppressed, which made him look extremely strong and terrifying. Qing Lianer's face became colder, and her clear eyes were full of killing intent. Xiaoluchan's face was livid with anger. Both of them realized that if they continued fighting like this, people would only say that they were bullying Lin Sun. Even if they won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. This was not the result they wanted, but soon, their faces changed slightly, and they didn't dare to think anymore. Because at this moment, Lin Sun's combat strength had suddenly soared, and the power he exerted became more and more powerful, which made both of them feel a kind of pressure. How was this possible? Both of them were shocked. How was this possible? Both Xiaoluchan and Qing Lianer were shocked. Previously, they tried to be the first to kill Demon Lin. They both used their killing moves and showed their true abilities. They subconsciously thought that if it weren't for the fact that they were restraining each other, Demon Lin would have been killed by now. But who would have thought that the opposite was true? Even though Demon Lin faced their fierce attacks, he was not suppressed. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. At this moment, they even felt a kind of pressure. How could they not be shocked? Kill! Xiaoluchan roared. Like a barbarian god, he was strong and powerful. His body seemed to be cast from blood jade, shining brilliantly and translucently. He was the holy son of the Sea Shark clan, the son of an ancient fierce beast. He possessed peerless power. Now that he attacked in anger, his power became different. Humph! At the same time, Qing Lianer was also irritated. Her slender figure was steaming with cyan light, and her cold and beautiful face was full of fierceness. Clang, she took out a cyan machete that looked like a wing. The runes on the machete were flowing, blooming with peerless sharpness. There was no doubt that this was an extremely powerful secret treasure. However, Lin Sun had already roughly figured out the abilities of these two people. He had no more scruples. He rushed into the field, his elegant figure bathed in waterfall-like divine brilliance. His cold eyes opened and closed, bursting with lightning. He was like a great demon with terrifying power. Boom, the battle in the void became more and more intense. There, rays of light rushed up, blood chi surged, and the wind was fierce. If it happened in the city, it would probably cause an unpredictable disaster. Dong, after a round of fighting, Lin Sun directly broke Xiaoluchan's defense with his fist. Then, he collided with Xiaoluchan. The dazzling fist wind cracked Xiaoluchan's hand, and blood burst out. At this time, Lin Sun was incomparably domineering. His combat power was boiling, and he seemed to have the momentum to sweep across the world. Bang! His fist energy was so terrifying that the void was shrouded in dazzling light. The whole sky seemed to be shaking and rumbling along with the fist energy. In an instant, Xiaoluchan staggered back. His blood and chi were surging, and his face suddenly became extremely shocked and angry. Impossible! He roared. He had carefully read all kinds of information about Lin Sun in front of the message tree, and he believed that he could suppress Lin Sun if he took action himself. However, Xiaoluchan never thought that what he knew about Lin Sun was just a while ago. Today, Lin Sun had already gone through the 3 disasters and completely transformed into a new realm, far better than before. The crowd was overwhelmed with shock. They cried out involuntarily in disbelief. How could they have imagined that fiend god Lin, who was already at a disadvantage and repeatedly suppressed by the 2 peerless figures, would launch a counterattack at such a moment? The elites were shocked as their expressions changed slightly. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that they had underestimated Fiend Celestial Lin. This caused them to feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. Rumble, the world shook. As soon as Xiaoluchan was pushed back, Lin Sun's figure flashed up. He stretched out his hand and ran the secret of Baxia prohibition to stop Qing Lianer's attack for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Sun rushed forward and punched out fiercely with the profound meaning of 9 strikes of shaking heaven. Boom, this punch tore the void apart like a piece of cloth. It was unparalleled and overbearing to the extreme, and it directly blasted on the cyan machete. Qing Lianer trembled as if she was struck by lightning. Her chest felt stuffy, and she almost coughed up blood. She had to retreat, and her cyan machete almost flew out of her hand. Rumble, the void where she was originally fighting was blasted apart, turning into a terrifying turbulence that spread out. This made Qing Lian'er's heart palpitate, and she frowned. How could he be so strong? However, despite suffering a small loss, both Sha Luchan and Qing Lian'er were worthy of being peerless figures of the younger generation, and they were not injured. However, their expressions were solemn as they realized that the fiend celestial Lin in front of them should have a terrifying foundation that could crush others in the same realm as them. This was a formidable opponent. The battle continued. The three were tangled together, and under the blue sky, the chaotic clouds collapsed, and the void was in chaos. The practitioners in the field had long been stunned, and their hearts were drowned in endless shock. As expected of the fiend celestial Lin, he didn't gain a reputation by deceiving the world, and he didn't live up to his reputation. He was clearly even more ferocious and arrogant than the rumors said. He was still able to fight until now under the attacks of two peerless figures, and he'd even forced his opponent back. How many people in the younger generation could possess such peerless divine might? He deserves his reputation. A senior expert sighed with emotion. His words proved how laughable the criticism of fiend celestial Lin was. This kid's combat strength is shocking indeed, and there's rarely anyone in the same generation that can rival him. Some peerless figures in the field had been constantly watching. At this moment, they finally dared to conclude that Lin's strength was already a peerless figure in the younger generation. No matter the outcome of this battle, we'll have another formidable opponent in the Dao Discussion Lantern meeting. The eyes of Mu Jianting, an elite disciple of the younger generation of the Void Jade Temple, shot out divine radiance, and it was like a clanging of swords and sabers colliding. It's surprising indeed. I heard this kid is a cultivator from the lower dimensions, but the resources and strength he possesses can be said to be shocking. If we encounter him in the Dao Discussion Lantern meeting, then we should treat him as a great enemy. Li Qinghuan, an extraordinary figure of the younger generation of the vast Si Daoist sect, spoke in a light voice. His voice carried a trace of seriousness and solemnity. Only such an opponent is worth looking forward to. If he's too weak, then wouldn't it be too boring? The Thunder Clan's junior marquis. Lei Qinjun spoke with a droning, sonorous, and forceful voice that carried an explosive and oppressive imposing aura. Besides them, there were many other peerless figures in the field, and their attitudes towards Lin Sun had silently changed along with the unfolding of this battle. On the other hand, the expressions of those geniuses that ridiculed and looked down upon Lin Sun earlier were slightly gloomy at this moment, and they were surprised and bewildered in their hearts. Originally, they'd subconsciously thought that Lin Sun was from the lower dimensions and possessed an extremely poor identity, and the rumors about him were all false. They'd taken him to be a figure that didn't live up to his reputation, and they'd been extremely disdainful and looked down upon him. But now, the world-shaking chaotic battle unfolding before their eyes undoubtedly proved that they were all wrong, ridiculously wrong. This fact was like an invisible slap on their faces. The burning pain made them feel very uncomfortable, and it was very difficult for them to accept. This. In the pavilion of spring and autumn, Xianxia, who was dressed in a fiery crane cloak, widened her eyes in disbelief. The other descendants of the Pure Land of Longevity were the same. Their expressions were uncertain, and their minds were in a daze. Just a moment ago, they were still ridiculing Lin Sun, thinking that he was about to suffer a calamity and be detested by everyone. But in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. The demon god Lin that they despised had actually fought with two peerless figures under the green underworld pavilion, displaying a tyrannical combat strength that far surpassed his peers in the world. This was too unbelievable. They asked themselves honestly, and even if they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to display such divine might in such a chaotic battle like demon god Lin. How could this be? Could it be that they'd really misjudged him? At this moment, Bai Lingshi, who was standing in front of the window in a snow-white robe, didn't even turn her head. She gently spat out 4 words from her lips, "Don't make a fuss about nothing." Instantly, the figures of Xianxia and the others stiffened, and they revealed embarrassed expressions. From the first time they met Lin Sun, Bai Lingshi had told them not to make a fuss about nothing after witnessing Lin's means. However, they didn't take it seriously at all. They thought it was ridiculous. They were all descendants of the Pure Land of Longevity. How could they be so agitated? But now, they found that they had become ridiculous people instead. This made them feel a little embarrassed, as if they had eaten a fly. But they couldn't refute it, and their expressions became very interesting for a while. However, Xianxia didn't bother to continue to attack them. At this moment, the battle in the sky was getting more and more intense, attracting all her attention. Boom, Xianxia was about to go crazy. He felt a little embarrassed after fighting for a long time. His figure swept across like a thunderbolt, becoming more and more powerful, as if he was pushing the sun and the moon, with terrible ferocity. Lin Sun's figure flashed and avoided it. He raised his hand and performed the secret method of Swanee seal, colliding with Xianxia, who came from one side. Boom, the void shook and the divine light was absorbed by the rock. Xianxia became even angrier. His eyes were ice cold. On his sparkling and resplendent body, resplendent symbols appeared one after another. These were the true innate bone marks. They contained the supreme profound mysteries of the archaic vicious beast sea shark bloodline. Once they were used, 10,000 streaks of bloody light shot out. Vaguely, there was a thunderous sound, which shook the surroundings and spread to the 9 heavens. In a trance, behind Xianxia, there seemed to be a bloody shark of tens of thousands of meters, which covered the sky and the sun. The terrible breath filled the universe as if to swallow the world. Everyone's expression changed. Even the heaven's favorites' pupils constricted. They realized that Xianxia had unleashed a terrifying technique in his rage. Lin Sun didn't dare to neglect. He ran all the Upanishads of 9 strikes of shaking heaven to the extreme and punched out. Boom, the peerlessly dazzling and resplendent punch seemed to have pierced through time and space, and it carried an all-conquering and peerlessly ferocious killing force. At that moment, in the boundless fist, there appeared the cycle of the sun and the moon, landslides and tsunamis, and all kinds of terrible phenomena. Xianxia, who was attacking Xianxia, suddenly changed her face. She suddenly withdrew and retreated to the distance. She realized the horror and danger. At the same time, Lin Sun and Xianxia's peerless strike collided. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, as if thousands of mountains collapsed in an instant. The terrible divine light spread in all directions, crushing and shattering the void. On the ground, some buildings were affected and disappeared with a loud bang. Some practitioners didn't have time to dodge and were sent flying by the terrible aftermath. At that moment, the city within a radius of 100 miles shook violently. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It was chaotic, and exclamations and screams rang out. Only the pavilion of spring and autumn was safe and sound. This pavilion was a famous historical site, which had left traces of ancient sages, so it was not affected. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to this. All eyes were fixed on the void with a touch of disbelief and horror. There, Xianxia staggered back more than 30 meters. His face turned red, and finally, he couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of red blood. There was a dead silence. Xianxia was furious and used a peerless secret method. The sound of Tao roared and the shadow of an ancient blood-red sea shark appeared, almost engulfing the world. Even Xianxia had no choice but to avoid the sharp edge at this time. However, in such a head-on clash, the one who was defeated was not Fiend Celestial Lin, but Xianxia. This left everyone incredulous. It was really incredible. Xianxia's combat strength had long been acknowledged by the younger generation of the Westing world, and he was hailed as a peerless elite. Now that he had used a peerless divine power, he was still defeated by Demon God Lin in a head-on clash. Didn't this mean that Demon God Lin's true strength was even greater than Xianxia's? Many of the heaven's favorites were secretly shocked by this. For example, the girl in purple dress from Miluo Palace, who had been indifferent and aloof, couldn't calm down at this moment. A ripple flashed across her beautiful face. And the descendants of the pure land of longevity were all stunned. They even felt that at this moment, Lin Sun had a style that didn't belong to Yu Lingkong. How was this possible? They couldn't believe it. Not only them, but Xianxia also seemed to be quiet, but at this moment, her white hands also trembled. She was not as calm as she looked on the surface. You actually injured me? In the void, Xianxia's face was livid and his pupils were dilated. It seemed that he couldn't accept all this, and his voice was filled with anger and surprise. It's easy to kill you. Why make such a fuss? Lin Sun smiled. His black hair was flying, and his whole body was bathed in the bright light. The power of Tao circulated, making him look like a sun, shining alone in the universe. He didn't stop. As he spoke, he rushed forward and continued to kill. I don't believe you are really so strong. Unexpectedly, Qing Lianer, who had just avoided Lin Sun's sharp attack, took the lead to launch an attack. She controlled the bright and sharp cyan machete and cut through the void. Swish, thousands of saber lights appeared in the void, like thousands of comets falling down, dazzling and dazzling. The saber chi was terrible, tearing the universe apart, and dense like a rainstorm. Many practitioners in the field felt a stinging pain in their eyes, and they couldn't open their eyes. The saber lights were too bright and dense. Blue Moon Chaotic Demon Kill. Xiaoliuchan's pupils constricted. Originally, he had wanted to attack, but now he chose to watch from the sidelines. That was because he recognized that what Qing Lianer was using was one of the Cyan Phoenix clan's secret techniques. Once it was used, the blade would be like a green moon hanging in the sky, able to throw the world into chaos and kill gods and demons. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the saber in Qing Lianer's hand was an ancient treasure called the Greeny Lightbreaker Saber. Its power was comparable to an imperial Dao armament. Under such circumstances, Xiaoluchan also wanted to see whether Lin could block Qing Lianer's attack or not, because he still couldn't accept the scene of being defeated just now. It felt so unreal. Rumble, saber chi filled the sky, and it was like a green crescent moon dancing wildly, throwing the universe into chaos. There was no doubt that Qing Lianer was greatly shocked by the scene of Lin defeating Xiaoluchan, so she used her killing move at this moment. Lin Sun was fearless. With a clang, he took out a bright halberd and chopped out like lightning. This was one of the treasures he had obtained from Cell after killing him. Dang! Dang! Clang, sparks splashed in all directions, divine light burst out, and murderous chi filled the sky. In an instant, he and Qing Lianer had fought hundreds of times. The dazzling saber light almost drowned Lin Sun. At this moment, Qing Lianer was really terrible. Her momentum was so fierce that it was frightening. Streaks of saber light like the green crescent moon swept out, tearing the void into pieces. Rumble, in the distance, some buildings were struck by the saber chi, and they were immediately chopped into two before collapsing and collapsing. Numerous enormous cracks and ravines were cut open on the ground, and they crisscrossed each other. Crack, in the blink of an eye, the halberd in Lin Sun's hand was cut off and exploded. Hiss, the sound of gasping was heard. Was Demon Lin going to suffer a disaster? Qing Lianer's lips curved coldly, but before she could be happy, the curve of her lips froze. Because at the same time when the halberd exploded, a snow-white saber light suddenly burst out from between Lin Sun's eyebrows and appeared in the void. At that moment, it was like a stream of light from ancient times, crossing the river of time, with a kind of breathtaking magnificence, which seemed too unreal. Puff, Qing Lianer let out a scream as if she was extremely frightened, and her figure retreated rapidly in the void. The audience was stunned. They thought Demon Lin would be in danger, but who would have thought that at this moment, Qing Lianer seemed to have encountered a great disaster. It was too fast, everything happened in a flash, and many practitioners didn't have time to react. Only some peerless figures keenly noticed that the saber light that swept out from Lin Sun's body had severely injured Qing Lianer with just a flash. It was even to the extent that even they had merely caught a glimpse of this scene, and they hadn't truly seen through the terrifying profundities contained within this attack. Crash in the sky, Qing Lianer had retreated 1,000 feet away. A bloody wound stretched from her left shoulder all the way to the right side of her abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. Just a bit more and her abdomen would have been split open. My God! When they saw the scene clearly, all the practitioners present felt their scalps go numb, and they were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Qing Lianer almost suffered a disaster. It was as unreal as a dream. The other geniuses all had serious expressions on their faces, and their hearts were in turmoil. Even though they were unable to see through the true profundity of the attack just now, they all felt threatened. He actually still has a trump card. Only Xiaoluchan, who was in the battlefield, acutely noticed the terror of the strike just now, and the breathtaking scene at that moment caused his heart to tremble, and he gasped without end. He realized that Lin Sun still had an extremely terrifying trump card hidden, and this was the power of the broken blade. After stepping into the reincarnation developing realm, Lin Sun had truly started to control the power of Dao insight, and he could finally display a part of the power of the broken blade. Even if it was merely a part, the heaven-defying might was still invincible, and it could easily kill a half-step King Realm practitioner. Qing Lianer was only seriously injured and not killed on the spot, so she deserved the title of peerless genius. "Bitch, you're still not going to die?" While everyone was shocked, Lin Sun didn't stop at all, and he leaped forward with the intention of taking advantage of this opportunity to kill Qing Lianer in one fell swoop. Although this woman was the current saintess of the Cyan Phoenix clan, she was extremely vicious. Even though he had never met her, she had humiliated and provoked him to the extreme, and she wanted to step on him to advance. So Lin Sun would absolutely not show any mercy. He had had enough. Since he had already made a move, he would kill to the end. Only in this way could he make an example out of her, and shock those who despised and criticized him from the soul. Damn it. After suffering a heavy injury, Qing Lianer still couldn't believe it, and she was extremely shocked and furious. She couldn't imagine that she would almost suffer a calamity, and this caused unprecedented shame and hatred to surge in her heart. When she saw Lin Sun rushing towards her, she almost went mad. Did he see her as prey and wanted to kill her? This was going too far. Since she started cultivating, she had never encountered such an embarrassing and dangerous situation. "Lin Sun, your opponent is me." At this critical moment, Sha Luchan actually rushed out and stood in front of Lin Sun, and his blood-red fist rumbled, tearing the void and striking towards Lin Sun. Scram! Lin Sun was in a hurry to kill Qing Lianer. At this critical moment, he exerted all the strength in his body to its peak, and let out a bulo roar. Rumble! The golden sound wave was like a solid substance, shattering the void and spreading out, forcing Sha Luchan back. This bulo roar was indeed incomparably domineering, and it even targeted the soul. In the distance, Qing Lianer had already suffered a heavy injury, and being caught off guard by the deafening roar, she felt a sharp pain in her soul and almost exploded. Ah! She let out a shrill scream, her hair disheveled, and her beautiful face looked especially hideous and twisted at this moment. She no longer had the proud and aloof saintess demeanor from before, and she simply looked like she had gone mad. Boom! At this moment, Lin Sun had already rushed over, and he was attacking with great force. All the cultivators present were shocked, their eyes widened, and their hearts were in their throats. Too strong, Demon God Lin's arrogant attitude that swept through the entire field had completely stunned them. Not good, the Heaven's favorites' expressions changed, and they realized that Qing Lianer was in a precarious situation, and she was about to meet a calamity. However, at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure as tall and straight as a spear suddenly appeared in the void, blocking in front of Qing Lianer, and then he struck out with his palm. Bang! There was a terrifying collision, and divine light burst out, and it actually dissolved Lin Sun's powerful sure-kill strike. This made Lin Sun frown, and his expression turned cold. At this critical moment, Lin Sun was furious that his strike to kill Qing Lianer was destroyed. He looked up and saw a black-robed man with an incomparably handsome face, long purple hair hanging down, and a pair of pupils that seemed to be cast out of gold appeared in his eyes, incomparably terrifying. Black robe, purple hair, and pupils that emitted golden runes, all these characteristics made this young man extremely unique and extraordinary. Zhongli Wuji. He's actually already here. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately recognized the black-robed purple-haired young man's identity, making him the focus of everyone's attention. Previously, Qing Lianer was seriously injured, and even Sha Luchan was forced to retreat. Just as Demon God Lin was about to start a massacre, Zhongli Wuji arrived. He came just in time, and as if he had calculated everything, he turned the tide, which was equivalent to saving Qing Lianer's life. Such an appearance was undoubtedly very eye-catching, and it also made him extremely extraordinary. In an instant, his limelight overshadowed Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. As soon as Zhongli Wuji appears, it's obvious who's superior. Many practitioners sighed with emotion. But the Heaven's favorites present had strange expressions, and they were secretly vigilant. How could they not see that Zhongli Wuji had obviously arrived long ago, and had been hiding in the dark, waiting for this moment to appear? Why did he do this? It was too simple. On one hand, he could overshadow Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer's limelight, so as to highlight his extraordinariness. On the other hand, he could conveniently save Qing Lianer's life. This was a great favor, and even if Qing Lianer was unwilling, she would have to repay this great favor sooner or later. "Welcome, young master. Young master is mighty." All the clansmen of the Zhongli clan spoke out. Their faces were filled with pride, and they seemed as if they felt honored as well. The experts of the Azure Phoenix clan and Sea Shark clan all had gloomy expressions. Zhongli Wuji was truly scheming, coming out at this moment to act as the savior. How shrewd and scheming. Some peerless figures frowned. They did not expect Zhongli Wuji to be so adept at grasping the situation. This was undoubtedly terrifying. In the void, Zhongli Wuji's figure was tall and straight like a spear. His purple hair was thick, and golden runes appeared in his eyes as he blinked. He was extremely talented and extremely intimidating. "Demon God Lin, it's just a spar, yet you want to kill someone. This is too much." His words were casual and calm, but they carried a reprimanding tone. His high and mighty attitude was like a senior reprimanding a junior. Many cultivators were speechless. Previously, Demon God Lin's divine might was disdainful as he swept through the battlefield, defeating Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer one after another. Under such circumstances, Zhongli Wuji still dared to treat Demon God Lin like this. This was shocking. Sha Luchan's expression was ugly, and he was filled with annoyance and anger. This time, not only did he fail to defeat Demon God Lin, he even allowed Zhongli Wuji to seize the opportunity to show off, acting as if he was going to stand up for him and Qing Lianer. How could Sha Luchan not be angry? Qing Lianer was the same, her expression livid. She had her own trump card. Even if Zhongli Wuji did not appear, she was confident that she could not be killed. But it was clearly too late to say all this. Whether she admitted it or not, she had to accept Zhongli Wuji's favor. This made her hate him so much that she almost crushed her teeth. Being defeated by Demon God Lin in front of everyone was already humiliating enough. Now that Zhongli Wuji had appeared, she was even more humiliated. How could she not feel aggrieved and resentful? At this moment, Zhongli Wuji was absolutely dazzling, attracting the gazes of all the cultivators present. But Lin Sun hated this person and said coldly, "So you're Zhongli Wuji. You really are a bastard who likes to show off." His words were very impolite. Zhongli Wuji's appearance had made him miss an excellent opportunity to kill Qing Lianer. Likes to show off, bastard? The crowd was restless, and all of them were stunned. Some of the cultivators were so impressed that they wanted to kowtow and worship him. As expected of Demon God Lin. Only he would dare to criticize Zhongli Wuji like that. On the other hand, the expressions of those geniuses became strange. To be honest, they agreed with Lin Sun's words, but they would not show it on the surface. "Junior sister Lingxi, this friend of yours is truly arrogant. Even I can't help but feel admiration for him." A successor of the blessed lands of longevity lamented. Although the others didn't speak, their expressions were a little complicated. They had witnessed the shocking melee just now and also witnessed how Lin Sun defeated the peerless talents. The disdain and contempt in their hearts had long been swept away. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that Demon God Lin was truly powerful. Even in their holy land of longevity, there were only a handful of peerless figures like Demon God Lin. Bai Fenglu was very excited. He quickly used the message leaf to inscribe. The angle he chose was very tricky, and he specifically inscribed the part where Lin Sun reprimanded Zhongli Wuji. As for Zhongli Wuji's words, he deliberately blurred them out. "Demon God Lin, oh, Demon God Lin, we, the Wind Whisperer clan, should have maintained a neutral attitude, but I don't like these fellows, so I can only exaggerate your image. Even if you find out about it in the future, you'll definitely appreciate my kindness," Bai Fenglu muttered to himself. Brother Lin Sun is really a god. Yu Jianming sighed with emotion after holding back for a long time. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhongli Wuji didn't get angry. Instead, he frowned and said calmly, "Demon God Lin, do you only know how to talk? If so, I will look down on you." He was indeed very calm and maintained a kind of demeanor. "So what if you look down on me?" Lin Sun was so angry that he laughed. "You are really shameless and hypocritical. A few days ago, who was the first to jump out and threaten to suppress me in front of the world? Now, you say that I only know how to talk? Do you have any shame? Without any concealment, Lin Sun's words were direct and impolite, which shocked all the practitioners present. They increasingly realized that demon god Lin's fierceness was even stronger than the rumors. Thinking back, from the moment demon god Lin appeared, he killed Cell, the top expert of Sea Shark clan, and then suppressed Tang Chuan, the top talent of the young generation of Weeping Sword sect. Even when Sha Luchan, Qing Lian and the Zhongli clansmen appeared and pointed their spears at him, he still wasn't intimidated. Instead, he leaped into the sky, intending to kill Sha Luchan and Qing Lian these two peerless figures, all by himself. Later, Sha Luchan was defeated, and Qing Lian was seriously injured and almost died. All these scenes happened in front of everyone, which invisibly reflected the strength and fierceness of demon god Lin. Looking at the whole world, there was probably no other person with such courage and ruthlessness, but to everyone's surprise, Zhongli Wuji was still unperturbed in the face of demon god Lin's reprimand. He just frowned and said, "Yes, I did say that not anyone in this world is worthy of the title demon god. If you don't accept it, I'll be the first to suppress you at the beginning of the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival and remove your title." His words were calm, but he had a strong foundation and absolute confidence. "Cut the crap. It's easy to die if you want to. I'll send you on your way now," Lin Sun said coldly, finding him more and more unpleasant. The crowd was in an uproar. Demon god Lin wanted to continue suppressing Zhongli Wuji. What did it mean to be unrivaled? That was it. If Feng Linhan, the successor of Baji Saber Nunnery, was here, he would probably also sigh at his inferiority. However, when Sha Luchan and Qing Lian heard it, they felt inexplicably pleased. Previously, they had been defeated by Fiend god Lin and felt humiliated. They were furious and aggrieved, but now, Zhongli Wuji was in the limelight, acting like the savior of the world. This made them feel extremely repulsed and disgusted. Therefore, when they saw Lin Sun's ferocious provocation and reprimand Zhongli Wuji, they were naturally happy to see it happen. They even wished for demon god Lin to show his might and suppress Zhongli Wuji first. This was the mentality of, if I'm not having a good time, I won't let you have a good time. Now? Heh, aren't you embarrassed? Zhongli Wuji chuckled. I, Zhongli Wuji, am not one to be watched like a monkey show. A monkey show. Instantly, Sha Luchan and Qing Lian's expressions turned extremely ugly. How did their duel become a monkey show from Zhongli Wuji's mouth? Was he calling them monkeys who were trying to impress the crowd? The crowd was speechless as well. Zhongli Wuji might look calm and collected, but his words were so sharp that it caused others to feel fearful. A monkey show? You're right. I'll make a fool out of a shameless and hypocritical monkey like you today. Lin Sun's figure charged forward. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Boom, dazzling divine brilliance flowed all over his body. Lin Sun exerted his full strength the moment he made a move. His fists were bright and blazing, whistling through the universe. Zhongli Wuji's pupils shrank. He originally thought that after such a fierce battle, demon god Lin must have consumed a lot of energy and would at least have some scruples when facing him. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun was still as strong as before and was about to start a battle. It seems that if I don't suppress you, trash from the mortal world, you don't know what respect is. Zhongli Wuji's eyes shot out golden runes that looked like they were cast from gold. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his power suddenly became extremely terrifying. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and the atmosphere was tense. A peerless duel was about to begin. The crowd was excited as they looked over. Is it worth it to fight to the death before the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival begins? Listen to this old one's advice, all of you stop. However, before the two of them could fight, a figure had appeared in the sky like a ghost and stood between them. It was an old woman with silver hair, hale and hearty spirits, and a dignified aura. Her aura was like a towering mountain that connected the heavens and the earth, and it gave others an unshakable feeling. Hiss, all the cultivators present gasped as they recognized the old woman. She was a top senior figure from the Xianwen sword house. No one had expected that this old woman with an extremely lofty status would interfere in this matter. At the same time, Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and it made him extremely unhappy. When he intended to kill Qing Lian, he was stopped by Zhongli Wuji. Now, another old monster stood out with the intention of stopping all this. How could Lin Sun be happy? At this moment, Lin Sun didn't care who it was. He wasn't afraid even if it was the emperor himself. Boom, he executed the ice dragon steps, and a snow-white ice dragon soared into the sky. His figure flashed, and he was about to pass the old woman and continue to kill Zhongli Wuji. You. Zhongli Wuji's pupils constricted, and he was slightly infuriated. He was very surprised because he thought that Lin Sun would retreat in the face of difficulties once the old woman made an appearance. Never had he imagined that this fellow actually didn't back down at all. It wasn't just Zhongli Wuji, even the old woman was slightly surprised. This kid really deserves to be a fiend god, isn't he a bit too ferocious? While she thought like this in her heart, the old woman stretched out her hand and slapped. Crimson divine radiance swept through the sky while the glow of the Tao rumbled, and it revealed a grand and profound scene as it obstructed Lin Sun. This casual strike carried a form of natural might that was accompanied by the grand Tao, and it instantly dealt with Lin Sun's attack. Stomp, stomp. Stomp, Lin Sun was blasted to the point of taking a few steps back in midair while his arm went numb, and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. This old woman had clearly not stepped foot into the King realm, yet her strength was much stronger than some top half-step King realm experts, but in merely an instant, Lin Sun was stunned. He'd clearly seen the old woman's appearance and instantly recognized her. All the cultivators present here were shocked. Demon God Lin was too ferocious, and he even dared to attack fearlessly when Granny Golden Crane made an appearance. Granny Golden Crane was the old woman with snow-white hair. She was a top figure of the senior generation in the Profound Inquiry Sword School, and she possessed a great reputation and was highly respected. In the westward region, even some great figures of the ancient orthodoxies had to be courteous to her. This was prestige. Zhongli Wuji's expression was solemn as he berated, Lin Sun, how audacious of you. You actually offended a senior of the Profound Inquiry Sword School for the sake of committing murder. You're simply disrespectful and arrogant to the extreme. His voice shook the 9 heavens and caused the surroundings to become restless. He was seizing this opportunity to sow discord between Demon God Lin and the Profound Inquiry Sword School. Who the fuck do you think you are? Come out and fight me if you have the balls. Lin Sun was extremely blunt as he detested such hypocritical opponents. Zhongli Wuji was awe-inspiring, and his golden eyes flickered with lightning as he shouted, Do you think I don't dare? Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and annihilate a disrespectful madman like you. Alright, don't do anything else. Granny Golden Crane waved her hand, if you want to fight, then do it during the Tao discussion lantern discussion. At that time even an old fellow like me won't be able to stop you from fighting. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Sun with a meaningful gaze. Lin Sun's heart shook. He knew that she was reminding him that even if he carried out a slaughter today, it would be impossible for him to kill his opponent. The reason was very simple. There were countless great figures paying attention to him in the shadows, so they naturally wouldn't allow him to carry out a slaughter. However, Zhongli Wuji grinned and said, Senior, you're right. I've said that in the past as well. Unfortunately, some people can't keep their composure and are jumping up and down like clowns. How laughable. Lin Sun said directly, remember what you said. I'll definitely kill you when the Tao discussion lantern discussion begins. Zhongli Wuji laughed lightheartedly, then let's see if you have the ability. The curtains to this peerless chaotic battle were drawn. Lin Sun didn't enter the spring and autumn pavilion, and he left with Bai Fenglu and Yu Jianming. Killing intent accumulated in his heart, yet he didn't act impulsively because he wanted to seize the opportunity before the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival began to obtain a detailed understanding of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Demon God Lin lives up to his reputation. Although the battle had come to an end, the practitioners in the field still could not calm down. Thinking of the scenes they had just seen, they felt Lin Sun's strength and ferocity more and more. A youth that came from the lower dimensions is able to possess such a peerless bearing now. Ask yourself honestly, who amongst the younger generation of the Western Ocean world is capable of accomplishing this? In the future, if anyone dares to say that Fiend God Lin doesn't live up to his reputation, that would be truly ignorant. Many Xianxia were filled with admiration. Demon God Lin had come from the lower Jia alone with no one to rely on. His glorious battle achievements had all been achieved with his own fists. This seemed to be extremely difficult, and it wasn't something that the heirs of the other ancient sects could compare to. He defeated two peerless geniuses by himself and even threatened to kill Zhongli Wuji during the Tao discussion lantern meeting. Can anyone in the entire West Hang world go against such combat strength and courage? What do you think Fiend God Lin's strength has reached? That's insane. All sorts of discussions rose and fell. Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. There was a total of 9 levels, and there was another world within them. Every level had its own scene, and the space within it was boundlessly vast. There were traces of ancient sages left behind here, and one was able to clearly sense a shapeless, solemn, and ancient aura within it. The Tao discussion lantern meeting was about to begin, and numerous geniuses from different areas of the Western Ocean world were gathered within the Spring and Autumn Pavilion. In the past, it was difficult to even meet a single genius. But now, the 9th level of the Spring and Autumn Pavilion was filled with extraordinary figures of the younger generation that were renowned throughout the world, and it could be said to be a gathering of geniuses. However, there was a difference between geniuses as well. Just like the current Spring and Autumn Pavilion, the geniuses that resided on the 1st level were far from being able to compare with the peerless geniuses that resided on the 9th level. This was the gap between them. To give a simple example, Yu Jianming was an extremely dazzling figure in the Fire Soul Prefecture. But after he arrived at the Spring and Autumn Pavilion, he could only reside in the hall on the 1st level. Even a retainer like Cell dared to kick him out of the Pine Mist Pavilion, and this was the gap between him and a peerless genius. It wasn't just related to one's strength, it was also related to one's status and identity. Take Bai Lingshir's group for example. Although they weren't peerless geniuses, they were from the southern profound world's pure land of longevity. Just this identity alone was something that other geniuses couldn't reach, so they naturally had the qualifications to sit high above the 9th level of the Spring and Autumn Pavilion. But no matter what, being able to enter the Spring and Autumn Pavilion was already a form of acknowledgement, and it wasn't something that most cultivators in the world could compare to. This demon god Lin is simply too ferocious. He's even more formidable than the rumors say. I really can't believe that he actually came from the lower worlds. Alas, another peerless genius has appeared. Even if there are many unparalleled fortuitous encounters in this Tao discussion lantern meeting, I'm afraid only a pitifully few of them will be able to be obtained by us. Today, I've finally witnessed a battle between peerless geniuses. They're indeed more monstrous than the previous, and it's simply despairing. At this moment, the Spring and Autumn Pavilion was filled with endless discussions. No matter which level the geniuses sat on, they were all discussing the shocking chaotic battle that had just occurred. The Tao discussion lantern meeting would begin in a few days, and the domineering appearance of demon god Lin at such a time caused many geniuses to feel pressured. So what if he's strong? He's offended peerless figures like Xiao Luchan, Qing Lian and Zhongli Wuji, so he'll definitely suffer an unprecedented blow when the Tao discussion lantern meeting begins. Perhaps, he might even suffer calamity because of this. There were many geniuses who were extremely disgruntled in their hearts. They'd always taken Lin Sun to be someone who didn't deserve his reputation and was someone who deceived the world. Now, the more dazzling Lin Sun's display was, the more aggrieved they felt in their hearts. Exactly. This demon god Lin only came from the lower worlds. No matter how formidable his strength is, he's only an independent cultivator. But it just so happens that he's arrogant and daring to the extreme. He's probably been taken to be a thorn in everyone's side since a long time ago after he caused such a storm. As they were conversing, someone suddenly laughed and said, "All of you vulgar beings are sarcastic, and your words are sour. All you can do is grumble here. If all of you were to really face that demon god Lin, then you'd probably be terrified right away." "Who is it?" Instantly, the faces of many geniuses sank, and their gazes shot towards the source of the voice in unison. It was a young monk dressed in a white monk's robe. He had a thin figure, and he was elegant and otherworldly. He sat there casually and was brewing tea with a purple clay teapot. His brows were clear, and his forehead was smooth and clean. His eyes were clear like stars and surged with wisdom. Just a glance at him made one feel like he was pure and untainted. All the geniuses narrowed their eyes as they sensed that the young monk was extraordinary. But everyone present was a genius after all. Someone immediately sneered. "May I know which temple or ancient temple this friend is from?" Why are you speaking so arrogantly? You don't have the bearing of a monk at all. The young monk smiled and casually picked up a cup of tea. As he sipped, he said casually, "A monk doesn't lie. I'll say whatever I want to say. If all of you are disgruntled, feel free to seek out that demon god Lin and give it a try. If he doesn't cower, then consider it my loss." Everyone's expressions were very gloomy. This monk seemed calm, but his words were extremely sharp. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's shortcomings. But it was obvious that this monk was very good at exposing people's scars. Everyone present was very repulsed and disgusted by him. However, before they could speak, the young monk stood up. His robe was clean and elegant, like a snow lotus, untainted by a speck of dust. What is a heavenly talent? The leader of the stars. It's a pity that only a small group of people here are worthy of such a title. He sighed softly as if he was a little dispirited. Then, he walked out of the pavilion of spring and autumn. Everyone's expressions became even more gloomy. This was equivalent to directly saying that they were not qualified to be called heavenly talents. You all seem to be disgruntled. Fine, I'll say it this time. 1 year from now, when the heavenly talents golden list reappears in the ancient desolation realm, only the true heavenly talents from the 4 great worlds will be on it. And I'm afraid that most of you here are not qualified to be on the heavenly talents golden list. His voice was as calm as water, ethereal and calm. When his voice faded away, the young monk's figure had already disappeared from the pavilion of spring and autumn. All the heavenly talents present were shocked and their expressions changed slightly. Heavenly talents golden list, it was the first time they had heard of it. On the 9th floor of the pavilion of spring and autumn, a group of peerless heavenly talents sat cross-legged. There was Li Qinghuan, the successor of the Zhanmei Taoism sect, Mu Jianting, the successor of the Jade Void Temple, the successor of the Miluo Palace. There was also a group of successors from the Pure Land of Longevity in the southern Xian world, as well as some other peerless heavenly talents. There were more than 30 of them. Strictly speaking, the peerless heavenly talents sitting on the 9th floor of the pavilion of spring and autumn represented the strongest of the younger generation in the Western Han world. They had been discussing the details of the battle just now. They all had their own opinions about Lin Sun, but there was no dispute. The atmosphere was very peaceful. However, when the young monk appeared and said those words, it attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, they were all silent. Everyone, have you heard of the Heavenly Talents Golden List? Someone broke the silence. Everyone shook their heads. It was also the first time they had heard of it. Even Bai Lingshi and the other successors from the Pure Land of Longevity in the southern Xian world were confused. It was also the first time they had heard of it. Then, have you figured out who that friend from the Buddhist sect is? The man continued to ask. For a time, everyone went silent once more. There were very few powers that belonged to the Buddhist sect in the West Hing region, and they'd never heard of such a maverick young Buddhist cultivator appearing in the younger generation. If I'm not mistaken, he is the successor of the great Zen temple in the sacred hermitage. His voice was chilly like the gurgling of spring water, and it drifted out and caused one's mind to calm down. A young girl with a graceful figure and a temperament as cold as ice had appeared at the entrance to the 9th floor of the pavilion of spring and autumn. She wore a plain dress, and a wooden hairpin was inserted into her black hair, revealing a fair and beautiful face. She looked to be only around the age of 17 or 18, and she was innately beautiful. Her ink-black brows were perfectly straight while her clear eyes were crystalline and translucent like gems, and she naturally carried a strand of a beautiful aura. At once, everyone stood up to greet him. Xianxia, she was the current saintess of the number 1 sect in the West Ocean world, the Profound Inquisition Sword School. Moreover, she was reputed to be the leading figure of the younger generation, and she possessed a dazzling title that was sufficient to cause the world to exclaim with admiration. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, Xianxia was no different from the legendary fairy. Her status was transcendent. However, the reason why all the peerless figures here stood up to welcome him was not because of fear or reverence, but out of courtesy and respect. But without a doubt, this was a form of acknowledgement of Xianxia's identity. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Xianxia walked in. She was like a swaying green lotus. Her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender. Even the plain dress she wore could not hide the perfect curves of her body. She did indeed possess an otherworldly beauty that was capable of stunning the world. Her bearing was chilly like snow, her skin glistening and translucent like jade, and she was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens, causing others to be unable to help but feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare have the slightest disrespect towards her. Even if it was some peerless figures present here, they couldn't help but praise in their hearts. Xianxia really deserves to be a disciple of the profound Sikh sword school. Her bearing is peerless. It was even to the extent that many people had almost overlooked the fact that an old woman with snow-white hair was following behind Xianxia. No wonder senior brother Yu Lingkong acted so solemnly and didn't hesitate to traverse an entire world and travel a great distance just to pay a visit to this disciple of the profound inquiry sword school that he's never met. Miss Ji's appearance can absolutely be said to be beautiful like a celestial maiden. A successor of the Pure Land of Longevity sighed with emotion. The others also deeply agreed. However, even though his voice was soft, it was still heard by Xianxia. Especially when she heard the 3 words Yu Lingkong, she frowned unnoticeably. Everyone, are you all curious why the successor of the great Zen temple of the Saint Hermit Land would suddenly appear here? Xianxia sat there casually, appearing cold and unique. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This caused their hearts to tremble, and they sobered up completely. The Saint Hermit Land, this was an honorific that referred to those mysterious places that transcended the world and were unknown to the secular world. In the 4 realms of the ancient Desolation realm, there were only 4 or 5 known sacred retreats. However, all of them were extremely mysterious and isolated from the rest of the world. Inside those sacred retreats, there were either ancient Taoist sects that had existed for a long time, or ancient clans lived there. Or perhaps, some secluded places still retained the style and heritage of the ancient times. For example, the Great Zen Temple was located in a sacred retreats in the Big Dipper world called the Western Paradise. It was a mysterious Buddhist sect that had an extremely long history and resources and reserves, and it could even cause some ancient Taoist sects in the world to dim in comparison. The young monk from before was actually from the Great Zen Temple of the Western Paradise, and this was truly shocking. It's very simple. A great era is about to arrive, and some ancient Taoist sects that are isolated from the rest of the world have started to make arrangements with the intention of seeking some fortune during this battle. Xianxia continued, the successor of the Great Zen Temple from before is called Xianxia. He's elegant, outstanding, and possesses extraordinary natural talent. He's born with the natural talent of the Buddha bone lotus heart, and his strength can only be described as unfathomable amongst his peers. The expressions of everyone present changed. Xianxia was the leading figure of the younger generation in the Western Ocean world, and she was a peerless genius that deserved her reputation. Even she praised Xianxia, who possessed the Buddha bone lotus heart, as unfathomable, so there was no doubt that he was definitely a peerless figure as well. Could it be that Xianxia intends to participate in the Tao discussion lantern discussion as well? Someone asked, and it instantly drew the attention of the other peerless figures. Just moments ago, Devil God Lin had made a domineering appearance and caused a world-shocking chaotic battle. Now, another peerless figure from the Great Zen Temple, Xianxia, had made an appearance, so how could anyone not pay attention to this? He won't be participating. Xianxia said, according to my knowledge, Xianxia has come here for no other reason than to witness the elegant bearing of the geniuses of the younger generation in the Western Ocean world, and he isn't interested in the Tao discussion lantern discussion. She paused for a moment before her starry eyes were suffused with brilliant divine radiance, and her voice carried a trace of surprise. However, I heard that Xianxia is interested in the Genius Gold rankings that will be released in the entire ancient Desolation region in a year. The hearts of everyone jerked as they realized that it was unusual, and they inquired about it. Xianxia didn't conceal it and said, my knowledge is limited, and I've only seen a few words about the Genius Gold rankings in the ancient books of my sect. According to what she said, the Genius Gold rankings had existed since the ancient times countless years ago. There were 100 rankings on this rankings, and only the 100 strongest peerless geniuses in the world were able to be ranked on it. According to rumor, during the ancient times, for the sake of competing for a position on the Genius Gold rankings, the geniuses of the younger generation in the myriad of worlds had once carried out innumerable unprecedented battles that shook the world. Xianxia spoke slowly with a clear and melodious voice, and it caused all the peerless figures present here to be unable to calm down. It's not exaggerated to say that so long as one's name is capable of appearing on the Genius Gold rankings, then one can be said to be one of the most dazzling geniuses of an era. The hall was deathly silent while the emotions of everyone rose and fell. After they found out about the origins of the Genius Gold rankings, it caused all of them to be shocked in their hearts. In the boundless ancient times, geniuses were like the array of stars in the sky, and they were innumerable. There were innate divine children, peerless geniuses, geniuses with extraordinary natural talent, descendants of gods with formidable bloodlines. It was obvious what sort of heaven-defying ability these geniuses possessed when they were able to ascend onto the Genius Gold rankings all those years ago. This isn't just a symbol of identity and strength, it even represents the possibility of stepping foot into the life and death realm and becoming a peak king. Xianxia changed the topic while her clear eyes flowed with unusual divine radiance. The Extinction King realm is extremely ethereal, mysterious, and impossible to see. It's unreal like a legend, but according to the ancient rumors, so long as one's able to ascend onto the Genius Gold rankings, then one would possess the hope to strive for the path to the true Extinction King realm. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present here was shocked. All of these peerless figures were utterly unable to maintain their calm, and all of them revealed various expressions while divine lights emanated from their eyes. There's actually such a rumor. A Genius Gold rankings is actually related to the path to the Extinction King realm that's impossible to see like a legend, and this was undoubtedly too shocking. Everyone, after countless years, the Genius Gold rankings is about to appear once more in the world. This undoubtedly means that a true great era is about to arrive. As a fellow Taoist, I hope that even more people from our Westhang world will be able to ascend onto the rankings. Xianxia spoke with a calm expression that carried a wisp of a pure and holy aura. At this moment, she finally revealed the bearing that belonged to the number one holy maiden of Westhang world. In an instant, everyone present here was moved, and they firmly remembered this piece of information. Of course, what we have to do now is the curtains to the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival that's about to begin. Xianxia seemed to have taken control of the right to speak, and merely a single sentence from her drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings once more. The Lantern Festival this time is bound to surpass the past, and it'll be unprecedentedly grand. There will be numerous unexpected and formidable figures participating in it. Moreover, this means that if one wants to seize great fortune during the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, then the competition will be even more brutal and intense than before. When she spoke up to hear, a wave of applause suddenly resounded, and along with this applause, a young man in green robes and a jade belt with a carefree bearing walked into the 9th level of the Spring and Autumn Pavilion. Miss G is right. A great era is about to arrive, and all the geniuses in the world are going to compete and strive for supremacy. If one wants to become eminent, then it's bound to be even more brutal than before. Only a small group of people are able to rise up, whereas most of the others are bound to be eliminated and reduced to stepping stones. The young man's voice was warm like jade, clear like a bell, and carried a unique rhythm. His appearance could be said to be extraordinary to the extreme. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, fair skin, black hair that hung down his back, and he seemed extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he drew the gazes of everyone present here. Bai Lingshi and the other disciples of the paradisiacal lands stood up and bowed. Senior brother Yu. Without a doubt, this young man was a peerless figure of the southern profound world's paradisiacal lands, and he was a peerless genius that possessed extraordinary natural talent since a young age. Yu Lingkong, he really could be said to be an impeccable figure. His physique was superb, his natural talent extraordinary, and he possessed a peerless bearing. Moreover, his identity was extremely renowned. The Yu clan he resided in had existed since the ancient times until now, and it was a renowned colossus in the southern profound world. Moreover, it possessed a true saint that resided within it. On the other hand, he'd become a disciple of the paradisiacal lands. It could be said that in terms of identity and background, most geniuses in the world were far from being able to compare to him. This was Yu Lingkong. He was like a favored child of the heavens, and it was very difficult for others to feel envious of him because the gap between them was truly too huge. The eyes of everyone present here focused, and many even revealed a trace of fear. Even though they were peerless geniuses, they still felt a shapeless pressure when facing a peerless figure like Yu Lingkong who possessed great karmic luck and a great background. Only Xianxia frowned. She seemed to be unable to say that she welcomed Yu Lingkong's sudden appearance, but she didn't reveal any aversion towards him, and she could barely be considered to be indifferent. Yu Lingkong seemed to have not noticed all of this. He grinned and directly walked over to sit by Xianxia's side, and then he said, "Unfortunately, I was a step too late. I heard that Devil God Lin caused a world-shocking chaotic battle earlier. It's truly a pity that I wasn't able to witness it." Devil God Lin. No one noticed that when she heard this form of address, a wisp of irrepressible waves arose in Xianxia's heart, and a wisp of imperceptible resentment flashed on her peerlessly beautiful face. Moreover, Xianxia felt even more dislike towards Yu Lingkong who mentioned Devil God Lin. P.S. 1. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket on the first day of the month. Tut tut, Brother Lin, from today onwards, great waves are bound to arise in the Westing world, and your fame is bound to rise to a new height. In an inn in Star Cliff City, Bai Fenglu was beaming with joy and spittle flying. He was very excited, and his old face glowed with excitement when he thought of the shocking melee that had just occurred. Brother Lin. Lin Sun despised the old man in his heart. The old man was so eager to get close to Lin Sun without a trace. "Lin Sun, I feel that after today's battle, I'm afraid you will fall into a more passive position," Yu Jianming pondered and said. Bai Fenglu was startled. Soon after, he solemnly said, "That is indeed a problem. After all, you unleashed your ferocious might today and nearly killed Qing Lianer. Those experts from the Green Phoenix tribe will definitely hate you to the bone. In addition, Sha Luchan, who was defeated by you, can't bear this defeat, and it's very likely that he will attack you again at the beginning of the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival." Yu Jianming shook his head. "Not only that, there are countless peerless figures gathered near the pavilion of spring and autumn today. After witnessing this battle, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have some other thoughts about Lin Sun." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. In fact, when he fought with Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer this time, he realized that it was almost impossible to kill them under the watchful eyes of so many people. The reason was very simple. Both of them were peerless figures, and they must be escorted by experts when they came to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. In addition, Lin Sun suspected that peerless figures like Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer must have many life-saving trump cards in their hands. After all, once they were killed, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the forces behind them, and the loss would be too heavy. At that time, the appearance of Grandma Golden Crane had undoubtedly confirmed Lin Sun's guess. In other words, it wasn't so easy to kill peerless figures like Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer. Thinking of this, Lin Sun thought of something and asked, "Old Bai, do you know Grandma Golden Crane?" Bai Fenglu said casually, "She's a formidable figure, and her seniority in the Profound Ask Sword School is extremely high. Even the current sect master of the Profound Ask Sword School, Mu Xianxia, has to be courteous to her." When he spoke up to hear, Bai Fenglu's eyes suddenly opened wide, and then he slapped his thigh and said, "How could I have forgotten? Since Granny Golden Crane has made an appearance today, then it's definitely because the current holy maiden of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, Xianxia, has arrived." Xianxia. Lin Sun looked a little strange and asked, "What do you mean?" Bai Fenglu explained, "Presently, practically everyone in Westing region knows that the Profound Inquisition Sword House didn't hesitate to ask Granny Golden Crane to follow by Xianxia's side for the sake of protecting her. This also means that wherever Granny Golden Crane appears, Xianxia will be nearby. So she's Xianxia." In an instant, the image of an aloof and quiet girl with a temperament as cold as snow emerged in Lin Sun's mind. She was dressed in a black dress and had a delicate figure. Half of her face was covered by a silver mask, and only a pair of clear eyes and plump and rosy lips could be seen. The mysterious masked girl who fought with him in the Pine Mist Taoist field in Yen capital. At the thought of this, Lin Sun was a little speechless. That extremely proud girl actually asked about Xianxia, the current holy maiden of the Profound Inquisition Sword School? Who would dare to believe it? Moreover, Lin Sun felt a little guilty because when he fought with Xianxia, he accidentally bumped into the girl's buttocks, which led to some kind of misunderstanding and made the latter furious. If he hadn't left quickly, it was unknown how many disputes would have arisen. What a headache! The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. If he had known that the extremely proud girl was Xianxia, he would have definitely kept a respectful distance from her. This girl was praised as the leader of the young generation in West Hing region. Like a fairy from heaven, she was fanatically pursued by countless practitioners. If he had any connection with her, it would definitely lead to a lot of immeasurable troubles. Brother Lin, why do I feel that? You seem to have some special feelings for Xianxia. Suddenly, Bai Fenliu's old face came over sneakily, and his face was full of ambiguity and curiosity. Slap, Lin Sun slapped the back of his head and said angrily, don't get any ideas. I have nothing to do with this extremely proud woman. However, Bai Fengliu became more and more suspicious. He grimaced and said, you haven't even met Xianxia. How do you know that she is very proud? It had to be said that Bai Fengliu's sense of smell was really too damn sensitive. He deserved to be a man who aspired to become the king of news. Seeing that Lin Sun's face was a little dark, Bai Fengliu immediately smiled and stopped talking about this topic. However, he was extremely ecstatic in his heart. The sense of smell that he had developed after many years of inquiring about information told him that demon god Lin definitely had an affair with Xianxia. Oh my, he just hooked up with a girl from the pure land of longevity, and now he has an inexplicable relationship with the current holy maiden of the profound Inquisition sword school. Is demon god Lin going to play a love triangle? Or are the two girls fighting for a husband? Bai Fengliu thought and secretly made up his mind to dig out the inside story. If there was a chance, once this news was released, it would definitely shock the world. If Lin Sun knew this old fool's thoughts, he would probably kill him immediately. Lin Sun was asking Yu Jianming about the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. According to Yu Jianming, all the talents who participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival needed to undergo a series of tests. At that time, the green lamp tree of ancient way would appear on the azure parasol mountain and condense bronze flower buds. At the same time, the whole azure parasol mountain would be covered with a layer of mysterious prohibition, turning the whole mountain into a magical secret realm. If one wanted to participate in the Tao discussion and seize fortuitous encounters, then one had to pass through layer upon layer of tests and enter the deepest depths of the secret realm. Only then would one be able to see the true green lantern tree of the ancient Tao and find the fortune and fortuitous encounter that countless people dreamt of. Hearing this, Lin Sun looked a little strange. Azure Parasol Mountain, Green Lamp Tree of Ancient Way, Secret Realm, layers of tests, opportunities. He always felt that this was not like a Tao discussion, but more like a selection of disciples. Only those who passed the screening and tests could get the opportunities. At this moment, Bai Fengliu came over and said mysteriously, according to the ancient records left behind by the ancestors of my clan, the Azure Parasol Mountain was a sacred mountain in ancient times. A supreme orthodoxy was established on it, and there were many sages overseeing it. They taught and explained the profound truths of the great Tao. They had countless disciples. However, due to some unknown reason, this supreme Taoism did not survive. Instead, it was destroyed in the long river of time. According to the information collected by our ancestors, this Azure Parasol Mountain should be the mountain gate left by that supreme Taoism. And the green lamp tree of ancient way is the tree of inheritance of that supreme Taoism. It is the origin and foundation of this Taoism. Lin Sun and Yu Jianming were shocked. How could there be such a rumor about Azure Parasol Mountain and the green lamp tree of ancient way? Of course, this is just speculation. The things of ancient times are too distant and ethereal. No one can see the whole truth, Bai Fengliu said. Even so, Lin Sun vaguely felt that this rumor was very likely to be true. As time went by, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun did not show up in public again. He had been adjusting his breath and tempering his cultivation in order to be in the peak state when the Tao Discussion Lantern show began. Yu Jianming did the same. Only Bai Fengliu had been inquiring about the news outside these 2 days. This old man could not stay idle for a quarter of an hour. He put all his energy into inquiring about the news. He was worthy of being a senior secret agent of the Wind Whisperer clan. During this period, more and more talented people from different areas of the West Hing territory poured into Star Cliff City. Among them, there were many peerless figures who were famous all over the world. In this way, Star Cliff City became more and more lively and prosperous. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. Even Heaven's favorites, who were rarely seen in the past, could be seen everywhere. It was truly a spectacle. At the same time, along with the curtains to the Tao discussion lantern show being drawn, the entire Star Cliff City had become the center of attention of the entire West Hing territory. The gazes of countless great powers and clans converged onto Star Cliff City in unison, and they were waiting and paying attention to the latest news. It could be predicted that the Tao discussion lantern show this time was bound to be filled with dazzling stars and an unprecedentedly grand occasion. Moreover, countless battles and competitions that could be said to be world-shocking would definitely occur. Right on the day before the Tao discussion lantern show began, an extremely shocking piece of news spread throughout Star Cliff City, and it caused a mighty uproar. Someone spoke with certainty. Demonic god Lin possessed heaven-defying fortune and even possessed a saint artifact. He could be said to be peerless, and this allowed him to transform from a youth from the lower dimensions into a peerless figure with a terrifying combat strength that was capable of crushing his peers. As soon as this news spread, Bai Fenglu turned pale with fright, and he was completely unable to sit still and hurriedly went to look for Lin Sun. A wisp of gloominess instantly arose in Lin Sun's heart when he found out about all of this. The curtains to the Tao discussion lantern show would be drawn tomorrow, yet it just so happened that such news had spread today. Obviously, someone had intentionally seized this opportunity to target him. Merely the word saint artifact was sufficient to make anyone's eyes go red with envy, and even some old fellows of the King realm were tempted and coveted by it. The release of such news about Lin Sun was undoubtedly instigating and stirring up discord in the hearts of everyone, and it instantly pushed Lin Sun to the forefront. In this way, it would definitely draw the attention of numerous gazes. Once someone was unable to restrain himself, then it was bound to cause trouble. In this world, incidents of killing and seizing treasures were common occurrences. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. When faced with a peerless treasure like a saint artifact, not to mention ordinary cultivators, even old fellows of the King realm would be unable to refrain from seizing it. The situation is not good. Bai Fenglu was a senior spy of the Wind Whisperer clan. He often spread all kinds of news, and his sense of smell was more sensitive than that of the practitioners. He judged in an instant that a storm against Lin Sun was coming. The reason was very simple. Lin Sun rose too fast. Half a year ago, even the West Ocean world didn't know of his existence. But in a short period of a few months, he'd risen domineeringly, revealed his extraordinary ability, and caused countless storms. First, he had an unprecedented duel with the mysterious masked girl in Yin capital. Then, he became enemies with many strong practitioners of the Black Sea Dog clan and staged a world-famous hunting in the wilderness. Until now, he had defeated Xiao Luchan and almost killed Qing Lian before the eyes of so many geniuses. Now, everyone in the world knew that fiend god Lin came from the lower realm. Yet, a youth from the lower realm had risen to prominence so rapidly. He had already become a peerless elite whose name shook the Western Han world, so it was hard not to think about it. Under such circumstances, when news spread that demon god Lin possessed a great opportunity and even possessed a peerless sage treasure, it was obvious what the other cultivators would think when they learned of this. Who on earth is it? Lin Sun frowned and fell into deep thought. Since he entered the ancient desolation realm, he had indeed offended many people, but he couldn't determine who did it. Because there were too many suspects, such as Xia Yutong, Xiao Luchan, Qing Lian Zhongli Wuji. But no matter who it was, such a news had been released, and there was no need for any conclusive evidence to make him the target of public criticism. Brother Lin, do you really have a holy treasure? After hesitating for a long time, Bai Fenglu couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun squinted at him and said, "What do you think?" Bai Fenglu was embarrassed, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, "How would I know? But no matter if you possess a saint artifact or not, the current situation really isn't optimistic. The Tao discussion lantern discussion is about to begin tomorrow, yet something like this just had to happen at such a critical moment." Lin Sun nodded. His black eyes were deep and cold. No matter who it was, if they wanted to use this Tao discussion lantern festival to deal with him, they would have to pay the price. In the final analysis, you rose too fast. Yu Jianming, who was at the side, had a complicated expression on his face. It carried a trace of envy and a kind of emotion. After that, he restrained his feelings and said seriously, "It's easy to avoid a spear in the open, but it's difficult to avoid a stab in the dark. The person that spread the news this time is absolutely extremely sinister and ruthless. He seized the right opportunity and practically didn't waste any effort to make you a target. I can predict that when you participate in the Tao discussion lantern gathering, there'll surely be someone that'll be unable to endure such bewitchment and make a move against you. Bai Fenglu sighed, it's more than that. Everyone knows that Lin Sun came from the mortal world. He has no background and no one to rely on. Under such circumstances, no matter who wants to deal with Lin Sun, they will have no scruples or fears. What he said was the truth. If Lin Sun was the successor of an ancient orthodoxy in the West Hing world, even if people knew that he had good fortune and possessed a holy treasure, they would have to consider the consequences when they wanted to deal with him. But obviously, Lin Sun didn't have such conditions. Seeing that both of them were worried, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. No matter who he is, I'm going to kill Zhongli Wuji at the Tao discussion lantern gathering. If anyone else dares to jump out, I'll kill him as well. These words were casual, but they seemed extremely overbearing and full of killing intent. Suddenly, both Bai Fenglu and Yu Jianming were shocked. They knew that Lin Sun's killing intent had been aroused. After a while, Bai Fenglu scratched his head and said, "Why do I suddenly feel a little pity for those blind opponents?" Yu Jianming agreed and said, "I think so too." In Star Cliff City, a storm was brewing. After the news about Lin Sun was released, it caused a great sensation. If it were in the past, many people would definitely scoff at it and wouldn't believe such rumors. But now, many practitioners had confirmed that demon god Lin was a peerless figure who deserved his reputation. He was so fierce that even Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer were no match for him. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun's fame also rose steadily and he received all kinds of unexpected praise. However, as the news about him came out, most practitioners began to believe that Lin Sun had a great fortune and possessed a peerless holy treasure. Otherwise, how could a young man from the mortal world have such a terrifying combat power? What kind of fortune could make a young man from the mortal world transform into a peerless talent who can suppress his peers? Countless practitioners were excited and made various speculations. They thought that Lin Sun had either obtained some kind of heaven-defying inheritance or some kind of cultivation treasure. Some even suspected that Lin Sun had obtained the mantle of a sage. Otherwise, how could he obtain a peerless holy treasure? In short, all kinds of speculations and discussions invisibly made many practitioners have some subtle ideas. Even some talents more or less looked strange when talking about this matter. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, they already had many ideas in their hearts. This is reasonable. A young man from the mortal world transformed into a peerless talent like a golden dragon. It would be abnormal if he didn't obtain some kind of great fortune. This was Sha Liuchan's reaction after hearing the news. Junior brother Xia, is it true that you and Lin Sun came from the same place? Shui Kuanglan of the Feather Sword sect couldn't stay calm and couldn't help asking. Sha Yutong opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was quite aggrieved and didn't know how to answer. In the end, it was no different from praising Lin Sun. Junior sister Lingshi, is it true that your friend has obtained some incredible great fortune as rumor has it? Even those successors from the pure land of longevity in the South Xian world couldn't stay calm and asked Bai Lingshi. Do you think it's a so-called fortune that made him what he has today? Bai Lingshi asked. There was a trace of displeasure on her beautiful and refined face. The road of cultivation is to cultivate one's own Taoist heart. The so-called fortune and fortune are just icing on the cake. The key is whether one's own Taoist heart is firm or not. Everyone was indifferent and obviously didn't believe her. Only Yu Lingkong smiled and praised from the side. Junior sister Lingshi is right. The rise of any peerless figure isn't decided by a single fortune. If it's really like that, then why would I have to travel so far to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival? She spoke casually, yet it carried a strand of arrogance. Everyone instantly nodded. Indeed, if it was in terms of fortune and fortune, Yu Lingkong could absolutely be called the darling of the heavens. In the Yu clan, there was a true saint. Moreover, his status in the pure land of longevity was extremely extraordinary, and he was favored and taken care of by some old fellows. So, he could obtain any fortune he wanted at any moment. But it was very obvious that Yu Lingkong's current status was absolutely not decided by fortune and fortune. In this world, there was no lack of figures of noble birth and extraordinary talent. But because of their bad temperament, they were affected by all sorts of things, and in the end they achieved nothing and were reduced to arrogant and domineering profligates. They didn't make any achievements on the path of cultivation, and they could only rely on the power of the clan to act like a tyrant. For such people, it was impossible for them to become a peerless figure whose name shook the world even if they were given great fortune and fortune. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Lingkong changed the topic at this moment and said, however, besides his own reasons, Lin Sun's current achievements are definitely inseparable from the help of fortune and fortune. Everyone was stunned. Even Bai Lingshi was slightly stunned. Yu Lingkong said to himself, otherwise, as a young man with neither foundation nor background, it would have been impossible for him to enter the ancient desolation realm from the inferior world, let alone become a peerless figure in the Westing region. Someone couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Yu, in this way, you also believe the rumor about Demon God Lin? Yu Lingkong smiled and said, whether I believe it or not, the facts are there. When the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival begins, we will naturally find out whether it is true or not. Everyone agreed with him. Only Bai Lingshi was deeply worried. Even Yu Lingkong approved of Lin Sun. It could be imagined that after this news came out, it would inevitably bring unpredictable influence to Lin Sun, which was a disaster rather than a blessing. Ho ho, in a quiet courtyard, when Granny Golden Crane heard the news about Lin Sun, she showed a disdainful smile. She had experienced so many things in her life that she almost instantly concluded that someone deliberately added fuel to the flames in the dark and wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun with a borrowed knife. This method is really a bit despicable. But it can also be seen that the person who spread the news is definitely not strong enough to compete with Lin Sun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use such a small trick. But then again, this trick is really effective. Lin Sun is in trouble this time. He will probably be badly battered. Granny Golden Crane hit the nail on the head and pointed out the reason. However, it made Xianxia feel quite uncomfortable when she heard it. She couldn't help frowning and said, why do you still mention this guy? Even if he is badly battered, what does it have to do with me? I can't wait to see him make a fool of himself. Granny Golden Crane said patiently, Miss, don't you think now is the best time to win Lin Sun over? Now everyone knows that he has no one to rely on. We can take him as a disciple of our sect. In this way, we can not only solve his trouble, but also recruit a peerless disciple for our sect. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. But Xianxia said flatly, impossible. This bastard is too hateful and shameless. I have already decided to teach him an unforgettable lesson in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. How can I try to win him over? Don't even think about it. Granny Golden Crane smiled helplessly and thought to herself, Lin Sun really crossed the line when we were in Yen capital. Miss has never suffered such a big loss in her life. It's a pity that such a good seedling will be wasted. Early the next morning, the sky had just lit up when a strange fluctuation suddenly surged from the heavens and the earth and spread out, quickly drowning Starcliff City. A red sun slowly rose in the sky, and the first rays of dawn were dazzling. The heavens and the earth were filled with a divine aura, and it spread out and created a strange fluctuation that instantly alarmed all the cultivators in Starcliff City. The Tao Lantern discussion has begun. Cries of pleasant surprise rose and fell like a gale that shook the entire city. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, countless streaks flew out from within the city, and they were dense like the rain and resplendent. All of them whistled as they flashed out of the city. Dark Parasol Mountain is about to appear. Quickly, this is an unprecedented grand event. Even if we're unable to participate, we have to occupy a favorable spot to watch it. Motherfucker. Don't push. Clamorous waves of voices resounded in the heavens and the earth, and it was bustling and clamorous to the extreme. Roar, an azure flame Qilin soared into the sky while seething with blazing divine flames, and it traversed the sky with an aura like that of a king. Everywhere it passed, all experts retreated. Mu Jianting and the others from the Void Jade Temple sat upright on it with an elegant bearing. On the other side, a clear cry resounded out like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, and then an expanse of golden light flashed up. It was a dark gold sparrow that was over 100 m long and seemed to be made of immortal gold. It carried the group from Miluo Palace on its back and instantly vanished in the sky with extreme speed. Rumble, the ground trembled as the enormous dark jade dragon elephant carried Zhongli Wuji's group on its back as it charged forward, and it gave rise to surging dust and dirt. Nearby, a white jade lightning lion that was bathed in dazzling lightning let out a thunderous roar as it suddenly charged into the sky. On its back, Lei Qianjun from the barbaric lightning clan stood ramrod straight while his clothes fluttered. Roar! Suddenly, waves of roars that sounded like the roar of a dragon resounded through the heavens and the earth, and then an expanse of peerlessly dazzling golden light whistled through the sky. Shockingly, it was a golden nine-headed Wyrm that carried a divine palace on its back as it soared through the sky. When looked at from afar, it was simply like a golden sun moving through the sky, and it was too shocking. Without a doubt, it was an heir from the southern profound world's paradises of longevity. For a time, divine beasts fluttered in the sky, ferocious beasts galloped, and various streaks interweaved within Starcliff City. The magnificent and gorgeous scene could absolutely be said to be unprecedented, and it was rarely seen in 1,000 years. This was the influence of the Dao Discussion Lantern Banquet. So many people? Lin Sun, Yu Jianming, and Bai Fenglu also set off for the outside of the city. Most of them are here to watch the show, and only geniuses like you are able to truly participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. Bai Fenglu sighed. His old face was full of sorrow. He said slowly, back then, I was a peerless genius admired by the people of the Wind Speech tribe. I had the ability to rule the world and the spirit to shock the world. I only regret that I was born at the wrong time. I had the ambition to prove the world, but I could only sigh in vain. The more the old man boasted, the more outrageous he was. Lin Sun looked at him with contempt and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Before long, they had flown out of the city. In an instant, Lin Sun's pupils shrank. At this moment, the boundless wilderness in the extreme distance was actually bathed in a layer of a divine aura. A myriad of strands of auspicious light descended from the sky like a waterfall, and they were dazzling and blazing, causing the entire area to seem dreamlike. Rumble, the earth there was moving and emitting a dull tremor. It seemed as if something was about to break out of the ground. Faintly, strands of the sonorous voice of the Great Way resounded between heaven and earth. It was ethereal and solemn like the voice of ancient sages reciting scriptures. The divine light descends from the sky and the sound of the Great Way is born. This is the sign of the appearance of the Azure Mountain. Some older practitioners cried out with excitement. All of a sudden, countless practitioners sped up their pace and rushed toward that direction, looking impatient. Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. It hadn't even appeared, but it had caused such a grand phenomenon. The origin of the Azure Mountain was bound to be extraordinary. Before long, numerous clear flowers of the Great Way emerged in the sky, and they rustled down and fluttered in the air in a divine and ethereal manner. After that, there were phenomena such as dragons soaring in the sky, immortal birds fluttering in the air, divine rainbows piercing through the sky, and auspicious clouds piling up. It made the world seem like a paradise of immortals, and it was extremely miraculous. Many cultivators gasped. It was the first time they'd participated in the Dao Discussion Lantern Conference, so how could they have imagined that they would actually witness such a spectacle? On the other hand, the gazes of some geniuses burned while their hearts shook, and they were filled with yearning. They were about to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Conference, so they naturally couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild when they witnessed such an unparalleled phenomenon. The commotion caused by the appearance of Azure Mountain this time is too extraordinary, and it's something that has never occurred in the past. Could it be that it's really because the grand era is about to arrive that caused this place to become different? Some older practitioners were moved and extremely shocked. They'd witnessed the grand occasions of the Dao Discussion Lantern Conference in the past, but it had never been like this. It seemed to be so miraculous, and it was absolutely unprecedented. All those years ago, when the current sect master of the Profound Inquiry Sword House, Mu Xianxia, was still young, he'd once obtained great fortune during the Dao Discussion Lantern Conference, and he established his current status in one go. I wonder which peerless figure will be able to obtain such fortune this time. Someone thought from afar. Bang! Suddenly, the heavens and the earth that were suffused with divine light and seethed with radiance suddenly rumbled, and it was like the sound of the chaos being split apart and surged through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the sky split open to reveal a divine mountain. This mountain stood towering in the sky, and it was 30 kilometers tall. It was majestic and lofty, and its entire body seethed with violet auspicious light that seemed material. It was too tall, and it seemed to lead to the heavens. It was brilliant, majestic, and boundlessly large. It caused others to feel tiny like ants when they looked at it from afar, and it was like the place where the gods of legend resided. Azure Mountain, at this moment, a dense expanse of practitioners were distributed in the heavens and the earth like tidewater, but there was no clamor any longer. All of them were shocked by the scene before them, and their eyes were fixed on it. On the other hand, even if some of the older generation had seen the true appearance of Azure Mountain a long time ago, they couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. This mountain was truly too miraculous, and it didn't seem like it could exist in the world. If the legend is true, then the resources and reserves of the supreme orthodoxy that resided on this mountain during the primeval times would definitely be terrifying. Lin Sun exclaimed endlessly with admiration in his heart. Look, that's the ancient path green lamp tree. Suddenly, someone shouted. After that, everyone noticed that at the mountainside of Dark Parasol Mountain, the surging violet-colored auspicious radiance had suddenly split apart to reveal a 3 kilometers tall divine tree. Its entire body seemed as if it was cast from bronze, and it had a simple luster and carried a dense aura of age. Its trunk was thick like a coiled dragon, and its bark was cracked and covered densely in striations. Moreover, its branches were strong and simple like blades, and they stretched out towards the surroundings. At this moment, numerous bronze flower buds hung on those branches, and they were like lanterns that emanated multicolored and gorgeous divine flames that rained down like a rain of flames. When looked at from afar, it was like numerous small suns hung on the divine tree. They were dazzling, miraculous, and emanated brilliant light that illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point it was translucent and gorgeous. 10, 100, 1,000. My God! Over 1,000 bronze lanterns have actually appeared at the same time this time. This is something that has never happened in the past. At this moment, even a figure of lofty status like Granny Golden Crane was shocked, and it was impossible for her to calm down. Every single lantern represented a fortuitous encounter. Didn't 1,000 lanterns represent 1,000 fortuitous encounters? When she thought of this, she trembled all over because it was absolutely an unprecedented fortuitous encounter. Perhaps it wouldn't appear again in the future. Many cultivators were stunned, and they were shocked speechless. The Tao Discussion Lantern Conference this time was too unusual. All the signs indicated that Azure Mountain and the ancient path green lamp tree had undergone an unprecedented change, and the fortuitous encounter that was born was bound to be different from the past. Brother Lin, you must seize this opportunity. Bai Fenglu was so excited that his lips trembled. Although I can't participate in it, I'm sure that a peerless fortuitous encounter will definitely descend in this Tao Discussion Lantern Conference. If I can seize it, I'll absolutely benefit endlessly, and even becoming a king or saint won't be a remote possibility. When he spoke up to hear, he patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and said, Don't forget that the current sect master of the Profound Sword School, Mu Xianxia, obtained a great fortuitous encounter here. Only a few hundred years have passed since then, yet he's only a thread away from stepping into the saint realm. On the other hand, the Tao Discussion Lantern Conference this time is completely different from the past, and the fortuitous encounter will only be greater. If I don't seize it, then I'll absolutely regret it for my entire lifetime. There was utterly no need for Bai Fenglu's reminder, and Lin Sun would go all out. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Sun, all the other peerless figures were exhorted by the great figures by their sides to go all out. Because they'd discerned that the Tao Discussion Lantern Conference this time was too unusual. Bang! Suddenly, a practitioner charged out from the area ahead with the intention of being the first to approach Azure Mountain. However, he wasn't even able to approach it when he was blasted flying, and he fell to the ground and coughed up blood without end. Everyone recovered from their shock and burst into an uproar. Hee, you don't possess sufficient strength, yet you want to participate in the Lantern Conference? How laughable! Someone sneered. Since the ancient times, only geniuses can participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Conference. How could it be so simple? You don't have the qualifications, so give up as soon as possible. Someone spoke indifferently. On the other hand, Lin Sun acutely noticed that before that practitioner was blasted flying, he'd collided with a shapeless and mysterious restriction. Perhaps it's precisely because of the existence of this restriction that ordinary practitioners can only stop here and are unable to ascend the mountain. Only now did Lin Sun come to a sudden understanding. Why were only those geniuses participating in the Tao Discussion Lantern Conference? It was very simple, ordinary practitioners didn't possess the strength to approach Azure Mountain at all. This is the energy of the laws of Azure Mountain. Not only are ordinary practitioners unable to participate, even old freaks that have surpassed the reincarnation evolution realm are unable to enter. The voice that was transmitted through the wind explained, in the past, there were once old freaks at the King realm who intended to enter, yet they were badly injured and returned in failure in the end. Moreover, according to rumor, a saint had once personally arrived here all those years ago, yet he merely took a glance at this mountain before turning around and leaving. Perhaps this means that even a saint might be unable to enter this mountain. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. Even a saint is unable to surmount it. All of a sudden, the way he looked at Azure Mountain changed again. If that supreme orthodoxy still existed in the past, it would have been destroyed in the long river of time. However, only this mountain had experienced the vicissitudes of time and survived until now. This was too shocking. Just what kind of secrets were hidden on this mountain? Perhaps, when one really set foot on it, one would be able to get a glimpse of some clues. Azure Parasol Mountain stood in the void, towering beyond the clouds. Its whole body was filled with purple divine light, like a towering and ancient divine mountain from ancient times. Countless practitioners stood in front of the mountain with blazing eyes, staring at the ancient path green lamp tree halfway up the mountain. Its trunk was as thick as a horned dragon and seemed to be made of bronze. Its strong branches extended in all directions like blades and swords. More than 1,000 bronze flower buds were condensed on it, spewing divine light and dancing like a rain of fire. It was incomparably sacred. There was no doubt that this was a peerless opportunity. It had never been seen before. It had never been seen before. Boom, Sha Luchan, the young master of the Sea Shark clan, took action. His whole body surged with monstrous blood chi and crossed the void. Everyone immediately noticed a layer of mysterious restriction fluctuations arise in the heavens and the earth, and it was like a screen of light that lay across the heavens and the earth and obstructed others from approaching it. Buzz. When Sha Luchan approached, the layer of light curtain suddenly burst into brilliant Taoist light and enveloped Sha Luchan. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. Sha Luchan mysteriously shrank rapidly and finally turned into the size of an ant. He was wrapped by a wisp of Taoist light and disappeared on Azure Parasol Mountain. The crowd gasped. They were overwhelmed with shock. Sumeru in a mustard seed? Lin Sun's expression became a little strange. This was a type of unmatched divine ability that produced the power of space and time. Every single leaf and flower could support a world, causing everything to become different. When Lin Sun entered the Demon Saint's secret land in the ultimate, he had seen such a magic on the mysterious mountain of heart. At that time, a lotus bloomed like a lantern and illuminated the world. Inside the lotus hid the real ancient relic, the mountain of heart. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that he would witness such a supreme magic again in front of Azure Parasol Mountain. It seems that there used to be a real powerful figure of the divine path on this mountain. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Let's go. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. Numerous geniuses moved out and fought to be the first to enter Dark Parasol Mountain. Li Qinghuan of the vast Si Dao sect, Wu Duanya of the Profound Sun sect, Shui Quanlan of the Ascension Sword sect, Lu Jioga, the fifth prince of the Fire Crow race. For a time, streaks of light shot violently through the heavens and the earth like rays of light, and they formed a dense expanse that was dazzling and resplendent. It caused wave after wave of exclamations of shock to resound in the surroundings. It wasn't long before peerless figures like Lei Qianjun of the Great Barbaric Thunder Clan and Qing Lian of the Azure Phoenix Clan soared into the sky one after another. As expected, this fellow also came. Lin Sun was stunned and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was Feng Linhan, the successor of Baji Saber Nunnery. This fellow was still as arrogant and unruly as before. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried a broadsword on his back. His imposing manner was ostentatious and disdainful, as if he was the #1 expert in the world. But soon, Lin Sun's expression became a little uneasy, and he withdrew his gaze guiltily. Because right at this moment, the figure of the Profound Inquiry Sword School's holy maiden, Xianxia, had appeared. She wore a plain-colored dress that accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure. Her temperament was as cold as snow, and her appearance was peerless like a fairy from the heavens. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were drawn over. Many cultivators revealed fervent expressions, and there was no lack of yearning and adoration. Even though Xianxia wasn't wearing a mask this time, Lin Sun still recognized with a single glance that this was the extremely arrogant young woman that he'd fought that day. I must not encounter her this time, Lin Sun muttered to himself. In next to no time, the surroundings were stirred, and a monstrous uproar resounded. Lin Sun was stunned. He raised his eyes and saw the figure of a young man had actually appeared by Xianxia's side. This young man was too dazzling. He was handsome, unrestrained, and had slanted eyebrows and starry eyes. His figure was tall and outstanding, and he was like a blazing sun that shone brilliantly. This is Yu Lingkong from the southern profound world's pure land of longevity? He really is extraordinary. I heard that their Yu clan has a saint holding down the fort, and this Yu Lingkong is extremely unique. He's an innate genius that possesses extraordinary natural talent that reigns supreme in the world. Moreover, his status in the southern profound world is no different than Fairy Ji. Look, he and Fairy Ji are simply a match made in heaven. Perhaps only a peerless figure like Yu Lingkong is worthy of a holy maiden like Fairy Ji. The crowd exclaimed with admiration, and their voices carried envy and emotion. He's Yu Lingkong? Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. Even he had no choice but to admit that this man could be said to be perfect. His appearance, bearing were all impeccable. Moreover, he possessed an extremely monstrous background and extraordinary status. Even his cultivation could be considered to be at the top amongst peerless figures. It was no wonder that such a dazzling figure would draw the attention of so many. However, the thing that truly aroused Lin Sun's attention was that Yu Lingkong possessed a true saint artifact, the Longevity Hall. If he encountered this person during the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, then he had to deal with him carefully. It was even to the extent that Lin Sun suspected that peerless geniuses like Ji Xingyao, Lei Qianjun, and Mu Jianting probably possessed numerous formidable trump cards and trump cards. Brother Lin, look. The disciples of Miluo Palace have appeared. You have to be vigilant against that young woman in a violet dress who's in the lead. According to the information my clan obtained, this young woman is extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, her origins are extremely mysterious. She seems to be related to the legendary Immortal Phoenix clan. Suddenly, Bai Fenglu reminded Lin Sun via voice transmission in a low voice. Lin Sun raised his head and saw a group of men and women soar through the sky. The men were handsome while the women were beautiful, and all of them were extremely extraordinary. Especially the young woman in a violet dress who was in the lead. Her appearance couldn't be said to be extremely breathtaking, yet she was extremely delicate. Her skin was pure white like jade and suffused with a crystalline sheen. Her entire body emanated a type of simple, elegant, and unique bearing. She was like a secluded orchid in an empty valley. Related to the Immortal Phoenix clan, Lin Sun was extremely shocked in his heart. The Immortal Phoenix clan was truly like a legendary clan. They could be said to be extremely renowned in the ancient times, and their resources and reserves were terrifying beyond imagination. She should be called Lorga, and all the disciples of Miluo Palace address her as Senior Sister Lorga. Looks like her status amongst the disciples of Miluo Palace is definitely extremely lofty. Miluo Palace is extremely mysterious, and they reside in the Earth Imperial Universe. They've practically been isolated from the world for the past 10,000 years, and there's very little news about them. However, their disciples have appeared at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival this time. It can be predicted that they've come specifically for some great fortune. Bai Fenglu analyzed swiftly. Even though this old fool was a little shameless, he had to admit that he was absolutely peerless in the way of information, and Lin Sun had no choice but to be convinced. Lin Sun, it's time for us to make a move as well. Yu Jianming was slightly unable to restrain himself. Alright, let's go as well. Lin Sun nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them immediately soared into the sky and flashed towards the Azure Parasol Mountain in the distance. Remember to bring me a share of the fortune if you manage to seize it. Bai Fenglu shouted at the top of his lungs, causing the nearby cultivators to secretly despise him. Demon God Lin has made a move as well. At the same time, Lin Sun's actions had attracted the attention of many cultivators present. It's widely rumored that he possesses a great fortune and a peerless sacred treasure. Entering the Azure Parasol Mountain this time will definitely draw countless covetous gazes, and it'll put him in a very bad situation. Let's see how Demon God Lin will resolve this calamity. I even wonder if he has the chance to walk out of the Azure Parasol Mountain alive. In this way, it's very likely that Demon God Lin will suffer misfortune at the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival this time? Do you even have to ask? The discussions went on without end. Bifulio's heart instantly sank. The storm that targeted Lin Sun was inevitable in the end. Buzz, when he approached the light screen that lay across the heavens and the earth, Lin Sun instantly felt his vision become blurry, and his body was enveloped by a layer of mysterious energy. In an instant, he felt as if he was shuttling through space and time. The stars moved, the heavens and the earth were in disorder, and everything became distorted. With a swoosh, his figure was teleported away and vanished. This was the supreme ability of putting a mountain in a mustard seed. Even though the Azure Parasol Mountain was right before his eyes, if he was unable to pass through the mysterious restriction light screen, then even a saint wouldn't be able to approach it. 10 minutes later, all the participating geniuses had vanished successively from the Azure Parasol Mountain, but the atmosphere didn't become cold because of this. On the contrary, numerous cultivators stood there and waited. They formed a dense mass, and it seemed extremely magnificent. Most of these cultivators had come to watch the show, and there were also some who were the seniors of those geniuses' sects or relatives and friends of their clans. For example, Granny Golden Crane, the clansman of the Zhongli clan, the clansman of the Sea Shark clan, the clansman of the Azure Phoenix clan, and numerous great figures of the ancient orthodoxies were waiting here. Since the ancient times until now, one must pass 5 tests in order to arrive before the ancient path Green Lantern Tree, and any genius that can't endure the tests would be teleported out. The first test is to enter the Grand 5-element reversal secret realm within the Azure Parasol Mountain. Only those that are able to persist for 10 days within it would have the qualifications to enter the next test. There are at least 10,000 geniuses that are participating in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival this time, and it's a gathering of geniuses and outstanding geniuses from all over the West Ocean region. It can be said to be a gathering of dazzling stars and experts. But how many of them are able to overcome the 5 tests and arrive before the ancient path Green Lantern Tree in the end? Those figures of the senior generation discussed and analyzed the situation. The experiences of the past aren't suitable for the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival this time. A grand era is about to arrive, and a shocking change has occurred in the Azure Parasol Mountain. Merely the amount of flower buds that have emerged from the ancient path Green Lantern Tree can be said to be unprecedented. Granny Golden Crane spoke abruptly. I can predict that so long as the geniuses that are participating in the Dao discussion aren't eliminated and arrive before the divine tree smoothly, then they'll more or less be able to obtain a fortune that belongs to them. In an instant, the eyes of those figures of the senior generation flickered, and they fell into deep contemplation. The Dao discussion has just begun, and it's utterly impossible for us to watch the tests that are occurring within the Azure Parasol Mountain from the outside world. Only when they overcome the 5 tests and arrive before the ancient path Green Lantern Tree will we be able to determine exactly how many people will be able to seize this unprecedented fortune. Hell! As soon as Lin Sun came back to his senses, a thunderous roar rang in his ears before he could see the scene in front of him clearly. At the same time, Lin Sun's nose was assaulted by a horrible and piercing chill, which made Lin Sun stiff all over. With a swish, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. Rocks burst into pieces, ice chips flew everywhere, and a huge pit with a range of 300 meters appeared on the ground, which was shocking to see. Lin Sun was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. What a strong destructive power! It was an enormous ice condor with wings that were over 30 meters long when spread out. Its claws were like blades, and its entire body was covered in a glazed sheen of ice and snow. Its eyes seemed as if they were carved from ice and snow, and they emitted a piercing cold light. Whoosh, the ice eagle flew across the sky with its wings as sharp as knives, cutting the void. With a gentle stroke of its claws, an ice and snow sword light broke through the air, dazzling and emitting a fierce breath. Lin Sun ran the ice drake steps and dodged it again. A straight crack of thousands of meters was torn on the ground, as if it was cutting tofu. The sharp breath was too terrible. Lin Sun became more and more astonished. This huge ice sculpture was just like a grandmaster of swordsmanship. The sword intent it released was condensed, sharp, and swift, with a sense of ease and unconstrained. Moreover, he noticed that this strange bird seemed to have no mood swings, nor a trace of vitality, like a puppet. However, it just so happened that its combat instincts were extremely sharp and terrifying. In just 2 strikes, it had displayed a terrifying combat ability that only those who had experienced hundreds of battles could possess. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The ice eagle attacked again. Its wings danced and flapped wildly, bursting out thousands of ice and snow sword intent, which covered the sky and the earth and fell from the sky. The scene was so terrible that Lin Sun had the illusion of facing a half-step king. Boom, he ran his cultivation and punched out like lightning, deducing the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. The vast fist force was unparalleled, shaking the world. There was a deafening collision here. The ground was broken ice chips flew everywhere, and the sky was full of white piercing cold air, sword intent, and fist force. How is this a ferocious bird? It's obviously a top-notch expert that has mastered a secret technique of the sword Dao. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Not daring to neglect, he let out a long roar and rose into the air. Using ice dragon steps, he attacked with all his strength. Die! After a while, Lin Sun's fist was bright and burst out a terrible light. In an instant, it broke through the void and smashed on the ice sculpture. Crack, an astonishing scene appeared. The ice sculpture was like a block of ice. It shattered into countless ice shards and rained down from the sky. It's actually formed from ice and snow? Lin Sun gasped and rushed forward. He picked up some ice chips and examined them carefully. In the end, he could conclude that this was just the most ordinary ice and snow. However, just now, it had transformed into a gigantic ice sculpture, and it had even grasped a peerless sword intent. This was shocking. The Azure Parasol Mountain really is extraordinary. Even a top figure at the reincarnation development stage like Cell would probably not be a match for this flying beast. Lin Sun looked a little dignified. He looked around and saw thousands of miles of ice and snow. Even the earth was cast by a thick layer of ice, crystal and clear. The world was shrouded in a biting chill. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, like a world of ice and snow. At first glance, there was no end to it. Clang, Lin Sun released the broken sword. With a slight flash, he broke the ice on the ground and drilled into the ground. 30 meters. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. Up to the depth of 80,000 meters, there was still a thick layer of ice as if there was no bottom. This distance made Lin Sun feel a little tired. Finally, he had to give up the idea of exploring. The first test of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival is the secret realm of 5 elements reversal. In this way, this place should be a secret realm. I don't know how many talents who participated in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival have entered this secret realm like me. Lin Sun stopped and pondered. He'd found out from Bai Feng Lu before he came here that the Tao Lantern discussion had a total of 5 tests. Every single test could be said to be unfathomable, and they weren't just difficult and dangerous, they were filled with terrifying dangers. The slightest mistake might cause one to be eliminated. According to Bai Feng Lu, in the past Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, more than 90% of the talents who participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival were eliminated in these 5 tests. In other words, only a small group of elites would be able to reach the ancient path's green lamp tree. It could be imagined that even if they participated, if they couldn't pass the 5 tests, they would not be able to seize the good fortune on the ancient green light tree. Boom! The nearby ice and snow ground suddenly burst, causing a roar and splashing ice and snow. Fish condensed from ice and snow rose into the air. Different from the outside world, these fish were more than 10 meters long and had ice and snow wings. They could fly in the air, which was very magical. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Just now, his spiritual strength covered the surrounding area of 3,000 meters, but he didn't notice any signs. But now, the earth burst, and a group of ice and snow-winged fish rushed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! They wandered in the void as freely and flexibly as if they were swimming in the sea. As soon as they opened their mouths, dazzling white thunderbolts burst out and enveloped Lin Sun. Crack! The snow-white thunderbolts were dazzling and could easily tear the void. They were so powerful that they were comparable to the full blow of a top practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm. But now, countless ice and snow-winged fish soared into the sky and danced like a tide. The snow-white thunderbolts they ejected were also dense, shaking the world and making people's scalp numb. Oh no, Lin Sun's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he was not afraid of these strange fish, he felt a headache and trouble. There were too many of them. Even if he killed them, it would take too much effort. Before he figured out the secret realm of 5 elements reversal, Lin Sun didn't want to waste any strength. However, as soon as he got rid of the attacks of these strange fish, another change happened before he moved forward for a long time. In the sky, the wind was howling and the ice and snow were dancing wildly. The ice and snow turned into beautiful women wearing ice and snow feather clothes and waving long sleeves. They danced between heaven and earth, and a wisp of sad and sorrowful music rang out with a shocking sense of sorrow. Looking from a distance, the ice and snow women danced between heaven and earth. Their clear shadows fluttered and their sad voices sang, which was so weird and creepy. This was a group of ice and snow women, Lin Sun gasped. At the first time he heard the sad and sorrowful song, his soul was shocked by endless sadness, desolation, and despair, which seemed to drag him into the endless abyss and make him sink. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely terrible sound wave attack aimed at the soul of practitioners. If Lin Sun hadn't cultivated the spirit of the spirit, he would have been affected. Hell! Lin Sun uttered an obscure sound. A paleo divine beast appeared and roared to the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The roar, which seemed to have substance, turned into golden ripples that swept across heaven and earth. Bang, 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 in an instant, some ice and snow women were caught off guard. Their bodies suddenly exploded and were crushed by the terrible power of the paleo roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun ran the ice dragon steps and disappeared in an instant. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun's face became more and more serious. Along the way, he saw ice and snow eagles, ice and snow-winged fish, ice and snow demons, and ice and snow trees. Each of them was like the top of the reincarnation development realm, and they mastered different kinds of Tao, such as Sword Tao, Thunder Tao, Sound Tao, and so on. All of them were extremely powerful and terrifying. The most important thing was that there were too many of them. After killing one group, another group appeared. It seemed that they would never be finished. It's really troublesome, Lin Sun frowned. According to the rules of the test, as long as one could hold on in the secret realm of 5 elements reversal for 7 days without being defeated, he could successfully pass the first test. But Lin Sun doubted that the first test alone might make many talents stop and be eliminated. Gu Liang thought for a while and shook his head with a wry smile. I've just arrived in Mist City for less than 7 days, so I know nothing about the situation here. It's hard for me to figure out who is playing tricks in the dark. It turned out that Gu Liang came to Mist City this time at the request of his father, Gu Yanping, to open a golden hall in Mist City as a stronghold. After accumulating enough strength and materials, Golden Hall could be expanded to the whole Southwest Province. According to Gu Yanping's plan, as the capital of Southwest Province, if he could open up a business here, he would be able to attract many business talents and further expand the strength of Golden Hall. But even Gu Liang didn't expect that trouble would come to him as soon as he settled down in Mist City, which really made him distressed. Lin Sun couldn't help but secretly sigh when he learned all this. Gu Yanping and his son were definitely unwilling to be mediocre. In just over a year, they had already set their sights on the whole Southwest Province, but on second thought, according to the business means shown by Gu Yanping in the past, he was indeed a rare and powerful figure. Seeming to feel that the topic was a little boring, Gu Liang smiled and said, "By the way, I've heard a lot about you when I came to Mist City this time. You're so famous that I almost doubted whether it was you or not." There was a touch of heartfelt amazement in his voice. It had only been more than a year since Gu Liang last saw Lin Sun, but Lin Sun had already made such remarkable achievements. Compared to Gu Liang had been troubled by a group of local ruffians even when he had just settled down in Mist City. All this made Gu Liang sigh. What had happened to Lin Sun in the past year? What had made him achieve what he had today? It's just a false reputation. Lin Sun shrugged and said, "Men are afraid of fame just as pigs are of fattening. The bigger the reputation, the more trouble there will be. Gu Liang laughed, the reputation that others can't wait to become trouble for you. You're really different from others. Lin Sun smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Are you going to stay in Mist City in the future? Gu Liang nodded and said, if we can overcome the current difficulties and establish Golden Hall in Mist City, I will definitely not leave in a short time. Speaking of this, he suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Lin Sun, although you have made more progress than me in the past year, when the power of Golden Hall develops in the future, I won't be much inferior to you. Before Lin Sun could speak, he continued, according to my father's plan, if we want to develop Golden Hall into a well-known first-class business in the empire, we can't take the usual road. But now, my father has found this road. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, what path? Gu Liang smiled slightly, you will know in the future. If this path can be taken, I will definitely not be left behind by you in the future. Lin Sun laughed and scolded, isn't it the same as not saying anything? Gu Liang grinned and said, in short, I can guarantee that if everything goes well, the power of Golden Hall is destined to blossom everywhere in the empire in the future, and even expand to farther places in the empire. When he spoke up to hear, his eyes were already filled with bright longing. Lin Sun was shocked. Expand beyond the empire? Gu Yanping was really bold. If so, wouldn't Golden Hall become a huge force like Keystone? Business in the future. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from outside, interrupting this reunion of old friends. Where's the shop owner? Get out of here. And the guy who hurt people just now, come out quickly. Obviously, that group of ruffians came back aggressively and seemed to be full of confidence. Obviously, they had found helpers. Lin Sun got up and said, let's go out and have a look. Gu Liang reminded him with a worried face, Lin Sun, I know you are very famous now, but there are all kinds of forces in Mist City. Don't be impulsive. Even if the shop is smashed this time, as long as you are alive, you will have a chance to come back. Before he could finish, Lin Sun interrupted him helplessly, well, let's go. Gu Liang wanted to say something more, but he was dragged out of the quiet room by Lin Sun. In front of the shop, a group of ruffians surrounded it, all looking fierce. The leading man in black was also there, but his cheeks were red and swollen like a pig's head, which looked very funny. But at this time, they were not the main characters. The main character was an old man with a goatee. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in a chair in the shop, looking arrogant and resting with his eyes closed. When Lin Sun and Gu Liang came out, the big man in black suddenly showed resentment in his eyes. He pointed to Lin Sun and shouted, Senior Qian, it's that guy who intervened in this matter. If it weren't for him, we would have already succeeded. The ruffians also shouted, yes, it's that bastard. He is so hateful that he doesn't take our Azure Light Pavilion seriously at all. Azure Light Pavilion, Gu Liang's face suddenly changed. Even if he didn't know much about Mist City, he knew that Azure Light Pavilion was a first-class force in the city. But he never expected that it was Azure Light Pavilion who was against him this time. This was too unexpected. How could Golden Hall offend Azure Light Pavilion before it took root in Mist City? Hearing the 3 words Azure Light Pavilion, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color, and the corners of his mouth raised a faint arc. He said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. You dare to bring people back to kill me. You are courting death. How dare you be presumptuous in front of Senior Qian? You are dead. Boy, don't blame us for not telling you. Senior Qian is a senior in Azure Light Pavilion. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize quickly. The ruffian scolded harshly. Lin Sun, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend Azure Light Pavilion. Let me deal with this matter. Gu Liang was worried about Lin Sun's impulsiveness, so he quickly reminded Lin Sun in a low voice. Seeing this, the ruffians all burst into laughter, looking complacent and resentful. If they had known this earlier, why did they do it? However, Lin Sun smiled more and more brilliantly and said, you have found the right person to threaten me with Azure Light Pavilion. Let's cut to the chase. Who is Senior Qian? Stand out and let me know who you are. The old man with a goatee was sitting there, but Lin Sun ignored him. This arrogant look made all the ruffians furious, and they couldn't wait to kill the boy in front of them with a knife. Gu Liang was helpless, knowing that he couldn't persuade Lin Sun at all. But at this moment, he also threw caution to the wind. At worst, he would make a good scene with Lin Sun, and then choose another opportunity to return to Mist City. At this time, the old man with a goatee, who was called Senior Qian by the ruffians, who had been closing his eyes and looking arrogant, suddenly snorted coldly. "Young man, it's not good to be too angry. The opportunity has been given to you, but you don't grasp it well. Then don't blame me." Elder Qian's voice was low and deep, revealing a trace of undisguised coldness. As he spoke, he also opened his closed eyes. But, when he saw Lin Sun, his eyes suddenly bulged, and his voice stopped abruptly as if he had seen a ghost. When the ruffians saw Senior Qian's indescribable majesty in his speech and behavior, they couldn't help but feel refreshed. Senior Qian deserved to be called Senior Qian. There was no dirty word in his words, but there was an invisible oppressive force. Senior, really senior, they didn't notice that Senior Qian, who could only be described as a high mountain in their hearts, was surging like stormy waves in his heart at this moment. His mind seemed to be struck by lightning, and he felt dizzy for a while. How could it be this guy? Senior Qian looked sluggish, and his mind naturally remembered the killing on the rainy night a few days ago, and the peak duel in the arena. Why could he meet this devil here? Senior Qian's mouth couldn't help twitching. If the big shots in Azure Light Pavilion knew that he had provoked this devil, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Why don't you speak?" Lin Sun looked at Senior Qian with a smile. At a glance, he could see that this old guy had completely lost his temper. Senior Qian's mouth trembled, and when he was about to speak, the black-robed man took the initiative to scold him. "You are so reckless. How dare you be disrespectful to Senior Qian at this time? You are just like an old man drinking arsenic. You don't want to live." Slap! Senior Qian couldn't help but stand up and slap the black-robed man's face fiercely. The sound was crisp and loud. The black-robed man covered his cheek and screamed, looking at Senior Qian in disbelief. His companions were also stunned by this sudden scene. "Senior Qian, did you hit the wrong person?" the black-robed man asked innocently. "That's exactly what I want to beat up, you blind thing." Senior Qian was so angry that he trembled all over. He raised his hand and slapped the black-robed man again and again, venting his anger on the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man wailed and knelt down to beg for mercy. The ruffians next to him were shocked and aghast. Looking at the crazy Senior Qian, they finally realized that they seemed to have provoked the wrong person this time. Gu Liang had made a decision to make a big scene with Lin Sun. Who would have thought that he would see such a dog-eat-dog show? He couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? He couldn't help but look at Lin Sun, only to see that Lin Sun was watching all this with a smile. He suddenly vaguely understood something and was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Sun had such power now. "And you, kneel down and apologize to Child Lin Sun quickly." After a long time, Senior Qian was tired. If he continued to beat them, they would die. So, Senior Qian stared at them directly and shouted at them to apologize to Lin Sun. What a joke! If he couldn't ask for the forgiveness of this evil man today, the consequences would be too serious, and even he couldn't afford it. With a series of thumps, those ruffians knelt down immediately. They had been shocked and scared. How dare they hesitate at this moment? Didn't they see that Senior Qian was so scared that his old face turned pale? It was a vast expanse of whiteness with snow and ice dancing in the air. The wind was howling and the cold was biting. Along the way, Lin Sun encountered dangers again and again, but he avoided them in time and left quickly. It was too lonely. There was nothing else in this secret realm except for ice and snow. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the wind and snow, and a gust of wind swept over Lin Sun's head. It was a group of young men and women riding brilliant escape lights, which was very eye-catching in the white world of ice and snow, which surprised Lin Sun a little bit. After such a long journey, this was the first group of talents he had seen. When those men and women saw Lin Sun walking alone in the wind and snow, they were also a little surprised. This guy is really bold. He dares to cross the ice and snow wilderness alone without hiding or covering up. Is he a peerless figure? But why haven't I remembered such a person before? What peerless figure? He's clearly a pitiful fellow with a single glance that doesn't possess sufficient resources and reserves and doesn't have many friends. Don't forget that even peerless figures have to travel together and be careful in this grand five-element reversal secret realm. How could anyone be so reckless and bold like him? He's obviously courting death. Those men and women whispered to each other. There's no need to speculate. This is an idiot with no roots and few friends. He can only act alone and obviously doesn't know the horror of this secret realm. He will die sooner or later. We're approaching the fiery lotus iceberg soon. The road will be more dangerous and terrible. Let's follow this person and let him explore the way for us. Once there is any danger, we can avoid it in time. Someone suggested in a low voice. Lin Sun raised his eyes slightly and glanced at those young men and women calmly. He didn't say anything and just kept moving forward. Before entering this ice and snow secret realm, Lin Sun had exerted the formless skill to change his appearance and temperament. At this time, even if Yu Jianming came, he might not be able to recognize his identity. Lin Sun was very clear that yesterday, someone secretly added fuel to the fire and released the news about him, which made him the target of public criticism. He was in the eye of the storm and was targeted by many talents. There might be some hotheads who would attack him in order to seize the so-called fortune and holy treasures. Lin Sun wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wasn't stupid enough to take precautions. The reason he disguised himself was because he intended to see exactly how many people wanted to deal with him during the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, and who was the main culprit that was adding fuel to the fire from the shadows. Roar. A ruthless and ear-piercing roar sounded out from afar as a completely snow-white enormous ape leaped out from thin air. Its fur was crystalline and translucent, and it emitted a ferocious and baleful aura. Its body was over 100 m tall like a mountain, ferocious and savage. Its body was agile, its fangs were like sharp blades, and its eyes were scarlet like blood, shooting out terrifying blood-colored beams of light. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely ferocious and terrible beast, stronger than the ice beasts Lin Sun had seen along the way. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that the real danger began to appear gradually. Whoosh, his figure flashed and he dodged far away, circling around the other side. Oh, I didn't expect this idiot to be so alert. He knows how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's normal. This kind of guy is more afraid of death. After all, it's not easy for him to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. The men and women who followed Lin Sun all the way laughed, and their words were frivolous. After another dozens of miles, a trace of surprise flashed across Lin Sun's face. In the biting cold wind, there was a pungent smell of blood. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to notice that on the ice layer far away, there was smoke and dust, broken feathers, broken bones and scales scattered, and there were many bloodstains on the ground. Not long ago, there had been a fierce fight here. Lin Sun was shocked. A lava lake, bright red and translucent, appeared on the snow-white ice layer, covering an area of about 100 m. White mist rose from the lake, full of pungent smell of sulfur. There was a lava lake in the world of ice and snow, but the nearby ice layer had not been melted. Instead, it was like the fusion of ice and fire, forming an incredible scene. Secret realm of 5 elements reversal. Reversal. Is the so-called reversal the scene in front of me? Lin Sun was lost in thought. He didn't immediately approach to investigate. There had been a fierce battle near the lava lake not long ago, which made him smell a trace of danger. Hey, you, go and find out the details of the lake. The men and women who followed behind also followed up and shouted, asking Lin Sun to take the risk. Lin Sun frowned, glanced at them, and said, if you want to go, go by yourself. Don't shout here. He was speculating about the scene in front of him, suspecting that there was a big mystery hidden in the so-called secret realm of 5 elements reversal. Just like the scene in front of him, ice and lava coexisted without conflict, which was undoubtedly too abnormal. The so-called incompatible of water and fire was the rule of heaven and earth. But now, there was such a delicate balance. The so-called reversal might be a manifestation of when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. Because he was thinking about these mysteries, he directly ignored the scolding of the group of men and women. Did you hear that? I'm talking to you. The faces of those men and women darkened, and they were a little displeased. In their opinion, this young man was alone, weak, and unfamiliar, and didn't seem like any peerless figure who participated in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival at all. So they didn't bother to be polite and regarded Lin Sun as a person who could be bullied. If this secret realm is regarded as a spiritual formation, the so-called Grand Five Elements reversal may be a kind of anti-Five Elements layout. Lin Sun was lost in thought. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Sun was indifferent, a young man suddenly sneered and raised his hand to slap. It's useless to pretend to be deaf and mute. You have to go even if you don't want to. Boom, a dazzling palm wind emerged, destroying the void, whistling like a dragon out of the abyss, and was going to force Lin Sun to go forward and explore. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. In just a moment, those men and women trembled in their hearts. Bang, Lin Sun turned around and took a light step forward. A snow-white ice dragon appeared in the air, and it instantly crushed the palm wind. After that, its momentum didn't diminish. The ice dragon waved its tail, and with a bang, its huge figure emitted a terrifying cold light that enveloped those men and women. Since these young people could participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, they were naturally the proud figures of the younger generation, and they were extremely extraordinary and powerful. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Sun, and they were no match for him at all. Even peerless figures like Xia Luchan and Qing Lianer were defeated by Lin Sun in a domineering manner, let alone them. You're demon god Lin. They didn't know until they made a move, but as soon as they did, these young men and women's eyes almost fell out, and they lost their voices in shock. With just a glance, they recognized that this was the demon god Lin who had just displayed his might in front of the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn a few days ago. However, they couldn't call out at all. The snow-white ice dragon waved its tail in the air with unparalleled power and terror. In the blink of an eye, they were suppressed and fell to the ground, and they screamed repeatedly. Demon Lin, no, child Lin, we didn't know it was you. We have eyes but failed to see. Please calm down and forgive us. These men and women's teeth chattered, and they trembled. The arrogance and disdain they had just now were gone. On the contrary, when they thought of all the legends about Lin Sun, they couldn't control the fear and terror in their hearts. This was a peerless and ruthless man. These geniuses might have extraordinary backgrounds, and they could be regarded as influential figures in the younger generation. But in front of a figure like Demon God Lin, they were really nothing. You've offended me several times in a row, and you want me to forgive you just because you have eyes but failed to see? Lin Sun's expression was cold. He wasn't a cruel person, but he wasn't a person who would be bullied by others either. Along the way, he had been too lazy to pay attention to these people who were like flies, but they just had to take an inch, and now they even wanted to force him to submit. This was what Lin Sun couldn't tolerate. Bang, Lin Sun kicked out, and a young man was kicked into the air, letting out a scream. However, when Lin Sun was about to hit him, he saw a fluctuation in the void, and the young man was directly teleported away, disappearing into thin air. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, in the 5 tests of Azure Parasol Mountain, once one's life was threatened, he would be teleported away. The most serious outcome was to be eliminated, and he wouldn't have the chance to obtain the opportunity, but he wouldn't really die. Lin Sun had learned about this before, and he also knew that when he really passed through the 5 tests and reached the ancient path green lamp tree, there would be no protection. In other words, only at that time, in order to seize the great fortune, would he really die. No. I beg you, please don't. Those men and women completely panicked, and their faces changed dramatically. They didn't want to be eliminated. They had just come in and hadn't obtained the fortune. How could they be willing to leave? Bang. Bang, Lin Sun was unmoved. He kicked them away one by one, and they were teleported out of the secret ice realm. Soon, there was only a young man in black left in the field. This young man in black was the first guy who attacked Lin Sun just now. Lin Sun looked down at him. Aren't you curious about what's hidden in the lava lake? I'll satisfy your curiosity now, and let you see it for yourself. No. The young man in black was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. However, when he was about to beg for mercy, he was kicked out by Lin Sun, and he fell into the lava lake in the distance. Bang, however, before the young man in black fell, there was a sudden roar in the lake, and a monstrous wave of lava was set off. It was dazzling, and it burned the sky. Whoosh, at the same time, a long snake that looked like a fiery lightning swept out. It flashed in the void, and then it rushed toward the young man in black. Lin Sun, who was in the distance, gasped. He recognized at a glance that it was an ancient demonic beast. Fire dragon, like a snake or a flood dragon, was a spiritual beast born from the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Its body was only as thick as a bowl, more than 30 meters long, and covered with fire scales. Its strength was extremely terrible, and it was known as the Great Evil in ancient times. Boom, in the void, fire dragon flashed out. Its slender body seemed to be dancing. It flashed and moved like lightning, releasing dazzling fire. The fire rain was like silk, but it was as sharp as a sword. In an instant, the young man in black had no time to dodge. His body was pierced with thumb-sized blood holes, and he screamed miserably. He was a talent, but under the attack of Fire Dragon, he had no power to resist. Lin Sun was moved. Without hesitation, he stepped out and struck out with his palm. Boom, the bright green palm force burst out, whistling between heaven and earth like a strong wind, dispersing the fire rain. At the same time, the young man in black was rescued and thrown into the distance. The reason why Lin Sun did this was that he had something to ask. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to save him. Crack, Fire Dragon was disturbed. Its blood-red diamond-like pupils flashed with violent coldness. It swayed its body and rushed to Lin Sun. It was so fast that it danced wildly between heaven and earth like a fiery lightning, leaving dazzling traces of fire. The void was torn as if it was incinerated by fire, leaving shocking black traces, which made people tremble. Dance of fire embers, this was the talent of Fire Dragon. Like a divine flame dancing wildly in the world, it could incinerate the sky, melt the earth, and turn everything into ashes. It was really terrifying. According to legend, during the ancient times, a fire dragon was born into the world, and it brought calamity to the world. Merely by executing this technique, it incinerated an area of 50,000 kilometers in a single night, incinerated countless living beings, and caused that expanse of the heavens and the earth to be completely transformed into a land of desolation and death. Now, such a peerless secret method appeared again. Lin Sun dared not to neglect it. He exerted all his strength to fight against it. This time, he didn't intend to avoid it, because no matter if it was the lake of lava or the fire dragon, they were both fire, yet they appeared in this world of ice and snow. This was undoubtedly a type of reversal, and there was definitely a secret hidden within. Boom, in the void, Lin Sun's figure moved. The ice dragon coiled around him, and his fists were bright and earth-shaking. He fought fiercely with the fire dragon. For a time, the heavens and the earth here rumbled like thunder while space fell into disorder. The force of the fist and the rain of flames raged like tidewater as they swept out, and the surroundings were in a state of turmoil. The black-clothed youth trembled all over as his teeth chattered. Only then did he realize that compared to Fiend God Lin, he was just too weak. Huowu's power was not weaker than that of a peerless genius. It was not something that a reincarnation development realm cultivator could contend with. However, Fiend Celestial Lin was able to fight and compete with him. This was undoubtedly very sick. Whoosh, a moment later, a lustrous white blade flashed in the air, and the fire dragon's body was sliced into two. This was the power of the broken blade, which could be regarded as one of the strongest fighting means Lin Sun had mastered at present. If it were not for the fact that he didn't want to entangle with this fire dragon, Lin Sun would not have used it so easily. This is it. The black-cloaked youth's heart beat wildly. He remembered that a few days ago, Qing Lianer, the saintess of Xian Phoenix clan, was severely injured by such a blow and almost killed on the spot. Now, this fire dragon couldn't avoid it and was slashed. Bang! As soon as Lin Sun put away the broken blade, he was surprised to find that after the fire dragon was slashed, its body suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes. But at the same time, a fiery crystal the size of a fingernail fell on the ice and snow ground. It was fiery red like a diamond, shining with dazzling and translucent light. Lin Sun waved his sleeve and put the crystal away. He put it in his palm to study. This stone was very small, but it was extremely bright. It was bright red and enshrouded with dreamlike divine luster. This is Divinity Crystallizer, and it contains abundant quintessence energy of the Grand Tao. Refining and absorbing it is capable of assisting one's cultivation to advance swiftly. and it wouldn't cause one's foundation to become unstable. It's a miraculous treasure that only existed during the ancient times, and it can only be chanced upon by luck. The black-clothed youth suddenly explained. Lin Sun understood at a glance that the reason why the black-clothed youth was so cooperative was that he realized that the reason why Lin Sun didn't kill him was that he had something to ask. So he took the initiative to cooperate. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and said, "Lin Sun, as long as you don't kick me out, I promise I'll tell you all the secrets I know." He was very clear that Lin Sun came from the mortal world and was alone, so it was impossible for him to know some secrets about the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Because such secrets could only be mastered by the descendants of ancient orthodoxies. Speak. Lin Sun really needed to know some information about this place. He was very happy to see this guy cooperate with him so obediently. Soon, Lin Sun knew some other information. There were 5 tests in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Each test contained great mysteries, and there was no lack of opportunities that were rare in the outside world. For example, in the first test, the secret realm of 5 elements reversal, there were divine essence crystal and divine elixirs that nurtured Tao and Dharma. Divine essence crystal was used to test and help practitioners improve their cultivation. On the other hand, this divine spirit herb was like an inheritance, and it nurtured a true Tao art. What was Dharma? Tao was the power of Tao. Dharma was the way of fighting, it was more terrible than secret methods. Only the great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm who had mastered the power of Tao could comprehend and practice the fighting method. It seemed that this method contained the essence of Tao and was infinitely powerful. In the outside world, only the ancient orthodoxies had such precious and rare books. Many of the cultivation methods in the world could only be called secret methods, which were far from Dharma. Therefore, when Lin Sun heard this news, he couldn't help but be surprised. He thought that the real opportunity could only be obtained from the ancient path green lamp tree. However, he had never thought that he would be able to obtain so many fortuitous encounters in this test. From this, it could be seen that compared with the descendants of those ancient orthodoxies, Lin Sun's foundation was indeed a little worse. The descendants of these orthodoxies had the guidance of the elders of their sects and had the ancient books of their sects for reference. The foundation they had accumulated was far beyond the imagination of the world. Naturally, it also allowed them to take the initiative in action. On the other hand, Lin Sun was a loner and could only rely on himself to explore everything. In this process, compared with the descendants of those orthodoxies, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Later, Lin Sun also learned that most of the talents who came to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival didn't expect to reach the ancient path green lamp tree. Their biggest objective was to seize the fortune hidden within the 5 tests of the Tao discussion, for example, the divine essence crystal and divine elixirs. Even peerless figures would be tempted to see them. This is a good place. I can compete with peerless figures of the same generation here, and I can also obtain the opportunities here to temper myself and improve my cultivation. It can also be called a treasured place for cultivation. Lin Sun was deep in thought. He was currently in the initial reincarnation developing realm. If he wanted to break through to the next stage according to the normal cultivation speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. This was considered fast. If he encountered a bottleneck midway, he might not be able to break through in 3 to 5 years. But if he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. The mysterious woman hiding in the heaven accessing place once said that the real great world would begin within 3 years at most. This also meant that if he couldn't step into the consummation of reincarnation developing realm within 3 years, when the great world came, he would be a step behind others. He might even have no chance to compete for the supreme opportunity to become a king and set foot on the peak. In the struggle for the great Tao, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. This was the fundamental reason why the talents of the heavens had to use all means to improve themselves before the great world came. Are there any other secrets? Lin Sun asked. He wanted to know more. There is another rumor. It is said that there will be an unprecedented great opportunity in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. It is unique and is very likely to be a psychic saint treasure. The young man in black hesitated for a moment and said it. This made Lin Sun's heart tremble. Psychic saint treasure, he knew very well how incredible such a treasure was. because the insignificant bow in his hand was a broken psychic saint treasure. But even so, its power was beyond imagination and could be said to be in defiance of the natural order. Because of this, many peerless figures, such as Ji Xingyao of Xianwen Sword House and Yu Lingkong of the Pure Land of Longevity, must have come for this opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Not to mention the practitioners who participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, even those old monsters in the outside world will be tempted and coveted. The young man in black was indeed very cooperative. Before Lin Sun asked carefully, he told him everything. It turns out that there are so many unknown secrets in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Lin Sun's black eyes were full of thoughts, and his heart became more and more determined. This Tao Discussion Lantern Festival was really the right choice. Otherwise, he would definitely miss too many precious opportunities. Go ahead. Lin Sun planned to continue his journey. He was very interested in collecting divine crystal sources and divine spiritual herbs, and even determined to get them. The young man in black hurriedly said, "Lin Sun, can you take me with you?" Lin Sun turned his head and said with a faint smile, "I have let you go once. Are you going to rely on me again?" The young man in black was embarrassed and immediately said, "I know a place where a lot of good things are hidden. If you take me with you, I can lead the way for you." "Where is it?" "Fire Lotus Iceberg." During the past Tao Lantern discussions, numerous geniuses had once obtained fortuitous encounters on that mountain. But very few know of its location because it's hidden within a mysterious place called Reversal. Chen Shi's eyes lit up. Before he finished, Lin Sun interrupted him, "Your reason is very good. Lead the way." The young man in black suddenly cheered up and was overjoyed. Although he was suppressed by Lin Sun before, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he thought that if he could act with Lin Sun this time, he would not only be safer than before, but also might get some opportunities that he didn't dare to think about before. After all, this was the infamous demon god Lin, who had long been recognized as a peerless man. On the way, Lin Sun refined the source of divinity. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, the divinity contained in it was extremely strong, and there was a strange power that made Lin Sun's cultivation improve a lot in an instant. Lin Sun was surprised. This effect was more magical than swallowing rare medicines, and it didn't affect his Taoist root at all. "It's simply a divine object of creation, and it's extremely beneficial to my cultivation. If I'm able to obtain even more, then wouldn't I be able to break through to the next realm in the shortest amount of time possible?" Lin Sun was completely tempted. The road was not peaceful and dangerous. In the vast world of ice and snow, there were all kinds of fierce birds, beasts, and demons rushing out from time to time. They were condensed from ice and snow, not real living creatures. But these creatures were extremely terrible. They mastered Taoist magic and had amazing fighting skills. If Lin Sun's spiritual awareness was not strong enough to avoid them in advance, there would be many more battles along the way. Even then, the dark-clothed young man was still terrified to the point his face turned pale, and he felt that if he wasn't by Lin Sun's side, then he would have probably been eliminated a long time ago. "Taoism Purnya, what's so special about the Fire Lotus Iceberg?" Lin Sun asked on the way. "It's the place of reversing the origin of the ice and snow secret realm. Every time the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival begins, there will be fire lotus blooming on the iceberg, which is as magnificent as fire. This is not an ordinary fire lotus. It's a divine medicine intertwined with the mystery of Taoism and magic. If you can get one, it's no different from getting a Taoist magic inheritance." The young man in black was called Xianxia. He was the successor of Green Gang Taoism, an ancient orthodoxy in the Westing world. "Divine medicine?" Lin Sun was moved. "But that place is very dangerous, and it's not easy to get fire lotus. According to some seniors of Green Gang Taoism, the fire lotus iceberg has an amazing origin." Xianxia told him everything he knew. 2 hours later. Boom, in the vast wind and snow, a terrible and fierce fighting intent suddenly rushed out, filling the whole world, ancient and brilliant, shaking the universe. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and his whole body suddenly tightened. What a strong fighting intent! This is the breath of divine battle seal. We're about to reach our destination. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Even though he knew many secrets, it was his first time participating in the Tao Discussion Lantern meet, and he had never participated in it personally. Divine Battle Seal, Lin Sun suddenly understood. On the way here, he had heard from Xianxia that there was a battle seal on the fiery lotus iceberg, which was left by an ancient mighty figure and had not dissipated after countless years of erosion. Originally, Lin Sun thought it was just a rumor, but now when he felt the brilliant fighting intent in the wind and snow, he couldn't help but be shocked. A single battle seal that had existed for tens of thousands of years was too terrifying. No one could imagine how terrifying one's cultivation must be to be able to do this. As they continued forward, the battle intent that filled the heavens and the earth grew even stronger. It was ancient and fierce, and it carried an aura of age that assaulted their faces. It was like a peerless blade that lay across the annals of time, and it flickered and never decayed. At the same time, it also brought great resistance to their movement. The further they moved forward, the greater the pressure they had to bear. Fortunately, it didn't take long for them to see a towering snow-white iceberg appear in the boundless world. It was extremely lofty, and its whole body was as white as jade, shining brilliantly. It was covered with snow and ice, emitting a biting chill. The ancient and terrifying battle had spread out from the peak of the mountain. To Lin Sun's surprise, after arriving here, the fighting intent in the air became faintly discernible, and the oppressive power seemed to have been restrained. In this way, Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived at the foot of the iceberg smoothly. This was the fiery lotus iceberg. Lin Sun looked up and saw the jade-like ice and snow and the steep rocks. The mountains rose from the ground like pillars supporting the sky, lofty and lofty. Someone is coming again. Near the foot of the iceberg, many young talents had already arrived and were scattered in different areas. When they saw Lin Sun and Xianxia, they more or less showed vigilance. The appearance of the fiery lotus is very irregular, and its number is extremely small. The more people come, the greater the competition. Someone whispered. It's a pity that this iceberg is densely covered with the breath of the holy battle seal. The higher we go, the greater the pressure. It's not something we can climb. Someone sighed. Lin Sun noticed that there were many figures standing in different areas from the foot of the iceberg to the top, waiting for something. However, there were most practitioners at the foot of the iceberg, and the higher they went, the fewer practitioners there were, showing a decreasing trend. Taoism Pure Lin, this iceberg is covered with the breath of the holy battle seal. The higher we go, the stronger the pressure. However, correspondingly, the higher the quality of the fiery lotus we can get. At the bottom of the iceberg, we can only get 2-petal fiery lotus. If we go higher, we can get 3-petal, 4-petal, 5-petal, 6-petal, and so on. The higher the quality, the more powerful the Taoism imprinted in the fiery lotus is. Xianxia explained to Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded to show that he understood. He glanced around and found that there was no fiery lotus on the iceberg, which made him feel strange. Xianxia said, "We need to wait. The appearance of each fiery lotus is not fixed. It may appear at the top of the iceberg and turn into a 9-petal fiery lotus, or it may appear at the foot of the iceberg and turn into a very ordinary 2-petal fiery lotus. It depends on who can get it." Lin Sun suddenly understood. However, the probability of fiery lotus appearing at the foot of the iceberg is much higher. Similarly, most of them are ordinary. Near the top of the iceberg, the probability of fiery lotus appearing is small, but once it appears, it must be a top-grade fiery lotus with more than 6 petals. It seems that the competition here is a little fierce. Xianxia said with a wry smile, "Wealth is sought in danger, not to mention such a lucky place is naturally full of competition." Boom, as soon as he said this, a battle suddenly broke out halfway up the iceberg. A group of talents took action to compete for a fiery lotus that had just emerged. The battle was very fierce. The light of swords and sabers pierced through the sky, making the weather change. Lin Sun noticed that it was a 5-petal fiery lotus with the size of a bowl. The stem and leaves were as green as jade. The flower was like a burning red cloud, brilliant and magical. In the end, the fiery lotus was taken by a man in a golden robe. But when the battle came to an end, 3 talents failed in the competition and were directly teleported away and eliminated. The competition is really fierce. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you want to go up?" Lin Sun planned to take action. "Forget it. I'll stay near the bottom." After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia sighed and chose to stay near the bottom. He knew himself well. Besides, he had been injured in the previous battle with Fiery Lotus. How could he dare to go up to the iceberg to seize the Fiery Lotus? Lin Sun nodded and walked up the iceberg alone. By the way, the sacred battle seal covering the iceberg has an incredible effect on practicing martial arts. Xiaoyan's voice came from behind. In fact, Lin Sun didn't need to be reminded at all. As soon as he started to climb the mountain, Lin Sun felt a terrible ancient battle intent oppressing him. The battle intent was vast, surging, and majestic like the sea. It was extremely terrible. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. It made it difficult for him to move forward as if he was climbing with a mountain on his back. Both his body and soul showed signs of being suppressed. Lin Sun had to run his cultivation to fight against it. His spirit and blood surged, which relieved a lot of the pressure. But as long as he went up, the pressure doubled, so Lin Sun had to exert his real strength step by step. In this process, Lin Sun deeply felt the power and terror of this holy battle seal, which was unbelievable. This was a battle intent that had been imprinted here since ancient times. It was too amazing. However, it was just as Xiaoyan had said. Under the pressure of this battle will, it was indeed beneficial to one's martial path. The battle intent was pure, ancient, and boundless. If one carefully analyzed and perceived it, one could comprehend many mysteries. Who is that guy? He has already stepped halfway up the mountain. That's a place that only top talents can reach. Some practitioners were surprised when they noticed Lin Sun's action. However, Lin Sun's face was so strange that they couldn't determine his identity and origin. There's one more fierce competitor. Some talents at the mountainside became alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They knew very well that no one who could reach this area was ordinary. Kid, you've come too late. You better behave yourself and wait for all of us to seize the flame lotuses one by one before it's your turn. If you dare act rashly, then I believe that all the fellow Taoists here won't allow it. A young man spoke out coldly as he threatened. Others nodded with cold eyes, full of warning and threat. A bunch of idiots. At the foot of the mountain, Xiaoyan sneered. How dare you threaten Demon God Lin? Aren't you afraid that he will tear you apart? Lin Sun was also slightly stunned. He glanced at these guys and said, Don't worry, I won't compete with you. These talents were much more relaxed. They looked at Lin Sun with some disdain. Obviously, they thought Lin Sun had admitted defeat. But the next moment, they were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Lin Sun continued to climb up after he reached the halfway point of the mountain. This caught them off guard and made them open their eyes wide. Along the way, Lin Sun put his hands behind his back. His moon-white clothes were fluttering in the wind. Although his pace was not fast, it was steady. He climbed up the steps as if he were taking a stroll in the park. Those talents at the mountainside were all dumbfounded. Their faces were cloudy. When they thought of their threats and warnings to Lin Sun just now, they felt as if they had been slapped in the face. At the same time, they were a little frightened. If they provoked that guy before, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, a guy who could climb to the top of the mountain so easily was not someone they could provoke at all. Soon, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Sun's figure gradually went away and approached the top of the iceberg. Many practitioners gasped. Who on earth was this guy? Why hadn't they heard of such a figure among the peerless figures participating in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival? Some people were shocked and then showed a gloating expression. Haha, there will be a show. The area near the top of the mountain has already been occupied by more than a dozen powerful figures. Let's see if this guy has the ability to stand there. Wu Duanya, the future leader of the Xianxia sect, Li Qinghuan of the Zhangmei Taoism sect, and other peerless talents who have long been famous in the Westing world are all nearby. Sha Luchan, the current holy son of the Sea Shark clan and one of the top 10 peerless talents of the evil demon sea, has always occupied the best position on the top of the mountain. At this time, because there was no fire lotus, many practitioners looked at Lin Sun and discussed. Some were shocked and surprised, and some were gloating and planning to watch the fun. Sha Luchan is also here. At the foot of the mountain, Xiaoyan's expression became more and more strange, with a faint sense of pity in his eyes. He suddenly felt that Sha Luchan seemed to be too unlucky. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had just approached the top of the mountain, also saw Sha Luchan at a glance. Dressed in a black robe, Sha Luchan sat cross-legged on an ice rock with his dignified and majestic body. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold face showed a unique sense of disdain and arrogance, which was extremely frightening. He was meditating. When he noticed Lin Sun's gaze, his closed eyes suddenly opened, bursting out a pair of dazzling blood-red beams. Here comes another reckless fool. Sha Luchan was stunned at first, and then he snorted coldly, "Everyone, let's see who will make the first move and see if this guy is qualified to stay in this place." Obviously, he didn't recognize Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun feel a little strange in his heart. This guy really didn't learn from his mistakes and was as arrogant as before. "Let me do it." A handsome young man in fluttering white robes walked out. He held a jade fan in his hand and wore a feathered crown on his head. He was handsome and charming. Profound Sunsex Wu Duanya. Exclamations came from afar, and they were restless. Obviously, they didn't expect that the first one to come out to stop Lin Sun would be this peerless figure. That brat is in trouble. Some of the geniuses had a look of pity on their faces. They all came from ancient orthodoxies, so they naturally knew how powerful Wu Duanya was. Don't be fooled by his carefree and elegant appearance. In reality, when he attacked, he was fierce and ruthless. In the profound Yang sect, this person was known as the Mad Demon Saber Monarch. His cultivation was strong, terrifying, and extremely dazzling. Supposedly, Wu Duanya had once trespassed into the five-poison nest that was renowned for being a place of great danger in the Western Heng world by himself and slaughtered a group of peerlessly ferocious demon cultivators, causing blood to flow into rivers and corpses to pile up into mountains in an area of 500 kilometers. "Friend, you look very unfamiliar. I wonder which sect you are from." Wu Duanya looked at Lin Sun with a smile, a cold light flowing in his eyes like a knife or a sword, frightening one's soul. "I advise you to retreat." Lin Sun squinted at him and then withdrew his eyes. A few days ago, when he was in Star Cliff City, Bai Feng Lu helped him collect a lot of information, including information about Wu Duanya. Lin Sun still remembered that Bai Feng Lu once said that although this Wu Duanya was powerful, he was still a bit weaker than Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer. Thus, Lin Sun naturally didn't want to pay attention to this person. Seeing Lin Sun being so impolite, the other peerless figures present were all startled, and then immediately laughed. "Brother Wu, it seems that this friend looks down on you." "Hee, interesting. A guy I've never heard of, but he dares to be so fearless. He even ignores Brother Wu's question. This kind of courage is rare." And the geniuses in other areas were all secretly shocked. This guy looked like a very casual and ordinary person, but his words were really strong. "Friend, what if I don't retreat?" Wu Duanya was still smiling, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more intense, like a sharp blade spitting out, extremely dazzling. As he spoke, he stepped forward, approaching Lin Sun step by step. "It's fine if you don't want to go back. Just wait to be eliminated. I feel sorry for your profound Yang sect. It's just the first stage, and your disciples are already eliminated. I'm afraid that your sect's elders will lose face." Lin Sun said indifferently. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Wu Duanya's face darkened, and a terrible cold light surged in his eyes. His white clothes fluttered, and his whole body emitted a terrible power. Whoosh, but before he could make a move, a dazzling fire suddenly appeared in the void nearby, and then a miraculous and extraordinary fire lotus uprooted from the void and floated in the void. Every single petal emitted a myriad of dazzling rain of light that was like the glow of fire, and it was boundlessly beautiful. If one counted carefully, there were surprisingly 7 petals. In an instant, the pupils of all the peerless figures present shrank, and then they all made a move at the same time. Wind Devil Hand. Soul-chasing thunder power. Great Void Seal. For a moment, horrible divine light, Taoist light, and treasures filled the sky, blooming with a myriad of colors, submerging the void. "Let's see who dares to compete with me." The most powerful one was Sha Luchan. He rose into the sky, and his whole body was full of blood qi. He grabbed down with his palm, and the terrible Taoist light turned into a cage, entwined with terrible electric light, enshrouded the seven-petal fire lotus. At this moment, even Wu Duanya, who originally wanted to deal with Lin Sun, changed his target and fought for the fire lotus. Boom! It was as if volcanoes were colliding here, producing a deafening roar. Although the fire lotus appeared abruptly, the reaction of these peerless figures was not slow at all. In other words, from the beginning, they had been accumulating strength and waiting, but suddenly broke out at this moment. Whoosh, however, it should be Lin Sun who made the first move. It was not only because of his reaction, but also because the place where the fire lotus appeared was closest to him. He used the ice dragon steps and approached in an instant. But halfway, he stopped again. His figure flashed, and he retreated to one side. Humph! You know what's good for you. Sha Luchan sneered and ignored Lin Sun. He fought fiercely with others for the fire lotus. Know what's good for me? Lin Sun's lips curled up into a smile. He didn't mean to retreat, but he realized that the moment he seized the fire lotus, he would inevitably be attacked by more than a dozen peerless figures. Of course, if he really fought desperately, Lin Sun had a way to resolve this crisis, but he had made another decision and didn't intend to do so. Whoosh, after he retreated, he didn't just stand by. Instead, he flashed and appeared in front of a steep cliff better than the top of the mountain, and gently stretched out his arm. An amazing scene appeared. There was nothing in the place where Lin Sun stretched out his hand, but as soon as his palm reached there, a fire lotus appeared. This lotus had 8 petals, which were burning like a dazzling fire, sprinkling thousands of fire rain, which was extremely dazzling. What? There's another fire lotus? It's a top 8-petal fire lotus, which is equal to getting a top Taoist inheritance. In other areas of Iceberg, when those practitioners who were paying attention to all this saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Damn it! Damn it! And Sha Luchan, Wu Duanya, and other peerless figures who were fighting fiercely suddenly looked gloomy. Lin Sun put away the fire lotus with a smile and stood aside, looking leisurely and unruffled. It was indeed too easy. Without any competition, he had obtained a fiery lotus. Moreover, it was an 8-petal fiery lotus, which was of a higher quality than the 7-petal fiery lotus that was being fought over. Such a comparison was indeed too infuriating. Most importantly, Lin Sun had just arrived at the top of the mountain, while others had been waiting here for a long time. This is luck. It can't be seen or touched, but it's everywhere. Demon God Lin deserves to be a legendary genius with great fortune. At the foot of the mountain, Nye Yan sighed with emotion and envy. In the end, the 7-petal fire lotus fell into the hands of Li Qinghuan, the future leader of Songmei Taoism sect. This made Lin Sun a little surprised. Li Qinghuan was a handsome, cultured, and elegant young man. He seemed to be extremely low-key, and did not reveal anything. But in the competition just now, Lin Sun found that not only was this man's fighting power extremely outstanding, but he also had excellent control of the timing. This guy isn't inferior to Sha Luchan at all. He might even be stronger. Yi Zichen muttered to himself. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Everyone, thank you for letting me win. Li Qinghuan put away the fire lotus, cupped his hands and looked around. Then, with a smile, he retreated to the place where he was just now, very low-key and modest. Although the others were unwilling, they could do nothing about it. Their faces were a little gloomy. Boy, you've just arrived in this area. You don't deserve that fire lotus just now. Take it out. As if he had nowhere to vent his anger, Sha Luchan glanced around and locked his eyes on Lin Sun with a cold and gloomy look. Suddenly, the others were also moved and looked at Lin Sun with unkind eyes. They felt it was unfair in their hearts. They had waited bitterly for a long time, yet in the end, not only did they fail to seize the fortune, a fiery lotus was easily seized by a fellow who had just arrived. How could they be willing to accept this? In addition, Lin Sun looked strange and was alone, so they thought he could be bullied. Friend, if you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will not only lose the opportunity, but also be eliminated today. Wu Duanya also spoke, his eyes cold and frightening. Faintly, these peerless figures locked their chi on Lin Sun from different places, with a posture of forcing him to submit. That guy is in big trouble. The talents in other areas were all shocked and realized that Lin Sun's situation was not good. The opportunity is destined. You don't have the ability to take it, but you want to take it from me. This is a bit too much. Lin Sun's lips curved into a playful smile. Too much? Haha, fate is an ownerless thing. Do you think it's yours just because you get it first? Wu Duanya sneered. Then what do you want? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. I want to see if you have the ability to keep this opportunity. As he spoke, Wu Duanya's figure flashed, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. With a clang, he took out a saber that was as bright as lightning and chopped down towards Lin Sun. Swish, the void was easily torn apart like a piece of cloth. The blade was too sharp and overbearing. The vast expanse of whiteness shot out like a bolt of lightning, frightening beyond compare. Boom, almost at the same time, Lin Sun moved, and as soon as he attacked, he used his true strength. A fist mixed with all the mysteries of the 9 strikes of shaking heaven suddenly burst out. At that moment, it was like a great sun had appeared, changing the color of the world. The fist was so powerful that it seemed like it would shatter the world and turn it into powder. You are. Sha Luchan was about to attack, but at that moment, he seemed to recognize something. His expression changed and he cried out involuntarily. At the same time, the other peerless figures nearby were shocked as well, feeling the overbearing and frightening power of this fist. Bang, the fist and the blade collided like comets colliding. Monstrous divine light burst out, and a frightening wave of air swept out, causing the iceberg to tremble. At that moment, whether it was at the foot of the iceberg or in other areas, the pupils of the geniuses couldn't help but contract. They saw, to their horror, that in this confrontation, Wu Duanya actually staggered back. His whole body trembled, and the saber in his hand let out a sharp wail, almost flying out of his hand. As the person involved, Wu Duanya's qi and blood were surging, and he was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. His expression changed greatly as he realized that the situation was not good. He was about to counterattack with all his strength, but Lin Sun, who had already taken the initiative, would not be polite. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed forward and smashed out another fist. Boom, the frightening fist burst out, almost blinding Wu Duanya's eyes. Moreover, it was already too late for him to change his move, and he had no choice but to face it head-on. With a loud bang, Wu Duanya was once again shaken. He staggered back, and all the bones in his body made an unbearable sound. His face became pale, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was shocked and frightened. Who was this guy? Why was he so powerful and terrifying? Boom, however, before he could react, Lin Sun's third punch smashed towards him. It was like an angry punch of an ancient god, and it also pressed down like a green sun. Wu Duanya's scalp went numb, and his hair stood on end. He was so shocked that he let out a shriek. His body suddenly shot up, and he awkwardly dodged to the side. However, Lin Sun withdrew his punch halfway and didn't really punch it out. The way he could withdraw at will perfectly showed what amazing attainments he had in martial cultivation. At this moment, the skyprites from the other regions were completely dumbfounded. How could they have imagined that Wu Duanya, whose name had already shaken the entire Western Heng realm, a peerless character with the title of Mad Demon Saber Monarch, would actually be suppressed to such a cowardly state? The battle had only just begun, yet he was suppressed by the might of his opponent's fist to the point he couldn't raise his head and staggered back. This seemed to be too inconceivable. On the other hand, Sha Liuchan's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. He looked at Lin Sun with hatred and a trace of imperceptible fear. As for the other peerless characters, they were also caught unprepared at this moment. The battle just now was extremely short, but it was undoubtedly fierce and shocking. In particular, the means Lin Sun displayed were simply overbearing to the extreme, causing them to feel waves of fear and oppression. Why didn't you try, but instead ran away? Lin Sun laughed. In the distance, Wu Duanya's cheeks were burning, and his heart was filled with shame and anger. The scene just now was like a dream, and he was caught off guard. If he had known earlier, he would definitely have used his full strength at the first moment. However, one wrong step led to many wrong steps, causing him to directly fall into a passive and disadvantageous situation, so much so that he was suppressed to this embarrassing and shameful state. Again. Wu Duanya roared angrily, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was originally quite handsome, his white clothes fluttering in the wind, and he was elegant and suave, but now his face was livid, faintly distorted and ferocious. He looked like he was burning with anger, and he was close to insanity. There's no need to fight. At this moment, Li Qinghuan, who had been very low-key, stood out and blocked in front of Wu Duanya. Why are you blocking me? Wu Duanya shouted angrily. However, Li Qinghuan ignored him and instead looked at Lin Sun, sighing with emotion, as expected of the famous demon god Lin. Once he makes a move, he shows the power of a demon god. What, he is demon god Lin? The expressions of the other peerless characters changed slightly, and the way they looked at Lin Sun suddenly became different. They all thought it was him, no wonder he was like this. Demon god Lin. My god, that guy is demon god Lin. Sure enough, he is as strong and fierce as the rumors say. Look, even Wu Duanya was suppressed by 3 punches and had to run away. At the same time, there was an uproar in other areas of the fiery Lotus Ice Mountain, and all the geniuses were dumbfounded. Nie Yan seemed very calm, as he had already expected this. However, at this moment, he deliberately looked at Sha Luchan carefully. The latter's expression was uncertain, and he didn't say a word. His eyes were flickering as he looked at Lin Sun. Obviously, it was impossible for him to remain calm. He is Lin Sun? At this time, Wu Duanya was stunned, with a look of disbelief. He had an impulse to vomit blood, and he almost cursed. If he had known it was this demon god, how could he have made a move so easily? Do you want to continue trying? Lin Sun glanced at him. At this time, he had already restored his original appearance. Since his identity had been seen through, there was no need to hide anymore. Do you think I dare not? Wu Duanya was angry. Although he was afraid of Lin Sun's reputation, he was also a peerless character who was famous in the Westing territory. He thought that if he risked his life and used his trump card, he might be able to take down Lin Sun. Well, it was just a misunderstanding. Don't quarrel anymore. We are all here for the opportunity. If you make a big fuss over it, it will do no good to anyone. Li Qinghuan spoke gently, trying to persuade them. Lin Sun smiled, took a deep look at Li Qinghuan, and said, You are right. This is only the first test. If we are eliminated at this time, it will be a great loss. Humph. Wu Duanya snorted coldly. Lin Sun chuckled, If you are not convinced, you can fight me again when we reach the ancient path green lamp tree, just like Zhongli Wuji. But at that time, it will not be as simple as being eliminated. His words were casual, but with a touch of aggressiveness, causing many peerless characters to look at him. Why not? Wu Duanya said coldly, Just wait and see. He was very angry, and a ball of fire was burning in his heart. He thought that the reason why he was suppressed just now was that he did not expect the opponent to be demon god Lin. He was a little careless and let Lin Sun take the initiative. If it was a real battle, it would not be like this. Lin Sun smiled, and said no more. He turned and walked towards the mountain peak. What are you doing? Sha Luchan's face darkened. He happened to be standing in this area, blocking Lin Sun's way. Lin Sun looked at him indifferently. If you want to fight again, I can fulfill your wish now. Otherwise, get out of my way. The other peerless characters all gasped. They knew that demon god Lin was very strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong. He had just suppressed Wu Duanya, and now he was at loggerheads with Sha Luchan. There was no one else with such courage. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sha Luchan laughed out loud, his blue hair flying in the wind. He seemed to be extremely angry. But to everyone's surprise, Sha Luchan finally held back and did not stop Lin Sun, allowing Lin Sun to walk past him. The other peerless characters could not see through him. Sha Luchan was the saint of the Sea Shark clan, a descendant of an ancient evil. His temperament was extremely cold and violent. In the past, he would have been enraged by such provocation. But now, he actually held back, which was very unusual. Could it be that the previous battle with demon god Lin had already made him fear demon god Lin? Only Li Qinghuan was deep in thought. Brotherly, do you see anything? Wu Duanya asked via voice transmission. He had a good relationship with Li Qinghuan, and they could be considered family friends. Li Qinghuan pondered and said, Sha Luchan has a great killing weapon in his hands, but he is holding back at this moment. He does not intend to clash with demon god Lin at this moment. If my guess is correct, firstly, he is afraid that if he fights with demon god Lin here, both of them will be injured, and we will snatch the opportunity. Secondly, he should be planning to make trouble for demon god Lin after passing the 5 levels. He wants to finish it all in one go. In that case, he wants to follow Zhongli Wuji's example and kill Lin Sun? Wu Duanya's heart stirred. Demon god Lin is not so easy to kill. Now, there are rumors that he has a great fortune and has a saint treasure. Perhaps the rumors are false, but they are definitely not groundless. Li Qinghuan said softly, I advise you not to clash with him. Our goal this time is to seize that unique fortune. Nothing else is important. Wu Duanya responded with an "oh," but no one knew whether he heard it or not. At the same time, Sha Luchan was also thinking about something. He was not stupid. He knew that fighting with Lin Sun at this time was no different from a fight between 2 tigers. Others would take advantage of the opportunity, so it was not worth it. I will tolerate you for a while. When we reach the ancient path green lamp tree, I will make you die a horrible death. Sha. Luchan gritted his teeth. If he knew that Li Qinghuan next to him could roughly guess what he was thinking just by observing, how would he feel? But this did not affect Lin Sun at all. He walked up the mountain, but his speed was getting slower and slower. Finally, he stopped when he was only about 30 meters away from the peak. This was the limit of his endurance, and if anything happened, he could deal with it in time. If he went any further, he would not be able to withstand the omnipresent power of the holy battle seal. Lin Sun exhaled a breath of turbid air and sat down cross-legged. While meditating on the ancient fighting while surging on the iceberg, he waited for the next fire lotus to appear. The iceberg towered to the sky, white and crystal, towering and majestic. Lin Sun sat cross-legged there, meditating. The mountain was shrouded in a holy battle seal from ancient times to the present, with ancient and vast fighting intent that could shock the world. As soon as he comprehended it, Lin Sun was shocked. The holy battle seal's aura was extremely pure, and it carried a sacred aura. In an instant, it caused the qi and blood in his whole body to resonate, and it gave rise to an uncontrollable fighting spirit. Lin Sun took a deep breath, restrained his fighting intent, and continued to meditate. He was sure that the breath of the holy battle seal was of immeasurable benefit to his martial cultivation. If he comprehended it carefully and combined it with his own martial attainments, he could draw inferences about other cases from one instance and comprehend by analogy. Lin Sun glanced around and found that Sha Luchan, Li Qinghuan, Wu Duanya, and other peerless figures were not idle. Each of them occupied an area and were meditating with concentration. Obviously, they had already known the magical effect of the breath of the holy battle seal. Without hesitation, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in the wind and snow on the top of the mountain and began to meditate. He ran the magical method of Qianxia's heart, so that he could feel the essence and mystery of the holy battle seal more easily and intuitively. Similarly, Lin Sun didn't completely relax his vigilance. He had cultivated the spirit and could multitask. While meditating, he used the wind-mocking eyes to scan the void around him. The reason why he could get an 8-petal fire lotus as if he had foresight just now was because of the magical effect of the wind-mocking eyes. This secret method could see through the general trend of mountains and rivers, the longitude and latitude of the universe, and the phenomenon of the birth of all things. Therefore, on the fire lotus iceberg, Lin Sun could perceive some subtle changes that others couldn't. When the fire lotus appeared, he could predict the enemy's advance and find it one step ahead. Time passed little by little. The area on the top of the mountain was silent, and the fire lotus didn't appear again. On the contrary, in the area at the foot of the mountain, fire lotuses appeared one after another, which caused the strong who had been waiting there to fight for them. However, those fire lotuses were all below the medium level, with 5 petals at most, which was not attractive to peerless figures like Lin Sun. During this process, there were also some prodigies whose lives were in danger when they were fighting for the fortuitous opportunities, and they were unfortunately eliminated. At the same time, many new geniuses started to ascend the mountain to fight for the opportunity. Not only the secret realm of ice, but similar scenes were happening in other areas of the secret realm of 5 elements reversal. Some people were eliminated, while others obtained fortuitous opportunities. Some were happy, while others were sad. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. His figure flashed, and he dived towards the place where Wu Duanya was not far away. "What are you doing?" Wu Duanya's expression abruptly changed. With a chung sound, he brandished his blade, looking as if he had been frightened. Voila, Lin Sun ignored him. He raised his hand and grasped at an ice rock not far away. There was originally nothing there, but when Lin Sun grabbed it, a lotus flower that was as bright as fire emerged. Whoosh, in an instant, the 7-petal fire lotus was collected by Lin Sun. Wu Duanya's eyes were wide open, and his face was burning. He realized that his reaction just now was too intense, and he felt ashamed. But what made him even angrier was that if Lin Sun hadn't made a move, this 7-petal fire lotus would have been his. The other peerless figures were also alarmed. Seeing this scene, they all looked a little strange, and their eyes were full of divine light. If it was said that Lin Sun seized a fire lotus by chance the first time, it might be due to luck. But now, he was one step ahead again, and got a fire lotus at the first moment. This obviously had nothing to do with luck. This guy must have mastered some secret method that could predict the future and find the traces of the fire lotus in advance. These peerless figures all came to the same conclusion, which made their faces a little gloomy. If this was the case, what else could they use to compete with Lin Sun for the fire lotus? Lin Sun returned to his original position, sat cross-legged again, and continued to meditate as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about all kinds of gazes thrown at him. 6 hours later. Lin Sun was the first to act again, and got an 8-petal fire lotus. This made the other people's faces even more unsightly, and the way they looked at Lin Sun became unkind. They had waited here bitterly, but until now, they had gained very little. Even if they had gained something, it was from fierce competition. How could they be like Lin Sun, who effortlessly took 3 fire lotuses? This was not an ordinary fire lotus, but a treasure that contained a law. A fire lotus represented a law. Its value was so great that it couldn't be measured by wealth in the secular world. Because of this, these peerless figures couldn't sit still. They felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly, and their eyes carried a touch of coldness and viciousness. "Lin Sun, aren't you going a little too far?" Xiaoluchan's face was gloomy, and his voice carried a trace of uncontrollable anger. "All of us are waiting here, but the opportunity is monopolized by you. This is very unsightly." Wu Duanya also said coldly, "I want to ask everyone here, are you willing to watch this kind of thing continue to happen?" The eyes of the other peerless figures flickered, and they said, "Of course not." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You don't have the ability to seize the opportunity, but you blame me for it. Don't you feel ashamed that you are the peerless talents of the Westing world?" Everyone's faces became more and more unsightly, and they couldn't wait to strangle this bastard Lin Sun to death. This was too infuriating. "Lin Sun, do you really want to be enemies with all of us? No matter how strong you are, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to be our opponent, right?" Xiaoluchan suddenly stood up, and a cold light burst out of his eyes. Obviously, he said this to draw the others to oppose Lin Sun together. Sure enough, although the other peerless figures didn't say anything, they all looked at Lin Sun aggressively. But Lin Sun smiled and said, "I can't guarantee that I can fight all of you alone, but I can guarantee that if we really fight, I can at least drag some of you down with me." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't expect that at this time, Devil Lin would still be unyielding and domineering. "In fact, you don't have to do this." At this time, Li Qinghuan said with a smile, "In my opinion, if we want to seize the fiery lotus, we only need to follow Taoist Lin's eyes." "What do you mean?" Someone was surprised. "It's very simple. Taoist Lin can find the signs of the fiery lotus in the first place. We only need to pay attention to his movements, and then we can participate in the competition." Li Qinghuan explained with a smile, which made the others understand. Their eyes lit up, and they looked at Lin Sun as if they were staring at a prey. "Wonderful." Wu Duanya laughed. "That's good." Xiaoluchan also nodded. Only Lin Sun frowned, realizing that there was some trouble. He could indeed detect the signs of the fiery lotus with the wind-mocking eyes, but if he was targeted by others, when he was ready to take action, others would inevitably take action and compete with him. The most serious thing was that Lin Sun suspected that under such competition, these guys would inevitably target him alone. Lin Sun glanced at Li Qinghuan in the distance, thinking that this guy looked low-key and modest, but in terms of means, he was more terrible than Sha Luchan and others. In this case, let's rely on our own means. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. Time went by, and several hours passed unknowingly. Suddenly, Lin Sun stood up and rushed to the area where Li Qinghuan was. Boom! Sha Luchan, Wu Duanya, and the others were very excited at this moment. They were like hunters who had seized the opportunity to hunt their target. Boom! As soon as they moved, they used all their strength. Although they didn't find the location of the fiery lotus, they all chose to stop Lin Sun at the same time. Because only in this way could they have a chance to fight for the fiery lotus when it appeared, and not let Lin Sun get it first. However, to their surprise, Lin Sun returned to his original position at this moment and didn't move forward anymore. The peerless figures who took action all stared blankly, having no choice but to stop themselves. At this time, Lin Sun pretended to be surprised and frowned. What are you doing? I'm just tired from sitting, so I stood up to stretch my muscles. Do you want to fight me? Everyone's face was a little ugly, especially Sha Luchan, who couldn't help but shout, Lin Sun, what do you mean? Lin Sun smiled and said, what do I mean? I'm just playing with you. You. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would take this opportunity to play with them? I just didn't expect that you would all be so cooperative. It really surprised me. Lin Sun smiled brightly. As he spoke, his figure flashed again, and he swept to the other side. Attention everyone, this guy is deliberately playing tricks. Stop him. Wu Duanya roared. There was no need for him to remind them. Seeing Lin Sun move again, all the peerless figures present rushed up again without hesitation. They sneered in their hearts. This kid dared to play tricks under their eyes. It was ridiculous. However, to their astonishment, Lin Sun returned to his original position again and looked at them with a mocking face, without saying a word. But that sarcastic look and expression made Sha Luchan and Wu Duanya so angry that their faces almost turned green. They were King played again. This kid was so bad. How could there be someone like him? Even Li Qinghuan, who had always been low-key and gentle, couldn't help but frown at this moment. He sighed and said, Brother Lin, it's a bit childish for you to do this. It's like a child's mischief. If this gets out, I'm afraid it will damage your reputation. Lin Sun smiled and said, I also want to ask you. Don't you feel ashamed that so many people are targeting me together? Lin Sun, aren't you worried that we will attack you together and eliminate you first? Wu Duanya said with a murderous look. Hee, you can try. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Everyone's faces were very gloomy. They didn't want to be led by the nose by Lin Sun. It would be too shameful if they were played with again. As for Wu Duanya's suggestion, it was rather tempting. If he could get rid of Demon God Lin now, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to getting rid of the most troublesome competitor. Whoosh, however, before they could make a decision, Lin Sun took action again. You still want to play? Everyone was infuriated. Did this guy really think they were 3-year-old children who would play such childish things with him? Not good, hurry up and attack. But at this moment, Li Qinghuan's pupils shrank as he shouted. Everyone was stunned. This time, Lin Sun didn't retreat as before. Instead, he flew straight to a place dozens of meters away like lightning. Damn it, they immediately realized that they had been tricked. Boom, without any hesitation, they set out together and rushed to the direction where Lin Sun was rushing with all their strength to stop him. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Sun's figure flickered slightly. When he reappeared, he had already seized a fiery lotus. The most amazing thing was that this fiery lotus had 9 petals. It was shining like rain and overflowing with divine light. It was magnificent and gorgeous like a burning sun. It was a peerless divine spiritual medicine. Let go. All of a sudden, Sha Luchan, Wu Duanya and others' eyes turned red with hatred. They were already full of anger after being tricked before. Now they reacted a little too late, and Lin Sun snatched a peerless 9-petal fiery lotus, which almost made them explode with anger. Boom, there was no need to discuss at all. They attacked with all their strength and exerted their secret methods. Terrible divine light, like an overwhelming tide, blasted towards Lin Sun. That scene could be described as shocking. After all, it was a furious blow from more than 10 peerless figures, and they were jointly targeting one person. Such a scene shocked the strong practitioners in other areas of the iceberg. They couldn't stop gasping. However, Lin Sun had already rushed down the mountain when he seized the fiery lotus, making this terrible blow directly fail. Boom, the power of this blow was too terrible. Even though it failed, it shook the iceberg and shook the earth. Want to escape? No way. Wu Duanya was about to go crazy with anger. He directly rushed up to chase Lin Sun. Soon, he reached the foot of the mountain. Seeing Lin Sun stop, he couldn't help but sneer, "Why don't you escape?" Lin Sun turned around and said with a smile, "Why should I escape? Do I need to escape to deal with you alone?" Wu Duanya was stunned and immediately realized something. His whole body stiffened, and he looked around with difficulty. Only then did he find that he was the only one chasing after Lin Sun. The gazes of numerous experts in the nearby area had more or less carried a wisp of pity as they looked at Xianxia. Wu Duanya's heart trembled and he was dumbfounded. His anger disappeared and was replaced by an unspeakable grievance and fear. How could he have thought that those guys were so disloyal that they didn't catch up with him? At the thought that he had to face Demon Lin alone, he felt terrible and his face became very interesting. "Go back. Don't be so impulsive next time," Lin Sun kindly advised him. Wu Duanya's face was gloomy. He was ashamed and angry. Under the eyes of so many people, he had fallen into such an awkward and embarrassing situation. He really wanted to fight to the death with Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun had already smiled and turned around, ignoring him. Wu Duanya was frozen there. He didn't know whether to chase or retreat. If there was a crack in the ground, he would have already crawled into it. There was no other way. It was too embarrassing. However, when they saw Lin Sun leave and didn't plan to continue fighting for the opportunity, the peerless figures near the mountain peak all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It felt as if they had sent away a god of plague. When they thought that they had so many people, but in the end they couldn't do anything to Demon Lin. Instead, they were played by him again and again. They felt a little embarrassed and panicked. Damned Demon Lin. Sooner or later, he would teach you a lesson. This was the unanimous thought of Sha Luchan and the others. As for the strong people in other areas of the ice mountain, what had just happened made them secretly click their tongues. They even admired and worshipped Lin Sun a little. He seized the fortuitous encounters from the crowd all by himself and swaggered off unscathed in the end. Such elegance was worthy of his title of Fiend God Lin. This kid is really a troublesome character to deal with. On the mountain peak, Li Qinghuan's expression was a little solemn, which was rare. Before, he only felt that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was extremely terrible. He could be called a peerless figure among his peers, but he didn't have much fear in his heart. But after witnessing the previous scene, Li Qinghuan realized that Lin Sun was an extremely terrible opponent. Not only was Lin Sun's fighting capacity powerful, but he was also resourceful and courageous. After obtaining the opportunity, he decisively retreated without hesitation. This alone made Li Qinghuan look at him in a new light. Because Li Qinghuan knew that if Lin Sun continued to stay here, he would inevitably arouse public anger. Not only would he fail to obtain the opportunity, but he would also become the target of public retaliation. Obviously, Lin Sun also understood this, so he chose to leave so decisively. This was exactly what Li Qinghuan was afraid of. If it were other practitioners with the strength of Demon Lin, they might not be able to control their inner desires and choose to stay to continue to seize the opportunity. But obviously, Demon Lin was different from others. "I hope I won't meet this guy in the final competition," Li Qinghuan murmured in his heart. "It was thanks to your guidance that I was able to obtain this fortuitous encounter. This is for you." When Lin Sun left, he called Xianxia, who had been lingering in the area at the foot of the mountain, and then gave him a 7-petal fire lotus. Xianxia was taken aback. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would give him another opportunity. He had been lingering at the foot of the mountain before and was depressed because he didn't get a fire lotus. Now Lin Sun's action greatly touched him. "Take it. I always repay kindness with kindness and enmity. The previous misunderstanding has been resolved. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Thank you very much. Xianxia took a deep breath and thanked Lin Sun solemnly. If he still had some resentment towards Lin Sun before, he was completely relieved at this moment. He even admired Lin Sun's breadth of mind and boldness. Lin Sun smiled, said goodbye to Xianxia, and turned to leave. He wanted to find a safe place to refine the remaining 3 fire lotuses in his hand and see what kind of magical Taoist impartation was hidden in them. But soon after they parted, Lin Sun frowned as if he thought of something. He turned back and went back the way he came. It's hard to imagine, Xianxia was in a trance. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Lin Sun would give him a 7-petal fire lotus so casually. This was a top-grade divine spiritual medicine. The Taoist impartation contained in it was absolutely extraordinary. Nya, leave one of your fire lotuses, and we will let you go. Suddenly, a group of strong practitioners rushed out and surrounded Xianxia from different places with cold looks. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly put away the fire lotus and said in a stern voice, "What? Do you want to take advantage of me? Nonsense. You're the successor of Green Gang Taoism, but you colluded with demon god Lin to seize the opportunity. You've lost all the face of your sect. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being rude." These practitioners were all geniuses. There were both men and women, and their voices were very unyielding. They had been staying near the foot of the mountain before and had witnessed the scenes of Xianxia and Lin Sun coming and leaving together. So when they noticed that Xianxia and Lin Sun had separated, they couldn't sit still and wanted to seize the opportunity. That was a 7-petal fire lotus. The temptation was too great to them, and it was enough to make them fight for it at all costs. 3, 2. Someone began to count down. Some other strong men closed in step by step, their faces full of murderous intent. Killing and seizing treasures were not only common in the outside world, but also familiar to the talents who participated in this lantern festival. In order to seize the so-called opportunities and fortunes, even the old monsters in the king's realm would not hesitate to do so. In this world, constraints and rules were always prepared for the weak. The real strong always set foot on the rules. This was the reality. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to give up. This was only the first test of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, and he didn't want to be eliminated at this moment. In the distance, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing secretly when he saw the scene. He was right. Get out of here now, and I'll pretend that I didn't see it. Lin Sun's figure flashed and came to the field. Without any nonsense, he glanced at the crowd coldly and began to drive them away. Demon God Lin, those strong men were shocked and their faces changed slightly. Just now, they saw Lin Sun leave alone with their own eyes. They didn't expect that he would come back. Xianxia, who had been ready to give up struggling, was stunned at first, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he was ecstatic and trembled all over. In the end, all these emotions turned into a kind of heartfelt gratitude. He didn't expect that it was Lin Sun who gave him the opportunity, and it was Lin Sun who stood out to help him. At this time, Lin Sun wouldn't frown even if he asked him to go through water and tread on fire. Demon God Lin, this is our business. You'd better stay out of it. Don't think that we will be afraid of you because you are strong. There are so many people here. Do you think you are strong enough? Those experts laughed coldly. They were not willing to give up just like that. Clang, broken blade suddenly swept out. It was white as snow and illusory as a dream. It lingered in the void around Lin Sun. The terrible blade intent spread and tore the void into shocking cracks. I'll say it again. Get out of here. Lin Sun's expression was cold. There were only a dozen so-called talents, and they couldn't threaten him at all. Demon God Lin, you've already offended so many peerless characters. You're already in a precarious situation and a calamity is about to befall you. Don't tell me you're planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with us now? Someone's face sank as he berated. Don't forget that you're all alone in the Western everlasting world. You don't have an ancient sect to rely on, nor do you have a powerful sect to support you. If you offend us, then the consequences aren't something you can bear at all. That's right. You're just a practitioner from the lower realms. I advise you to keep a low profile and keep your eyes open. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. What's more, there's no way you can kill us in this arcane realm. Instead, you'll end up offending us by fighting us. Do you think that's worth it? These strongmen were indeed very afraid of Lin Sun, but they had their own reliance. They threatened Lin Sun with their identity and background to make him retreat. A bunch of trash. Lin Sun uttered these words softly. Shua, at practically the exact same moment, the broken blade flashed out like a wisp of flowing light that flashed out from ancient times, and it was dazzling and breathtaking. Then, a strange scene appeared. As soon as the broken blade struck out, a burst of violent fluctuations suddenly appeared. In the void in the distance, teleporting the strongmen away one after another, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked there. This kind of battle was too horrifying. As soon as Lin Sun's blow swept out, those strongmen on the opposite side were directly teleported away before they could even react. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Sun's blow was so powerful that no one on the scene could block it once it was launched. Moreover, life and death would be determined in an instant, otherwise, the power of the rules of this arcane realm would not change in advance and eliminate the strongmen one after another. At the same time, Lin Sun frowned. The power of this arcane realm was too strange. It was as if it had wisdom. It was omnipresent and didn't allow death at all. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately put away the broken blade and stopped probing. There were only 5 or 6 strongmen left in the field who hadn't been eliminated. They were lucky enough to escape, but at this moment, they were all scared out of their wits, trembling all over as if their souls had left their bodies. Ignoring these people, Lin Sun and Xianxia left together. After a long time, they said goodbye to each other. Lin Sun, thank you. Xianxia was a little incoherent. Be careful. With a smile, Lin Sun turned around and left. 3 days later. In the depths of the ice covered by wind and snow, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation. He stretched out his white slender hand and gently pressed on the ice above his head. Boom, in the center of his palm, there seemed to be a flaming starry sky, spreading out. Flaming stars burned and exploded, producing a terrible burning power. In an instant, a huge hole was burned out of the ice, leading straight to the ground. This was the Taoist magic inheritance Lin Sun got from a 9-petal fire lotus, fire refining star river. It was a powerful and amazing Taoist magic art with amazing destructive power. It's really terrible. If I use it with all my strength, this destructive power will be overwhelming. When used in a group attack, it can play an immeasurable fatal blow. Lin Sun couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This was a Taoist magic art. The power of the intertwined Taoist and magic art was infinite. It could really burn mountains and boil seas, smelt everything in the universe. The most amazing thing was that the mystery contained in the fire refining star river was not inferior to the 9 changes of the Calamity Dragon and the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. This is only the fortune obtained from the first test of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, yet it's already so shocking. I truly don't dare imagine what sort of world-shocking fortune is hidden on the ancient Tao Green Lantern tree after the 5th test. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. However, the biggest gain this time was not only to master a Taoist magic art, but also to let Lin Sun comprehend the fire Tao rhyme. Fire, one of the 5 elements, was the most domineering and flamboyant Tao in heaven and earth. Its power was violent and wanton, and its destructive power was amazing. I can comprehend the mystery of the fire Tao rhyme in 3 days. The power of this Taoist magic art is simply amazing. Lin Sun couldn't believe it himself. One must know that when he was comprehending the water Tao rhyme, he spent a lot of effort until he broke through to the reincarnation developing realm, and only then did he comprehend the water Tao to the Tao intent level. But now, just a Taoist magic art allowed him to smoothly comprehend the Tao rhyme level of the fire Tao. This was undoubtedly too shocking. In this world, there were countless Tao, but there weren't many publicly recognized Tao. Among them, the 5 elements, yin-yang, wind and thunder Tao were regarded as the real first-grade Tao by the world's cultivators. They were also called the first-grade 9 Tao. In addition, there were also 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, other Tao, but in terms of power and mystery, they couldn't be compared to the first-grade 9 Tao. Tao like the sword Tao, knife Tao, slaughter Tao, destruction Dao belonged to the category of martial arts, and it was a kind of control of the power of Dao. Lin Sun had heard that above the first grade Dao, there was a Dao power known as the Supreme. However, the supreme level of Dao power could only be comprehended and controlled by real sages. Below the sages, there was no supreme. Since ancient times, the more Dao a cultivator grasps, the stronger the combat power he can exert, and it can even double the effect. Similarly, the deeper the comprehension of Dao, the better the combat power. Now that I have grasped the water Dao intent and the fire Dao rhyme, compared to before, my combat power has undoubtedly improved, but it is still far from enough. I heard that in ancient times, some peerless figures could manipulate wind, thunder, earth and fire, and use yin and yang. They mastered many Dao mysteries, and their strength was unbelievably strong. If I want to break the old path and walk a new path, I must also explore in this direction. If I want to become the life and death king realm, this is not only fighting for the opportunity of the great era, but also one's own foundation and strength. Lin Sun's black eyes burned brightly. Comprehending the fire Dao rhyme allowed him to open a new door on the path of cultivation and see a new domain, and he felt enlightened. This was the drawback of cultivating alone. Everything had to be explored by oneself, unlike the inheritors of those ancient orthodoxies who could obtain the guidance of their seniors without exploring at all. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. Lin Sun exploring alone was undoubtedly equivalent to jumping out of many restrictions, and he could boldly seek change and find the path that was most suitable for him. Although the inheritors of those ancient orthodoxies had the guidance of their seniors, this guidance was undoubtedly a type of restriction, and it made them only inherit and follow the old path of their seniors. Following the old path, they could only reach the achievements of the ancients after a lifetime of hard work, and this wasn't what Lin Sun wanted. His path of Dao was destined to compete with the ancient sages and walk a great Dao that belonged to him. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and rushed to the ground. The wind and snow were everywhere, and the world was still vast. 3 days had passed. As long as he could not be eliminated in the next 4 days, it was equivalent to successfully passing the first test. I don't know where Yu Jianming is now. Lin Sun still had 2 8-petal fire lotuses in his hands, and he planned to give them to Yu Jianming and Baifeng Lu respectively. He could participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival without Yu Jianming's help. Similarly, without Baifeng Lu, he wouldn't have known many secrets about the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. Repaying kindness had always been one of the characteristics that Lin Sun adhered to. Speaking of these 2 8-petal fire lotuses, the Taoist methods hidden in them were extremely powerful, which could be regarded as the top level in the world. The only difference between them and the 9-petal fire lotus was that the Taoist methods hidden in these 2 fire lotuses did not inherit the power of the great Dao. Unlike Lin Sun, who could comprehend a trace of the great Dao of fire while mastering the fire-smelting star river method. This was the magic of the supreme Taoist methods, which could absolutely be regarded as unparalleled. Well, it's useless to think too much. I have to seize the remaining 4 days to collect more Divinity Spirit crystals and Divinity Spirit medicines. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. Whoosh, the next moment, his handsome figure had disappeared in the vast wind and snow. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wind and snow filled the air. On the thick icy ground, a fiery red river of lava flowed. The glaring lava surged and roared like thunder. Boom, an enormous crane with flaming wings unfolded in the sky. Its sharp claws were like blades, and they emanated terrifying flaming lights that tore open numerous perfectly straight rifts in space. Its strength was so horrible that it could be compared with the talents of the reincarnation developing realm. Unfortunately, it met Lin Sun this time. Puff, in just a moment, Lin Sun displayed the fire-refining star river method. In an instant, there seemed to be a burning galaxy spreading in the void and spreading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The giant crane with flaming wings had no time to dodge and was drowned in it, dying violently. Clatter, its body turned into a fiery rain of light, and at the same time, a divine crystal as bright as a fire diamond fell. Lin Sun reached out to take it and put it into the storage ring. Then, he continued to move along the long river of lava, his moon-white clothes fluttering in the wind and snow, elegant and out of this world. During these 4 days, Lin Sun ran through this ice and snow secret realm. Although he encountered many dangers along the way, he resolved them without any mishap. I have collected 39 divine crystal sources. As long as I refine them, I should be able to break through to the middle level of the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun thought as he moved forward. It's a pity that I can't find any place with divine spiritual medicine except for the Fire Lotus iceberg. These days, Lin Sun had been looking for divine spiritual medicine, but he found nothing along the way. Originally, he wanted to go back to the Fire Lotus iceberg again. But just the day before yesterday, a strange change happened and made the Fire Lotus iceberg disappear out of thin air. According to a strong practitioner he met on the way, since Lin Sun picked up a 9-petal Fire Lotus and left, there had never been a second 9-petal Fire Lotus on the Fire Lotus iceberg. This made Lin Sun realize that the so-called opportunity was also fixed and extremely rare, and not everyone could get it. Buzz in the distance, a violent and harsh void fluctuation suddenly came, which attracted Lin Sun's attention. As he approached, he happened to see the 4 young men and women let out angry and unwilling roars as they were teleported away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Obviously, they had been eliminated. What defeated them was a group of bats made of ice and snow. Each bat was the size of a millstone, with scarlet eyes and snow-white fangs. They possessed the power of a reincarnation development realm cultivator. The most terrifying thing was that they appeared in groups and whistled through the heavens and the earth, and they covered the heavens and the earth in an extremely ferocious manner. Even Lin Sun didn't want to be entangled with them. There were too many of them, and he couldn't kill them all. A group of experts has been eliminated. Lin Sun didn't feel anything. After avoiding the swarm of snow bats, he continued to move forward along the lava river. During these 4 days, he had seen many such scenes. There were people being eliminated at all times, so he had long since become accustomed to it. However, such an amazing elimination rate still shocked Lin Sun a little. This was only the first test of the Tao Lantern discussion, yet so many geniuses from all over the West Ocean world had been eliminated. It was obvious that it was absolutely not easy to smoothly pass through all the tests and arrive before the Green Lantern tree in the end. In the wind and snow, Lin Sun suddenly stopped as if he had noticed something. But soon, he continued to move forward with a calm expression. Boom, but in just a few breaths, the ice ground more than 30 meters away from Lin Sun suddenly exploded, and a dazzling cold light rushed out, stabbing Lin Sun like lightning. Kill. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in other directions nearby. Terrible attacks, releasing blazing brilliance, besieged Lin Sun from different directions. It was too fast, everything was done in an instant. It was obvious that this was a long-planned action. If it were other practitioners, they would have no time to react in the face of such a sudden siege. But Lin Sun seemed to have expected all this. Before the assassination took place, he had already used Ice Dragon steps and his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom, all the attacks failed, and the place where Lin Sun was just standing was suddenly blasted into a huge ravine of thousands of meters. Ice chips flew everywhere, and the world trembled. Where is that boy? Damn it, the prey is gone. Something is wrong. Be careful. Surprised voices sounded nearby. The figures of young men and women appeared in the wind and snow, but they couldn't find any trace of the target. It's the trick of killing and robbing again. In this case, I'll give you a chance. Leave the treasures you collected, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Lin Sun's voice sounded in the vast world. Although his words were calm, they were like thunder, making those men and women stiff and their faces changed greatly. Whoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, they subconsciously chose to escape in different directions. It seems that I have to send you out. A sigh sounded between heaven and earth. Puff, a young man who was running away was shrouded by a flame and was seriously injured before he could react. No! He shouted in shock and anger, but it was too late. A palm print appeared and pressed him down to the ground. His bones were broken, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. In another direction, a young woman happened to see this scene. She was so scared that her scalp was numb. When she was about to scream, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and fell to the ground. Similar scenes were playing out in different areas. Some experts had fled very far away, but in the end, they were still caught up, knocked unconscious, and then carried back by Lin Sun. Some experts begged for mercy, but they were still knocked unconscious by Lin Sun. In the end, a total of 7 people were knocked unconscious, and Lin Sun carried them and piled them together. Instead of fighting for opportunities, you guys have to sneak attack and rob other people's treasures. You guys are really evil. Lin Sun muttered. Although he said so, his actions weren't slow, and he started to search for the spoils quickly and skillfully. The man was stripped down to his underwear, lying on the snow-covered ground in a disorderly manner, exposing his white, shining body. The women were slightly better off, and they had a layer of clothes to cover their bodies. But they suffered the same fate, and they couldn't escape. In just a moment, Lin Sun had collected 9 divine essence crystals, and some rare elixirs and spiritual herbs. It had to be said that these men and women deserved to be the geniuses from different ancient sects, and they were all rich. Not only was there a large amount of spiritual marrow, but there were also various treasures, rare treasures, and even some cultivation methods and ancient books. However, Lin Sun didn't take these things. He only took the divine essence crystals and elixirs, and left the other things to them. It couldn't be helped. These guys were the descendants of ancient orthodoxies, and their elders might be waiting outside the Azure Parasol Mountain at this moment. Lin Sun didn't want to be too ruthless, lest he became the public enemy of all the major orthodoxies in the Westing domain. After doing all this, Lin Sun left a jade slip on the spot, and then left. In the past 4 days, he had also encountered several sneak attacks like the one just now, but he had turned the tables on them. Those guys could only blame themselves for being blind. They could rob other people's treasures, but they just had to rob demon god Lin's. They were really looking for trouble. Hiss, not long after Lin Sun left, there was a sound of gasping in the far distance. A fat man in a Taoist robe with a bun on his head, square head, and big ears sprang out of the ice. He looked dignified. However, the fat on his cheeks was twitching fiercely at this moment, and he muttered, "That Taoist Wu Liang, this guy is too ruthless. At first glance, I can tell that he often cheats on others. His method of robbing treasures is almost comparable to mine." As he spoke, he walked to the group of men and women who were knocked out by Lin Sun with a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Wow, not bad. He even left a lot of treasures. This guy is really cunning. Obviously, he is worried about the revenge of the big figures and forces behind these guys. The fat Taoist was amazed. He reached out his hand and picked up the jade slip Lin Sun left on the ground. After looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly became strange. There was only one sentence written on it: "This time, I'll give you a punishment. If you dare to rob me again, don't blame me for being impolite." "Sha Luchan, sha your ass." This was to make Sha Luchan the scapegoat, the fat Taoist cursed in his heart. Lin Sun was too evil. He was not only good at cheating on others, but also extremely good at framing others. After that, his eyeballs spun as he suddenly started laughing. "Hee hee, I seem to have guessed who you are. TSK, TSK. But who would have imagined that demon god Lin, who's always been renowned for his courage and fearlessness, would actually do such a treacherous thing? Interesting, it's really interesting. When there's a chance, I'll play with you and let you know who the real ancestor of cheating on others is. Of course, the most important thing is to see if you have any holy treasures on you." The fat Taoist suddenly felt his hands itching. Hundreds of miles away, Lin Sun suddenly frowned and turned his head to look back. He vaguely felt that he had missed something. Finally, he shook his head, ignored it, and continued to move forward. Dusk fell. Soon, the night came. Lin Sun suddenly looked up and saw a huge inverted vortex suddenly appearing in the sky, making a deafening roar. At the same time, an irresistible suction surged out, making Lin Sun unable to struggle and be drawn into the depths of the vortex. The first test is finally over. Lin Sun had a hint of enlightenment. At the same time, similar vortexes in the sky appeared in different areas of the secret realm of 5 elements reversal, taking away the strong practitioners who participated in the discussion one after another. Not only were these experts not alarmed, they instead felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their strained nerves relaxed. They knew that the first test was over and they were qualified to enter the second test. Outside Dark Parasol Mountain. The first test has come to an end. All the cultivators that were waiting there saw violet divine radiance seethe above Dark Parasol Mountain, and it transformed into a terrifying vortex of clouds. Has the number of eliminated cultivators been calculated? Many great figures were asking this question. It's at least over 1,000, right? 1,000? It isn't just that few. I heard from some of the geniuses that were eliminated that the first test of the Tao discussion this time was extremely dangerous, and numerous demon beasts with extremely terrifying strengths appeared. This is something that has never occurred in the past. Then how many have been eliminated? The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings, and it was clamorous to the extreme. Some of the eliminated geniuses felt that they'd lost face, and they'd left hastily with a belly full of bitterness and unwillingness. On the other hand, the seniors of their sex could only sigh helplessly when they saw this. There were also some geniuses that were infuriated, and they stood on the spot and were unwilling to leave. They intended to wait there and take revenge. The reason was very simple. They'd either been tragically eliminated in competition with other geniuses, or they'd been launched a surprise attack and were eliminated. Under such circumstances, how could they let the matter rest? It can be confirmed that the first test eliminated over 3,000 geniuses and below 4,000 geniuses. It wasn't long before the Wind Speaker clan released a piece of news that caused an uproar in the surroundings. Even the hearts of those great figures couldn't help but tremble when they heard this number. There were over 10,000 geniuses participating in the Tao discussion this time, and it could be said to be unprecedentedly grand. Yet now, during merely the first test of the Tao discussion, over 3,000 geniuses from various areas of West Ocean world had been eliminated. This elimination rate was too high, and it was horrifying. At the same time, some shocking news spread out as well, and it caused countless exclamations of admiration and discussion in the surroundings. The disciple of the profound inquiry sword house, Xianxia, seized a dragon whisker violet-scaled fish at the Gold Light Lake in the Azurewood secret dimension and obtained a peerless Tao art. The young marquis of the Lightning clan, Lei Qianjun, seized a cold snow heavy bamboo and obtained a peerless Tao art at the Ocean of Waves in the Crimson Fire secret dimension. The disciple of the Southern Profound Dimension's Paradises of Longevity, Yu Ling Kong, seized a Dragon Blood Warsoul streamer at the 5th Earth battlefield in the 7th Gold secret dimension, and obtained. Every single piece of news caused an uproar in the surroundings, and everyone whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. Even those great figures were unable to remain calm, nervously paying close attention to these news. A supreme-grade Tao art, this was an inheritance that could be said to be of a rare and precious grade even amongst the ancient sects of Westworld, and it was too precious and rare. It's only the first test, yet a peerless Tao art has actually appeared. Such an incident has never occurred during the Tao discussion lantern meetings of the past. A big shot exclaimed in shock. Granny Golden Crane was right. The Tao Discussion Lantern Festival this time is completely different from the past. A peerless grade Tao art. Merely a single inheritance is sufficient to allow the strength of a great power to rise greatly. Many big shots sighed. Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. What? You said that wretched demon god Lin snatched a fire lotus that contained a peerless Tao art from our saint? Damn it. Damn it. It can't be. Even our vast Si Dao sect's successor, Li Qinghuan, failed to stop Fiend Celestial Lin? That kid deserves death. If he hadn't interfered, that 9-petal fire lotus would definitely have belonged to our Profound Sun sect's senior brother Wu Duanya. Only then did the people nearby realize that these furious voices came from the experts of the Sea Shark clan, Vast Si Dao sect, and Profound Sun sect. All of them had extremely ugly expressions, and they looked like they were stamping with rage. Are you serious? Is Demon God Lin that strong? Some people were doubtful, but they soon received confirmation. That's not all. The moment that Demon God Lin ascended the Fire Lotus Ice Mountain, he successively snatched away a 9-petal fire lotus, 2 8-petal fire lotuses, and a 7-petal fire lotus. From the beginning until the end, no one could stop him. He's ridiculously strong. A genius who had witnessed Lin Sun's actions on the Fire Lotus Ice Mountain but was ultimately eliminated gave such an answer. In an instant, a wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. They finally understood why the cultivators of the Ocean Shark clan, Dark Sun sect, and Vast Si Dao sect would be so exasperated. No matter who it was, they would probably feel unbalanced in their hearts. My God! In this way, demon god Lin obtained a peerless Dao art and 3 other first-rate Dao art inheritances by himself. Many people were surprised, and they were extremely envious of the fortuitous encounters Lin's son had obtained. Dao arts, they couldn't be compared to secret techniques, and they were extremely precious and precious. On the other hand, first-rate Dao arts were even rarer and more precious. Presently, only those ancient sects and clans with extremely long resources and reserves possessed Dao art inheritances of this level in the West Sea world. But demon god Lin had obtained numerous first-rate Dao art inheritances by himself during merely the first test of the Dao discussion. So who wouldn't feel envious and jealous of him? Most importantly, he'd even grasped a peerless Dao art. When they found out about this, all the great figures present couldn't maintain their composure, and their expressions became extremely subtle. Shit. Bai Fenglu was waiting there, and he noticed all of these scenes. He instantly realized that this piece of news would undoubtedly bring a great storm to Lin's son. The only fortunate thing was that he was still in Azure Parasol Mountain. Otherwise, those envious and covetous practitioners would definitely make a move against him. Damn it, I need to quickly divert my attention. I can't let all the practitioners here focus their attention on demon god Lin alone. Bai Fenglu stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to drag a few of them down with him to share the burden with Lin's son. Although this method was somewhat despicable, Bai Fenglu couldn't care less about it anymore. After learning that Lin's son had obtained many Dao arts, Bai Fenglu had been concerned about this matter. He was still eagerly waiting for Lin's son to share some fortuitous encounters with him. Not long after, Bai Fenglu began to sneakily spread the news. Qing Lian, the saintess of the Cyan Phoenix clan, obtained a piece of white bone filled with sacred aura by chance in the Greenwood secret realm. It's suspected to be the remains of a saint. Whoosh, as soon as this news came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. Some people scoffed at it, thinking it was fake, while others suspected that it was very likely to be true. The faces of the strong practitioners of the Cyan Phoenix clan suddenly became gloomy. They had to explain, but the more they explained, the more suspicious some practitioners became. This was a rumor. What was worse was that this rumor was very specific with many details. If one didn't know the inside story, he would probably be deceived. All of a sudden, the strong practitioners of the Cyan Phoenix clan wanted to kill someone. Who on earth was so wicked as to use such insidious means to deceive them? He deserved to die. Not long after, another piece of news was released. It was said that the Jade Void Temple's successor, Mu Jianting, had obtained a greater benefit in the Scarlet Fire secret realm than the Little Thunder Marquis Lei Qianjun. It was a scripture made from the skin of a mysterious beast, and it was suspected that it contained a shocking secret. No way. Is there such a thing? It should be true. I heard that Mu Jianting came prepared this time. He has the most precious treasure of the Jade Void Temple, the umbrella of myriad manifestations. He can discover mysteries and secrets that others can't. Yes, I also remember that the umbrella of myriad manifestations is a psychic treasure. It's mysterious and unpredictable. With this treasure, Mu Jianting may really find many fortuitous encounters. This news caused another stir in the surroundings, and many people felt envious in their hearts. On the other hand, the expressions of those practitioners from the Jade Void Temple had become heavy at this moment. This rumor was simply too detestable, and it was equivalent to pushing them into the mouth of the storm. This wasn't the end of the matter. That old fool, Bai Fenglu, was absolutely someone that desired to see the world in chaos. It wasn't long before he gritted his teeth and directly dragged the profound Sikh sword school down with him. According to rumor, Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong are working together with the intention of seizing a great fortune from Dark Parasol Mountain that can't be known to outsiders, and it's related to the world-shocking secret of attaining the Tao and becoming a king. As soon as this piece of news came out, the surroundings seethed with excitement. Presently, everyone knew that Yu Lingkong from the southern profound world's paradise of longevity had come here specially for the sake of paying a visit to the profound Sikh sword school's holy maiden, Ji Xingyao. However, no one knew exactly why Yu Lingkong had come here. Most importantly, Yu Lingkong was an expert that didn't belong to the West Eternal World, yet he'd participated in the Tao discussion lantern discussion, and this had caused many cultivators to be extremely disgruntled. Under such circumstances, when such a piece of news came out, no one would be able to remain calm. Someone is going to stir up trouble. When Granny Golden Crane learned of this, her eyes couldn't help bursting with a touch of frightening cold lightning. For a time, there was a lot of news and all kinds of discussions. Imperceptibly, it did divert a lot of attention from Lin Sun. Seeing this, Bai Feng Lu, as the behind-the-scenes person who secretly spread the rumor, couldn't help but smile complacently. When it came to spreading news, the Wind Talker clan was worthy of being the leader. Alas, Brother Lin, oh, Brother Lin, in order to help you, I've even broken the moral integrity and bottom line of being a member of the Wind Speech clan. If you have a conscience, then you must bring me a fortune, Bai Feng Lu muttered to himself. Dark Parasol Mountain. Buzz, the void fluctuated, and Lin Sun's figure appeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gray world reflected in his field of vision. The world seemed boundless, and he was the only one left. Is this the place of the second test of Tao discussion? As soon as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, suddenly there was a rumble, and a dark and ancient stone tablet rose from the ground and stood on the ground beside him. It was engraved with hundreds of densely packed characters, each of which was a kind of Taoist text recorded in ancient times. The Extreme Realm. The disciples who participate in the test should try their best to reach the other side of this realm. The time limit is 30 minutes. Those who fail halfway will be eliminated, those who fail to reach the other side within 30 minutes will be eliminated. Remember, different strength will lead to different difficulties in the test. Only by doing your best can you break through the limit. When the test is over, the top 3 with the most outstanding performance will get different rewards. After reading the lines of ancient Taoist text, Lin Sun suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Disciples who participate in the test? This title was very particular. Being a disciple meant having a master. Before participating in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, Lin Sun had heard a rumor from Bai Feng Lu. In ancient times, Azure Mountain was a sacred mountain, on which there was a powerful orthodoxy. There were many saints who preached here, and there were hundreds of thousands of disciples. But later, for some unknown reason, this ancient orthodoxy disappeared from the world overnight and was completely annihilated in the long river of history. Originally, Lin Sun also thought it was a rumor, but now it seemed to be a little unusual. The ancient green lamp tree is a Tao imparting tree, and now the word disciple appears on a stone tablet. If that's the case, then if there really was such a sect during the ancient times, then the so-called 5 levels of the Tao discussion were actually tests that the sect set up for its disciples. However, at this point in time, that sect has been obliterated a long time ago, and only this dark parasol mountain and the arrangements on it have been preserved. Every 100 years, a so-called test of the Tao discussion would be carried out, and it had instead become a place for cultivators in the world to seek fortuitous encounters. Lin Sun thought this was a reasonable explanation. Suddenly, the gray world in the distance began to change strangely. Wisps of gray mist gathered and gradually evolved into humanoid creatures. Lin Sun was shocked. These humanoid creatures had no faces and were vague, but their momentum was like that of real practitioners. Some were dignified and carried spiritual swords on their backs. Some were mighty and powerful, controlling wind and thunder. There was even the image of a beautiful woman holding a feather fan in her hand. Each of them took a long breath, and a wheel of developing wheel appeared behind them, shining brilliantly, rendering the world magnificent and gorgeous. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of such figures were condensed in all directions. It was as if an army of practitioners was pressing on the border. Lin Sun gasped. His divine awareness was extremely powerful, so he instantly judged that although all the humanoid creatures were in the initial stage of reincarnation developing, their chi could definitely be compared with the top talents in the world, hundreds and thousands of top talents. This was enough to make any practitioner feel numb and desperate. Remember, different levels of strength lead to different difficulties in tests. Only by going all out can you break through the limit. Lin Sun glanced at the line of ancient Taoism again. He completely understood that the second test of the Tao discussion targeted different cultivators, so the strength of the opponents they encountered would be different as well. In this way, it was indeed fair, but it also meant that even if Lin Sun had enough power to crush those in the reincarnation developing realm, he could not gain any advantage in this test. On the contrary, the test targeted at him would be even more difficult and perverse than the others. The limit realm, within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, kill my way to the other shore, Looks like I'll have to do my best to deal with it. Lin Sun took a deep breath while a wisp of arrogance appeared on his face, and his cold gaze was like a bolt of lightning as it swept the heavens and the earth. He knew that he couldn't hold back any longer, and he had to exert his full strength. Kill! Kill! In the void, thousands of practitioners rushed towards Lin Sun with overwhelming murderous intent. The sounds they released from their mouths were rather difficult. They were ancient Tao texts, but their impetus could be said to be world-shocking. It made heaven and earth dim, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Go to hell! A burning galaxy spread out in the void, covering an area of thousands of meters. Flame-like stars exploded in an instant, producing a dazzling torrent of flames that spread out. Fire refining galaxy, this peerless Taoist method was extremely powerful, and it contained the mystery of the Tao of Fire, which was most suitable for group attacks. Clatter, like a wildfire, those practitioners screamed one by one. Some were seriously injured, and some were directly incinerated. Then they turned into gray mist and disappeared. It turns out that they don't have real wisdom. It's easy to kill them. Lin Sun thought. But what made his scalp numb was that more and more practitioners were still condensing in the void in the distance. Kill! Lin Sun didn't dare to neglect. Without hesitation, he used ice drake steps and rushed forward. There was only the time it took to burn a stick of incense, and he still didn't know where the so-called Nirvana realm of the Limit Realm was. His top priority was to go all out and kill his way there. Boom, the wanton and flamboyant flaming galaxy spread out, and the surging fire burned the world, spreading a domineering power that could incinerate everything. Along the way, some practitioners were incinerated before they could get close to it. However, Lin Sun frowned and looked a little dignified when he didn't go far. He was keenly aware that as he rushed forward, the strength of those practitioners was gradually getting stronger, faster, more powerful, and even more tyrannical fighting means. Their overall strength was obviously improving. In just a moment, the killing power of fire refining galaxy had obviously become strenuous. Clatter, the figures of cultivators were ceaselessly condensed into form within the gray and hazy world, and they seemed to be boundless and inexhaustible. The power of fire refining galaxy was so terrible that it killed hundreds of practitioners in a moment. The blazing flame had an extremely terrible aura of incineration and destruction. Anyone who was covered by it was almost dead or seriously injured. But as he moved forward, the strength of the practitioners that appeared gradually increased, and it was difficult for fire refining galaxy to achieve any miraculous effect. What made Lin Sun frown the most was that although the speed of ice drake steps was fast, no matter where he dodged, there would be an overwhelming number of practitioners. This also meant that dodging and retreating were completely useless in this extreme realm. Kill! Lin Sun no longer hesitated and rushed straight to kill without any turning back or retreat. Moreover, he abandoned fire refining galaxy and began to display the 9 strikes for shaking heaven. Rumble, the bright fist force burst out like a dragon soaring in the sky or a phoenix hovering in the sky. Its power was like a landslide and a tsunami, and it had the power to shake the world. In an instant, all the cultivators he encountered along the way exploded into pieces like paper, and they were pushed through by Lin Sun all along the way. He could be said to be invincible. In contrast, although the power of fire refining galaxy was powerful, Lin Sun only mastered the essence of fire, not the Tao of fire, so he couldn't give full play to the power of this peerless Taoism. On the contrary, he had been immersed in the 9 strikes for shaking heaven for many years and had already perfectly integrated with the Tao of water, so the power released was much stronger than that of fire refining galaxy. I must not be entangled. Otherwise, I will only be besieged. At that time, let alone reaching the other side of this realm, I'm afraid I will be exhausted and eliminated. At this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were cold like lightning, his black hair flying in the wind, his blood and chi were like a volcano, and all the forces inside and outside his body were running to the peak. His entire body was bathed in a layer of blazing clear-colored divine radiance that surged like the tide and emanated brilliant light. He seemed to possess the imposing aura of devouring the world and pursuing the stars and moon. Boom, the snow-white hoe swung its tail to clear the way for Lin Sun. The power of Basha prohibition could bind and imprison the opponent's power. When the hoe seal was condensed and smashed, it was an earth-shattering blow that could kill dozens of practitioners in an instant. The golden ripple sound wave formed by Pu Lao's roar spread, and anyone who was touched by it was instantly turned into ashes. The power of 9 changes of Calamity Dragon and 9 strikes for shaking heaven was displayed by Lin Sun without reservation. The combination of the two was matchless. In the past, Lin Sun would only deal with peerless figures like Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer in this way. It could be imagined how difficult and dangerous the second test was. While Lin Sun was taking the second test, similar scenes were happening to other strong practitioners who participated in the Tao discussion in different places. However, it was not difficult to find that the difficulty of each test was completely different. Obviously, this was indeed a fair test. Ah. No, I can't accept it. It's just the beginning. How can I lose like this? Damn it, it's too abnormal. Who can pass this test? I can't accept it. As time passed, the prodigies in the different extreme realms successively could not hold on any longer and were eliminated. They let out cries of anger, shock, or unwillingness. At the same time, there were also some people who were extremely eye-catching and outstanding. They rushed through the extreme realms with irresistible force. Such as Ji Xingyao of the Profound Sword House, Lei Qianjun of the Thunder Clan, Mu Jianting of the Jade Void Temple, and other peerless figures. However, they soon encountered a situation similar to Lin Sun's. As they rushed forward, the strength of the practitioners they met gradually became stronger, which hindered their progress and slowed them down a lot. I heard from the ancestor that since the ancient times until now, so long as one is able to pass through the test of the limit realm, then one's strength would undoubtedly be equivalent to receiving the tempering of thousands of tempering, and one would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits, Lei Qianjun murmured in his heart. He was as powerful as the thunder god, manipulating the dazzling power of thunder and lightning to rampage through the enemy army. I'd like to see whether this test can push me to my limit. Mu Jianting's sword intent was surging all over his body. He was like a peerless sword, cutting out a bloody path of corpses. Awesome. I haven't exerted my full strength for a long time. Sha Luchan looked up to the sky and laughed. Interesting. Only the top 3 with the most outstanding performance in this test can get the reward. I'm looking forward to it. Zhongli Wuji strode forward, his eyes bursting with cold light. One after another, peerless figures bravely stepped forward and revealed their full strength. If this happened in the outside world, it would have caused countless practitioners to exclaim in surprise and shock. However, in this extreme realm, they were all fighting alone, so they did not need to worry about attracting the attention of others. The ancestor's deduction is right. The great era is coming. This time, the extreme realm test of Azure Parasol Mountain will be different from the past. There will be a special reward. In the past, there has never been such a thing. In this way, the treasure that the ancestor constantly thinks about is probably hidden within the final reward of the test this time. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. This time, I must take it away and fulfill the ancestor's wish. A reward. In the outside world, all the great figures were extremely moved when they found out that the 3 experts with the most outstanding performances during the second level of the Tao discussion would actually be able to obtain a special reward. This had never happened during the Tao discussion lantern meetings of the past. Exactly what sort of reward would that be? All the great figures fell into deep thought, and they revealed various expressions. Dark Parasol Mountain was reputed to be an ancient divine mountain that only appeared every 100 years. There was an ancient path lantern tree on it, and it condensed into a bronze lantern flower that contained peerless fortuitous encounters. If a special reward really descended during the second level of the Tao discussion, then it would absolutely be extraordinary. During the limit realm, only by exerting all one's strength would one have a chance to pass through the test. But exactly how should we judge who performs the best? Asked a great figure. It's very simple. There's a time limit for this test, and it means that the person that's able to pass through the test in the shortest amount of time will obtain a better result. Granny Golden Crane pondered deeply for a moment before she spoke. However, the limit realm is extremely profound, and the number of enemies one kills will affect one's results as well. Moreover, the Tao discussion lantern discussion this time is completely different from the past, and there are probably other secrets hidden within it. But no matter what, it's absolutely not easy to obtain such a special reward. All the great figures deeply agreed. In my opinion, your esteemed sex disciple, Xianxia, will definitely get a share of such a special reward. A great figure spoke abruptly. Granny Golden Crane spoke with an indifferent expression. No one can say for sure who will obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Fellow Taoists, don't make wild guesses. This was a silent warning. She didn't want Xianxia to be targeted by too many people. Of course, as members of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, they wouldn't be afraid if trouble really came looking for them. Numerous cultivators were ceaselessly condensed in the gray and hazy heavens and the earth. They were like the disciples of some ancient sect, and they possessed various miraculous techniques and possessed terrifying combat strengths. Even though they didn't possess any intelligence, they were ferocious and unafraid of death. They held spirit swords, halberds, spears, sabers, jade cauldrons, seals, and various other treasures as they charged through the heavens and the earth. Even though their might was different, all of them were extremely oppressive. The force of his fist surged forward. Lin Sun performed the 9 strikes for shaking heaven to the extreme. His cold eyes flashed with lightning, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon, striking the 9 levels of heaven. Pooh! 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 Numerous cultivators were blasted to death, and their figures shattered like a rain of light and transformed into gray and hazy mist that dispersed into the surroundings. At the same time, Lin Sun rushed forward with ice-drake steps. However, as time went on, Lin Sun felt more and more exhausted, and his speed of rushing forward was also affected. Even the 9 strikes of shaking heaven and the 9 changes of calamity dragon can't play a role. Lin Sun's eyebrows showed a dignified expression. According to his inference, the strength of the cultivators he'd encountered now was at least comparable to top geniuses like Wu Duanya. What a freak, but, thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help showing a helpless smile. He couldn't blame anyone for this. He could only blame himself for being too strong, causing the test he had to accept to be extremely difficult and dangerous. Lin Sun even suspected that amongst the experts participating in the second test of the Tao discussion, there were absolutely very few that had encountered such an abnormal test like him. For example, at the beginning, when he displayed the fire refining Star River method, he could easily sweep away a large number of opponents. But later, the power of the fire refining Star River method could only kill 7 or 8 opponents. When he displayed the 9 strikes of shaking heaven and the 9 changes of calamity dragon, the situation changed, and Lin Sun once again launched a strong crushing attack. But now, it was different. Even if Lin Sun exerted his strength to the extreme, he could only kill 5 or 6 opponents with one blow at most. It wasn't that his strength was getting weaker, but that the strength of the new opponents was constantly rising, rumbled between heaven and earth. The fist force burst out like a torrent of thunder and lightning cutting through the void, and the cultivators were constantly killed and turned into powder. However, in this gray world, more powerful cultivators would be born, and their strength would be even stronger. Bang! Before long, Lin Sun's fist force could only seriously injure the opponent, but couldn't kill him at one stroke. The opponent still rushed forward fearlessly. I've reached my limit. The strength of these guys is no different from experts at the level of Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer. I can't kill them with the 9 strikes of shaking heaven and the 9 changes of calamity dragon alone. Lin Sun had expected this, so he immediately changed his fighting style. With a clang, he took out the broken sword. Whoosh! The snow-white, almost transparent broken sword swept through the void, and in an instant, it killed more than 10 cultivators. After all, the broken sword was a magic weapon, and its power was extremely great. It could be said to be a heaven-defying blade. Under the control of Lin Sun's Taoist formation diagram, the power released by the broken sword had doubled. Kill! Lin Sun continued to rush forward. In the past, 30 minutes would pass in a flash. But in the second test of Tao discussion, it seemed to be extremely long, and every minute and second was torturous. Outside Dark Parasol Mountain, geniuses that were participating in the Tao discussion were ceaselessly teleported out and eliminated, and it caused numerous sighs in the surroundings. In the past, every single one of them was a renowned figure in different areas of Shihing world, and they received the attention of all and were renowned throughout the world. Yet now, so many geniuses had already been eliminated during the second test of the Tao discussion, and it was truly shocking. It really is different from the past. Merely this elimination rate isn't comparable to any of the previous Tao discussion lantern meetings. Many practitioners sighed with emotion. Half an hour has passed, and half of the 30 minutes have passed. I wonder if anyone has passed the limit realm by now. Even more practitioners were paying attention nervously, and they were extremely anxious as they urgently wanted to know the answer. Especially peerless figures like Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, Sha Luchan, Qing Lianer, Zhong Li Wuji, Mu Jianting, and Li Qinghuan, they received unprecedented attention. Who would be the first to pass the test? Everyone was looking forward to it. First. Only the first to pass the test will be able to obtain the greatest reward. That treasure that the ancestor has always been thinking about will definitely descend during the test. At the limit realm, Yu Lingkong's entire body was bathed in divine radiance, and he was dazzling like a blazing sun. His figure was slender while his features were handsome, and he was simply like an immortal that had descended from the heavens and revealed a peerless and extraordinary bearing. His combat strength was extremely terrifying as well, and he charged forward all along the way. As the strength of his opponents grew stronger, his combat strength grew as well, and it was extremely shocking. No matter who it is, they can't stop me. The first is bound to belong to me. Yu Lingkong's gaze was like a divine ray of light, and he revealed peerless confidence. That's a special reward, so how can I be left out of it? At the other limit realm, Xianxia wore a plain-colored dress, and her peerlessly beautiful face carried a wisp of a unique tranquil and composed expression. Her speed was extremely swift as well, and her combat technique seemed to be otherworldly, yet its might was extremely terrifying. Brilliant rays of light swept out horizontally, and it slashed open a completely straight path through her numerous enemies. Only the top 3 can obtain the reward. Even if we can't win the first place, we should still compete for the top 3 positions. I don't know what exactly the reward is, but there's no doubt that it's definitely extraordinary. I must fight for it. If nothing goes wrong, the eyes of the others have long been fixed on these 3 rewards. However, I don't believe that I can't compete with them. In different limit realms, peerless figures like Lei Qianjun, Mu Jianting, and Li Qinghuan all exerted their full strength, and they were determined to win the final reward. This was not only an opportunity, but also an invisible competition and contest with other peerless figures. No one was willing to fall behind others. Swish, the broken blade streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, and the brilliant rays of the blade were dazzling and blazing to the extreme. Such peerless sharpness could be said to be invincible. At this moment, Lin Sun had already exerted all his strength to the limit. Even when he was dealing with Lin Taizhen, a half-step king, he had never gone all out like this before. Puff. 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 Those practitioners were killed one after another and annihilated in the void, unable to stop Lin Sun's pace. No wonder that old fool, Bai Feng Lu, said that the test of the second level of the Tao discussion is extremely precious, and it possesses an unbelievable tempering effect towards the strength of cultivators. If one's able to pass it smoothly, then one's strength will absolutely undergo a transformation to a certain extent. Lin Sun was enlightened. All the way to the present, he had been in a state of extreme combat, completely forcing out his strength and potential. This was undoubtedly an extremely rare tempering. Just like at this moment, as the battle became more and more intense, Lin Sun's control of the broken blade became more and more skillful and exquisite. He felt that he could use the broken blade freely and easily. Similarly, in the previous battles, whether it was the fire-refining Star River, the 9 strikes for shaking heaven, or the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, they were all further tempered and baptized. All this made Lin Sun clearly feel that his understanding of martial arts was undergoing obvious changes. Later, Lin Sun threw away all distractions, completely immersed himself in the battle, and wantonly performed his own martial arts. Reaching for the stars, moon-pulling cut, burning sun, silence cut. Later, Lin Sun also deduced the profound meaning of 6 cuts of Tianyuan. In the void, the broken blade gently chopped, reflecting the terrifying power that swept across the world. It was too infinite and terrible. In the past, Lin Sun rarely used this skill. Even when fighting with Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer, Lin Sun had always reserved his power and never used the profound meaning of 6 cuts of Tianyuan. Of course, Lin Sun had only mastered the first 4 cuts. The mystery of the last 2 moves, life and death cut and impermanence cut, had not been comprehended yet. Even so, the power of this saber play inherited from the heaven accessing place was enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was immersed in martial arts and rushing forward in the battle, suddenly woke up and looked around. It was quiet. There were no more enemies. He was the only one left in the gray world. Puff, divine radiance flashed, and the final cultivator standing in his way was eliminated. A smile appeared on Yulingkong's lips. Success, 3,000 zhang away was the finish line. At this moment, he was panting slightly. Charging forward with all his might had taken a lot out of him. However, with hope right in front of him, he felt that it was all worth it. Ancestor, you can finally fulfill your wish, Yulingkong murmured to himself. He did not stop and charged forward. He would not allow any accidents to happen at this last moment because of any negligence. Dong, however, right when his figure was only 300 m away from the end, a sound that was like the sound of a morning bell suddenly resounded in this gray and hazy world, and it spread through the heavens and the earth in a deafening manner. This, Yulingkong was stunned at first. After that, the smile on the corners of his mouth completely froze. His pupils dilated, and his handsome face was filled with disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could someone arrive before me? Yulingkong seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and his heart was filled with unprecedented rage and unwillingness, causing him to be unable to refrain from howling loudly. A distance of 1,000 zhang, at any time, it would be enough to arrive in an instant. There was no suspense at all. But now, in that split second, someone had actually reached the end of the line before they could reach it. It was such a huge blow that Yulingkong almost vomited blood out of anger no matter how good-tempered she was. She wanted to kill someone. How could this be? His entire body emitted a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an enraged god. His expression was ashen, and his aura was terrifying. This limit realm is indeed marvelous. Charging all the way until now has actually stimulated all of my limits. This kind of tempering is truly rare. At the other extreme realm, Xianxia's clear eyes flickered with an illusory glow. She clearly felt that she'd benefited greatly from this round of tempering, and she'd improved a step further in her cultivation in the martial Tao. Even though she thought like this in her heart, Xianxia didn't stop at all, and her figure was like a ray of light that charged forward. The finish line was right in front. Xianxia was absolutely confident in her strength, and she felt that since she was ranked in the top 3 at the second level of the Tao discussion, then she would definitely have a share in the rewards. In fact, she was determined to get the first place. This was not arrogance, but confidence in her own strength. Dong, however, right at the instant she neared the finish line, the clear and melodious sound of a bell resounded through the world. In an instant, Xianxia's body stiffened. Her clear eyes shot out divine light. Could it be Yulingkong? Impossible. Even though I've never fought him, but in terms of resources and reserves, I'm not inferior to him at all. Even though she thought like this, a trace of a sense of loss that couldn't be restrained still surged into her heart, causing her to be unable to calm down. It should be Xianxia. The void jade temple's Mu Jianting frowned and sighed in his heart. As expected of the profound Inquisition Sword School's holy maiden. Such strength is too shocking indeed, and I have no choice but to be unconvinced. Impossible. It's only been half the time, and someone has already reached the finish line first? Sha Luchan let out a furious and unwilling roar. Xianxia? Or Yulingkong? Little Thunder Marquis Lei Qianjun of the Thunder clan from the Great Desolate Lands was surging with battle intent. However, the more it is like this, the more interesting it is. If I don't have a few decent opponents, then life would be too boring. The sound of the bell resounded at the same time in the various extremes, and it was heard by all the geniuses that were participating in the Tao discussion. At this instant, their reactions were all different, and their expressions varied. There was admiration, unwillingness, astonishment, surprise, and so on and so forth. At this moment, all the cultivators that were waiting outside Dark Parasol Mountain had heard the rumbling sound of the bell as well, and for a time, the surroundings were in an uproar. Someone has reached the finish line first. It's definitely Xianxia. Only she has the ability to take the lead in less than the time for an incense stick to burn and reach the finish line before all the other geniuses. Exactly. If it's in terms of strength, then Xianxia is undoubtedly the most promising candidate to seize the first position in the second test. It's better not to speak too early. The second test is the fairest, and the difficulty varies according to the cultivator's strength. In my opinion, some other peerless figures might be able to accomplish this as well. For example, Devil God Lin. Devil God Lin? Ha ha ha, you're not joking, are you? You're actually comparing him to Fairy G? That's simply disrespectful to Fairy G. Exactly. Even if Fairy G isn't able to accomplish this, it's impossible for Devil God Lin to be qualified to accomplish this. For example, peerless figures like Mu Jianting, Li Qinghuan, Lei Qianjun, and Zhongli Wuji are all stronger than Devil God Lin. The crowd discussed animatedly, and it was even to the extent that they were arguing fiercely. On the other hand, the great figures seemed to be much calmer. However, they were slightly indecisive, and they seemed to be holding back when they spoke. However, they roughly believed that Xianxia was one of the candidates that had the highest possibility of accomplishing this. For a time, many great figures spoke successively and congratulated Granny Golden Crane. Granny Golden Crane smiled and returned the greeting. However, she wouldn't express anything at a time like this. After all, the final outcome hadn't been decided yet. If they got happy too early and made a mistake in the outcome, then it would be extremely embarrassing. Exactly which 3 participants will be able to obtain the final reward of the second test? The time for an incense stick to burn is almost up. At that time, the truth will be revealed. Everyone was looking forward to it. Along with the sound of the bell, an ancient stone tablet appeared, and it was similarly inscribed with ancient Taoist markings. When he saw this scene, Lin Sun was finally sure that he'd arrived at the end of the extreme realm. But, is it over just like this? Lin Sun still didn't dare believe it, and he raised his eyes to look at the ancient Taoist markings on the stone tablet. This realm has the shore, but the Great Way has no shore. It was just a single sentence, but it was thought-provoking. It seems that this is indeed the end. Lin Sun was slightly dissatisfied. Before arriving at the end, he'd immersed himself in the tempering of martial Tao, and his mastery of the first 4 slashes of the 6 decapitations of heavenly origin had attained the acme of perfection. He was about to make a breakthrough, yet he'd arrived at the end. The feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place was slightly unpleasant. Wait, suddenly, Lin Sun realized a problem. Even though he'd arrived at the end, the second test hadn't come to an end. The time for an incense stick to burn still hadn't come to an end. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Sun's figure flashed back along the path he'd come from. He intended to give it a try. Swish, sure enough, it didn't disappoint Lin Sun. In this dusky world, practitioners appeared one after another. Moreover, unlike before, all the practitioners who appeared this time, no matter men or women, had extraordinary bearings and an indescribable kind of extraordinary bearing, just like real immortals. Moreover, although their appearances were vague, they could be vaguely recognized. There was even a sheen of wisdom in their eyes, which was completely different from the previous appearance that only knew how to fight fearlessly. What was more surprising to Lin Sun was that just at this moment, a young man stood upright in the void with his sleeves unfolded. He cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. He performed an ancient greeting and said, "Junior brother, congratulations on comprehending the principle of the boundless Grand Tao. There is an end to this realm, but our path towards the Tao shouldn't stop here. Junior brother, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future." His clear and gentle voice resounded between heaven and earth. Almost at the same time, all the practitioners who appeared nearby, no matter men or women, cupped their hands with a smile and congratulated Lin Sun. No matter how composed Lin Sun was, he was slightly stunned at this moment. It wasn't just because these practitioners were like figures from the ancient times that had revived and awakened wisdom. Most importantly, they actually addressed him as junior brother. A woman in a 7-colored dress with bright eyes and white teeth said with a sweet smile, "Junior brother, you look slightly confused. I presume it's the first time you've participated in the Tao discussion trial of the sect, and it reminds me of the scene when I participated in the Tao discussion trial all those years ago." The others smiled and sighed with emotion, and they seemed to be recalling the scenes when they participated in the Tao discussion trial all those years ago. Their expressions were very calm, and their transcendent bearing was truly admirable. The sect? the Tao discussion trial? Lin Sun's heart fluctuated, and he couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoists, may I know what's going on? Junior brother, we've left the sect for many years, and we've only awakened a strand of brand that we've left here. The young man in the lead said with a smile, as for what exactly is going on, you'll naturally understand it when you leave the sect and start to seek your own path to the divine way. The others nodded. Leave the sect? Seek the divine way? Lin Sun gasped. Could it be that all these men and women already possessed the foundation and cultivation to seek the divine way when they left the so-called sect that year? Junior brother, the final assessment of the second level of the Tao discussion trial is about to begin. We're formed by the will brand. Once we take action, we won't hold back at all and will attack with the strength at the peak of the reincarnation development realm. If you want to get the reward, you must use all your strength. The young man suddenly became serious and reminded. Senior brotherly, don't scare us. Our junior brother was able to be the first to reach the end of the extreme realm, and he was able to quickly understand the principle of limitless great way. His foundation and aptitude are much stronger than ours at that time. The woman in the 7-colored dress said with a smile. The young man was speechless and said, let's cut the crap. We don't have much time. Let's start. Wait, Lin Sun was anxious. He was full of doubts and was about to ask. He didn't want to accept the final assessment at this time. However, before he could say more, the young man waved his sleeve, and a vast, majestic and incomparably vigorous sword intent appeared. The power released made Lin Sun stiff all over, and he felt an unprecedented pressure. Oh no, Lin Sun's face changed slightly. He had no time to think about anything else and ran his strength to an unprecedented extreme. He even ran the fighting saint method without reservation. Lin Sun had never used it in the previous battles. It could be imagined how much pressure this sword intent brought to Lin Sun. It could even be said that it was the strongest sword intent he had encountered since he started his cultivation. Whoosh, the sword intent reached the sky, vast and majestic, and full of fierce spirit that could oppress the universe. As soon as it chopped down, the void collapsed, and the breath of destruction was astonishing. As soon as the young man attacked, he seemed to have become another person. His eyebrows were full of awe-inspiring intent, and his eyes were full of sword light, murderous and merciless. It was as if all the emotions he had shown before had completely disappeared. Lin Sun felt unprecedented pressure. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he had no time to care about them and attacked with all his strength. Clang, the broken blade soared through the sky like a bright silver river of stars, and it dragged along a 3 kilometers long divine radiance as it moved to meet Xianxia's attack head-on. The collision between the two broke out a terrible roar, and the divine light splashed. Lin Sun trembled all over, and his qi and blood were tumbling. He was almost hurt by this blow. Come again. He gritted his teeth, and his black eyes burst with fierce fighting intent. He ran all his strength with fight saint method, and his spirit roared like thunder, reaching an unprecedented extreme in an instant. Star-reaching cut, wherever the broken blade passed, it was as if stars were falling from the sky. Eternal night descended, and an aura of annihilation spread out in all directions. Whoosh, the young man stood in the void like a peerless sword immortal. With a flick of his finger, the vast sword intent burst out. It seemed to be an understatement, but in fact, it was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought hundreds of times. This guy is just a strand of willpower, and he only uses the power of the peak of reincarnation developing realm, but he is already stronger than Xiao Luchan. It's too abnormal, Lin Sun was shocked. In the past, he was regarded as a devil by countless practitioners, who thought that his strength was against the natural order and abnormal. But now Lin Sun felt that the young man opposite him was the real abnormal one. It was only a trace of will imprint. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking combat power he had when he was at the reincarnation development realm. Clatter, suddenly, the woman in a 7-colored dress in the distance moved as well. Her figure fluttered like a flowing ray of light while her white hand swung a soft whip, and with a light sweep of it, space shattered inch by inch like it was made of paper. Boom, this expanse of the heavens and the earth shook. At this moment, the other cultivators in the vicinity had set out as well. They either executed profound techniques or withdrew their treasures, and they besieged Xianxia from all directions. That scene was like a group of peerless reincarnation developing realm cultivators attacking together. It was shocking and unimaginably terrifying. If it was in the outside world, it would surely cause an uproar. However, no one knew that Lin Sun, who was the first to arrive at the end of the extreme realm, would encounter such a severe challenge before the second round of the Dao discussion had come to an end. How much longer? 15 minutes. In the outside world, no matter whether it was the important figures or the cultivators from other places, they were all waiting anxiously. The great Dao is boundless. Yu Lingkong also saw an ancient stele and the ancient runes on it. He frowned slightly before coming to an understanding, and he immediately turned around and charged back the way he came. Hualala, in next to no time, numerous cultivators floated into appearance, and the auras of every single one of them were much stronger than before, as expected. Fortunately, the outcome of the assessment hasn't been completely decided. I still have a chance. Yu Lingkong's eyes emitted a frightening divine light, and he regained his fighting spirit. He rushed up without hesitation and started a battle. However, unlike everything Lin Sun had encountered before, these cultivators he encountered didn't show their intelligence. Although they were much stronger, they seemed to be lifeless. At the same time, in another extreme realm, Xianxia encountered the same situation as Yu Lingkong. No matter Yu Lingkong or the others arrive first, there's a chance to turn this situation around before the final result of the assessment appears. Xianxia's clear eyes were firm. She was praised as the leader of the younger generation in Shiheng world, and she was extremely proud and conceited. Naturally, she couldn't tolerate being suppressed in this Dao discussion lantern festival. Not only Yu Lingkong and Xianxia, but also some peerless figures who arrived at the end of the Dao discussion lantern festival successively when they discovered the mysteries on the ancient stele. As peerless talents, none of them was willing to be inferior to others. During this process, there were many prodigies who didn't even reach the finish line and were eliminated along the way. Similarly, there were also some top talents who completely relaxed after arriving at the end, thinking that they could pass the second test smoothly in this way, so they didn't notice that there were other mysteries hidden in this test. This was the competition of the Great Way. Perhaps a careless negligence and relaxation might make one step behind imperceptibly. This kind of competition could not be seen or touched, but when one set foot on the road of the Great Way, it was everywhere. Especially for the talents of the younger generation, this invisible and ubiquitous competition was more cruel and fierce. Puff, in the void, Lin Sun was suppressed again. He staggered back and coughed up blood. He felt that his whole body was about to break. Being attacked by dozens of peerless opponents at the peak of reincarnation developing realm, the danger he suffered was simply unimaginable to outsiders. It was really terrible. Each of his opponents mastered amazing Taoism and their fighting means were extraordinary. Even in the outside world, they could be regarded as peerless figures. But now, they besieged him together, which made Lin Sun's situation suddenly become precarious. He was in danger of being suppressed and eliminated at any time. Boom, another vast strand of sword insight swept over. It was brilliant, resplendent, lofty, and oppressive. It seemed to be simple and direct, yet it emanated an imposing aura that was capable of crushing the world and flattening the world. I'd like to see whether you can force me back. Lin Sun gritted his teeth. He was suppressed to the point that he couldn't raise his head, which made the anger in his heart finally burst out at this moment. In an instant, his spirit, qi, and spirit seemed to be burning. His whole body seemed to have turned into a furnace of chaos, and his momentum was much stronger than before. This was the profound meaning of Yazi's wrath, which could stimulate the potential of the whole body and burst out a powerful combat force far beyond the ordinary. Whoosh, the broken blade let out a passionate and clear cry, which resounded through the world. It became more and more dazzling, as if it was illusory. On the surface of the broken blade, wisps of obscure Taoist patterns emerged, and an invisible aura of destruction spread out. Kill! Lin Sun rushed forward and fought with a group of practitioners, which made the world shake and the divine light sweep in all directions. The scene was appalling. The wrath of Yazi, fighting saint technique, and the broken blade controlled by the wordless inheritance of Taoist formation made Lin Sun's combat effectiveness soar to an unprecedented level. Under such control, the profound meanings of the four ancient secret methods, RFS, moon-grabbing chop, burning sun chop, and Silence Chop, were released unprecedentedly. At this moment, Lin Sun was confident to kill peerless figures like Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer with a single strike, but it still didn't work. Although he could still fight fiercely, he was still in a state of being suppressed. He could barely fight back, but he couldn't kill his opponents completely. The reason was that his opponents were not only numerous, but also extremely powerful and abnormal. Is this the final test of the extreme realm for myself? According to what the young man said just now, only by exerting all my strength can I have the ability to fight against them, but I've already exerted all my strength. Lin Sun was anxious. Being suppressed to such an extent made him realize that he had encountered the biggest challenge since he started cultivating. He was unwilling to be eliminated like this. This was only the second test of Tao discussion. How could he admit defeat like this? Puff. A moment later, Lin Sun was seriously injured again. He was almost hit in the neck by a glittering flying centipede. Even so, a wound was torn on his chest, and blood was dripping. This couldn't go on, or he would lose for sure. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's eyes turned red. He didn't think about anything else, and only the pure fighting spirit was left in his mind. Fight. The profound meaning of fighting lay in fighting, which was the most essential mystery of the fighting saint technique. Being overcautious and indecisive, and worrying about gains and losses, would make one lose one's mind. Fight. Lin Sun completely released himself. He didn't care about anything, nor did he care about his fighting skills or experience. He just relied on his burning fighting spirit to kill. With the heart of war, we shall fight in the matters of war. Boom. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a burning sun, with a disdainful and ostentatious momentum, just like the fighting demon god in the ancient times, who swept across the 9 heavens. He just wanted to fight, whether he won or lost. This was a kind of extreme release. It was the first time that Lin Sun fought without reservation since he entered the ancient desolation realm. Clatter in this unprecedented fighting state, the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's heart that had been silent for a long time produced a strange heat flow at this moment, which spread all over his body and melted into his skin, flesh, bones, internal organs. Even his spirit, qi, and spirit were covered by the heat flow. Lin Sun didn't notice any of this. At this moment, there was no thought in his mind. There was only the fighting spirit in his heart, and he forgot the sky, the earth, and the people. I made it. In a place where the limit was, Yu Lingkong was panting. His face was a little pale, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Compared with his elegant appearance before, he seemed to be in a mess. But at this moment, his heart was full of joy and expectation. Because his opponents had been completely annihilated. Although I was slightly slower when it came to arriving at the finishing point earlier, who can compete with me in this final test? Yu Lingkong took a deep breath and looked around in all directions. He was filled with confidence and disdain as if he was the only one in the world. This should be enough, right? At the same time, Xianxia murmured. There was no more opponent in front of her, and all of them had been killed. Her incomparably beautiful face was covered in sweat, her black hair was a little messy, and the aura around her was in a state of disorder. Obviously, this battle was very difficult for her. I'd like to see who can surpass me in the final test. A touch of pride appeared on Xianxia's red lips. As time passed, there were peerless figures who achieved this step one after another, such as Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun, Li Qinghuan, Zhong Li Wuji, Sha Luchan, Qing Lianer, and so on. They didn't expect to be able to win the first place, but they all looked forward to being in the top 3. At this time, there were only 2 minutes left of the incense sticks time. There were only 2 minutes left. Outside the Azure Parasol Mountain, a group of practitioners were looking forward to the final result. Who would win the first place in the second test of the Tao discussion? Even the big shots stopped talking, held their breaths, and looked forward to the result. It was coming to an end. Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, and the others were waiting silently for the final result in different limit realms. On the other hand, the peerless figures who had arrived at the finish line were relieved. At least they hadn't been eliminated, so they felt much more at ease. As for those geniuses who were still charging in the limit realm but hadn't arrived at the finish line, they couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Although they hadn't been eliminated, there wasn't much time left. They realized that they were doomed to be unable to enter the next round of the test this time. In the fierce battle, an extremely dazzling broken blade suddenly flashed up, and it emanated a divine brilliance that could awe the world. Slash the ninth heaven. Slash the sword. In an instant, the entire gray world seemed to be still. Time seemed to freeze, and only the dazzling stream of saber light remained. It was unparalleled. Puff. 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 One by one, the figures of the practitioners were annihilated in an instant like snow melting in water, and they vanished one after another. They couldn't be stopped or resisted. Congratulations on breaking through the limit, junior brother. The woman in the colorful dress suddenly revealed a smile, and she felt gratified and happy. Then, her figure vanished like a bubble. Anyone who enters this sect, regardless of age, is a brother or sister. Junior brother, we'll meet again on the great path one day. Take care. The young man in the lead spoke in a clear voice. After that, he turned around and only left a tall figure behind, and then he vanished into the gray and hazy world like a bubble. In the void, Lin Sun's fighting spirit was boiling like lava. But when he saw this scene, he completely woke up from the pure fighting state. Thank you for your guidance. I'll definitely repay you one day. Lin Sun murmured in his heart as he looked at the place where the young man and the others had disappeared. This battle allowed his martial Tao to be tempered to the limit and undergo a complete transformation. Moreover, he'd obtained an extremely precious battle comprehension. No matter if it was the Heaven Shaker 9 strikes, the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon, the Flaming Star River, or the 6 slashes of heavenly origin, all of them had completely fused with the Water Tao insight he possessed, causing their might to multiply, and they were completely different from before. In particular, the breakthrough this time made Lin realize that the real way of Tao was to integrate all the forces he had mastered. It was an unprecedented comprehensive transformation. Apart from that, the power of his divine soul had also undergone a transformation. There were too many benefits. The insights gained from this battle were enough for Lin Sun to ponder and digest in the following cultivation. Thump! Immediately, Lin Sun's body shook and fell to the ground. A strand of indescribable exhaustion and weakness surged through his entire body. This battle had caused him to give it his all and stimulate his strength to the limit. At this moment, as soon as he relaxed, he was instantly unable to persist any longer. Wheeze Lin Sun gasped for breath. His handsome face was so pale that it was almost transparent. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Every inch of his flesh and blood, skin, tendons, and bones showed a state of exhaustion. Lying on the ground, it was difficult for him to even lift a finger. Since he entered the ancient desolation realm, he had never experienced such a feeling of powerlessness. It was a kind of emptiness after releasing all his strength. Emptiness. Emptiness without roots. However, there was an unprecedented satisfaction in Lin Sun's heart. His black eyes were clear and peaceful. Looking at the gray sky, he felt like lying on the roof and quietly watching the stars twinkling in the night sky when he was a child. He had no worries, and his body and mind were empty. Clatter in his empty body, a stream of heat suddenly gushed out and spread to his limbs and bones like a spring. In an instant, his exhausted body was like a withered tree in spring, or like a dried-up river welcoming a heavy downpour. All the strength in his body was recovering at an astonishing speed. Lin Sun experienced it quietly. This was the power of transformation after breaking through the extreme limit. It was incomparably precious, and it was also a kind of transformation that he had never experienced before. It was like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Dong! At this time, the time for burning a stick of incense was up. An ancient and long bell rang in the gray world, as if it came from the ancient times. The second test was over. Dong! The ancient bell rang on Mount Kangwu, and the world was long. All the practitioners in the outside world breathed a long sigh of relief. It was over, and the result of the second test was about to come out, which 3 talents on Earth won the special reward of this test, who stood out and won the first place in this test. Everyone was looking forward to it. Hurry up, go and count the number of talents who were eliminated this time. The practitioners of the Wind Whisperer clan all took action as soon as possible, so the outside world couldn't see the details of the test. But by counting the number of eliminated people, they could judge how many talents had passed the second test, In the different limit realms, the ancient stone tablets that stood tall began to tremble and buzz the moment the test ended. In the end, the ancient stone tablets suddenly turned into pieces of ancient Taoist talismans and flew into the hands of each talent who passed the test. The ancient Taoist talismans were only the size of a palm, like jade but not jade. They were engraved with ancient Taoist characters, which represented the result of each expert who passed the test. At the same time, with this Taoist talisman, they could participate in the third test. Whoosh, Yu Lingkong was complacent. He raised his hand and grabbed the Taoist talisman. Ancestor, this time, I will fulfill your long-cherished wish and give you that thing that you can't forget. When he glanced at the handwriting on the Taoist talisman, Yu Lingkong, who was full of confidence and excitement, suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. His pupils contracted, the corners of his mouth trembled, and the impulse to spit blood came back again. The third place, Yu Lingkong's eyes burst out a terrifying light. He stared at the Taoist talisman in his hand, as if he still didn't believe it. How could this be possible? In the end, he wasn't able to restrain himself and let out a furious and disgruntled roar. His long hair fluttered while his expression was terrifying to the extreme. He wasn't even the second, and he was merely the third. How could Yu Lingkong, who'd always been proud, accept this? In the past, he'd always been taken to be one of the most dazzling and peerless figures in the southern profound world. No matter if it was his background, resources, or cultivation, he could be considered to be a leading figure in the younger generation, and he possessed numerous peerlessly dazzling halos. Besides Xianxia, he didn't take anyone else seriously when he was participating in the Tao discussion lantern gathering in West Heaven World. Yet now, during the second test of the Tao discussion, he'd only obtained the third place. Perhaps this result could be considered to be shocking to the other geniuses, and it was sufficient to make them feel proud. But to Yu Lingkong, it was absolutely an intolerable humiliation. Who exactly is the first? For the first time, Yu Lingkong was slightly unable to control his emotions, and his expression became extremely icy cold. In the past, he was handsome, elegant, and possessed an extraordinary bearing. But at this moment, he'd obviously lost his composure. No matter who it is, I'll definitely avenge this humiliation. Yu Lingkong's entire body emanated a terrifying aura, and as his eyes opened and closed, strands of sharp cold lightning shot out from within them. Right at this moment, a ball of dazzling light floated up into appearance before Yu Lingkong, and a pair of bright golden scissors could be faintly seen within the light. It was like a pair of golden wyrms that were intertwined together. This was a special reward that only the person that obtained the third place in the second test of the Tao discussion could obtain. The golden wyrm scissors. Yu Lingkong's pupils constricted while he was shocked in his heart. Could it be that renowned saint artifact from the ancient times? But in next to no time, he was disappointed in his heart. It was only a copy, and it couldn't even be considered to be an imperial armament. However, its might was extraordinarily great, and it could rival an imperial armament. The treasure that the ancestor has been constantly thinking about is an extraordinary treasure of mysterious origins, and it's miraculous and unfathomable. It's absolutely impossible for it to be a copy of the golden wyrm scissors. No matter who obtains it, I'll definitely take it back. A wisp of coldness flashed through Yu Lingkong's eyes. The second place. Is it really Yu Lingkong who got the second place ahead of me? In another extreme realm, Xianxia frowned, and there was a touch of annoyance on her beautiful face. If I had known it would be like this, But in the end, she sighed and let it go. It's just a momentary success or failure. The real winner will be determined after I pass through the 5 tests. At that time, I won't tolerate any more accidents. Xianxia took a deep breath, and a touch of firmness flashed through her clear eyes. No one knew that she hadn't used her real trump card in the second test. In other words, she thought that her eyesight this time was completely because she was too conservative, and that she missed the first place. Similar things happened in different extreme realms one after another. When the peerless figures learned their rankings, some were satisfied, and some were resentful and unwilling. However, no one could tell who the top 3 were. At this time, Lin Sun, who had won the first place without knowing why, was in a daze. A ball of light surrounded by divine brilliance appeared in front of him, and there was a treasure in it. It was the special reward he got for winning the first place. However, this treasure seemed to be a little too exquisite and small. It was a jade bottle, but only the size of a thumb. Its whole body seemed to be made of mutton fat jade, showing a light cyan color, clear and bright. Lin Sun had never seen such a small jade bottle. It looked just like a toy in the hands of a child. Was this the reward? Lin Sun was in a daze for a while, and then he took it in his hand. A warm and cool air enshrouded his palm. The jade bottle was really too small. It was as light as a feather in his palm. The mouth of the bottle was round, and the surface of the bottle was flowing with a faint cyan halo. It was hard to tell what this treasure was used for. Lin Sun put a strand of his divine awareness into it, and the name of this bottle suddenly appeared in his mind. But the next moment, his expression became a little strange. Tao. Infinite bottle, such an incomparably small jade bottle actually dared to have such a name that could shock any cultivator. Lin Sun was puzzled. Immeasurable Way was not a name that ordinary treasures could bear. The Way was the supreme power of rules in the world. It was like a taboo. Using it as a name was undoubtedly a violation of the taboo, which was a curse rather than a blessing. The word immeasurable was even more particular. What was immeasurable? It was infinite, and it was immeasurable. Such a small bottle had such a taboo name. Any cultivator would be shocked if they saw it. Soon, Lin Sun found out some magical functions of the bottle with his spiritual awareness and understood why it had such a name. The bottle seemed to be small, but there seemed to be a boundless world inside, and its bottom could not be detected at all. Its greatest function was not to store things, but to accumulate the power of martial arts. For example, all the power gathered by a punch of the 9 strikes for shaking heaven could be stored in this bottle. When it was used, the power of this move could be released with the help of spiritual awareness, and the power would be twice as powerful as that of using it by oneself. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. It's much more magical than the art of transferring flowers to trees and moving stars. Whoosh, Lin Sun couldn't help but give it a try. He used the broken sword to display silence cut with his strongest power. At the same time, he controlled the bottle with his spiritual awareness. The mouth of the bottle heated up, and suddenly a dazzling light spurted out, which turned into a whirlpool like a dream. A shocking scene appeared. As soon as he executed nothingness slash, it was silently swallowed by the dazzling vortex. It was indeed swallowed. The strength, might, and even all the profundities contained within the nirvana slash had been completely absorbed by the boundless great Tao bottle. Boom, Lin Sun's heart moved. The immeasurable way bottle suddenly erupted, and a silence cut swept out. In an instant, it was like a peerless divine light appeared in the world, and it cut out a straight void crack of 30 kilometers. On the ground, there was a shocking huge ravine, with smoke and dust filling the air, and the ravine was bottomless. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. The power of this silence cut was much stronger than that of his own. What a treasure! Lin Sun's eyes lit up. The Great Way Infinite Bottle was definitely an incredible treasure with a unique and wonderful function. Before facing the enemy, you can accumulate martial arts power and kill the enemy unexpectedly, using it as a trump card. Similarly, you can utilize this bottle during battle to absorb your opponent's killer move, and then give them a taste of their own medicine. Moreover, under the amplification of this bottle, the might of your attack will be doubled. In an instant, Lin Sun understood the 2 wonderful uses of this bottle in the battle. Before the battle, he could accumulate power and use it as a trump card. And in battle, it could also absorb the enemy's killing move, replacing the flower with the tree, returning the attack back to the enemy's body, making it even more powerful. I wonder if this bottle can absorb the killing moves of King Realm old monsters. If it can, then the benefits will be even more amazing. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He suddenly realized that if he was pursued by the old freaks of the King Realm again in the future, he could completely rely on this bottle to absorb their killer moves and resolve the crisis for himself. Moreover, this bottle was not as simple as absorbing the killing moves. It could be used again, and its power would be doubled. Thinking about it, if the full blow of the old freaks of the King Realm was exerted by the small bottle, could it kill all the old freaks of the King Realm in one fell swoop? The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more he felt this treasure was too magical and extraordinary. He had a strong intuition that these were just some of the wonderful uses he had explored, and all the wonderful uses of the small bottle were definitely more than that. However, all this was Lin Sun's speculation. Whether the small bottle could swallow the killing moves of the old freaks of the King realm needed to be tested in person. In any case, Lin Sun was quite surprised to get such a special reward in the second test of Tao discussion. But suddenly, the Taoist talisman in his hand produced obscure fluctuations. The next moment, Lin Sun was teleported away and disappeared in the gray extreme realm. Whoosh, when Lin Sun reappeared, he had already arrived in front of a vast ocean. The seawater was surging as if it was boundless and had no end in sight. Floating sea. The third round of the test would be held here. This sea was very magical. When the test began, lotus flowers would condense on the sea. Practitioners would step on the lotus flowers and race to the other side of the sea to reach the other side of the sea. Many figures had already gathered on the coast in front of floating sea. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and were talking to each other. Demon Lin. I wonder what ranking he obtained in the second test of the Tao discussion. It's a pity that Demon Lin has offended too many people. Otherwise, I'd be very happy to act with him in the third test of Tao discussion. When Lin Sun's figure appeared, it immediately attracted a lot of attention and discussion. In this regard, Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged. He glanced around and instantly judged that there were about 2,000 strong practitioners distributed near this coast. I remember that there were tens of thousands of people participating in Tao discussion. But only less than 30% of the strong practitioners are left in the third test of Tao discussion. This elimination rate is too amazing. While Lin Sun was thinking, he had already arrived at a remote place and looked at the distant floating sea. As the name implied, one would float in the sea after stepping into it. Practitioners could only use lotus flowers as boats to race to cross the sea. They couldn't fly up into the sky or enter the sea. Moreover, once they fell into the sea, they would be eliminated at the first possible moment. In the past Tao discussion lantern meetings, although the test of floating sea couldn't be said to be dangerous, the elimination rate was extremely high. Some strong practitioners who had enmity with each other would often take advantage of this opportunity to retaliate and attack their opponents. On the boundless sea, one could only move forward by relying on lotus flowers. Once a battle broke out, the possibility of falling into the sea was too high. Just a wave of wind could even easily annihilate the opponent. After all, the water in the floating sea wasn't ordinary water. It was filled with the terrifying power of the Great Way. Every drop of it weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. If a wave was set off, it would be no different than a divine mountain pressing down. Soon, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze. He noticed that Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, and the other peerless figures had arrived a long time ago. At this moment, they'd gathered together and were discussing something in low voices. Besides them, Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun, Zhongli Wuji, Qing Lian Sha Luchan, Li Qinghuan, and Wu Duanya were surrounded by a group of people. Lin Sun saw Bai Lingshi. She wore white clothes, had picturesque features, black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and a peerlessly beautiful face. She was standing by Yu Lingkong's side. When she noticed Lin Sun's gaze, she smiled lightly and nodded. Lin Sun smiled. But in next to no time, his expression froze because he noticed a pair of cold eyes sweep towards him. That person wore a plain dress, had a slender and graceful figure, and her skin seemed to be frozen and glistening. She had a white oval face that was peerlessly beautiful. As she stood there casually, she emanated an ethereal and holy aura, and she was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. It was Xianxia, a disciple of the profound sword house. However, Lin Sun felt a little guilty. At that time, he accidentally bumped into this proud girl's butt, which led to some kind of charming and embarrassing misunderstanding. If it was not necessary, Lin Sun really didn't want to meet Xianxia. This girl was not only extremely proud, but also had a bad temper. At this moment, Lin Sun was keenly aware that although Xianxia's eyes were calm, there was a trace of invisible killing intent, which was as cold as a knife. At the same time, a cold voice came to Lin Sun's ears: "If you dare to tell others what happened that day, I promise you will die miserably." It was full of threat. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. This girl was really bad-tempered. How could she still remember it after such a long time had passed? With a smile on his lips, he suddenly waved to Xianxia in the distance and promised, "Don't worry, this is a secret between us. I won't tell anyone." You. Ji Xingyao's expression froze while her clear eyes that were bright like stars couldn't help but reveal a wisp of annoyance. How could she have imagined that this fellow would actually be so shameless to actually speak such words in front of so many people? This was not a promise, but a kind of flirtation. Sure enough, when they heard Lin Sun's words, all the nearby strong people were stunned and tongue-tied. What was going on? Fiend God Lin had actually hooked up with Fairy Ji in secret. The whole crowd was restless and in disbelief. Ji Xingyao was the most popular leader of the younger generation in Xihing world. Like a fairy from heaven, she was sought after and admired by countless practitioners. In the past, no one had ever heard that she had anything to do with any talented young man. But now, Fiend Celestial Lin had said such a thing. It was inevitable that thoughts would surface in their minds. For a moment, many strong practitioners were secretly envious and jealous, and many practitioners were resentful, thinking that Demon Lin's words were blasphemy to Fairy Ji. Witnessing all this, Ji Xingyao's old and new hatred suddenly surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth, and her clear eyes flashed with electricity. She couldn't wait to rush over and tear this bastard Lin Sun to pieces. It was so infuriating, she had never seen such a shameless guy like Lin Sun. Just you wait. Ji Xingyao's voice was full of hatred. She suddenly realized that whenever she was around Lin Sun, she couldn't control her emotions and couldn't calm down. Lin Sun smiled brightly. He thought to himself, only you are allowed to threaten me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate. This is ridiculous. When the nearby experts saw this scene, their hearts churned. Were Fiend God Lin and Fairy Ji flirting with each other's eyes, but was it really okay to do such a thing in front of so many people? Ji Xingyao felt that if this went on, she would be driven mad by this shameless bastard Lin Sun. She took a deep breath and turned her head away, as if she would go berserk if she looked at Lin Sun one more time. And Yu Lingkong, who was standing to the side and witnessing all this, had an imperceptible cold light flash in his eyes. Ji Xingyao was known as the leader of the younger generation in Xihing world, and she was revered by countless young geniuses of the younger generation. Her appearance was undoubtedly peerless. Her beautiful hair was smooth, her black eyebrows were curved, and her clear eyes were bright and resplendent like stars. Every move she made carried a unique transcendent aura, and she was like a fairy that was as cold as snow. In Yu Lingkong's opinion, only such a peerless girl was worthy of his pursuit. In fact, besides participating in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, the most important purpose of him crossing a boundary and coming here from southern Xian world was to get close to Ji Xingyao. But now, witnessing the flirting between Lin Sun and Ji Xingyao caused Yu Lingkong to feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. Miss Ji, this person spoke rudely and ruined your reputation. Do you need my help? Yu Lingkong smiled at Lin Sun, and then he looked coldly at Lin Sun. He didn't care about Demon God Lin at all. All the nearby experts were shocked. They didn't expect that Yu Lingkong, a peerless figure from southern Xian world, would stand out before Ji Xingyao did anything. Ji Xingyao was already gnashing her teeth with hatred, and she forcefully restrained the impulse to rush over and tear Lin Sun to pieces. But when she heard Yu Lingkong's words, it caused her heart to tremble, and she became even more annoyed. What did Yu Lingkong mean? Did he really think that she couldn't solve such a small matter and needed someone else's help? Ji Xingyao knew Yu Lingkong's feelings for her, but she wasn't interested in Yu Lingkong at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have snuck to Yen capital and was unwilling to meet Yu Lingkong who came to visit. Although there was indeed nothing between her and Lin Sun, she was also rather averse to Yu Lingkong's flattery at this time, and it made her feel very uncomfortable. Lin Sun's expression was slightly strange, and then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Friend, watch your words. What do you mean by speaking rudely? It's between me and Miss Ji. As an outsider, you don't know anything, yet you stand out and interrupt. Aren't you being too insensible?" All the experts present gasped. Demon God Lin was really domineering. He actually directly berated Yu Lingkong for being insensible. "How dare you? Boy, what did you say? Quick, apologize to senior brother Yu." The successors of the Pure Land of Everlasting Life who came with Yu Lingkong all shouted angrily and reprimanded Lin Sun. They believed that he had offended and slandered Yu Lingkong's dignity, which was a great disrespect. Lin Sun squinted at these guys. He still remembered that when he reunited with Bai Lingshi a few days ago, these guys looked down upon him with a condescending attitude. At that time, Lin Sun didn't bother to care about it. But now, he was still insatiable. Did he really think Lin Sun was a pushover? His black eyes were cold. You better shut up. This isn't the southern profound world, nor is it your immortal paradise. You are not allowed to behave atrociously here. You. The young men and women were enraged. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Bai Lingshi felt anxious and stepped forward to mediate. But Yu Lingkong waved her hand and said, Junior sister Bai, I know your relationship with this guy. Step down. This has nothing to do with you. He looked calm and indifferent. His slender body exuded an invisible majesty that could not be disobeyed. Lin Sun smiled and said, That's true. Miss Bai, you don't have to feel embarrassed. You also know that I, Lin Sun, have never been frightened. Bai Lingshi frowned. But in the end, she sighed inwardly and stepped down. She could see that neither Yu Lingkong nor Lin Sun could give in at this moment. This was related to their dignity. At this time all the talents nearby felt a little strange. They didn't expect that demon god Lin not only had a relationship with Xianxia, but also was familiar with Bai Lingshi from the pure land of everlasting life. There was no justice in this world. What did demon god Lin do to deserve the special treatment of these two beauties, who were both outstanding in appearance and elegant in their own way? Many men couldn't help but feel envious. Of course, peerless figures like Xiao Luchan, Qing Lianer, and Zhongli Wuji, although they seemed to be watching coldly, were actually eager to see a conflict between Lin Sun and Yu Lingkong. It would be best if both of them were injured and eliminated. Yu Lingkong looked Lin Sun up and down with a sense of scrutiny. He said indifferently, People say that you are more courageous than others. But in my opinion, it's better to say that you don't know how to live or die than to say that you are courageous. Courting death, all the heroes were shocked. Nowadays, demon god Lin was notorious. He had already proved his strength with numerous military exploits. Few people dared to make such an evaluation. But now, Yu Lingkong not only said it, but also said it in front of demon god Lin, which undoubtedly showed that Yu Lingkong didn't take demon god Lin seriously at all. I don't want to embarrass you in this Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Now I'll give you a chance to apologize to me and Miss G, and I'll let you go this time. Yu Lingkong's voice was casual. He was tall and slender, with an elegant face and a domineering demeanor. Lin Sun nodded. When he was about to say something, he saw Xianxia in the distance like a bystander. It was obvious that all the trouble was caused by this proud girl, but she just wanted to stay out of it at this moment. How could there be such a good thing in this world? As soon as Lin Sun thought of this, he changed his mind and sighed, Xianxia, don't you want to explain? I'm doing this to protect the secret between us. If you remain indifferent, then I can only tell you our secret. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia's delicate body stiffened and she glared at him, How dare you? Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. At this moment, not to mention others, even Yu Lingkong began to suspect that there was really an unclear entanglement between Xianxia and Lin Sun. This caused a trace of haze to appear between Yu Lingkong's brows. He was both angry and bewildered in his heart. Xianxia was extremely ashamed and resentful at this moment. She couldn't believe that this shameless bastard would threaten her with such a thing. At this moment, even her snow-white and delicate neck was red, and her fair and translucent face was full of astonishment and embarrassment. She couldn't calm down at all and was about to go crazy. Lin Sun, are you forcing me? Xianxia took a deep breath. Her clear eyes were like lightning and surged with killing intent. Lin Sun put on an innocent expression and said in surprise, Xianxia, what do you mean by that? I just want you to explain so that some fellows don't know anything and just jump out to meddle in our business. I never intended to tell you our secret. He mentioned Xianxia and our secret repeatedly, and it seemed to be very intimate, but it infuriated Xianxia to the point of wanting to kill someone. Her legs were long and straight, her figure was impressive, and her curves were undulating. But at this moment, she was angered to the point her delicate body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and her clear eyes seemed to be on the verge of spitting fire. Obviously, she was extremely resentful. On the other hand, when Yu Lingkong heard the evaluation of thinking too much, he was extremely furious in his heart as well, and his killing intent couldn't be restrained. He was a dignified direct descendant of the Yu clan, an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the pure land of longevity, and he could be said to be peerless in the entire southern profound world. Now, he was regarded as thinking too much, and this was undoubtedly an insult to his dignity. "You're courting death." Yu Lingkong's long hair was flying in the air, and his handsome face was full of killing intent. His eyes were bursting with light, and an invisible power spread out, which made the nearby strong men tremble in their hearts. He was too strong. At this moment, Yu Lingkong was like an infuriated son of God. His divine power soared into the sky and disturbed the wind and clouds. "What's the matter? Are you angry and want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Sun laughed. His black eyes flashed like lightning, and the qi around him roared. He also wanted to have a try to see how strong Yu Lingkong was that he dared to target him like this. Moreover, he had broken through his limit in the second round of Tao discussion, and his combat strength had undergone a new transformation. So, he really needed a strong opponent to test himself. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Before the third trial began, no one had expected that demon god Lin and Yu Lingkong would suddenly have a conflict because of Ji Xingyao. At this moment, the two confronted each other, and a storm was brewing. All the strong men looked on with different thoughts in their minds. Some people couldn't wait for the battle to start. Whether Demon Lin or Yu Lingkong was eliminated, they were all happy to see it happen. Sha Luchan, Qing Lianer, and the others all thought so. Some people were also worried that once the two peerless figures fought, it was bound to be earth-shattering, and it was very likely to affect others. However, just when the battle was about to break out, an unexpected person stood out and tried to persuade Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, I advise you to apologize to Childju and Miss Ji. Don't be stubborn, or you'll be in big trouble sooner or later." It was Shi Yutong. Everyone was stunned. Who was this guy? How dare he talk to Demon Lin like this? The young sword king of the Xia family used to be so proud and unyielding. I never thought that he would become so humble now. At this moment, instead of helping Lin Sun, he wants Lin Sun to bow his head. It's so disappointing. Bai Lingshi frowned and was very angry. They were all from Xiao Empire, but it was obvious that Shi Yutong didn't treat Lin Sun as one of his own. At the sight of this old acquaintance, Lin Sun was also angry. He wouldn't forget that when he had a conflict with the strong practitioners of the Black Demon Tengu clan, it was Shi Yutong who jumped out and announced to the world through the mouth of the Wind Talker clan that he would expose Lin Sun's background and smash the absurd rumors about him. Lin Sun suddenly fell into a passive position and suffered a lot of slander. Lin Sun hadn't settled the old score with this guy yet, but he jumped out again at this time. Yu Lingkong was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a little episode to happen at this time. Then he smiled and looked on from the sidelines. All of a sudden, all eyes were focused on Shi Yutong, which made him feel indescribably proud. Shi Yutong ignored the strange eyes around him and Lin Sun's cold and murderous eyes. He came to the field and sighed. "Lin Sun, although you want to break all ties with me and draw a clear line between us, I can't be just because you are heartless. After all, we come from the same place. I won't watch you offend people you shouldn't offend." Many talents in the field realized that Shi Yutong came from the mortal world like Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, you'd better take a step back and apologize to Childju and Miss Ji. Others don't know, but I know your background." Shi Yutong looked solemn and considerate for Lin Sun. But the more he behaved like this, the more Lin Sun felt sick and disgusted. He knew that Shi Yutong would never have good intentions by jumping out at this time. However, he was really confused. He had never offended this guy. Why did this guy make things difficult for him again and again? Because of this, Lin Sun suppressed his killing intent and didn't attack Shi Yutong immediately. He wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. The background of Demon Lin, all the talents in the field pricked up their ears and became curious. Since the rise of Demon Lin, in just a few months, he had shocked the West Hang world and attracted the attention of the world. He had become a well-known peerless figure in the world. He rose too quickly, like a comet streaking across the sky. Some people suspected that he had deceived the world to gain fame, and that he didn't live up to his reputation. But in the end, it was proven that he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant, and that he was absolutely worthy of the title Unmatched Chosen of Heaven. However, his background were still a mystery to this day, and no one could give an accurate answer to this question. This naturally made people curious. A young man from the lower dimensions that wasn't well known in the past was able to rise domineeringly in the Westhang region that was filled with geniuses, and he'd merely used less than half a year to become renowned throughout Westhang and become a peerless figure that was the center of attention. This itself seemed to be extremely unbelievable, and it was like a miracle. Facing the attention of the crowd, Xia Yutong became more and more complacent, but he still maintained a solemn look on his face. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "At that time, you were just a countryside boy from a remote village with mediocre aptitude. It was hard for you to kill beasts. If I hadn't helped you at that time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have survived until now." Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Back then, this fellow actually saved demon god Lin's life. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Sun, but Lin Sun's face was cold and calm, without any emotional fluctuations. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Sun asked. "Don't you understand?" Xia Yutong frowned. "Do you really think that you can run amok and act lawlessly after obtaining a great fortune from the ultimate, one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins?" When he spoke up to hear, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, right. That's not all. Your greatest reliance is probably that saint artifact you obtained from the bottomless ruins, right? However, don't forget that this is the realm of ancient desolation, where experts are as numerous as trees in a forest. Even though you have good fortune and a saint treasure, if you don't restrain yourself, you're bound to get yourself killed." His words were sonorous and forceful, powerful and resonating. However, the expressions of all the strong people present changed, and they looked at Lin Sun with a strange expression. The ultimate, it was one of the 4 ancient Tao ruins, the most mysterious and unknown. It had ancient treasures that were enough to make sages crazy. As for Fiend Celestial Lin, he had once entered the sinkhole. Moreover, according to Xia Yutong, demon god Lin had not only entered the ultimate, but had also obtained a great fortune and obtained a holy treasure. In an instant, all the strong people remembered the rumor about demon god Lin a few days ago. It was said that the reason why he could rise from a humble countryside boy in the mortal world to the Westhang world was that he had obtained a great fortune and had a saint treasure in his hand. Could it be that the rumor was true? The whole audience was silent. All the people present had different thoughts in their minds. Even peerless figures such as Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, Mu Jianting, and Lei Qianjun felt a little strange at the moment and looked at Lin Sun in a different way. Blazing, at this moment, Lin Sun felt that many strong people's eyes were blazing. When they looked at him, it was as if they were staring at a peerless treasure. At this time, he finally understood why Xia Yutong jumped out at this time. He wanted to provoke the crowd and point the spearhead at him. This guy is wicked. In the distance, Bai Lingshi was also keenly aware of the change in the atmosphere. She couldn't help but change her expression slightly and become resentful. Xia Yutong absolutely did it on purpose. The seemingly high-sounding words actually contained evil intentions. He wanted to make the crowd regard Lin Sun as a prey. "Are you done?" Lin Sun's black eyes were like an abyss, surging with a cold luster. From this moment on, he could no longer forgive Xia Yutong. "What? Are you still going to be stubborn? Can't my kind advice make you repent at all?" Xia Yutong was displeased, but in fact, he was extremely complacent. He had achieved his goal. It could be foreseen that from now on, no matter where Lin Sun went, he would be accompanied by countless troubles. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of me?" Boom! Lin Sun took a step forward, and a powerful momentum broke out from his body, making people's hearts palpitate. It was as if an ancient dragon had awakened. Are you going to kill me?" Xia Yutong looked a little flustered. Although he was extremely jealous of Lin Sun, he really didn't have the courage to compete with Lin Sun. Crack, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and Xia Yutong was slapped in the face. He let out a scream. Although he was also a talent, he was no match for Lin Sun and couldn't avoid it at all. In an instant, he flew backward, and his cheekbone and jaw were directly broken. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his teeth were peeled off. The crowd was shocked. Devil Lin was completely irritated. Did it mean that what Xia Yutong said just now was true? "You are a shameless hypocrite. Do you think I don't know what you want to do by standing up at this moment? Should I say that you are insidious and despicable, or should I say that you are reckless?" Lin Sun stepped forward and slapped Xia Yutong again, which directly sent him flying. His ears were buzzing, and he almost fainted. Lin Sun. Xia Yutong was furious. He struggled to get up with a livid face. Shut up. Lin Sun stepped on his chest and crushed his bones. He looked down at him and said coldly, I have tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Xia Yutong's face was distorted, and his blue veins were bulging. His previous complacency disappeared. He never thought that he would be so humiliated by Lin Sun in front of so many talents. You. Xia Yutong's eyes were full of resentment, and he wanted to say something. Shut up. Lin Sun exerted force on the soles of his feet, and with a burst of cracking sound, all the bones in Xia Yutong's chest were broken and collapsed. Xia Yutong screamed in pain and almost fainted. I haven't settled the old scores with you yet, but you're still acting up. Do you think you can use this kind of trick to take my life? Lin Sun's face was cold, and his black eyes were bursting with terrifying cold light. Let me tell you, it's all in vain. I won't kill you. I'll let you witness how I rise in the ancient desolation realm and how I fight for the top step by step. And you are destined to be a poor bug, living in my shadow for the rest of your life. Lin Sun's words were indifferent and calm. At this time, Xia Yutong was like a puddle of mud, unable to speak, and his face was full of fear and resentment. He was horrified to find that Lin Sun had become more terrible than he had imagined. He was so powerful that he couldn't even struggle or resist. The surrounding geniuses witnessed all of this with their own eyes, and their hearts were filled with shock. Xia Yutong must be a talent since he could enter the third test. But in front of Demon Lin, he was no better than a chicken or a dog, and was directly suppressed. Some peerless talents had different reactions when they saw this. They suspected that what Xia Yutong said was true. Otherwise, why would Demon Lin react so violently? For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun in a different and subtle way. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He couldn't help but be angry. He came from the same place as Xia Yutong, but he didn't expect that it would be Xia Yutong who first jumped out to harm him, and he did it more than once. Lin Sun, what do you mean? Junior Shai tried to persuade you out of kindness, but you didn't appreciate it. How dare you hurt him? Don't you think it's too much? Shuaquanlan, dressed in a blue robe, stood out. He was one of the 5 inherited disciples of Feather Sword sect and a peerless talent himself. Seeing Xia Yutong being suppressed and ravaged, he couldn't just stand by. After all, Xia Yutong was the successor of Feather Sword sect. You're not convinced? Lin Sun raised his eyes and glanced at him coldly. Since he arrived at the floating sea, he had been repeatedly provoked. Did they really think he was a pushover? Shuaquanlan frowned, then said calmly, you should know the consequences of your actions. Lin Sun laughed, too lazy to care about the threat in Shuaquanlan's words. His figure suddenly straightened, and his cold eyes swept across everyone present. He said indifferently, whoever is not convinced can step out now. I, Lin Sun, will accompany you to the end. His words were so domineering that the expressions of all the powerhouses present changed slightly. Was Demon God Lin going to flip out? But his actions this time were really too arrogant. There were so many peerless talents present. How could he challenge them all alone? Haha, everyone look, this Demon God Lin is planning to make all of us his enemy, Qing Lianer chuckled, her words laced with needles. Humph, I think he's courting death. Lin Sun, you just offended Miss Ji and Childju, injured them, and provoked us. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Sha Luchan, Zhongli Wuji, Wu Duanya, and the others spoke up one after another. They had long had conflicts with Lin Sun, so they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to kick him when he was down. For a moment, many spearheads were pointed at Lin Sun, causing the powerhouses present to tremble. Demon God Lin was in trouble. This was the common understanding of all the powerhouses. Being targeted by so many peerless figures, one could imagine how serious the consequences would be. However, they were mistaken about one thing. Lin Sun had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Back when he first opened the West Hing domain, he had dared to fall out with the Black Sea Tengu clan and engaged in a prolonged pursuit. He had even been hunted down by Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong, 2 old monsters of the Qing realm. Yet, he was still alive and well. This little conflict before him was not enough to make Lin Sun feel troubled. Cut the crap. If you're unconvinced, come out and fight. At that moment, Lin Sun's expression was calm. His black eyes were cold and his aura surged. He was like a disdainful young demon god as he scanned the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. Demon god Lin was still so unyielding at such a time. Was he throwing caution to the wind? Young Master Yu is right. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. A proud son of heaven sneered. He was a descendant of the Purple Gold Lynx clan and a top figure of the younger generation. Swoosh, Lin Sun didn't say any nonsense. His eyes suddenly burst out a pair of sharp blade-like divine light, and it suddenly swept out and tore the void apart. With a puff, the youth was struck just as he was about to dodge. His skin and flesh split open as blood gushed out. He was nearly beheaded. The void fluctuated, and before the young man could even scream, he was teleported out of the competition. Hiss, there was silence. Only the sound of gasps could be heard. The crowd was shocked. A pair of eyes had instantly suppressed a top figure? Wasn't Demon God Lin too strong? Although the youth just now could not be considered peerless, he was definitely a top figure among the proud sons of heaven. He had been famous for many years. Furthermore, he was from the Purple Gold Lynx clan. He had superb innate magical powers and unparalleled speed, but he could not even dodge in time and was directly suppressed. The eyes of all the peerless figures flickered, especially Sha Luchan and Qing Lianer. They'd fought Lin Sun in the past, but only a few days had passed. Only now did they suddenly realize that Lin Sun's aura had become much stronger and more unfathomable. The scene was silent. Everyone could tell that Demon God Lin was not joking. He really intended to fight and suppress all his enemies. Who else is unconvinced? Lin Sun's eyes became colder and colder. Just 3 words, with an indescribable aggressiveness, resounded through the world. The surroundings were deathly silent and extremely oppressive. Many experts looked at Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun, and Zhongli Wuji. Obviously, they subconsciously felt that only these peerless geniuses were capable of suppressing Demon God Lin's might at this moment. As for the other experts present, they were nothing in front of Demon God Lin. The miserable defeat of the Purple Gold Lynx was the best proof of that. You are very scheming. Suddenly, Yu Lingkong spoke indifferently. You know that even if you're suppressed during the test of the Tao discussion, the outcome would only be elimination, and you don't have to worry about your life being in danger. So, you're fearless, right? Without waiting for Lin Sun to answer, he said word by word with a hint of killing intent in his voice, "Don't worry, I won't let you get what you want. When I arrive at the ancient path green lamp tree, I will kill you myself." His words were powerful and earth-shattering. The crowd trembled. They realized that this peerless figure from the pure land of longevity in the southern Xian world was completely determined to kill Demon God Lin to wash away his shame. Of course, Yu Lingkong might have other intentions in doing so, but these were no longer important. What was important was that since he had said this, he would definitely do it. Lin Sun snorted coldly, "Don't speculate with your insidious mind. Don't you just want to fight to the death? When the time comes, as you wish." If he asked himself honestly, he had never had any dealings with Yu Lingkong, let alone any enmity. However, Yu Lingkong had become hostile towards him because of Ji Xingyao. That was going too far. Child Yu's action is absolutely gratifying. I've said that I would be the first to kill this person in this Tao discussion lantern tree. In this case, when we arrive at the ancient path green lamp tree, count me in. Zhongli Wuji also spoke. His figure was majestic, his expression was cold, and his momentum was oppressive. At this moment, the crowd became restless again. Lin Sun sneered, "Back in front of the pavilion of spring and autumn, if Grandma Golden Crane hadn't stopped me, I would have already killed you. How could you have the chance to speak now? Haha, let's see who will be killed then." Zhongli Wuji laughed. "Count me in too." At this time, Sha Luchan also spoke with a grim face, staring at Lin Sun with undisguised hatred. "Count me in too," Qing Lianer also said coldly. Back in front of the pavilion of spring and autumn, she was defeated by Lin Sun due to carelessness, just like Sha Luchan. Therefore, she had always been resentful and wanted to take this opportunity to wash away her shame. Lin Sun, you insulted Yu Lingkong, the future leader of Feather Transformation Sword Sect. I, Shuaquanlan, will take revenge for this. Shuaquanlan said calmly. He was like a sword. Although he was not unsheathed, there was an unconcealable sharpness about him. For a time, the situation changed. One after another, peerless figures stood out with strong attitudes, expressing their determination to kill demon god Lin. This caused a storm in the hearts of the nearby powerhouses. They were extremely shocked. It was foreseeable that when they reached the ancient path green lamp tree, a rare and intense battle was bound to unfold, and demon god Lin, who had become the target of public criticism, was destined to be in a precarious situation. Seeing all this, Bai Lingshi's expression finally changed at this moment. She was extremely worried. She was undoubtedly the one who knew Lin Sun the best among all of them. It was also because she understood Lin Sun's nature that she was certain that Lin Sun would not retreat in fear. Ever since he cultivated in Xiao Empire, he had never been scared off by any threat. However, Bai Lingshi knew very well that this time was completely different from the past. Yu Lingkong alone possessed unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Among his peers, he was like a king. He had never been defeated even once since he started cultivating. He was too strong. He was so strong that Bai Lingshi could not believe that Lin Sun could compete with him. It was not that Bai Lingshi was pessimistic, but she knew Lin Sun very well. Similarly, she also knew Yu Lingkong very well. After weighing the pros and cons, she could not have too much confidence in Lin Sun. I only hope that you don't act on impulse. A moment of forbearance is not necessarily a bad thing. Bai Lingshi murmured in her heart. She did not dare to persuade Lin Sun at this moment for fear of hurting his pride. She could only hope that Lin Sun could judge the situation and make the best choice for himself. At this moment, Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged. His black eyes were cold as he looked at the enemies that popped up one after another. He was not surprised. Whether it was Sha Luchan, Qing Lianer, Zhongli Wuji, or Shuaquanlan, they were all within his expectations. He knew that they would not let the matter rest. The only thing that made him frown was Yu Lingkong's decision. It was only a small matter, but a peerless talent like him had threatened to kill him. This reaction was obviously too big, and it seemed to be a little impatient. This made Lin Sun realize that Yu Lingkong must have another purpose for doing so. However, Lin Sun was not afraid of anything. On the contrary, when he saw this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy was not terrible, but the enemy hiding in the dark was terrible. Lin Sun did not believe that other talents would not be tempted after hearing Sha Yutong's bewitching words just now. It was even to the extent that he dared to determine that many experts in the surroundings had probably already firmly believed that he possessed fortune and a saint artifact. Perhaps they hadn't revealed it at this moment, but there was no guarantee that some people had already aroused other thoughts in their hearts. This was the enemy in the dark. Similarly, this also made Lin Sun vigilant. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. This was an irrefutable truth since ancient times. At this moment, Ji Xingyao's cold and clear voice suddenly came to his ears. It seems that there are many people who want to deal with you. I won't get involved this time. But don't be too happy too early. If you can survive this time, I will definitely seek revenge on you. There was a hint of schadenfreude in her voice, but also a hint of determination. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and was angry in his heart. Everything that happened today was not caused by this proud girl, but it broke out from her. But now she was making sarcastic remarks as if she was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, which was too irritating. He looked up and saw Ji Xingyao with a graceful figure and a temperament as cold as snow. She was looking at him with a pair of starlight clear eyes, and there was an inexplicable curve at the corners of her red and plump lips. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I won't keep your secret for you. Lin Sun also warned her by voice transmission. You. Ji Xingyao's clear eye suddenly widened. Lin Sun sneered, what? Let me tell you, if you want revenge, come quickly. If I don't break your ass, I will change my surname to yours. A wisp of embarrassment, rage, and killing intent that couldn't be concealed suddenly appeared on Ji Xingyao's beautiful face. This fellow actually dared to use this to threaten her. He was simply shameless and despicable to the point that he deserved to be hacked into pieces. You'd better not die this time. She gnashed her teeth with hatred, and her red lips were pursed into an arc that was like the edge of a blade. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right, she even wanted to charge forward and kill him right now. "Thank you for your kind words." Lin Sun smiled in response. Swish swish. Meanwhile, numerous lotus flowers the size of wooden basins suddenly condensed on the distant floating sea. They were golden and glowed, and they were beautiful and dazzling as they floated on the surface of the sea. The third test was about to begin. "Let's go." A divine light flashed in the eyes of many practitioners, and they soared into the sky and stepped on the golden lotuses as they rode the wind and broke through the waves. Lin Sun noticed that every golden lotus could accommodate at most 2 people to stand on, and many practitioners chose to move in pairs. "Lin Sun, do you want to go with me?" Yu Jianming approached from afar. Lin Sun was slightly surprised. "If you go with me now, you'll encounter a lot of risks, and you might even be targeted by other experts." "Are you sure? Do you think I'm such a timid person?" Yu Jianming laughed lightheartedly. Clatter. When the group of experts stepped onto a golden lotus and began to ride the wind and waves, the originally calm floating and sinking sea suddenly became turbulent and waves surged. On one of the golden lotuses, Lin Sun and Yu Jianming ran their strength to drive the lotus under their feet forward. Each drop of seawater weighs thousands of kilograms, which causes great resistance. We need to run our cultivation all the time to move forward. If we are hit by the waves, it will become dangerous. We can't fly in the air. Once we are involved in the sea, we will be eliminated. No, there is something wrong with the seawater. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was familiarizing himself with the power of this test, felt a strange and cold invisible force spreading, which actually had an impact on his mind. Being caught off guard, Lin Sun trembled all over. He felt a burst of irritation in his heart, and his qi was affected. Whoosh. Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed his mind. As he expected, the third test was aimed at the mental strength of practitioners. The state of mind was the most mysterious and mysterious. In ancient times, many sages and mighty figures believed that cultivation was the process of subduing one's mind. If one's mind was as steady as a rock, he would remain motionless no matter what happened. If one's mind was restless, he would be confused and worried about gains and losses. The road to cultivation was difficult and full of dangers. If one's mind was unsteady and looked ahead, he was doomed to fail. It was also the easiest to provoke the invasion of external demons and encounter disasters. The state of mind was related to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so it was the most vulnerable to be affected. If one's state of mind was firm, even if his aptitude was mediocre, he would have the hope to set foot on the road to cultivation. But if one's state of mind was unstable, even if he had the natural talent and peerless inheritance, his achievements were bound to be limited and it was impossible to go too far on the road to cultivation. In short, the state of mind was mysterious and the most difficult to control. Take Xia Yutong for example. He used to be proud and arrogant, and was praised as the outstanding young man of the empire. But since he arrived in the ancient desolation realm and met Lin Sun, his state of mind had changed. He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Sun was stronger than him, and his heart was shrouded with the shadow of jealousy and hatred. He himself realized that this was his inner demon and not in his heart. If he didn't get rid of it, it would definitely affect his path of cultivation. Unfortunately, Xia Yutong chose the wrong method. He didn't find the problem in himself, but thought that as long as he eradicated Lin Sun, he could get rid of the devil in his heart, which led to a tragedy and was completely suppressed by Lin Sun. Dash. Be careful. No, don't. Not long after, a wave of panicked shouts rose and fell from the floating sea. Many experts looked as if they were possessed. Some were screaming in fear, some were trembling in fear, and some seemed to have gone mad, shouting and yelling. After that, before they could regain their senses, their entire bodies were slapped flying by the surging waves, and they fell from the golden lotuses and sank into the sea before vanishing. Obviously, they were eliminated. This made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He realized that although there was no fatal danger in the floating and sinking sea, more terrible disasters were lurking. This was a test that specifically targeted one's state of mind. If one was able to pass it, then one would be able to smoothly arrive at the other side. If one was unable to pass it, then one would fall into the drifting sea and be eliminated. Fuchin Sea. Fuchin. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Boom! Suddenly, a wave surged in front of him, rolling up thousands of piles of snow with a thunderous sound. In an instant, Lin Sun's mind was violently impacted as if he was caught in a nightmare. Wenjing, take the child and go. Vaguely, Lin Sun heard an anxious voice with trembling and pleading. No, it's too late. A sigh full of pain rang out. Then, Lin Sun opened his eyes with difficulty and saw a beautiful but anxious face of a woman. He was wrapped in swaddling clothes and held tightly in the arms of the woman. Lin Sun was stunned. Had he become a baby? Why is this happening? The man's sorrowful roar rang out. Lin Sun turned his head and saw a handsome and awe-inspiring man beside him. His angular face was full of pain and confusion. In the distance, the fire was blazing and burning in the night, extremely dazzling. There were also mournful screams, helpless cries of despair, angry and unwilling roars, all of them interweaved together and rang out in the night. Could it be that this pair of man and woman were his parents, Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan? Lin Sun was shocked. Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man rushed to him from a distance. He was scarred all over and his face was stained with blood. He shouted in panic, "Young lord, it's bad. The patriarch, they." It was Grandad Zhong. Lin Sun was shocked again. Wasn't the middle-aged man bathed in blood Shen Jingluan the white horse? But later he changed his name to Lin Zhong and worked for Lin family. However, Lin Zhong was younger than Lin Sun remembered. What's wrong? The man asked in a low voice. They were all killed. The thin middle-aged man let out a sad hiss, and his eyes were red with hatred. All of a sudden, the man was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He looked terrible. Is that guy going to destroy my Lin family by himself? He's going too far. Wenjing, he came for our child. At this time, the woman had become very calm, as if she had been numb. I've expected this day, but I didn't expect it would come so soon. Because of this child, our Lin family is implicated. Then she looked down at the baby in her arms, and her pretty face was full of complex emotions. Lin Sun's heart trembled. He wanted to say something, but he could only make a babbling sound, which made him feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He was anxious and angry. At this time, he had concluded that these were his parents. What a joke. Our child is just 1 month old. How could all this happen because of him? Qingxuan, what are you trying to say? Lin Wenjing said angrily. Don't you understand? Since he was born, he is different from other children. He has a special spiritual vein. Luo Qingxuan sighed. But before she finished her words, Lin Wenjing interrupted her. I know this, but it's just because of a natural spiritual vein that caused this disaster? You don't understand. Luo Qingxuan took a deep breath. You know, I wandered to this world to avoid being hunted. Later on, I met you. I thought that nothing would happen to me in this broken small world for the rest of my life. But I didn't expect that trouble would come. Do you know why? Speaking of this, there was a touch of bitterness and pain on Luo Qingxuan's lips, because I never belong to this world. Lin Wenjing frowned. I know you are from the ancient desolation realm. No. Luo Qingxuan shook her head. I don't belong to the ancient desolation realm either. I come from the other side of the starry sky. The other side of the starry sky? Lin Sun was a little confused. Not from the mortal world, not from the ancient desolation realm, but from another unimaginable place. Where was the other side of the starry sky? Boom. At this point, their conversation was interrupted by a terrifying explosion. The scene in front of Lin Sun changed, and he saw Lin Wenjing roaring in a sea of fire. Run. Run for your lives. Take our child and go. He looked so anxious and angry, as if he had gone mad. I won't go. Even if I escape this time, it will come again in the future. It's better to die with you. In the future. I won't be so painful. Luo Qingxuan looked calm. She looked down at the baby in her arms, and her face was full of guilt and sadness. She murmured, My child, you shouldn't have come to this world. I'm sorry. 2 lines of tears flowed down and fell on Lin Sun's face. Suddenly, there was a kind of unspeakable pain in his heart, and he was almost suffocating. Clang! At this time, a clear sword sound resounded through the world, shaking the world. Lin Sun looked over subconsciously and saw a man with snow-white clothes, black hair dancing in the wind, and an extremely indifferent look, holding an ancient black sword in his hand. That pitch-black sword body was still dripping with dark red blood. Behind him, there was a sea of fire and a scene of destruction. Then, a sky-reaching sword light appeared, tearing the sky apart. It was extremely bright and terrifying. After that, he couldn't see anything anymore. But Lin Sun knew that it was this sword that killed his parents. At this moment, Lin Sun's mind was blank. Anger, powerlessness, despair, and grief flooded his mind like a tide. However, his mind was unprecedentedly calm, and he was not affected at all. On the contrary, he was carefully perceiving and experiencing the unspeakable impact of turbulent emotions. Lin Sun knew that this was the taste of hatred. In the past, he only knew who his parents were and who his enemies were, but he had never touched them, felt them, or experienced them personally. Yun Qingbai, Lin Sun, wake up! Yu Jianming called. Lin Sun woke up completely. His vision was restored, and the turbulent floating sea was surging, setting off snow-white waves. Are you all right? Yu Jianming asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lin Sun shook his head. At the corner of his eye, a drop of tear instantly evaporated, but no one noticed it. Be careful. The power of the floating sea is extremely dangerous, and it will have a terrible impact on your state of mind. If you are careless, you will be eliminated. Speaking of this, Yu Jianming's expression suddenly became a little weird. Just now, I felt like I had a dream. I went back to the time when I was a child practicing in the sect. Because I was too naughty, I was imprisoned in the forbidden area of the back mountain by my master. For 3 months, I was alone in meditation. That feeling was really unbearable. At that time, I hated my master so much that I swore I would take revenge. Speaking of this, Yu Jianming suddenly stopped and said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry. I was still a child at that time. I didn't know anything, so I couldn't take my oath seriously. I see. Lin Sun smiled and looked at the vast floating sea. He knew that what he had just experienced was the same as Yu Jianming's. His state of mind was affected by the power of the floating sea, and his dusty memory was opened and reappeared. The past rose and fell, and the waves surged. Lin Sun didn't expect that one day he would meet his parents in a special way on the floating sea. This was the first time he had met his parents since he grew up. Unfortunately, it was a memory that had been sealed in his heart. He would never see them again in this life. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. In his mind, the proud figure with snow-white clothes and soaring sword intent appeared again. The ancient sword in his hand was dark, with red blood dripping from it. Behind him was the scene of fire and destruction. Yun Qingbai, indescribable hatred surged in Lin Sun's heart. He had never been so unforgettable. In the past, he only regarded revenge as a responsibility that the lineal descendants of Lin family had to bear. But now, revenge had become an instinct branded in Lin Sun's bones. Clatter on the floating sea, the waves were surging. A group of strong people raced across the sea on lotus boats. However, whether it was Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, or other powerful cultivators, none of them were fast. The third test was to temper the state of mind. There was no time limit or reward. As long as they could reach the shore smoothly, they would pass the test. However, comparatively speaking, this test was undoubtedly the most dangerous. A formless energy spread out from the floating sea, assaulting the minds of every single expert, causing them to suffer a formless impact and blow. This test was neither a battle nor a contest of strength, but the strength of the state of mind. It was the most mysterious and terrible test. From time to time, there were all kinds of sounds in the wind and waves, including screams of horror, roars of anger, and crazy laughter. Those who could stick to their Taoist heart were all sober, while those whose Taoist heart was loose were directly swept away by the waves and eliminated. Both Lin Sun and Yu Jianming had just experienced a nightmarish experience. Realizing the horror of the floating sea, they dared not neglect the rest of the way. They held their breath and concentrated on fighting. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar. In the second test, Fairy Ji is the second, and Yu Lingkong is the third. Who on earth is the first? When the eliminated strong people returned, they also brought back the latest news of what happened in the Tao discussion, which attracted the attention of all people. Back then, we suspected that first place was very likely to be taken by Fiend Celestial Lin. Impossible. Who does Demon God Lin think he is? How could he suppress Fairy G? But apart from Fiend God Lin, who else can do it? The rankings of Jade Void Temple's Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun of the barbarian race of the Great Wilderness, and Lei Qinghuan of the vast Si Dao sect have all been exposed. They are not number one. Only Fiend God Lin's ranking has yet to be revealed. Everyone was talking about it. They didn't expect that the first place of the second test was still a mystery even though the third test had already begun. What? Demonic God Lin challenged all of them alone? Soon, this shocking news caused an uproar. The things that Lin Sun beat Xia Yutong violently, defeated the purple gold links in anger, and had conflicts with a group of peerless talents were also exposed one by one. At this moment, even those great figures couldn't sit still any longer and were visibly moved. He's courting death. He's definitely courting death. He, demonic God Lin, has never encountered a setback since his rise. Does he think he can be arrogant and look down on all the heroes of the world? Some people were disdainful and attacked. This is a real man, unyielding and heroic. How many people in the younger generation of the entire Westing world can have such a demeanor? There were also many people who exclaimed in admiration of Lin Sun's courage and boldness. No matter what, when he arrives in front of the green lamp of the ancient way, Demon God Lin is destined to encounter an unexpected blow and a fatal calamity. This was what everyone was thinking. After all, it was not only Yu Lingkong, a dazzling figure who had long been famous in the world, who stood up against Lin Sun this time. There were also Xiao Luchan, Qing Lianer, and Xue Quanlan, who were also peerless talents. Although Xiao Luchan and Qing Lianer had been defeated by Lin Sun, no one would think that they didn't have any trump cards in their hands. This Fiend God Lin is in huge trouble. Presently, Xia Yutong has already confirmed that he once obtained a great fortune from one of the four great ancient ruins of Dao, the ruins of End. Moreover, he possesses a saint artifact. I can foresee that there are probably many experts in the dark that are targeting him. Exactly. If an ancient orthodoxy stood behind demonic God Lin, then it would definitely make many people feel fearful, and they wouldn't dare do anything that went overboard. But everyone knows that he's all alone, and he's even from the lower dimensions. He has no one to rely on, and this has undoubtedly caused his situation to become even worse. There was endless discussion in the field. Some great figures had different thoughts. The ultimate, great fortune, holy treasure. Just these words were enough to make the old monsters of the King realm covet. It could be foreseen that even if Demon God Lin could walk out of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival alive, there would be a lot of trouble coming to him in the future. This was the saying that a man's wealth arouses his own ruin. A young man from the mortal world who had no roots and no background was sitting on such a great fortune. This was just like a moving treasure house, enough to attract many covetous eyes. 2 hours later, Lin Sun felt a little tired. Traveling in the floating sea, he not only had to resist the mental impact, but also had to run his cultivation to drive the lotus boat forward. Up to now, Lin Sun had consumed a lot of his cultivation. He didn't dare to consume too much energy. After all, there were a lot of strong people scattered around the floating sea. In case of a sneak attack, he must have the strength to fight back. Let me do it. Yu Jianming next to him took up the heavy burden and began to drive the lotus boat forward. Lin Sun immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. The floating sea was a test of tempering one's state of mind. Along the way, Lin Sun's state of mind was almost constantly impacted. There were illusions from the depths of his memories, the invasion of heavenly devil phantoms, and even many mysterious tribulations, which turned into wind, thunder, earth, and fire, to torture his state of mind. Although it was extremely dangerous, Lin Sun's Taoist heart was tempered and baptized after this tempering. Like a piece of unpolished jade that had been tempered thousands of times, it began to show its glittering side. This sort of precious comprehension and transformation that came from one's mental state could be considered to be quite a great fortune. At this time, Lin Sun was meditating to restore his physical strength, and at the same time, he was consolidating his state of mind and experiencing the subtle changes in his mind. After a long time, Lin Sun opened his eyes, which were filled with terrifying divine light. His physical strength had been completely restored, and his state of mind had become more tenacious and powerful than before. Take this opportunity to break through the realm. Lin Sun made a decision. Clatter, he reached out his hand and took out a pile of crystal clear stones as bright as fire diamonds. Some of them were as big as walnuts, and some were as big as fingernails, all of which were filled with pure divine aura. These were divine source crystals, which Lin Sun obtained from hunting fierce beasts in the first test, the secret realm of 5 elements reversal. There were more than 50 of them. This item was extremely miraculous, and its greatest effect was to increase the cultivation of a cultivator. Moreover, it wouldn't affect or shake the foundation of a cultivator. Such a treasure was utterly impossible to find in the outside world, and it was a rare treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. Start refining. Without hesitation, Lin Sun ran the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture and began to meditate. The spirit of his spirit sat in the sea of his consciousness, controlling Lin Sun's state of mind and the power of his divine soul. While being vigilant of the surroundings, he resisted the power that was still constantly attacking his Taoist heart. Fortunately, Lin Sun's spirit had condensed a spiritual body and could multitask. Otherwise, cultivating on this dangerous and unpredictable floating sea was absolutely no different from courting death. As time went by, Lin Sun could clearly feel that his cultivation was constantly improving. Every improvement was extremely significant, like a river surging in the rain. This was the power of divine source crystals. In the past, if his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Lin Sun would worry whether it would cause instability in his foundation and affect his future cultivation. But now, he didn't have to worry at all. The power of divine source crystals was pure and strong, and it came from the origin of Tao. In the process of refining, not only would it not affect his Taoist foundation, but it would also produce a strange effect, nourishing and tempering the Taoist foundation. Almost 10 minutes later, Lin Sun keenly noticed that he was about to break through the realm. At this time, he still had more than 20 divine source crystals in his hand, which was enough. Boom, all the qi in Lin Sun's body was mobilized, and his essence, qi, and spirit were roaring. Like a boiling volcano that was about to erupt, he began to attack the barrier of cultivation with all his strength. His whole body was bathed in the rolling clouds, dazzling and blazing. This movement was so big that Yu Jianming, who was beside him, was immediately alarmed. His pupils shrank, and he almost cried out. Who would have thought that Lin Sun was breaking through the realm in such a dangerous place? This was too bold. God, am I seeing it right? Is Demon Lin breaking through the realm? Oh my God, it's true. I see. The battle with Yu Lingkong and others must have made Demon Lin feel great pressure, so he has to seize the time to improve his cultivation in order to protect himself. On the distant sea, many strong people looked over. They were also alarmed, and their eyes flickered as they speculated. He is courting death. If someone sneak attacks him at this time, it will not only be as simple as being eliminated, but also may cause him to go berserk and be completely disabled. Some people whispered. It was unknown whether it was intentional or unintentional, but these words seemed to be reminding other strong people that if they wanted to take action, this was undoubtedly the best time to attack Demon Lin. Yu Jianming's face darkened, and he felt bad in his heart. Almost in an instant, he was keenly aware that there were many malicious eyes looking at Lin Sun from all directions. Trouble. Yu Jianming frowned. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and decided that even if he was eliminated, he would do his best to protect Lin Sun from the danger of going berserk. However, before Yu Jianming could prepare, Lin Sun's voice sounded in his ears. Brother Yu, don't move. I'd like to see who will attack me at this time. Yu Jianming was shocked, and his expression became strange. Did Lin Sun choose to break the realm at this time on purpose? However, it was too risky to test the enemy in the dark by breaking the realm. Immediately, Yu Jianming smiled bitterly. Lin Sun was famous for his courage. What he did was really in line with his character. I just don't know how many guys will jump out in the dark. Yu Jianming glanced around thoughtfully. Boom, at this time, Lin Sun's body was like a stove, and his cultivation was running like a wild horse. He reached an unprecedented peak state and hit the barrier again and again. In the reincarnation, developing realm, his cultivation and foundation were strong enough to be fearless of all opponents. He could be called the supreme king of this realm. But everything had its advantages and disadvantages. His foundation was too strong, which made it extremely difficult and slow for him to break through. Just like at this time, even with the help of the Divine Essence Crystal, Lin Sun couldn't break the realm at the first time. However, Lin Sun was not worried. This time, he was full of confidence. Even if someone would take this opportunity to interfere and attack him, he would not be afraid. The floating and sinking sea was very dangerous, but at the same time, it also limited the strength of many strong people, so that they could not fly in the air or enter the sea, and could only stand on the lotus boat. Moreover, they also had to resist and resolve the impact from the mind at all times. If they wanted to interrupt Lin Sun breaking the realm, they would undoubtedly encounter many obstacles. Of course, the most effective way was to use the power of the soul to attack and interfere. As soon as Lin Sun thought of this, the spirit of the spirit in the sea of his consciousness suddenly noticed that a biting cold light swept quietly and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Someone really wanted to attack his soul, however, Lin Sun didn't feel happy at this time. This attack was extremely hidden and fierce, so he had to treat it with caution. Condense. In the sea of his consciousness, the spirit of the spirit, who had been alert for a long time, stood up. The 2-inch-tall figure stood straight, stretched out his hand, and grasped the biting cold light firmly with meditating magic. This was a silver needle as thin as a cow's hair, emitting a misty chill, and the tip of the needle was surrounded by a wisp of frightening lightning. Silver soul petrifying needle, this was an extremely overbearing and vicious soul secret treasure. It was capable of silently piercing into the sea of consciousness of one's opponent, and the glow of lightning that coiled around it was capable of instantly blasting one's soul core into pieces. However, even though this treasure was terrifying, it was extremely difficult to refine. Even in the ancient orthodoxies, there were very few that could refine such a treasure. In this way, it could be inferred that the origin of the sneak attacker must be extraordinary, and he was cruel and merciless. He would seize the opportunity to kill Lin Sun once and for all. It was a pity that the opponent didn't expect that Lin Sun could cultivate the spirit of spirit in the reincarnation development realm and master the meditating magic. No matter how strong the silver soul needle was, it would be difficult to hurt Lin Sun. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness spread out and followed the direction of the silver soul needle. In an instant, 2 figures standing on a golden lotus came into Lin Sun's mind. One of them was the profound young sex Wu Duanya, who was currently looking at him with a cold expression. The other was Li Qinghuan, who had a gentle and calm expression. Was it him? Lin Sun still remembered that Wu Duanya had been teased by him on the Fire Lotus Ice Mountain, and he hated Lin Sun to the core. If the soul-stirring silver soul needle was his handiwork, it would make sense. But soon, Lin Sun noticed something unusual. Wu Duanya's expression stagnated, and he seemed to be a little surprised. He couldn't help turning his head to Li Qinghuan and said, "Brother Li, why doesn't that thing work?" "Shut up." Li Qinghuan's face darkened at this moment, and the gentleness on his face disappeared. Instead, there was a touch of coercive power on his face. Communicate by voice transmission. "Don't let that guy hear it." Wu Duanya was stunned, and then he said disapprovingly, "That guy is breaking through to the next realm. How can he hear our conversation?" "Brother Li, you are too careful." Li Qinghuan frowned and said with cold eyes, "Caution is the parent of safety." The next moment, Lin Sun could no longer hear their conversation. Obviously, the two began to communicate by voice transmission. "It's him?" Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. Li Qinghuan, he had a deep impression of this person. When he was on the Fire Lotus Ice Mountain, he had seen Li Qinghuan fight. Li Qinghuan seemed to be a person who didn't show his strength, but in fact, his strength was even stronger than Sha Luchan. Moreover, this person was extremely low-key and unpredictable. This kind of opponent was undoubtedly the most terrifying. This sneak attack on me, even if it wasn't his instruction, it must have something to do with him. But, why on earth did he do this? Lin Sun frowned. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Sun summoned a spirit-eating bug, which turned into an invisible light and quietly swept towards Li Qinghuan in the distance. Wu Duanya was not to be feared, but Li Qinghuan was the one Lin Sun really paid attention to. Something's wrong. The silver soul needle is out of control. I'm afraid that guy still has some kind of soul treasure in his hands, or maybe he has mastered some secret method of the soul. Li Qinghuan frowned. No way, that guy has too many secrets. He has the fortune from the ultimate and the holy treasures. Now, he even has the secret soul treasure? Wu Duanya was stunned and couldn't believe it. The two communicated by voice transmission, so they didn't have to worry about being heard. No one knows whether this is true or not, but it's certain that this demon god Lin is an extremely difficult opponent. It's not easy to kill him. Speaking of this, Li Qinghuan suddenly stiffened and let out a muffled groan. A touch of pain suddenly appeared on his face. In his sea of consciousness, a grain-sized bug was crazily attacking and gnawing at his spirit. Clatter suddenly, his soul glowed, and then a layer of dazzling and resplendent armor appeared and firmly protected his soul within it. Whoosh, however, when he used the secret method of the soul to restrain the bug, the latter suddenly turned into a flash of light and escaped. Li Qinghuan's heart sank, and he realized why this happened. Brotherly, are you okay? Beside him, Wu Duanya was anxious. I'm fine. Li Qinghuan's face was gloomy. After a while, he took a deep breath and restored his gentle and humble appearance. He looked at Lin Sun in the distance. Taoism Pure Lin Sun, I offended you just now. What I did was indeed taking advantage of your precarious situation. However, I was also standing up for my friend. Please forgive me. He transmitted his voice with an apologetic tone. It was an incomparably vicious sneak attack, but he played it down when he spoke of it. What's done is done. Why apologize? Lin Sun's voice was cold. An eye for an eye. I did something to you just now, and you also fought back. Why don't we write off the misunderstanding between us? To be honest, if it weren't for my friend's request, I would never want to be your enemy. Li Qinghuan's voice was sincere. Do you think it's possible? Lin Sun's voice was cold, but he was actually more vigilant of this person. This guy had done such a despicable thing, but he could still put on such a humble posture to apologize. This was not what ordinary people could do. Alas, I know you misunderstood me. However, I will make up for it in the future. I just hope you don't regard me as a despicable villain. Li Qinghuan sighed, seeming to be dispirited, and said no more. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He wouldn't be dismissed by a few words of apology. Li Qinghuan's move was too vicious. If Lin Sun hadn't been vigilant, once he was hit, it would not be as simple as being eliminated. His soul might be destroyed and he would be disabled. Lin Sun would not let go of such a hatred. However, what he didn't expect was that Li Qinghuan's spirit contained a secret treasure of the soul, which could defend the spirit and resist the attack of the spirit-eating insects. Unfortunately, the spirit-eating insects are only larvae. If they can evolve to the next stage, they may be able to tear up this defense. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. At this time, he could only endure it for the time being. He was still in the process of breaking through, and he really couldn't spare any attention to deal with Li Qinghuan. Brother Wu, in order to stand up for you this time, I have offended demon god Lin, Li Qinghuan sighed softly. What? He actually sensed that it was us? Wu Duanya was shocked and found it hard to believe. Yeah, I also didn't expect that this demon god Lin would be so powerful, and even raise a strange insect that is ranked in the top 10 of the ancient times. Li Qinghuan's eyes had a strange look. What insect? It can actually be ranked in the top 10 of the ancient times? Wu Duanya was even more shocked. Li Qinghuan shook his head. Let's not talk about this. You just have to remember, in the following journey, you must be vigilant of Lin Sun. It's best not to give him any chance to come into contact with you. Stay as far away from him as possible. I suspect that he will not only attack me, but also you. Wu Duanya was unconvinced. What are you afraid of? He, demon god Lin, has already made enemies of so many peerless figures. What do we have to fear? Li Qinghuan's eyes surged with a sharp look that seemed to be able to see through everything. Others are others, you are you. If demon god Lin really goes crazy, even if he is killed in the end, there will be a few more scapegoats. After a pause, he continued, I have already decided that in the following journey, I will not give Lin Sun any chance to attack me. Wherever he goes, I will definitely not take a step closer. Brotherly, aren't you being too cautious? Wu Duanya was very doubtful. In his impression, Li Qinghuan was a peerless figure with peerless looks and exceptional battle prowess. He was definitely not weaker than any peerless figure. But now, Li Qinghuan seemed to be extremely afraid of demon god Lin. This was too abnormal. You don't understand. This Lin Sun is not simple. Whoever underestimates him will have to pay a heavy price that they cannot bear. Li Qinghuan said calmly, for the time being, I don't dare to provoke such a person. Wu Duanya's expression changed. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the problem. He could not help but say, could it be that you think that even if you Ling Kong and the others make a move, they will not be able to take down demon god Lin? Li Qinghuan was silent for a long time before he said, that will depend on whether Lin Sun really has a saint treasure. Holy treasure? Wu Duanya's pupils shrank. Don't forget that you Ling Kong of the southern mysterious world came in the immortal hall. It's a famous holy treasure. Li Qinghuan said leisurely, under such circumstances, what ability do you think demon god Lin has to fight against you Ling Kong? Wu Duanya understood and was shocked, I see. Not only you Ling Kong, but Ji Xingyao, Mu Jianting, and Lei Qianjun also have powerful trump cards. When Li Qinghuan said this, a rare disdain appeared on his face. This is the gap between peerless figures and ordinary cultivators. They are the descendants of ancient orthodoxies and have extraordinary talent. They also have secret treasures granted by their sex to protect themselves. How can other strong cultivators compare with them? Now that I speak of it, I rather admire Devil God Lin. He isn't a disciple of an ancient sect nor does he possess a background that he can rely on, yet he's able to slaughter out such a great reputation by himself and shake the younger generation of the West Ocean world. Just this alone is sufficient to make most experts feel ashamed. Wu Duanya was stunned. He felt that Li Qinghuan's words were very strange. Brother Li, you are also a peerless figure from the Tsangmei Taoist sect, Wu Duanya could not help but say. Li Qinghuan sighed and said, so, I understand the difference between demon god Lin and other peerless figures. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded in the distance, alarming the strong cultivators in the nearby area. A man from the Cyan Phoenix clan was holding his head with his hands and his face was distorted as if he was in great pain. He roared, Silver Soul Needle. Demon god Lin, you are so ruthless. Splash the next moment, the man was engulfed by the waves and eliminated. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Many people looked at Lin Sun with flickering eyes. No one expected that demon god Lin would have the power to counterattack at the critical moment of breaking through. Moreover, his counterattack was so overbearing and ruthless. Silver Soul Needle, this was an incomparably vicious artifact. For a moment, some strong cultivators who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Lin Sun gave up the idea. Witnessing this scene, Li Qinghuan and Wu Duanya looked a little strange. Indeed, the Silver Soul Needle was taken away by demon god Lin. Boom, the aura around Lin Sun's body was getting stronger and stronger, and his skin was shining as if it was made of clear immortal gold, emitting a bright luster. His blood energy rumbled like muffled thunder. He was like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time and was about to erupt. Everyone could tell that demon god Lin's breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. This made many powerhouses feel complicated. Originally, Lin Sun's cultivation was strong enough to compete with peerless figures. If his cultivation broke through again, there was no doubt that his battle prowess would become even more terrifying. If this goes on, who will be able to suppress him in the future? Some powerhouses were jealous, and their voices carried a hint of unwillingness. Alas, comparisons are odious. In the past, I thought I could already be proud amongst the younger generation, but since I participated in the Dao Lantern discussion this time and witnessed the elegant demeanor of numerous peerless figures, it caused me to suffer successive blows, and I've completely realized that there's always someone stronger out there. Some experts sighed with emotion. Humph, you want to take this opportunity to advance? Dream on. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. Sha Liuchan's figure appeared on a lotus boat in the distance, and he exuded an intimidating might. Blue Sea Tide. His whole body surged with surging blood light, and he reached out his hand. With a rumble, 1,000-meter-high wave suddenly set off in the floating sea, turning into a terrifying tidal whirlpool, crushing the void and rushing towards Lin Sun. Hiss, the crowd gasped. This was the floating sea, and every drop of seawater weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Even if an ordinary powerhouse attacked with all his strength, he could only set off a small wave. But now, there was a turbulent tidal whirlpool crushing the void, and it was triggered by Sha Luchan. This scene was too terrifying. Retreat. Some powerhouses along the way turned pale, and they drove the lotus boats under their feet away, lest they be affected. This tidal whirlpool was too terrifying. Not to mention being hit, even being affected was not something they could bear. Rumble, the waves were monstrous, turning into a crushing whirlpool. This made everyone realize that Sha Luchan wanted to destroy Demon God Lin's advancement in one fell swoop, causing him to suffer chi deviation and be completely crippled. Damn it! Yu Jianming was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He operated his cultivation to the limit, and was ready to fight with all his strength. Boom, the tidal whirlpool struck, setting off a terrifying crushing force. It was going to involve both Lin Sun and Yu Jianming. Cut! Yu Jianming roared. He took out his spiritual sword and slashed out a dazzling light to fight against it. But in just a moment, his whole body was shaken as if he had been electrocuted, and he was almost thrown out by the tidal whirlpool. This power was too horrible for him to resist, but even then, Yu Jianming still gritted his teeth and practically put his life on the line as he utilized all his trump cards. In any case, he couldn't just watch Lin Sun fail in his advancement. What a joke. My Sea Shark clan is an expert at playing with water. I use the secret of moving 1,000 caddies with little effort to stir up a storm. How can someone like you resist it? Get out of my way. Sha Luchan roared. He stretched out his hand and set off another tidal whirlpool out of thin air, crushing towards Lin Sun. The crowd was shocked. Sha Luchan was too powerful. How dangerous the floating sea was, but he still had the power to stir up waves. He really looked very fierce. Rumble, another tidal whirlpool roared, crushing the sea and sweeping away. Demon God Lin was going to suffer. Everyone could see that it was already very difficult for Yu Jianming to block one tidal whirlpool. Under the attack of the second tidal whirlpool, he and Lin Sun were doomed to suffer. Lin Sun, I'm sorry. Yu Jianming sighed. He was very guilty. He realized that under this attack, even if he risked his life, it would be of no use. Boom, the whirlpool came, and in an instant, it swept Lin Sun and Yu Jianming together. The crowd was shocked. This was only the third test. Was Demon God Lin going to suffer? Despicable. In the distance, Bai Lingshi was furious and couldn't calm down. Is Demon God Lin going to die? Wu Duanya found it hard to believe. He was stunned by this sudden good news. Li Qinghuan also frowned, a little uncertain. At this moment, all the experts on the nearby sea were paying close attention. The whirlpool roared and the waves surged, sweeping around. Lin Sun and Yu Jianming could no longer be seen. Were they really going to suffer and be eliminated? Ha ha ha, what bullshit T Demon God Lin. I just used a little trick and he couldn't resist it. He's too weak. In the distance, Sha Luchan looked up to the sky and laughed. He was very proud of himself. Previously in Starcliff City, he had been defeated by Lin Sun and lost face in front of countless people. He took it as a great shame. But now, he finally turned the situation around and washed away the shame. Humph. Nearby, there was a cold snort. Peerless figures like Yu Lingkong, Qing Lianer, and Shui Quanlan were very unhappy. They originally planned to kill Lin Sun when they reached the green lamp tree. They didn't expect that Sha Luchan would take the initiative to attack on the sea. Seeing that Lin Sun might already be in trouble, they were a little unwilling. Noticing these unhappy gazes, Sha Luchan became more and more complacent. Demon God Lin was so arrogant, but in the end, he was suppressed by him alone. This made him feel an unprecedented satisfaction. Don't you think it's shameful to take advantage of others' difficulties and laugh so hard? Some experts who admired Lin Sun cursed in their hearts. They thought that Sha Luchan's move was too insidious and unfair. But he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud, which made others despise him. Everyone, Devil God Lin has encountered such a calamity and will definitely suffer from chi deviation during his advancement. His cultivation will be crippled. Do you think that I, Sha Luchan, am acting on behalf of the heavens today and eradicating a scourge for the Western Heng world? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Sha Luchan couldn't help laughing again, which showed how happy he was. Some peerless figures couldn't stand it anymore. It was just a successful sneak attack. Was it worth being so proud and complacent? Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw that the whirlpool that was still swirling on the surface of the sea suddenly exploded. Splash water droplets shot in all directions like water arrows, dazzling. At the same time, a golden lotus swept out and moved horizontally like a divine rainbow, plowing a straight gully on the sea like a sharp cone breaking through the waves. Two figures stood on the golden lotus. One was Yu Jianming. And the other was Lin Sun. His sleeves and black hair fluttered in the wind. His tall and handsome figure was filled with brilliance. As his black eyes opened and closed, a cold light surged, incomparably frightening. Everyone was stunned. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Just now, such a terrifying tidal whirlpool swept over, but demon god Lin didn't suffer? Wasn't he at the critical moment of advancement? How could he still have the strength to fight back? What on earth happened? He's advanced. In the distance, Li Qinghuan's eyes were like lightning. At the same time, many peerless figures noticed that Lin Sun's aura had transformed. It was even more terrifying than before. It was deep and unfathomable. It seems that he successfully entered the middle level of reincarnation development at the most dangerous moment. He avoided the danger of qi deviation and also resolved his own predicament. Someone murmured. How could this be? Wu Duanya was startled. He was overjoyed. Who would have thought that the result would be reversed? I knew it. Since he dared to break through to the next realm on the floating sea, he must have something to rely on. He wouldn't die so easily. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Lingshi's mouth. The anxiety and anger in her heart were swept away. This was the Lin Sun she knew. He always surprised people. At this time, Sha Luchan, who was laughing triumphantly, was like a duck that had its neck grabbed. His voice stopped abruptly and his smile froze. How is this possible? His pupils dilated. He couldn't accept it. His face suddenly turned livid. Before, he was so high-spirited and proud. But now, he was shocked and angry as if he had been struck by lightning. The contrast was too great. The crowd felt pity for him. Sha Luchan was going to be unlucky. Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Sun didn't encounter any difficulties. Instead, he made a breakthrough in a dangerous situation, which surprised them. Immediately, they all looked at Sha Luchan with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. What Sha Luchan did just now was too dazzling. He was so complacent that they were quite dissatisfied. I heard that you were good at playing with water. Why don't we play together? Lin Sun's cold eyes were fixed on Sha Luchan in the distance. His qi surged and emitted a horrible aura. Humph. Although Sha Luchan was surprised, he was not afraid of Lin Sun. Clatter, however, before he could speak, Lin Sun waved his sleeve in the distance. Suddenly, thousands of blades formed by seawater gushed out from the sea. Every blade was a foot long, and they were formed purely from seawater. They were sparkling and translucent, glaring and incomparably sharp. Water as a blade, the crowd gasped. This seawater wasn't ordinary water, and every single drop was over 5,000 kilograms in weight. Now, it was condensed into a myriad of blades that covered the heavens and the earth. Sharp lights filled the sky, and the scene was too terrifying. No. Sha Luchan was shocked and sensed the danger. Go. Lin Sun stood on the lotus boat and stretched out his hand in the void. The blades made a buzzing sound and tore the void. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Sun was like a sword immortal at this moment. He controlled countless blades and swept across the floating and sinking sea. Whoosh whoosh, the void was torn like a piece of cloth. The dazzling blades whizzed away. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were killing each other. The horrible killing intent spread out. He's too strong. The spectating experts were all stunned by the scene before them. His grasp of the grand Tao of water has already attained the state of Tao insight, and it's extraordinary to the point of perfection. He's able to condense water into a blade with a flick of his sleeve, and very few people in the younger generation are capable of accomplishing this. Someone sighed with emotion. The onlookers all nodded. Tao was the power that could only be mastered by practitioners in the reincarnation developing realm. But it didn't mean that every practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm could master the power of Tao. On the contrary, it was absolutely 1 in a million that could master the power of Tao in this realm. It was none other than because the energy of the Grand Tao was too obscure and profound, and it wasn't something that could be easily comprehended and grasped. It required fortune and fortune. The Tao Insight realm far exceeded the most basic Tao Insight realm, and it was even more difficult to grasp it. Even amongst the geniuses present here, most of them had only grasped the energy of the Grand Tao at the level of Tao Aura, and only a small group of them had grasped the energy of Tao Insight. Therefore, when they saw Lin Sun's magical power of Tao at this moment, it attracted so many people's surprised eyes. Rise! Facing the 10,000 blades, Xianxia's countenance turned solemn. Blood chi surged around him as his sleeves fluttered in the wind. His aura rose to the extreme as he clasped his hands together, as though he was supporting yin and yang. On the surface of the sea, walls of water rushed out. These walls of water were hundreds of feet tall and 10 feet thick. Just as they appeared on the surface of the sea, they quickly solidified and turned into walls of ice. From afar, they looked like icebergs floating in the sea. Bang! 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 Thousands of water blades swept over, and in an instant, more than 10 ice walls were cut open. With a roar, ice chips burst and flew everywhere. Although many of the water blades were blocked and neutralized in the process, there were still many more that came rushing over. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the dense rainstorm of water blades broke through all obstacles like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Rise! Xiao Luchan was frightened and stiffened. Aware of the danger, he roared and ran all his strength to the extreme. His blood chi soared to the sky, and he was extremely powerful. Boom! On the surface of the sea, ice walls rose one by one to defend the surroundings. They were crystal clear and filled with pure spiritual power and Tao insight. They were even stronger than an iron wall. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp water blades shot over and collided with the ice walls, making a harsh sound like metal clashing. Many experts nearby felt their blood boiling, and they had no choice but to stay far away for fear of being affected. However, in just a moment, the ice walls were destroyed again, cut into ice chips, and fell into the sea. At the same time, hundreds of water blades rushed to Xiao Luchan. Xiao Luchan's expression changed greatly. He obviously hadn't expected the power of these water blades to be so terrifying. Hiss! A water blade swept past, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek, and then a strand of his long hair was cut off. It was only a hair's breadth away from his face. Bang! His figure trembled, and a bloody hole was pierced through his right arm. Blood spurted out. It wasn't that Xiao Luchan couldn't resist, but there were too many water blades, and they poured down like a torrential rain. He had tried his best to disperse them, but he still couldn't avoid being injured. Bang! Bang! The water blade shone resplendently, carrying with it a terrifyingly sharp killing intent. Xiao Luchan roared as he tried to resist it, but his body was shaken to the point where his blood and qi surged, and he almost coughed up blood. Most importantly, he couldn't fly into the air. He could only use the lotus boat to dodge, and the lotus boat needed his own cultivation to control, which made his speed much slower. Ah! Xiao Luchan roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was surging with divine light. Even though he had exerted all his strength, he could only passively resist. In the eyes of outsiders, they saw expanse after expanse of snow-white and resplendent water blades slash down, enveloping Xiao Luchan's entire body within them. Every single slash caused his entire body to tremble as he endured unimaginable impact. When all the water blades were dissolved, Xiao Luchan was already bathed in blood. Every inch of his skin was trembling and twitching, and his face was distorted. Puff! He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He also suffered internal injuries. The power contained in the water blades was fierce, overbearing, and condensed, with extremely terrible destructive aura. There was dead silence in the field. All of this happened in just a few breaths of time. From beginning to end, Lin Sun only used one blow. With a wave of his sleeve, thousands of water blades rose into the air, cut the void, covered the sky, and stirred up the wind and clouds. As for Xiao Luchan, he was an extremely famous peerless character, but under this attack, he was unable to block it and was seriously injured. This kind of method could be said to be shocking. For a moment, all the heroes were stunned. Even peerless figures such as Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, and Mu Jianting couldn't stay calm. After the promotion, Lin Sun showed far more terrifying combat power than before, which made them feel a heavy pressure. Ouch! Suddenly, someone screamed and fell from the lotus boat. He was drowned by the sea and eliminated. It turned out that this person was only watching the battle. His state of mind was affected by the strange power from the floating sea, so he was eliminated. It was funny, but it could also be seen that this battle, though short, caused a great shock. All of a sudden, the heroes calmed down and became vigilant. After all, this was the third assessment. The power of the floating sea had a terrible impact on the state of mind. One careless move would lead to elimination. Is it fun? In the distance, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked at Sha Luchan coldly. You're courting death. Sha Luchan roared. He was covered in blood and seriously injured. His heart was full of shame and anger, and he was about to go crazy. It seems that you're going to continue to play. Lin Sun waved his sleeves. Whoosh! Thousands of glittering water blades swept out, covering the void, shining with peerless sharpness. In an instant, the dense water blades flew across the sky. Sha Luchan's face changed wildly. He had seen the horror of this power. How could he choose to fight it head-on? He immediately drove the lotus boat with all his strength and fled to the distance. He ran away. All the heroes were stunned. Even Lin Sun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that a character like Sha Luchan would choose to retreat without a fight. Lin Sun, when we arrive at the ancient path green lamp tree, I will show you my real power. In the distance, Sha Luchan's resentful roar came. There was an undisguised threat in his words. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you don't even have the courage to play with me in the water? Lin Sun looked cold. He didn't chase after Sha Luchan. The reason was very simple. He didn't want Sha Luchan to be eliminated. If he wanted to fight, he would kill him once and for all. This guy is smart. He knows that he can't compete with Lin Sun under the control of the Tao of Water, so he chose to retreat for the time being, Li Qinghuan said in a low voice. You mean, he was not scared off? Wu Duanya was stunned. Sha Luchan comes from the Fiend Demon Sea and is known as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Fiend Demon Sea. Their Sea Shark clan is also an overlord of a region, and a true saint once emerged from their ancestor. People like him must have a powerful weapon that can save their lives. Li Qinghuan said casually, and this is why he dares to threaten Lin Sun. Sha Luchan retreated without a fight. This shocked all the strong people present. No one laughed at Sha Luchan's weakness. They were shocked by Lin Sun's fighting strength. He was too strong. Even a peerless figure was easily injured by him, scaring him to the point of retreating. It was truly hard to imagine just how powerful he was. Other peerless figures had different thoughts. They were thinking about their own things, silently comparing themselves with Lin Sun and analyzing. After Lin Sun's advancement, he became more and more powerful. This made them feel pressure and they had to take him seriously. For a time, the murderous aura and hostility no longer filled the floating submerged sea. Instead, it had become quiet. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He had just reached the middle level of reincarnation developing, so he didn't have time to feel the changes in his strength. He sat there cross-legged and continued to meditate. His expression was calm and composed, ignoring all kinds of gazes from all directions. Half a day later. In the distance, a coastline could be seen, stretching up and down. There was no doubt that it was the land on the other side of the floating sea. Arriving there was equivalent to successfully passing the third test. However, along the way, many strong people had unfortunately been eliminated. Now there were only less than 1,000 strong people who could persist until here. When the Tao Discussion Lantern meeting began, there were over 10,000 geniuses from different areas of the West Shore world participating. However, when the third test of the Tao discussion was about to end, there were only over 1,000 people left, and the elimination rate was undoubtedly too shocking. Lin Sun, we're almost there. Yu Jianming heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been tense all along the way, and he was deeply afraid that something unexpected would occur. Only now did he dare to relax a little. Lin Sun stood up from meditation and stood on the lotus petal as he looked into the distance. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he emanated an otherworldly aura. They hadn't encountered any more twists and turns along the way since they defeated Sha Luchan, and Lin Sun seized this opportunity to completely stabilize his cultivation. Not only that, his mental state was tempered at all times while crossing the floating sea, and it allowed Lin Sun to benefit greatly. The tenacity of his mental state was no different than a rock that had been tempered 100 times. His heart was like a rock, and he would remain motionless no matter what attacked him. This had an immeasurable effect on the cultivation of the great Tao. At least when he advanced and broke through in the future, ordinary tribulations were utterly unable to affect Lin Sun's mind. I can feel that my mental state seems to have received a brand new baptism and sublimation, and it's even firmer on my path," said Yu Jianming. Obviously, it wasn't just Lin Sun. Yu Jianming and the other geniuses had definitely obtained benefits in this test. "We're here." The coastline was in sight, and Lin Sun saw that many experts had come ashore and revealed expressions of relief. When he looked back, the floating sea was surging with magnificent waves, and it caused Lin Sun to feel a trace of reluctance. Although the floating sea was dangerous, it was a blessed place to temper one's mental state. If he could cultivate here for a period of time, it would be sufficient to allow his mental state to undergo even more transformation. Unfortunately, this was a fortuitous opportunity, and it only came once. The fourth test was called Soul Lamp, and it tested the strength of one's soul. Before the test began, over 1,000 experts including Lin Sun were teleported to an open field through the talismans in their hands. The veil of night enveloped the sky, and it was pitch black. Looking up, one could see lanterns floating in the void that was tens of thousands of zhang high up in the sky. Each of them was the size of a fist, and they seemed to be polished from crystals and glowed with a soft silver luster. These were soul lamps, treasures forged from a divine material called true void soul crystal that had gone extinct in the world since a long time ago. Divine material, just this word alone was enough to prove how precious and rare a soul lamp was. This trial tests the strength of one's soul. Astral winds, baleful auras, chaotic flows, and tribulation lightning are everywhere in the sky. If one wishes to light a soul lamp, one must use the strength of one's nascent soul to charge up into the sky. The stronger one's soul core is, the greater one's chances of passing through the test. In the past Tao Lantern discussions, even though the fourth level didn't have the highest elimination rate, it was the most difficult. The group of experts discussed with solemn expressions. To be able to pass the first 3 tests and arrive here, practically all of them were top-notch geniuses. But now, none of them dared to be careless. Yu Jianming said in a low voice, "We don't have to worry about being ambushed in this round. Once someone makes a move, they'll be immediately eliminated." Lin Sun nodded. He glanced around and saw Sha Luchan in the crowd. This guy was calm and collected, without the attitude that a loser should have. When he noticed Lin's gaze, he even smiled and silently made a gesture of cutting the neck. This provocation was too obvious. Obviously, he saw that Lin Sun didn't dare to make a move in this wilderness. This guy is really thick-skinned. Yu Jianming frowned. Lin Sun asked, "Have you ever eaten sea shark meat?" Yu Jianming was stunned, "No." Lin Sun smiled and said, "When I kill that guy, let's have a taste of this seafood together. I've eaten black sea dog meat before, and it's delicious. But I don't know how sea shark meat tastes." Yu Jianming looked strange. This guy was not only bold but also had an extraordinary appetite. Seafood? The nearby experts looked strange. It was the first time that they heard someone dared to regard Sha Luchan, the holy son of Sea Shark clan, as a seafood delicacy. In the distance, Sha Luchan's face darkened. He couldn't calm down anymore. His heart was burning with hatred. He thought to himself, "Demon God Lin, when we arrive at the ancient path green lamp tree, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." A strand of the sound of the Tao that sounded like the sound of nature resounded in the night sky, and the soul lamps that were originally silent and motionless began to sway at this moment and flutter in the sky. Whoosh, all eyes looked over in an instant. The fourth test had begun, outside Kangwu Mountain. The fourth test has begun. It is said that in ancient times, only the top super orthodoxies would have the inheritance of soul lamp. As long as a disciple can light up the soul lamp, it means that the power of his soul can illuminate his own path and seek the true secrets of the king realm. Yes, the soul is like a lamp, illuminating one's own body. If one can pass this test, it means that he has the potential to cast his Tao and become a king. The great Tao is within reach. Many big shots were talking. It's not that simple to light the soul lamp. The power of the soul lamp is different, and the potential to become a king is also different. Suddenly, Grandma Golden Crane said, generally speaking, the power of the soul lamp is divided into 3 realms, shining, and like the sun in the sky. These 3 realms are unrelated to one's natural talent and potential, and it only targets the soul. The soul lamp that one's soul possesses with ordinary strength can only be lit up at the shining level, whereas, those with formidable strength of the soul are able to light up a soul lamp at the shining level. As for the soul lamp at the like the sun in the sky level, that's hard to say. It's related to the intrinsic profundities of the soul, so even saints are unable to make an accurate judgment. When the sect master of My Truth Seek Sword House, Xianxia, participated in the Tao Lantern discussion at a young age, he'd once lit up a soul lamp at the like the sun in the sky level. After that, he utilized less than 100 years of time to step into the king realm and stand at the peak of the world. Now, he's only half a step away from stepping into the saint realm. When this secret was mentioned, all the great figures in the surroundings were extremely moved. In the past, they'd never known that Xianxia actually possessed such a shocking and extraordinary display all those years ago. Looks like your Truth Seek Sword House will have another peerless figure like sect master Xianxia. A great figure sighed with emotion. Xianxia really is a rare peerless genius. However, besides her, the other peerless figures aren't inferior to her as well. The other great figures spoke as well. Granny Golden Crane shook her head and said, all of you're wrong. The 4th test isn't related to natural endowment or natural talent, and it targets the soul. Moreover, the Tao Lantern discussion this time is unlike the past. I'm afraid many unexpected things will occur during the test of the soul lamps. Everyone was stunned, and they fell into deep thought. The veil of night was dark like ink. All the experts sat cross-legged on the open field, and they circulated the energy of their soul cores with all their might as they charged up into the sky. For a time, dazzling and multicolored strands of soul energy surged out from the heads of various experts, and they flashed through the sky like divine rays of light. Some of these strands of soul energy were bright and clear, some were condensed and deep. Some were scarlet red like flames, and they blazed fiercely. Some surged and possessed an imposing aura that was like smoke. This was the quality of the soul. At ordinary times, it was very difficult to distinguish the strong from the weak by merely looking at it. However, during the 4th test of the soul lamps, the soul energy of over 1,000 geniuses was bound to be decided upon. The weak were bound to be eliminated. On the other hand, the stronger experts had the chance to light the soul lamp and pry into the essence of their soul from the energy emanated by the soul lamp. The scene was deathly silent. Numerous souls shot into the sky like numerous divine rays of light under the veil of night, and they emanated their own brilliance. But in next to no time, muffled groans and groans of pain resounded. In the sky, gales that were like blades emanated ear-piercing howls. These gales weren't ordinary gales, and they possessed the energy of annihilation and were capable of blowing apart the souls of cultivators. At the same time, a black baleful chi swept out. Once the energy of the soul was tainted by it, it would cause layer upon layer of illusions to appear, and it would cause one to lose one's mind. In severe cases, one's soul would fall into oblivion. Besides the gales and baleful chi, the higher one went in the sky, the more terrifying it was. There were surging flowing and chaotic flows of light that surged like fine and turbulent rivers. There were also strands of tribulation lightning that were like fine rays of light. They seemed to be fine to the point of being illusory, yet they carried a lethal and destructive force towards the soul. As time went by, some experts' souls were attacked by the gales before they had the time to fly higher up in the sky. They suffered heavy injuries and retreated in defeat. Then, they let out muffled groans and screams, and they were eliminated with strong unwillingness. There were also some experts who were extremely outstanding and stunning. They charged all the way through the gales, withstood the baleful chi, flashed past the flowing and chaotic flows, and rushed to a higher place in the sky. For example, Xianxia's soul power was as pure as snow, ethereal and holy. She charged straight up and seemed unstoppable all the way. She was far ahead of the others, but when she entered the area densely covered with tribulation lightning, she encountered obstacles and had no choice but to resist with all her might. There were many people like Xianxia, such as Yu Lingkong, Mu Jianting, and Lei Qianjun. They were also ahead of the majority and rushed with all their might. These were peerless figures. Since they dared to be crowned with the title of peerless, it showed that whether it was their aptitude, talent, cultivation, or soul, they were far beyond ordinary and stood above ordinary cultivators. During this process, Lin Sun seemed to be very low-key. He had already cultivated the spirit of the spirit, so he didn't have to worry about the test of the soul lamp. At this time, he was perceiving the different forces in the void with his soul power. The gales, the baleful qi, the flowing and chaotic flows, were all carefully perceived by his soul power, trying to figure out and study them. This was also a kind of cognitive cultivation. It was not only as simple as broadening his horizons and increasing his cultivation knowledge, but also of immeasurable help to his future cultivation. The so-called cultivation was a process of seeing the sky, the earth, and oneself. The search for the Great Way was actually a kind of understanding and cognition of the world and oneself. The higher one's cultivation was, the more he needed to understand the nature of the Great Way of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would only be stagnant on the road of cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Sun inadvertently noticed that a spiritual power had caught up with him and rushed up at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving some peerless figures behind along the way. By Lingshi, in an instant, Lin Sun saw through the identity of that spiritual power, which surprised him greatly. In his cognition, Bai Lingshi was not a peerless figure. At most, she could be called a top talent, but her spirit power was amazing. Up to now, she had surpassed Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun and others, and chased Xianxia and Yu Lingkong who were higher. And according to this trend, it would not be long before she became the first person to rush into the void. There was a burst of surprised voices nearby. Obviously, they also noticed this unusual scene. I remember that when I was in the bloodthirsty camp of Xiao Empire, Bai Lingshi once said that she had an extremely unique talent attribute, eternal starshine. Soon, Lin Sun understood the reason. Eternal starshine was a talent derived from the soul. Although it was rated as the fourth talent in the empire at that time, Bai Lingshi undoubtedly became the most dazzling character in this test of lighting soul lamps. Her spiritual power showed a kind of brilliant golden color, with a sense of solemnity that shone through the ages, which was different from the others. I knew that with her qualifications and talents, she would shine one day sooner or later. Lin Sun was very happy. He and Bai Lingshi were classmates. Seeing her outstanding performance, Lin Sun also felt a sense of pride and honor. But soon, Lin Sun's face darkened. In the distance, Yu Jianming's divine soul was moving forward with great difficulty amidst the black baleful aura. But right at this moment, several other divine soul energies rushed over and intentionally blocked Yu Jianming's path, obstructing and disturbing him. This was too insidious and despicable. Lin Sun noticed that the several spiritual powers came from the strong practitioners of Cyan Phoenix clan and Zhongli clan. There were 5 people targeting Yu Jianming. Lin Sun didn't need to think at all to know that the reason why they attacked Yu Jianming was nothing more than because of him. As early as a long time ago, Zhongli Wuji and Qin Lianer had threatened that whoever made friends with Lin Sun would suffer. In this way, they threatened the practitioners of Shiheng world to stay away from Lin Sun and make him completely alone. Obviously, Yu Jianming had also encountered such an impact. You're courting death. Lin Sun manipulated the spiritual power and suddenly moved in the void, rushing towards Yu Jianming. Aren't you being too shameless by doing this? Yu Jianming's soul shook as he angrily berated. The energy of his soul was tainted by strands of black baleful qi, and the nearby paths were obstructed by those 5 strands of soul energy. If he didn't break out of the encirclement as soon as possible, then he would surely be eliminated. Haha, you can't blame us for that. You can only blame yourself for being too close to that demon god Lin. Someone sneered. Aren't you afraid that Lin will come looking for you? Yu Jianming was furious in his heart. These guys didn't dare to target Lin Sun, but pointed the spearhead at him. It was despicable to the extreme. Him? Haha, can't you see? He's still trapped in the bottommost layer of the void until now, and we're all wondering if he'll be able to pass the test this time. Hee, who would have thought that Fiend Celestial Lin's combat strength is so powerful, but his soul strength is so weak? Obviously, they all mistakenly thought that the reason why Lin's son lingered in the astral wind was that his soul power was too weak, so he could bully Yu Jianming without fear. As for why they didn't bully Lin's son, it was simple. They didn't want Lin's son to be eliminated in this way. Whether it was Qing Lianer or Zhongli Wuji, they were waiting to kill Lin's son when they arrived at the green lamp tree. Therefore, these strong people from Cyan Phoenix clan and Zhongli clan all chose to target Yu Jianming. Just give up. Lin's son can't even protect himself. It's impossible for him to save you. A person said in a cold voice. They were very smart. They knew that in this fourth test, fighting was not allowed, and even soul attacks were forbidden. So they chose to block the surroundings and cut off Yu Jianming's way, using the power of Black Baleful Qi to achieve the purpose of defeating and eliminating Yu Jianming. Really? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Those strong people were stunned. In an instant, they saw that Lin Sun's soul power had rushed to the vicinity and entrenched there. The nearby Black Baleful Qi didn't dare to approach. Oh no! Damn it, how could this be? Their faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly manipulated their soul power to escape. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's soul power suddenly shone, like a whirlpool storm, sweeping away all the nearby Black Baleful Qi. Then, other strong people nearby saw Lin Sun's soul power wrapped in rolling Black Baleful Qi, rushing towards the soul power of those who were fleeing. He didn't attack, but just passed by, blocking in front of them, and then released all the extracted Black Baleful Qi. In an instant, the soul power of those strong people was submerged by the Black Baleful Qi. No. Damn it. Demon Lin, you will die a horrible death. Shrill and angry screams sounded, making people's scalp numb. Some of the nearby experts who saw this scene gasped. This fiend god Lin is truly ruthless. He actually used such methods to defeat the 5 experts from the Azure Phoenix clan and Zhongli clan in one fell swoop. There was no doubt that these 5 people would not only be eliminated, but even their souls might be seriously injured. You're courting death. Higher in the void, Qing Lianer shouted coldly and loudly. Lin Sun, how dare you do such a despicable thing? Just you wait, when we reach the green lamp tree of ancient path, I, Zhongli Wuji, will do what I say and kill you first. At the same time, Zhongli Wuji's face turned blue, and he threatened. There weren't many talents who could reach the 4th test. Lin Sun's attack was equivalent to completely wiping out all the strong people from Zhongli clan and Cyan Phoenix clan except Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer. How could they not be angry? What a joke. Your people started it first, but now you're blaming me and calling me shameless and despicable. I've never seen such shameless people like you. Lin Sun sneered. As he spoke, he no longer hesitated and drove his soul power to the sky, like a storm. Rumble the Black Baleful Qi and flowing light turbulence they encountered along the way were like decorations. Not only could they not stop Lin Sun, but they were also smashed, forcibly crushing a straight blank space. Seeing this, the other strong people who were struggling to move forward were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Wasn't this too fierce? Before, Lin Sun didn't show his strength, calmly perceiving and experiencing the power distributed in the void, and was regarded by other practitioners as weak in soul power. But now, only then did they suddenly realize that how was this fiend god Lin's divine soul weak? It was clearly tyrannical to a ridiculous extent. Whoosh, Yu Jianming reacted the fastest. Seeing this excellent opportunity, his soul power suddenly rushed up and chased after the blank space Lin Sun had created. The other strong people were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately understood and shouted to do the same. Unfortunately, when they arrived, the blank space had disappeared, and it was filled with Black Baleful Qi and flowing light turbulence again. Oh no! High in the void, Qing Lianer, who was sprinting in the fine and dreamy thunder, suddenly found that Lin Sun was rushing towards her. Like a sharp awl, unstoppable and unstoppable, Lin Sun was too strong. Qing Lianer was so shocked that she almost cried out. Realizing that something was wrong, she used all her strength to run her soul power and rushed forward, lest Lin Sun catch up with her. At the same time, Zhongli Wuji, whose soul power was in another area, also changed his face. Like Qing Lian he began to rush with all his strength. Both of them cursed in their hearts. This demon god Lin was too despicable. The weakness just now was obviously faked, causing their companion to be carelessly tricked and eliminated. And now, this guy even wanted to continue to harm them. If it was a real battle, the two would not be afraid, but the key was that the fourth test was a competition of soul power. At this time, they had already judged that Lin Sun's soul power was not weak at all, but on the contrary, it was terrifyingly strong. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to let Lin Sun come close? Run. The two of them felt extremely sullen, and they fled with boundless hatred. It was indeed too humiliating. Being seen by so many people as they fled, the two of them couldn't hold on to their faces. Fortunately, the two had acted in advance and were already high up in the void. Now that they sprinted with all their might, they quickly rushed to the high altitude. By the time Lin Sun caught up, it was already too late. High up in the sky, soul lamps danced in the air. Without any obstructions, this meant that Lin Sun could no longer rely on the astral winds, baleful qi, flowing lights, or any other sort of calamities to deal with Qing Lian and Zhongli Wuji. Even so, the other powerhouses who witnessed the entire process were secretly shocked. Demon God Lin's soul power was too strong, forcing Qing Lian and Zhongli Wuji to flee in panic. Lin Sun, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Qing Lian regained her composure. Thinking of what happened just now, she felt extremely humiliated. Bitch, stop causing trouble. Lin Sun's counterattack was very simple. With just a few words, Qing Lian was so angry that her face turned green. Zhongli Wuji did not utter a single word, but it was not difficult to see from his livid expression that he had a belly full of rage that he had nowhere to vent. At this time, a soul lamp in the distance suddenly lit up, producing a strange fluctuation that spread in the high altitude. In an instant, all the powerhouses saw that the soul lamp began to shine brighter and brighter, sprinkling out strands of dreamy divine splendor. Dazzling, this was the first level of the soul lamp's power. But before the powerhouses had time to exclaim in admiration, the soul lamp grew brighter and brighter, sprinkling out countless rays of radiant divine splendor, illuminating the night sky around it. The second level of the soul lamp, great light, whose soul power was this? How could it be so strong that it lit up such a bright soul lamp in the blink of an eye? That soul lamp was resplendent and radiated a myriad of lights. It was exceptionally bright and eye-catching in the night. This was the first soul lamp to be lit after the fourth round of the exam began, but it had already revealed an extraordinary and shocking aura. It shone brightly. This undoubtedly meant that the strength of one's soul had reached the peak of the reincarnation development realm. The soul was like a lamp that illuminated one's body. The soul was immortal, and the soul lamp would shine forever. The most important thing to become a monarch was the soul. Why were monarchs able to transcend the 5 great realms of cultivation? Why was the monarch realm called the life and death realm? The reason was life and death. To cultivators, the existence of the soul was related to the secrets of life and death. As the saying went, death was like a lamp going out. Once a cultivator's soul was extinguished, it also meant true death. Therefore, if one wanted to break through life and death to become a monarch, the soul was undoubtedly the most important. As for above the monarch realm, it was the path to immortality. It was a higher realm of cultivation, and it sought to compete with the sun and moon and live as long as the ages. All the geniuses that were participating in the Tao discussion this time were figures that had the ambition to seek the path of becoming an emperor in the upcoming battle of the Grand Era. Almost all of them knew the importance of the strength of the soul to becoming a monarch. So, all of them were extremely shocked when they saw the first expert to light up his soul lamp actually reveal the phenomenon of great radiance from his body. Who has such strength of the soul? Soon, the crowd saw a divine soul that was as white as snow and carried the aura of the annals of spring flowing into the lamp. The owner of the divine soul was none other than Bai Lingshi. It's her, the successor of the southern Xian world's pure land of longevity. Everyone was slightly surprised, and there was no lack of envy and yearning. I heard that every soul lamp contains different profundities and is branded with a mysterious aura of inheritance. It's immeasurably beneficial to tempering the strength of the soul. That's right. The brighter the soul lamp, the greater the benefits. This is a secret that the seniors of my clan have warned us about. The sounds of discussion resounded. Arriving at this height in the sky was equivalent to possessing the qualifications to light up a soul lamp. However, exactly which soul lamp one should light up was something that required great consideration. Those soul lamps danced in the air like stars circulating in the sky. Some soul lamps were extremely far away, as if they were in the depths of the sky. Some of the soul lamps were floating around, visible to the naked eye. According to the experience of the past Tao lantern discussions, the higher the soul lamp, the better its quality, but correspondingly, it's harder to light it up. Don't bite off more than you can chew. We've already reached the 30,000 meter mark, and have the qualifications to light up our soul lamps. We have the qualifications to pass the trial. We are much stronger than those who have been eliminated. Indeed. Let's begin. As they conversed, there were already experts who started searching for a suitable soul lamp for themselves and then tried to light it up. During this entire process, there were still numerous experts charging up with great difficulty from high up in the sky. At the same time, there were experts that had been eliminated. Linson was not in a hurry. He was observing and perceiving. The soul lamps seemed as if they were made from pure glazed jade, and they emanated an ancient aura. They were like numerous stars that fluttered in the sky and flickered with a mysterious glow. Linson noticed that, unlike other experts, peerless figures such as Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, Mu Jianting, and Lei Qianjun were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they were spreading their divine soul power to sense and communicate in the void. For example, Ji Xingyao's divine soul power produced wisps of clear cries at the moment, which evolved into a snow-white immortal phoenix. It spread its wings in the sky and danced around the soul lamps. Yu Lingkong's divine soul power turned into a golden Taoist bell, which emitted resonant sound waves that went straight to people's hearts to sense different soul lamps. The most eye-catching one was Mu Jianting. He was the successor of Yushu Temple. At this moment, his divine soul power had evolved into a pattern of yin-yang fish, which rotated slowly in the void. It was extremely mysterious. In addition, the divine soul power of some other peerless figures also showed different wonderful forms. Obviously, they all had mastered the secret method of divine soul. At this time, they no longer held back and tried their best to find the most suitable soul lamp for themselves. This was the resources and reserves of the inheritors of ancient sections. They didn't lack resources, secret techniques, or masters. Coupled with their own extraordinary natural talent and natural endowments, they were bound to far surpass ordinary people on the path of cultivation and shine brilliantly. Take the inheritance of the divine soul secret method, for example, Yu Jianming, who was born in an ordinary orthodoxy in the fire spirit state, was destined to be unable to have it. In other words, only the top ancient orthodoxies in the world could have the inheritance of the divine soul secret method. Linson noticed that at this moment, many experts also reached the sky and successfully lit a soul lamp. But the soul lamps lit by most of them were of ordinary quality. They only emitted brilliant light like the light of a small lantern, which could barely be called shining. Even the soul lamps lit by some experts couldn't even be called shining. The strength of the divine souls of the sky prides was clearly displayed at this moment. Buzz, suddenly, high up in the night sky, a snow-white immortal phoenix formed by Ji Xingyao's divine soul power lit a soul lamp. In an instant, it emitted extremely shocking fluctuations and burst out with dazzling brilliance. Its radiance was endless, shining brilliantly. However, this wasn't the end of it. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the soul lamp that Ji Xingyao lit up actually grew brighter and more dazzling. In the end, it seemed like a sun that hung high in the sky, illuminating the world. The quality of the divine soul was like the sun at high noon. Fairy Ji deserves to be the leader of the younger generation in our Westing world. Such divine soul power is enough to easily forge the Tao and become a king. How extraordinary! According to rumor, the current sect master of the Profound Inquisition Sword School, Mu Xianxia, revealed the phenomenon of his soul glowing brilliantly during the Tao discussion lantern discussion. There's no doubt that the strength of Fairy Ji's soul is superior to Senior Mu Xianxia's. For a time, a burst of exclamations, envy, and admiration sounded in the field. Congratulations, Xingyao. With the natural endowment of your divine soul, you'll definitely be able to become eminent in the battles of the world in the future and obtain the grand Tao of the ultimate king realm. Yu Lingkong spoke in a clear voice and congratulated her. Brother Yu, you're too kind. Ji Xingyao's voice was flat as she replied. If I'm not wrong, then brother Yu has probably locked onto a soul lamp as well, right? Xingya really is discerning. Yu Lingkong smiled lightheartedly, and then the golden bell formed from the energy of his divine soul suddenly rumbled. Clang, in the next moment, a soul lamp was lit up. It illuminated the sky and emanated boundless divine radiance. It was brilliant like the sun as it hung in the sky. When looked at from afar, his and Ji Xingyao's soul lamp seemed to have formed the grand phenomenon of two suns illuminating the world. Everyone was speechless, and they were completely shocked. In the past Tao Lantern discussions, being able to produce the phenomenon of the sun at high noon could already be considered as shocking, and it was sufficient to cause a great uproar. Yet now, the phenomenon of two suns contrasting had appeared in the blink of an eye, and this was absolutely unprecedented. The Tao Lantern discussion this time really is unlike the past. Unprecedented karmic luck and fortune erupted from it. Perhaps this can be taken to be a sign that a great battle of the world is about to arrive? Many experts had various thoughts in their minds, and they were unable to calm down. In the following period of time, Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun, Zhongli Wuji, Qing Lian and all these peerless figures had lit up their soul lamps successively. Their displays were extremely shocking as well, and it caused waves of uproar and exclaim with admiration. However, the grand phenomenon of the sun at high noon didn't appear again. Strictly speaking, the strength of their divine souls was between the sun at high noon and the radiance it emitted. If this was during the Tao Lantern discussion of the past, then it would be sufficient to be considered as unprecedented. However, with Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong before them, it caused them to be slightly inferior during the Tao Lantern discussion this time. Lin Sun had made a move since a long time ago. He'd spread out the energy of his divine soul and ceaselessly stretched it higher into the sky, and he sensed numerous soul lamps. However, up until now, he hadn't found a suitable soul lamp for himself, so he was unable to light it up. This made Lin Sun frown. Could it be that the higher the quality of the soul lamp, the rarer it was? At this time, his divine soul had reached a very high place in the sky, almost at the same level as the soul lamps lit by Lingxi and Yu Lingkong. But what made Lin Sun depressed was that there were only a few soul lamps in the void at this height, and none of them could be lit. Ha, demon god Lin, isn't your divine soul very powerful? Why haven't you lit up your soul lamp yet? Is there something wrong with your divine soul? Xiao Luchan burst into laughter. He had already seen Lin Sun's somewhat embarrassing situation, so he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to ridicule and make sarcastic remarks about Lin Sun. That's for sure. Don't you see that there are many soul lamps near that position, but none of them has been lit up by his divine soul power? This can only prove that his divine soul power is not enough to light up a soul lamp at the level of the sun at high noon. Lin Sun, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you so listless this time? Come, quickly reveal your devil god might and light up a soul lamp for us to admire. After noticing this scene, old enemies such as Qing Lianer and Zhongli Wuji also seized the opportunity to criticize him. At this high altitude, they didn't worry at all that they would anger Lin Sun and suffer his revenge. Although the other experts did not say a word, they were very suspicious and perplexed. One had to know that fiend god Lin had charged through the entire way in a seemingly unstoppable manner. He had leaped to a height of 100,000 feet in a single leap. In the process, he also harmed 5 strong people from the Cyan Phoenix clan and the Zhongli clan. This made all the strong people believe that Lin Sun's divine soul power was absolutely strong. Many people even believed that only demon god Lin could compete with Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong. But now, he couldn't light up a soul lamp. This was very shocking and puzzling. Could it be, as Xiao Luchan said, that although Lin Sun's divine soul was strong, there was some kind of defect so that he couldn't light up a soul lamp? P.S. The 5th update is here. We've successfully completed the first day's goal. Tomorrow we'll continue. The time is almost the same as today. If there is any change, we'll inform you in advance. At this moment, even Lingxi and Yu Lingkong were alarmed. They sensed the delicate situation Lin Sun was in. This shameless bastard has finally suffered a setback. Let's see how he'll deal with it this time. Lingxi gloated. At the same time, she felt strange. Even though she despised Lin Sun's shameless and obscene nature, she had to admit that Lin Sun had what it took to be proud of himself among the younger generation. But until now, he hadn't lit up a single soul lamp, which was very unusual. He's not good at anything, but he doesn't want to accept the reality. That's all he is. Yu Lingkong laughed inwardly. The soul was the key to becoming a king, and it even indicated the potential of becoming a king in the future. In Yu Lingkong's view, no matter how powerful Lin Sun was, if his soul was defective, even if he could enter the king realm in the future, his achievements would be limited. His current achievements might be amazing, but for the younger generation, what mattered was not the present, but the future. The great battle of the world was coming, and unprecedented opportunities and challenges would also appear. Under such circumstances, if Lin Sun's soul was defective, he was destined to be unable to compete with other peerless figures on the Great Way in the future. He might even be lost in the crowd. This was Yu Lingkong's point of view. In addition, Mu Jianting, Lei Qianjun, and the others also noticed this scene. They had no enmity with Lin Sun, nor did they have any contact with him before. But when they saw that demon god Lin, who had caused a great disturbance, was now in a worrying situation, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But soon, Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, and Mu Jianting all calmed down and stopped paying attention to him. They had all lit up their own soul lamps and were comprehending and figuring out the aura of the soul imprinted in the soul lamps. This was an extremely precious opportunity. Demon God Lin, accept the reality. Don't force yourself anymore. Don't you feel ashamed? Sha Luchan laughed. He was gloating. Now that he finally had a chance to attack Lin Sun, he wouldn't be polite. Lin Sun frowned. This guy was really noisy. He noticed that Sha Luchan's soul lamp was barely at the level of great light, which was even worse than Bai Lingshi's. Lin Sun really didn't know who gave this guy the courage to jump so happily and laugh at him. In addition to Sha Luchan, Zhongli Wuji, Qing Lianer, and the others also wanted to hit Lin Sun when he was down. Of course, they could only say whatever they wanted and could not do any harm to Lin Sun. Crash! Suddenly, an amazing scene took place in the field. A purple spiritual power evolved into a big cauldron and rushed to the height of Lin's spiritual power. Then, a soul lamp was instantly lit up. From the initial dazzling to radiating brilliance, and finally to like the sun in the sky, the entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire crowd was shocked and attracted to him. Who was it that actually lit up another soul lamp that was as bright as the midday sun? This seemed to be too unbelievable. In next to no time, everyone noticed that the person that accomplished this was a young woman in a violet dress. Her appearance was extremely outstanding. Her forehead was jade white and bright, and it surged with the sheen of wisdom. Her body was graceful while strands of pure violet-colored clouds seethed around her, causing her to seem mysterious and extraordinary. Roga, the descendant of the Miluo Palace from the Earth Imperial Universe, she was very mysterious. Since the beginning of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, her whereabouts had been elusive. She was like a cloud of smoke, and she came and went alone. In the first 3 tests, her performance was neither outstanding nor mediocre, so she did not attract much attention. But now, she had lit up a soul lamp that was as bright as the sun, stunning everyone. It's her. It seems that we have overlooked this mysterious descendant of the Miluo Palace. The crowd was surprised. The most incredible thing was that at this moment, Xianxia took the initiative to congratulate her. Miss Roga is indeed worthy of being the current chief descendant of the Miluo Palace. With such a spiritual soul, you will have a bright future ahead of you. My friend, you flatter me. Roga's voice was as clear as water, just like her, as clear as an orchid in an empty valley. At the same time, Yu Lingkong also said, Roga? I heard that the senior Ling Jiuekong, who has been cultivating in closed-door cultivation for 8,000 years in the Miluo Palace, made an exception last year and took in a closed-door disciple. Her name is Roga. Is she the one? I didn't expect that this senior from the southern profound world's pure land of longevity would have heard of my name, Roga said softly. Haha, in the entire ancient desolation region, Senior Ling Jiuekong is a legendary sage. His sword Dao cultivation is superb and unpredictable. 8,000 years ago, he was already known as the Miluo Sword Saint. Yu Lingkong laughed heartily. My ancestor has always admired Senior Ling Jiuekong. I heard about Miss Roga being taken in as his closed-door disciple from my ancestor. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. No one expected that the mysterious descendant of the Miluo Palace would be the closed-door disciple of a sword saint. A sage was like a divine dragon hiding in the abyss. Their whereabouts were untraceable, their power was unparalleled, and they possessed unfathomable supreme techniques. As for a sage who was famous for his sword Dao, his power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Since Roga could become the closed-door disciple of a sword saint, it could be imagined how amazing her aptitude and foundation were. That old fool, Bai Feng Lu, once said that Luo Jia was suspected to be related to the deity Phoenix clan. Her background was already shocking enough, but I didn't expect her to be the successor of a sword saint. Incredible. Lin Sun was also shocked. He had seen sages, such as the old ape in green robe hidden in the demon saint's secret realm, the white cicada, the golden cicada, and the bloody moth dormant in the mulberry forest of the bloodthirsty battlefield. Therefore, he knew how terrifying a figure who could set foot on the divine path was. Roga was accepted as the closed-door disciple by a sword saint at such a young age. It could be imagined that her foundation was absolutely extraordinary. There was silence in the field. Everyone's emotions were fluctuating. Only now did they realize that a low-key descendant of a sword saint was hiding in this Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. It was a great shock to them. However, in this silent atmosphere, Xiaoluchan's extremely ear-piercing sneer sounded. Demon Lin, you should give up now. The soul lamp lit by Miss Roga was near you, but you couldn't do it before. You don't understand what this means, do you? Suddenly, the expressions of the crowd became strange. Although Xiaoluchan was sarcastic and attacking Demon Lin, what he said was the truth. They had seen everything that happened just now. Humph, this guy obviously doesn't know his place. He thinks he is the same as Fairy Ji and Child Yu. What a wishful thinking. He doesn't know his place and will only make others laugh. Demon Lin, are you sure you want to continue to make a fool of yourself? Qing Lianer and Zhongli Wuji also spoke, their words full of disdain and mockery. They had been chased by Lin Sun like their butts were on fire before, and they had long held back their shame and hatred. At this time, they couldn't wait to trample on Lin Sun and humiliate him. Lin Sun was a little disgusted. It felt like there were several flies buzzing around his ears, and he couldn't get rid of them. Your behavior reminds me of a saying, he suddenly said, arousing the curiosity of many experts. Everyone, take a look. Demon God Lin has flown into a rage out of humiliation. Is he going to defend himself? Save it. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. I'm ashamed for you. Xiaoluchan sneered. Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and said to himself, this saying goes that summer insects can't talk about ice. People like you are even worse than summer insects. You've tarnished the word heavenly sun. Xiaoluchan was about to say something when he saw Lin Sun's spiritual power suddenly glowing in the sky. Although he hadn't lit up his soul lamp, his own spiritual power was like a sun, blooming with infinite light. Some experts felt that they couldn't look at it directly. It was too dazzling. The crowd was shocked. They realized that Demon Lin was obviously angry. He had pushed his spiritual power to the extreme and was going to fight with all his strength. However, the strength of his soul was so terrifying, so why hadn't he lit up a single soul lamp until now? Could it be that he had been looking for something and was reluctant to make a choice? Humph. No matter how strong your spiritual power is, there must be something wrong if you can't light up a soul lamp. Xiaoluchan, Zhongli Wuji, and Qing Lianer were surprised, but they still didn't give up. Can't light up a soul lamp? Then open your eyes wide. At this moment, Lin Sun didn't hold back anymore. His spiritual power suddenly turned into a 3-inch little man, whose appearance was the same as Lin Sun's. He was tall and handsome, and his whole body was bright. The spirit of the spirit, however, because his spiritual power was too strong, almost no one could detect the existence of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. Buzz, the spirit of the spirit of the spirit walked in the void and waved his sleeve. A soul lamp in the void nearby was lit up. In an instant, it was like a sun in the sky, brilliant and vast. Like the sun at high noon, all the people were shocked. Demon Lin had held back before. His spiritual power was too strong. Xiaoluchan, Zhongli Wuji, and Qing Lianer were completely dumbfounded. They felt like 10,000 wild horses were galloping in their hearts. Before, they said with certainty that Lin Sun's spiritual power was deficient, so they ridiculed him to the extreme. Their hearts were full of pleasure and joy. But now, they felt like they had been hit by a stick. They were so depressed that they almost coughed up blood. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed? It felt as if someone had slapped him hard in the face, causing him to feel a burning pain. Demon Lin is obviously playing tricks on Sha Luchan. That's why he has been holding back and waiting for this moment to slap his face. Many strong people looked strange. They thought that Lin Sun was deliberately playing a pig to eat a tiger. He was waiting for this moment to strike and retaliate against Sha Luchan and his companions. Otherwise, with his current means, he would have already lit up a soul lamp at the level of like the sun at high noon. Why did he wait until now? This method was simply too despicable. In the previous chapter, Xianxia was mistakenly written as by Lingshi. What happened before was a lesson for the future. The crowd was secretly vigilant and decided to be on guard against Demon Lin in the future. This guy was not only fierce in combat, but also evil in heart. He was extremely insidious. If they were not careful, they might be trapped by him. Previously, the 5 overmatches of Zhongli family and Cyan Phoenix clan were deceived and thought that Lin's spiritual power was weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they couldn't help but attack Yu Jianming. Who would have thought that Lin's weakness was just a facade? When he suddenly broke out, the 5 overmatches directly suffered a tragedy. Even Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer were frightened and fled as if their butts were on fire. Now, Lin Sun played the same trick again. He pretended to be weak and kept silent from beginning to end as if he was fishing. However, Sha Luchan and the others were so eager for revenge that they jumped out in a hurry after being deceived. Of course, the result was another tragedy. The rhythm of this face-slapping was at the pinnacle of perfection, causing the crowd to feel pain for Sha Luchan and the others. Too insidious and black-hearted, Demon Lin didn't miss any opportunity to hit his opponents, but this time, they really wronged Lin Sun. After all, this was the 4th test. How could Lin Sun be in the mood to play insidious tricks with Sha Luchan and the others? This time, Sha Luchan and the others took the initiative to put their faces close to him and couldn't wait to slap him. He had to reluctantly slap them. Lin Sun, you are despicable. Sha Luchan and the others were so ashamed and angry that they shouted and their faces turned green. This guy was absolutely intentional. He was extremely insidious. Clearly, he had deliberately dug a pit in advance and was waiting for them to jump in. I'm despicable? Everyone here can see clearly that it's you who jumped out on your own initiative. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, you blame me for being despicable? How dare you call yourselves heavenly talents? Lin Sun sneered. Everyone was speechless. They really couldn't refute Lin Sun's words. Sha Luchan and the others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. How could they expect that the dignified Demon Lin was so insidious and black-hearted? In order to cheat them, he didn't even care about his moral integrity and bottom line. I've said it before. Summer bugs can't talk about ice, and you guys aren't even comparable to summer bugs. At best, you're just a bunch of clowns. It's laughable that you overestimate yourself. Lin Sun's voice was casual, but every word he uttered was like a knife, striking Sha Luchan and the others so much that they wanted to rush up and fight Lin Sun. To be honest, I couldn't be bothered with you from the beginning to the end, but you went too far and asked for trouble. Not satisfied? Then open your dog eyes wide and continue watching. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. They had already lit up their soul lamps, so what was demonic God Lin trying to do? Even Sha Luchan and the others were stunned. Buzz, at that moment, the spirit of the essence soul continued to walk in the void. It arrived in front of a soul lamp and gently swept its sleeve. The soul lamp was like the sun, releasing boundless light. Everyone was stupefied and fell into shock. Lighting a soul lamp at the midday sun level was already world-shocking. But now, Fiend Celestial Lin had lit up another soul lamp amidst his laughter. He was similarly like the sun in the sky. This was too astounding. No one had ever heard that 2 soul lamps could actually be lit in the 4th level of the test. Moreover, such unprecedented phenomena had appeared in both of them. This? The crowd was shocked speechless. Even Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, and Luo Jiao were alarmed. They all swept their divine senses over. When they saw this scene, they were also a little shocked. Lighting up 2 midday sun-level soul lamps, this was absolutely unprecedented, unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. This guy must be doing this on purpose. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. She was gloating before and wanted to see how Lin Sun would clean up the situation. But in the blink of an eye, this guy made such a big noise again. It was obvious that he was up to no good. I was wrong. Yu Lingkong thought. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, and there was a trace of uncontrollable killing intent. At this moment, he felt a kind of threat from Lin Sun, which made him very uncomfortable. A guy he had never taken seriously had shown his divine soul power that made him feel threatened. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to Yu Lingkong. He's really like a demonic god. Luo Jia said thoughtfully. Sha Luchan and the others were trembling all over. Their faces turned blue and white. It was a wonderful scene. They had an impulse to vomit blood. If they felt angry and aggrieved when Lin Sun lit up the first soul lamp, now they felt an unprecedented shame and indignation. This was a big blow. Thinking of their ridicule and provocation to Lin Sun just now, they wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too shameful and humiliating. This is not Demon Lin. It's obviously Pit God Lin. An overmatch murmured. Pit God Lin, the crowd was stunned. This name was indeed appropriate. Pit God Lin was calm and composed when he tricked people. It was natural, unconstrained, and easy to trick people. It was almost like Tao. Sha Luchan and the others were stunned at this moment, which was pitiful and ridiculous. At this moment, there were 5 soul lamps in the night sky. They were like suns hanging in the sky, resplendent and blazing, and they interweaved and illuminated each other. Among them, Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, and Luo Jia each had 1, and only Lin Sun had 2. However, to everyone's surprise, this was not the end. In the following time, Lin Sun's soul power became more and more magnificent, lighting up one soul lamp after another. Each soul lamp was like the sun in the sky, illuminating the universe. It was not only Sha Luchan and the others who were dumbfounded, but also all the overmatches present were shocked. They all felt it was unreal to witness an unprecedented miracle. This was truly unimaginable because such a thing had never occurred in the past. Just how powerful was Fiend Celestial Lin's soul strength? Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, and Luo Jia, these peerless figures, also couldn't calm down. There was a heavy pressure in their hearts. There was no doubt that in the 4th test, they were much inferior to Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a horse in the dust. Soon, there were 4 sun-like soul lamps in the sky, all of which were lit up by Lin Sun. In total, he had lit 6 soul lamps. If this was spread out, it was bound to cause a sensation in the world. After all, such a thing had never happened in every Tao Discussion Lantern Festival in the past. But what puzzled everyone was that Lin Sun still didn't stop at this moment. In other words, even though he had lit up many soul lamps, he didn't choose any of them to accept the soul inheritance imprinted in them. What was he doing? Lin Sun was searching. He was looking for a soul lamp that suited him. But what made him frown was that he couldn't find one that satisfied him even though he could light up the soul lamp many times. At this time, his soul power had rushed to the highest point in the void, and many practitioners couldn't even perceive it anymore. High up in the void, there was not a single soul lamp to be found. Apart from the curtain of night, there was only nothingness. Lin Sun didn't give up and continued to rush up. Gradually, even people like Xianxia found it difficult to capture Lin Sun's soul power, because it was too far away. I'm afraid he has condensed the spirit of spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rush up to such a high point in the void. At this moment, many peerless figures realized that Lin Sun's cultivation in soul power had reached an unprecedented height. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve this step. The spirit of spirit, it was almost impossible to cultivate in the reincarnation developing realm, and it could only be seen in most old monsters in the king realm. But it was obvious that demon god Lin had achieved this step. The soul was like a lamp that illuminated one's body. The spirit was immortal, and the soul lamp was always bright. The strength of the soul power was the key to becoming a king. Now, all this undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun had the potential to become a king far beyond ordinary people. This made Xianxia and Yu Lingkong pay more attention to Lin Sun, and they didn't dare to take him lightly anymore. Higher and higher, Lin Sun suddenly felt an unprecedented exhaustion. He knew that this height had reached the limit of his soul power. Looking around, the void here was as dark as ink, empty, and there was a kind of oppressive silence. It seems that there is no more. Lin Sun felt helpless. Perhaps the level of like the sun at noon was already the highest grade of soul lamp. However, when Lin Sun was about to turn back, he suddenly realized a problem. The night was like a cage, covering the sky. Wasn't it also a kind of light? Below the void, the soul lamps were shining like the sun or like stars. But no matter how dazzling they were, they couldn't completely dispel the darkness of the night. Lin Sun felt something in his heart. He no longer tried to find the soul lamps, but perceived the night sky with the spirit of spirit. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun's spirit of spirit trembled. He felt a wisp of near-nothingness but extremely ancient and silent breath. Sure enough, he guessed it right. In an instant, Lin Sun's heart shook. The spirit of spirit ran with all its strength and searched for the silent and ancient breath. In a trance, Lin Sun felt as if he was surrounded by endless darkness, and an ancient breath that made his soul feel oppressed spread out. It was as deep as the night and as empty as the darkness. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun saw a soul lamp. It was only the size of a baby's palm, and its entire body seemed to be cast from black immortal gold. It had a restrained, heavy, and ancient feeling, like a dark lamp that had melted into the eternal night. Darkness was originally depressing and desperate. But this lamp was the opposite. It seemed too unique, with a kind of magnificent, grand, solemn and ancient atmosphere. That's it, Lin Sun had been searching for a long time. For the first time, he felt it strongly. What his soul force needed was this dark lamp that bloomed the light of the eternal night. Whoosh, Lin Sun's spirit of spirit leaped up and entered the dark lamp with his soul force. Clatter as soon as he entered, an ancient and vast breath of inheritance rushed over like a landslide and tsunami, drowning the spirit of spirit of spirit of spirit. At the same time, circle after circle of strange ripples actually arose in the veil of night that covered the heavens and the earth, and it emanated an obscure fluctuation. Moreover, the soul lamps that were lit up in the sky started to sway along with the fluctuation, and they flickered in midair. The soul lamps swayed and the light poured out, which made the dark night more deep and empty. Wisps of unspeakable obscure and mysterious Taoist sounds reverberated in his soul, like the chanting of ancient scriptures, full of indescribable magic. This was a kind of profound and pure Taoist feeling of soul inheritance. In an instant, Lin Sun felt that his soul was transforming and growing, falling into a deep level of comprehension. Whoosh, not knowing how long it had been, wisps of bright and dreamy clouds gushed out from the top of the spirit of Lin Sun's spirit, which was blazing and enshrouded. In the end, it condensed into an illusory flower bud. Before long, the flower bud bloomed, accompanied by bright and clear Taoist light. Pop! Pop! Pop, each petal bloomed, giving out crisp and wonderful Taoist sounds, stirring the soul and making the spirit of spirit feel cleansed and sublimated to the extreme. In the end, the flower bud bloomed completely, and a misty rain of light gushed out from the stamen. It was snow-white and illusory, magical and extraordinary. It floated above the head of the spirit of spirit, sprinkling down rays of light like a waterfall, illuminating the spirit of spirit. In an instant, Lin Sun keenly felt that his soul had transformed again, as if it had a little light of wisdom and awakened the memory of his original self. Every scene from birth to the present and every experience on the way of cultivation were like a picture scroll, reflecting in his mind. With the divine flower gathering, I can see the truth of the past. Lin Sun had a feeling of epiphany. He knew that the spirit of spirit condensed a divine flower, which was completely different from before. This surprised him. It was just a dark lamp that bloomed the light of eternal night, but the ancient soul inheritance imprinted in it allowed him to deduce the power of his soul to a new height in one fell swoop, which was incredible. This flower, originated from the soul, represented the cultivation of his original self in the past. Contrasting with it, Lin Sun had a lot of insights. Only then did he understand that in ancient times, there were also realms of soul cultivation. They were the 6 realms of perception, divine sense, deity, divine flower condensation, astral projection, and divinity transformation. Perception was the initial stage of spiritual power awakening and beginning to perceive the world. Divine sense was the strength of the soul that only great cultivators at the spiritual ocean realm and above possessed. Here, one could clearly see through the phenomena of the heavens and the earth and comprehend the traces of the grand Tao. God represented the spirit of the soul core. It resided in the sea of consciousness, and it was capable of multitasking. It possessed boundless profundities and surged with the glow of wisdom. Just like Lin Sun before, he was in this situation. On the other hand, divine flower convergence was an even more profound and obscure realm of the soul, and it was divided into the three minor realms of seeing the past, seeing the present, and seeing the future. Every time one reached a new cultivation realm, a great Tao divine flower would condense above the head of the primordial spirit, and it would illuminate one's body alone. It possessed unimaginable profundities. As for wandering mind and transforming into divinity, they belonged to the soul realms of the divine path, which were too far away for Lin Sun to comprehend. He could only perceive a kind of concept, but could not get a glimpse of its true essence. To cultivate the soul is to see through life and death and find the root of longevity. The soul is like a lamp, and the spirit is immortal. It can prolong one's life and live freely in the world. Birth, old age, sickness, and death can no longer trap one. For practitioners, the stronger the soul, the more profound meaning of heaven and earth can be comprehended and mastered, which has an immeasurable effect on seeking the way of Tao and the secret of immortality. It involves the secret of life and death, and is the key to becoming a king. In the future, when I set foot on the road of immortality and become a sage, it will have an irreplaceable magical effect. All kinds of enlightenment surged in Lin Sun's mind, and he felt enlightened and suddenly enlightened. Clang with an ancient and drawn-out bell ring, the fourth assessment came to an end. All the strong practitioners who had lit up their soul lamps and were receiving the enlightenment of the soul inheritance were shocked, and their souls were drawn out of the soul lamps and returned to their own bodies. It's too fast. Why do I feel that it's over in the blink of an eye? Some practitioners looked stunned and hadn't completely awakened from the enlightenment. It's amazing. Through this enlightenment, I have a glimpse of the mystery of cultivating the divine spirit. I believe it won't be long before I can try to condense the spirit of spirit. Some practitioners were excited with joy on their faces. Obviously, they had gained a lot from the enlightenment. It's a pity that there's too much time. Otherwise, I'm sure I can comprehend more mysteries. There were also some practitioners who wanted to continue. At this time, Xianxia, Yu Lingkong, Loka, and others also woke up from the enlightenment. They all looked different, but there was a touch of joy between their eyebrows. The quality of the soul lamps they obtained was first class, and the enlightenment they obtained was more mysterious. Moreover, the power of their souls had obviously improved and transformed during this enlightenment, and they had benefited a lot. By the way, where's Demon Lin? Which soul lamp did he choose? Suddenly, someone asked. Yes, according to my observation, he didn't choose any of the 6 soul lamps he had lit before. Suddenly, other strong practitioners also came to their senses. Earlier, Lin Sun had abandoned the 6 soul lamps, and his soul had soared to an extremely high place in the void, so no one could see if he had lit a new soul lamp. He must have failed. If he had lit a soul lamp, it would have definitely caused a shocking phenomenon. But from the beginning until the end, I didn't notice anything at all. Xia Luchan sneered. Everyone's expressions instantly became strange. Hasn't this fellow been tricked badly enough by Demon Lin? He actually has the courage to deny Demon Lin at this moment. What's wrong? Why are all of you looking at me like that? Could it be that I'm wrong? Xia Luchan felt uncomfortable all over, and his expression was slightly unsightly. That's the truth. If he had lit a soul lamp at the level of like the sun in midday, I would have noticed it a long time ago. But since he arrived at an even higher place in the void, there hasn't been any movement. Based on this, I'm afraid he gained nothing in the end. To everyone's surprise, Yu Lingkong affirmed it at this moment. This caused everyone to be astounded. Demon Lin's soul was so heaven-defying, how could he have gained nothing? That should be the case. I've checked before, and there isn't a soul lamp at the very high place in the void, Xianxia also said in a low voice. She didn't want to take this opportunity to attack Lin Sun, but she also felt very strange and puzzled. If Lin Sun had gained nothing, he should have returned to find a soul lamp that had been lit by him to accept the inheritance. But it just so happened that all 6 soul lamps were lit, and in the end, they became ownerless objects and were not occupied by Lin Sun. This was too strange. Even Xianxia said so. The other strong people couldn't calm down. How could Demon Lin gain nothing in the 4th test? Others might have picked up a sesame and lost a watermelon, but at least there was a sesame. Lin Sun could have obtained a precious opportunity, but because his requirements were too harsh, he got nothing in the end. This was really a tragedy. Ha ha ha. Sha Luchan was amused. After confirming Lin Sun's tragedy, he couldn't help but say, just now, 6 soul lamps were lit by him, and all of them were like the sun in the sky. How dazzling and unparalleled it is. Who would have thought that this guy missed all of them? Alas, you can't say that. This is also because Demon Lin has high standards for himself and disdains to seize the opportunity of the sun in the sky. Zhongli Wuji's words were full of mockery. Qing Lianer also said with a smile, this is called fate making fools of people. If this matter is spread out, it will definitely be the biggest joke in the world. I'm afraid that no one in the world would have thought that Demon Lin would be reduced to such a state. The other heroes also didn't know whether to laugh or cry, not knowing what to say. Is it really like this? Bai Lingshi frowned. Of course not. Yu Jianming firmly believed it. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, woke up and opened his eyes. A strange luster flashed in the depths of his abyss-like pupils. What, you still don't accept it? Lin Sun stood up and glanced at Sha Luchan and others with indifferent eyes. In an instant, they all felt uneasy, as if all their secrets were seen through by Lin Sun at a glance. At the same time, other strong people nearby also keenly noticed that Lin Sun seemed to have changed into a different person. His temperament became more and more extraordinary, with a sense of emptiness. What? Many people were surprised. What was going on? But when they perceived carefully, they found that under Lin Sun's seemingly ordinary and extraordinary temperament, there was a kind of unfathomable temperament, which could not be seen through at all. Sha Luchan and others' faces changed. Thinking of the previous scenes of being trapped by Lin Sun, their hearts rolled again and they almost cursed. However, out of caution and vigilance, they just sneered and didn't dare to say anything more. Did you light up your soul lamp? Ji Xingyao couldn't help asking. Lin Sun said with a smile, what do you think? Ji Xingyao raised her eyebrows. She hated Lin Sun's hateful smile the most. His self-righteous and deliberately mystifying look made people angry at first sight. In the end, no one knew whether Lin Sun had lit up his soul lamp or not. But many people noticed that Lin Sun was too calm without any frustration, which was very abnormal. It didn't seem that he was pretending to be calm at all. This was thought-provoking. Clatter suddenly, the talismans in their hands glowed and produced a strange wave, which wrapped them up and disappeared in an instant. The 5th test was about to begin. At the same time, the outside world was also in an uproar. What? That fiend Celestial Lin lit up 6 soul lamps that were like the midday sun all by himself? Is he still a fucking human? He's a monster. Originally, Fairy Ji and others were destined to shine and become famous all over the world. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would suddenly appear and overshadow everyone's limelight? The uproar and exclamations went on and on. Those big shots were also moved. This time's soul lamp test was really different from the past. There was an unprecedented change. I heard that Lin Sun came from the mortal world and has not joined any sect yet. I'm interested in his talent and would like to make an exception to accept him as a disciple. A big shot stroked his beard and smiled. What a coincidence. Our sect has long taken a fancy to Lin Sun, and we're planning to recruit him after the end of the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. All the big shots spoke up. They actually wanted to recruit Lin Sun. Everyone, stop fighting. Only by joining our Xianwen Sword House can a peerless figure like Lin Sun fully realize his potential. Even Granny Golden Crane spoke up. This scene shocked and dumbfounded the other cultivators. Wasn't Lin Sun too popular? These great figures all had different forces standing behind them, and they represented the wills of the various ancient orthodoxies of the Western Han world. It could be said that so long as one was chosen by them, then even if one was an idiot, it would be equivalent to a carp leaping through the dragon gate, and one's identity and status would undergo a tremendous change. Furthermore, Fiend God Lin was no fool. On the contrary, he could be considered peerless among elites, and his name resounded throughout the Western Han world. In addition, Lin Sun came from the mortal world alone. Under such circumstances, any ancient orthodoxy would be happy to extend an olive branch to recruit a peerless talent like Lin Sun. I'll leave my words here. No matter what price I have to pay, I will bring Lin Sun into the sect. Hee, who doesn't know how to speak tough? Everyone, why do you have to do this? If we continue arguing over a mere demon god Lin, it will only harm the harmony between us. Those great figures argued to the point their faces were flushed red, and they were locked in a heated discussion. They were just short of rolling up their sleeves and fighting. The other cultivators present were so envious that their eyes turned red. Fiend god Lin was truly impressive. He made those ancient orthodoxies fight over him. After all, in the West Han region, the existence of ancient sects seemed to be like lofty and insurmountable mountains, and the conditions for selecting disciples were extremely harsh and abnormal. Every year, countless cultivators of the younger generation were rejected by these ancient sections. But now, these great figures from ancient orthodoxies had actually gotten into an intense dispute over demonic god Lin. This was something that had never been seen or heard of in the past. Speaking of which, Fiend god Lin does indeed have the qualifications to be so highly regarded. Just his performance at the Dao Exchange Lantern meet alone is already outstanding and worthy of praise. Some Xianxia sighed and resonated with many people. In the first stage of the Dao discussion, Lin Sun rushed up to the ice mountain of fire lotus alone. Under the hostile gazes of so many talents, he easily took a 9-petal fire lotus and flew away. In the second test, the extreme realm, he was suspected to win the first place and get a special reward. Although it was just a suspicion and could not be confirmed, according to various inferences, almost all the clues to win the first place pointed to Lin Sun. In the third test, he'd broken through on the floating sea and defeated Sha Luchan with a single move, shocking the latter to the point he had no choice but to dodge and flee in panic. In the fourth level, he'd even created an unprecedented miracle. He'd lit 6 soul lamps all by himself, and all of them were like the sun in the midday sky. They emanated boundless light, and they completely overshadowed Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, and the others. He could be said to be the most outstanding. Which orthodoxy wouldn't be tempted by such a peerless figure that could be said to possess shocking combat strength, resources, and potential? It was no wonder that those great figures in the surroundings would disregard their bearing and argue with each other. No matter who it was, that person would probably be unable to sit idly by. Humph. Everyone, don't you know that this child is an enemy of the Black Sea Tengu clan? Moreover, he has offended countless people since his rise to power. Are you sure you want to take him as your disciple? Someone snorted coldly. It was a big shot of the Sea Shark clan. Exactly. Everyone, please reconsider. At the very least, my Azure Phoenix clan won't let go of the chance to take revenge on this kid. A middle-aged woman of the Azure Phoenix clan spoke in a gloomy voice. Most importantly, don't forget that when we were on the shore of the Fuchan Sea, Yu Lingkong, Zhongli Wuji, Shuaquanlan, Sha Luchan, and Qing Lianer, these peerless figures of the younger generation have all made it clear that they would kill this kid when they arrived in front of the green lamp tree. Speaking of this, the middle-aged woman revealed a touch of disdain. It can be said that it's difficult to say whether this kid can walk out of Green Parasol Mountain alive or not. Suddenly, the atmosphere became much quieter. The eyes of the great figures flickered with different expressions, and they began to think about the pros and cons of taking Lin Sun as their disciple. This is the reality. Seeing this, the other practitioners nearby sighed in their hearts. Although Demon God Lin was powerful, he had offended too many people. If they wanted to take him as their disciple, those ancient orthodoxies would have to consider and think about the possible consequences. Suddenly, someone sneered, "Humph, you want to take him as your disciple, but you don't want to cause trouble and bear burdens. Isn't this equivalent to taking advantage of him? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the great figures from different orthodoxies became gloomy. Who was so bold to mock and ridicule them? All of a sudden, the whole area was silent, and the other practitioners were also secretly surprised. These words were extremely sharp, and they wondered who on earth dared to say such words. There was no need to search at all, and they recognized the owner of the voice at a glance. It was a young man in a black robe. His black hair was as smooth as silk and glittered, and his dignified and straight figure was like a spear that could pierce through the sky. He stood on the top of a short mountain with his hands behind his back, overlooking the whole area. His eyes actually surged with a terrifying scene of thousands of swords bursting out, and it was extremely frightening. "Young man, be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth," an old man reprimanded. "What? I poked your sore spot. Are you not convinced?" The young man's voice was indifferent, and a cold light burst out of his eyes that were as sharp as swords. "Old man, I also warn you, if you dare to threaten me again, you'll lose your life. You're courting death." The old man exploded with rage. He was from an ancient orthodoxy, and he could be considered to be a renowned figure. Yet now, he was reprimanded and threatened by a junior, and he instantly felt slightly embarrassed. "The 13th sword." The young man spoke indifferently. An old servant that carried a sword on his back appeared extremely far away in the distance. He was emaciated, had gray hair, and had an extremely indifferent expression. Pooh, everyone felt something flash before their eyes, and then the old man's head was suddenly chopped off and tossed into the air. From the beginning until the end, no one was able to clearly see how the old servant had attacked. Everyone present was astounded, and the atmosphere was deathly silent. Even if it was Granny Golden Crane and the other great figures, all of their bodies stiffened while their hearts shook violently, and their expressions were extremely heavy. The old servant's expression was indifferent, as if he disregarded everyone present here. He turned around and arrived by the black-robed young man's side before standing there silently with his hands hanging by his side. The aura in his entire body was withered, and he was emaciated. He seemed to be extremely ordinary and inconspicuous, but everyone knew that the great figure from an ancient orthodoxy had been killed by this old servant. His movements were clean, and his head fell to the ground with a single strike. However, no one was able to discern exactly how he'd accomplished it. It was too fast. "Is there anyone else who's dissatisfied?" The black-robed young man spoke indifferently, and his voice drifted through the silent heavens and the earth. Everyone looked at each other, and no one answered him. Even an expert like Granny Golden Crane chose to remain silent at this moment. The black-robed young man seemed to be slightly disappointed when he saw this, and he said with flagging interest, "I'm Yichen from the Northern Dipper world. If anyone wants to take revenge, feel free to look for me in the Northern Dipper world." He turned around and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something, and he stopped and said, "If Fiend God Lin is able to walk out of Azure Parasol Mountain alive, please help me tell him that he's welcome to be a guest at the Northern Dipper world's Crepe Myrtle Mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, he swaggered off. Behind him, the old servant carried a sword on his back and followed behind him at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. From the beginning until the end, no one dared to stop him. It's him. The most outstanding genius in the sword Dao of the Crepe Myrtle Mountain Ji clan's younger generation, Yichen. The silent atmosphere was suddenly broken by an exclamation. Instantly, everyone was shocked. The ancient Yi clan was an extremely famous sage family in the Northern Dipper world. The clan had existed since ancient times and had produced several sages in history. To this day, there was still a living sage guarding the Crepe Myrtle Mountain. I remember now. This Yichen should be the genius in the sword Dao of the Northern Dipper world's younger generation, who's known as the Crepe Myrtle Sword Devil. Granny Golden Crane had a complicated expression. Yichen's reputation was not any weaker than Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong's. In fact, it might even surpass them. Fighting alone in the Northern Dipper world, freezing 9,000 provinces with a single strike of his sword. A genius in the sword Dao that defies the heavens. This was the Northern Dipper world's evaluation of Yichen. Moreover, he was acknowledged by many ancient orthodoxies. He was definitely a monstrous existence. However, no one expected that such a monstrous existence who was famous throughout the Northern Dipper world would appear outside Azure Parasol Mountain in the Western Han world. Could he be here for Fiend God Lin? Otherwise, why would he leave a message to welcome Fiend God Lin to Crepe Myrtle Mountain? Many cultivators were shocked. The words that Yichen left before he left made their imaginations run wild. "Young master, it's time to go home." On the way, the old servant reminded him softly. "Sword 13, don't you want to know why I did this?" Yichen asked. The old man smiled warmly. "Young master, there must be a reason for this. Yichen nodded. That's right. Ever since I entered the Western Heng world, Fiend God Lin's name has been spreading everywhere. However, it's accompanied by many voices of slander and mockery. The funny thing is that these mockery are actually related to Fiend God Lin's background. That's normal. This kid came from a lower realm and has no one to rely on. He's all alone and rose to prominence too quickly. It's hard not to attract criticism, the old man said with a smile. But I don't like it. Yichen frowned. I deliberately watched from outside Azure Parasol Mountain to see what kind of person Fiend God Lin is. Now, I have an answer in my heart. I'm very certain that he's an extremely outstanding and dazzling figure. However, it's such an expert that suffers all sorts of ridiculous criticism. It's truly infuriating. With that said, a disdainful smile suffused the corners of Yichen's lips. Sword 13, you saw the faces of those so-called important figures. They want to take Fiend God Lin as a disciple, yet they don't wish to invite trouble. Their behavior is just too unsightly. So, young master, you plan on helping Fiend God Lin vent his anger? I'm not helping him vent his anger. I just don't like it. Yichen's body emitted an intimidating aura that was as sharp as a sword. I cultivate to follow my heart. If I don't like it, it means that my heart is unhappy. If my heart is unhappy, why would I cultivate? Why would I comprehend any dharma? But there are many things in this world that don't go according to one's heart, said the old servant. Then I'll slay them with a single strike. Yichen did not hesitate. His words were firm, just like his person and his sword. At the same time, Lin Sun and company appeared in an ancient forest of steels in Azure Parasol Mountain. The final test would be held in this forest of steels. P.S. The fourth update is here. The steel forest was ancient and occupied a large area. There were about 1,000 of them. Every single stone tablet was coiled with vines and covered in moss, and they emanated a heavy and mottled aura of time. The world was vast, and the ancient steel forest stood tall. The atmosphere was solemn and quiet. This was the fifth test, and it was called Steel Forest Expounding the Tao. Every single stone tablet was branded with a profound and dense stone inscription diagram, and every single stone inscription diagram was formed from the traces of the Grand Tao. If a cultivator wanted to pass this trial, they would need to choose a stone tablet and comprehend and deduce the power of the Grand Tao imprinted within the stone inscription. Only those who were able to comprehend and grasp all of its profundities would be able to pass the test. To put it simply, this trial tested a cultivator's comprehension and understanding of the Great Tao. At this moment, there were less than 500 experts that had arrived before the Steel Forest, and it was only 5% of the total number of people that were participating in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Not even 10%, the other 95% of the cultivators had been eliminated in the first 4 levels of the Tao Discussion, and this sort of elimination rate was truly too shocking. But there was no doubt that those who were able to arrive before the Steel Forest were all top-notch existences amongst the geniuses. Not a single one of them was weak. The true fortune of the Grand Tao is hidden here in the Tao Development Tablet Forest. Every single stone tablet is branded with the energy of a Grand Tao, and all of them are different. There aren't just 9 first-grade Grand Taos of the 5 elements, yin, yang, wind, and lightning, there are even numerous miraculous and rare Grand Taos. During the Tao Discussion Lantern meetings of the past, someone had once deduced the Tao of Void. It's extremely special, and it's capable of transforming into all things and passing off the fake as the real one. There's also someone that deduced the Tao of Ardent Blood. Even though it's only a 3rd-grade Grand Tao, if it's utilized in battle, then it's capable of causing one's vital energy and blood to boil and erupt with combat strength that far exceeds one's cultivation. There's also the Chaos Hole Tao, Cloud Mist Tao, Tidal Tao, Illusory Domain Tao, and various other Grand Taos. All of them possess their own might and different profound effects. The group of heaven's favorites stood before the ancient steel forest. Their eyes were heated as if they were staring at a treasure. If he could successfully pass this test, not only would he be able to reach the ancient path's green lantern tree, but he would also be able to obtain and master a type of great Tao energy. This wasn't an ordinary fortuitous encounter, it was fate of the Tao. Of course, if the deduction failed, then they could forget about obtaining anything and would be directly eliminated. In the Tao discussion lantern sessions of the past, even though this final test, the test of the steel forest of Tao development, wasn't dangerous at all, yet the elimination rate was the highest. The great Tao was hidden in different stone tablets, but not everyone could deduce it and grasp it in their hearts. On the contrary, comprehending the path was definitely the most difficult thing on the path of cultivation. It trapped countless Xianxia. This was related to one's own comprehension ability, and it was also related to one's fortune and luck. Is this the Tao engraved grounds left behind by the ancient saints? If it's really like that, then the fortune master spoke of is definitely hidden within it. At this moment, Lorger, who had always been indifferent and elegant, was in a state of turmoil. She was from the Miluo Palace in the Earth Imperial Universe. Her sudden participation in the Lantern Discourse had already caught the attention and curiosity of many. People believed that she was here for the great fortune on the Lamp of Ancient Path. But only she knew that she had come for this forest of steels. This time, I must find the opportunity within. Only then can I awaken the power of my bloodline talent. Determination appeared in Luo Jia's eyes. Headmaster said that this forest of steels is not simple. It hides the real Tao fate. I wonder if it's true. Ji Xingyao was lost in thought. Sure enough, the Azure Parasol Mountain is worthy of being a holy mountain in the ancient times. Maybe I'm right to come here this time. Yulingkong's eyes were clear, and there was a vague divine light surging in them. Not only them, but some other peerless figures were also in a state of turmoil. They came from different forces. When they came to participate in the Lantern Discourse Lantern session, they had already learned a lot about the secrets of this forest of steels. Naturally, they knew how amazing the Tao fate was. Even before participating in the Lantern Discourse Lantern session, they had already set their sights on one of the steels in this forest. This was the heritage of the inheritors of the orthodoxy. With the guidance of the elders, they could make preparations in advance, and they wouldn't miss the real opportunity because of carelessness. Lin Sun, you have to be careful. After you pass this test, you'll arrive at the Lamp of Ancient Path. At that time, those guys will definitely try their best to deal with you. Yu Jianming warned Lin Sun. Lin Sun replied absent-mindedly. Because as soon as he arrived at this forest of steels, he felt a faint echo, and it caused the spiritual vein in his heart to fluctuate slightly as if it was about to awaken. This caused Lin Sun's heart to tremble, and all his attention was drawn to it. His spiritual vein was called the Devouring Abyss. When he was in Ziyao Empire, it was rated as a first-class special talent. However, in addition to the immeasurable benefits it brought to Lin Sun in his cultivation, the spiritual vein had always been in a dormant state. Even Lin Sun himself couldn't see through its hidden secrets and power. But there was no doubt that the Grand Devouring Abyss was very special. Otherwise, the peerless successor of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yun Qingbai, wouldn't have killed his way into the lower realms by himself and didn't hesitate to kill his family in order to seize his spirit vein. As far as Lin Sun knew, Yun Qingbai also made rapid progress in cultivation by seizing the power of Lin Sun's spiritual vein. Now, he was known as the first sword practitioner in the ancient desolation domain and the first person below the king realm. Now, there was a brand new spiritual vein in Lin Sun's body. It was complete, white, and shining, but it had always been in a dormant state. Only when Lin Sun was exhausted and his body was in a dying state, would it emit a mysterious heat flow to help Lin Sun repair his body. Just like in the extreme realm, the second level of Tao discussion, when Lin Sun fought against the will imprints left by the practitioners, he tried his best but failed to win. At the most dangerous moment, it was the help of the spiritual vein that enabled him to break through the shackles of his limits and defeat his opponents in one fell swoop. Finally, he won the special prize of the first place, the infinite bottle of Tao discussion. But now, just as he arrived at the forest of steels, the spiritual vein produced a trace of strange movement for no reason, as if it was called by some strange power. How could Lin Sun not be surprised? Could it be that the power of the great way hidden on one of the steels in this forest could awaken the spiritual vein to a certain extent? Lin Sun was excited. Lin Sun, are you all right? Yu Jianming was a little worried when he saw Lin Sun's absent-minded look. He thought Lin Sun was worried about something. Lin Sun was speechless and shook his head. I'm fine. Fine? I think you're worried that you can't protect yourself when you arrive at the green lamp tree. Sha Luchan snorted coldly in the distance. Lin Sun looked up and saw that Sha Luchan, Zhongli Wuji, and Qing Lianer were all sneering at him. Obviously, after passing this level, they would arrive at the green lamp tree, which made them a little impatient. This time, Lin Sun really didn't want to pay attention to these guys. Since he'd participated in the Dao discussion, these fellows had been buzzing incessantly like flies all along the way, and Lin Sun had completely had enough of them. It wasn't just them who were impatient from waiting, even he was slightly eager to kill them. Clang, the ancient and leisurely sound rang out again, drifting among the ancient steels. Buzz at this moment, the vines that coiled around the 1,000-plus stone tablets that were densely covered in the mottled aura of time and the moss that suffused the surroundings had all transformed into ash and fell to the ground. Then, each steel seemed to wake up from the silence of countless years. Obscure breath of the great way bloomed on its surface, fluctuating like ripples, covering the sky and the earth. The scene was amazing. There were too many breaths of the great way, densely packed and different. Some were blazing and wanton, some were cold and surging. There were also some that emitted sonorous cries and pierced into the sky. All kinds of obscure fluctuations of the great way, like scenes of visions, immediately attracted the attention of all the strong people present. Whether it was peerless figures such as Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, or other top talents, they couldn't hide their burning expectations at this moment. The Tao fate was about to be obtained in the assessment. At this moment, Lin Sun's chest suddenly became hot as if it was burning. On the 4 acupoints of his heart, a piece of jade-white spiritual vein emitted strange fluctuations and flowed with a holy glow. It seemed to be cheering and yearning for something. Lin Sun realized that if he could seize the opportunity this time, it was very likely for him to unveil the mysterious veil of the spiritual vein and peep into its essence. Swoosh, a figure rushed out violently. Some strong people couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards the ancient steel forest. Let's go. Hurry up, don't let others occupy it. The other strong people moved out almost at the same time, and they rushed to be the first. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Fighting was prohibited in this Tao discussion. If they didn't take the initiative, it was very likely that the steel they took a fancy to would be taken by others. Therefore, even peerless figures such as Ji Xingyao didn't dare to be negligent, and they took action as soon as the bell sounded. Whoosh, at the same time, Lin Sun had already used ice drake steps, and his figure rushed out like a flowing light. His speed was so fast that it shocked the other strong people. But soon, Lin Sun stopped, and there was a strange look on his face. He felt that the wisp of fluctuation that caused the spiritual vein to awaken from silence came from a steel at the edge of the forest, which was extremely eye-catching. But similarly, this stone steel at the edge was directly ignored by most strong people. The reason was very simple. According to the secrets and news they had, combined with what had happened in the past Tao discussion lantern meetings, they all knew that in this forest, on the stone steel at the edge, almost all the power of the Great Way was very ordinary, and the quality was very low, so it was not worth paying attention to. On the contrary, the deeper one went into the forest, the stronger the power of the Great Way hidden on the steel was, and the more extraordinary the quality was. Therefore, the strong people almost rushed to the depths of the forest like a swarm of bees. Lin Sun had also learned about the secrets of this steel forest from Bai Fenglu. This was what caught him off guard. He never thought that the thing that caused the spiritual vein to awaken was actually a stone steel at the edge of this forest. Wasn't it said that the power imprinted on the outermost steels in the steel forest was almost all ordinary? Lin Sun stood there with a strange look on his face. At this time, the crowd had rushed to the depths of the steel forest. Ji Xingyao and Yu Lingkong had already found the steel they wanted. Only a few overmatches like Lin Sun were wandering around the periphery of the steel forest. This was normal. Although there were thousands of steels in this ancient steel forest, not everyone could deduce and comprehend the power of the Great Way imprinted on the steel. It could even be said that the more first-class the power of the Great Way was, the more difficult it was to deduce. Without superb comprehension and talent, it was impossible to comprehend and control it. The overmatches here were all top figures. They all had a clear understanding of themselves. They knew that the most important thing was to choose the most suitable one in this steel forest. If they were too ambitious, they might be eliminated. However, when they noticed that Lin Sun was standing outside the steel forest without any further action, those practitioners who were wandering around the periphery were still surprised. They subconsciously thought that a peerless figure like Lin Sun should rush into the depths of the steel forest to compete with Xianxia and Yu Lingkong. But now, it seemed that he didn't intend to do so. Instead, he wanted to find a steel outside the steel forest to perform the Great Way, which was very unusual. Is it because Demon Lin knows that his comprehension is not good enough? Someone wondered. Soon, someone retorted, "Shut up. His comprehension is not good enough? Don't be kidding. Comprehension is related to the soul. Demon Lin's soul power can easily light up 6 soul lamps at the level of the sun at noon. How dare you say that his comprehension is not good enough? You must be out of your mind. Be careful, everyone. I suspect that Demon Lin is going to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and dig a pit to bury people." Someone reminded. Suddenly, many overmatches had a strange look on their faces. They suddenly realized that Demon Lin should be called Pit God Lin at this time. The overmatch who suspected that Lin Sun's comprehension was not good was sweating all over and his heart was pounding. Just now, he almost took the initiative to jump into the pit. This demonic God Lin was simply too sinister. At this point in time, instead of fighting for the Dao fate, he wanted to dig a hole to harm others. It was simply impossible to guard against. It was no wonder that they thought so. When Lin Sun lit up the soul lamps, they thought that Lin Sun deliberately showed his weakness and caused the 5 experts from the Cyan Phoenix clan and the Zhongli clan to be eliminated. High up in the sky, he was mocked by Sha Luchan and the others because he couldn't light up his soul lamp. But in the end, Demon God Lin had unleashed his invincible might and lit up 6 soul lamps in one go. Sha Luchan and the others were so shocked that their faces turned green, and they almost vomited blood. They were stunned on the spot, and they looked so embarrassed that they wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. But now, Lin Sun, a peerless figure, wandered around the periphery of the steel forest, which inevitably aroused people's imagination. "Humph. You're still planning to trick me? Save it. Do you really think we're idiots who would fall for your tricks again and again? You're also a peerless figure, but you're so sinister and devoid of integrity. Don't you find it embarrassing?" In the distance, Sha Luchan and the others also noticed this scene. They flew into a rage, subconsciously believing that Lin Sun was clearly targeting them. This demon god Lin seemed to be addicted to it. He had already tricked them previously, and now he was repeating the same trick. It was too old-fashioned. They would not fall for it again. Clearly, they had been traumatized by being tricked. They were very sensitive, and when they saw Lin Sun do this, they subconsciously believed that he was tricking them again. What else could Lin Sun do? He was truly innocent, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Seeing Sha Luchan and the others' flustered and exasperated looks, he was secretly amused. What a bunch of fools. Xianxia, the successor of the great Zen forest temple in the sacred retreat of the Big Dipper realm, is right. When the true prodigy honor roll appears, most of the so-called prodigies in this world will be swept away by the wind and rain, and their title of prodigy will be removed. And from Lin Sun's point of view, Sha Luchan and the others were an insult to the title of Chosen One. Ignoring the strange gazes around him, Lin Sun paced to a stele at the edge of the steel forest. This stone tablet was gray and dull, standing there in a slanted manner. It was marked with the marks of time, and upon closer inspection, there was a stone diagram carved on it. However, the markings were too sloppy, giving off a messy and disorderly feeling. Compared to the other stone steles that were emanating obscure fluctuations and revealing profound phenomena, this stone stele seemed to be too ordinary, and it was like a piece of abandoned stone. In the periphery of the steel forest, many steles looked like this, old, mottled, and ordinary. But when Lin Sun stood there, the spiritual veins in the 4 acupoints of his heart vessel seemed to be on fire, emitting extremely bright holy white light, making Lin Sun feel a burning and tingling pain in his chest. This is it. Lin Sun took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and looked at the mottled and ordinary stele. Some attentive overmatches noticed Lin Sun's movement and were all stunned. Was Demon God Lin really going to deduce an ordinary stele? Didn't he want to set a trap for others? This guy always wants to take an unconventional path, to be unconventional and different from the masses. I think he'll definitely dig a hole for himself just like he did with his soul lamp. Sha Luchan and the others snorted. The overmatches also looked complicated. Indeed, when Lin Sun lit the soul lamps last time, he didn't take possession of the 6 soul lamps, but he had to look for better ones. In the end, he ended up with nothing. This made the overmatches feel sorry for him. What about this time? Would demon god Lin repeat the same mistake? The atmosphere soon returned to silence. The steel forest was silent, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth was solemn. The test had begun. All the overmatches had gone through many dangers to reach here, so they naturally didn't want to be eliminated in the last test. They looked focused and began to deduce the mystery of the steel with all their might, seizing every minute and second. This steel can't be solved. Damn it, this steel is so ordinary that I can't deduce its mystery. Is it really because my understanding is too poor? I advise the latecomers not to choose the steel, or it will be too late to regret. Lin Sun was about to take action, but his eyes were attracted by the lines of handwriting on the ground in front of the steel. Those handwriting styles were very different. It was obvious that they were not written by the same person, but the content was full of negative emotions such as unwillingness, despair, anger, and confusion. Obviously, in the past Tao discussion lantern meetings, there were also talents who wanted to uncover the mystery of the steel, but without exception, all of them ended in failure. And failure meant elimination. There is a big secret here, but it's a pity that I can't see it. My understanding has long been the best among my peers. Who would have expected that I would be stopped in front of the steel? Fate, fool. When seeing this line of handwriting, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. This must be a peerless figure who realized the extraordinariness of this steel. But in the end, he was still defeated. For a moment, Lin Sun was a little uncertain. This was the 5th test of Tao discussion and also the last test. If he encountered obstacles at this time and was eliminated, he would never be able to reach the ancient path green lamp tree. Should he choose the steel or not? Lin Sun hesitated. Suddenly, he groaned and felt that his chest was getting hotter and hotter, and there was a tearing pain. His spiritual vein became more and more dazzling, as if it was about to rush out of his chest. Those strong people didn't crack the power of Tao in this steel before. Maybe it has nothing to do with the level of understanding, but they lack a kind of luck. Lin Sun suddenly realized that this steel in front of him might be specially left for the strong with the talent of devouring abyss. Otherwise, why would his spiritual vein have such an abnormal reaction at this moment? Well, anyway, I'll try my best. It's my luck to get it, but it's my fate to fail. Lin Sun took a deep breath, got rid of the distractions in his mind, and became calm both physically and mentally. In an extreme state of emptiness, Lin Sun spread the power of his soul and covered the steel. On the steel, there was a messy and mottled stone inscription, like the scribbles of a 3-year-old child. But as soon as Lin Sun's soul touched this picture, he only felt a bang in his mind, and in a trance, he saw a strange picture. In the vast world, a thin old man with scraggly hair, a haggard face, and a thin figure was running wildly in the mountains and rivers. He stumbled as he walked, but every step he took made the world roar, and all the things in the mountains and rivers tremble. Time changed, and the world changed. It seemed that thousands of years had passed in an instant, but the old man was still running wildly, between heaven and earth, in the mountains and rivers, without stopping. Later, he stepped on the clouds, ascended to the sky, rushed out of Zhou Su, and ran wildly in the vast starry sky. With one step, thousands of galaxies were left behind. Even the Big Dipper was nothing more than this. Who was he? What was he doing? Lin Sun was shocked. This old man must be a saint with supreme power, or even more terrible than a saint. He took the galaxy as his road, and with one step, the Big Dipper was gone. In this process, time passed, everything changed, the sun set, and the moon set. Lin Sun didn't know what day it was, and all the scenes were in a trance and chaos. But the figure of the old man was still not obliterated. Time couldn't wear him down, and space couldn't stop him. He was still running wildly, he seemed to be seeking something, and also seemed to be fighting fiercely. Yes, it was like fighting. Every moment was like facing a formidable enemy, so close and crazy, which made Lin Sun's heart tremble, and he felt a kind of unspeakable tension and depression. Boom! Suddenly, the old man's figure stopped. There was only an expanse of nothingness before him, and it was boundlessly vast and completely empty. In an instant, a terrible light burst out of his body, as if it was burning, making the starry sky behind him tremble. Looking from a distance, he was like a big abyss, which seemed to swallow everything, with boundless horror. This was, Lin Sun trembled all over. The breath of the big abyss, the old man, like himself, had the power of the spiritual vein. The old man was thin, but he had a kind of majestic aura. At this moment, dazzling Taoist light rushed out of his body, and his power suddenly reached the extreme. There was nothing in front of him, as if the road had been cut off here and there was no way out. Behind him, the starry river trembled, and the void was shocked, as if it was shocked by the aura of the old man, and there was a sign that it was about to be swallowed up. He was like an abyss that wanted to swallow everything. It was amazing. Lin Sun's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he was shocked to the extreme. What kind of terrifying cultivation could make this step, a sage, or a king of sages? Lin Sun didn't know. To his surprise, in the end, the old man restrained his aura, and his straight figure became stooped as if he had lost all his strength. There was a sense of depression, helplessness, and unwillingness. He was like a traveler who had been wandering for a long time, or a veteran who had been on the battlefield for many years. I regard the universe as the chessboard, the past and the present as the chessboard, the Tao as the chessboard, and my life as the chess pieces to play against the heaven, but in the end, I lost, the old man sighed. That sigh, with a kind of unspeakable unwillingness, touched Lin Sun's heart greatly. What a great courage to play against the heaven! This road has been cut off. Where should I go? Is there really no way to get out of the chessboard and break the shackles? The old man's voice became lower and lower. He stood there alone, and there was nothing in front of him. It was a real big void. Then, suddenly, the old man straightened his back again, and his eyes burst with terrible divine light. His thin and strong body seemed to be burning, bursting out infinite light. With my body, I cut off the road. With my soul, I guide the maze ahead. Boom! In an instant, the old man's figure swiftly transformed into a boundless ray of light that charged into the empty expanse of space, and he vanished from sight. The picture suddenly disappeared here. Lin Sun suddenly woke up. In front of him, the mottled stone tablet stood obliquely, and the air of vicissitudes hit his face. The stone carvings on it were still messy and scribbled. But Lin Sun was soaked in cold sweat. What happened just now was incredible and unimaginably horrible. An old man sprinted through the mountains and rivers, rushing into the clouds. He strode through the dark skies, shuttling through the starry sky of the Zhou void. With one step, the stars shifted. Everything he did was actually a game of chess against the heavens, and he intended to escape the chessboard, break through the shackles, and attain great freedom. Such boldness could absolutely be said to be rare since ancient times, and even sages would probably only be able to look up to him. However, what moved Lin Sun the most was the old man's final choice, which was to use his own body to build the broken road and guide the maze with his own soul. He was unwilling to fail just like that, so he left behind a strand of incense so that the later generations would be able to complete the path he persisted in pursuing. The forest of steels was silent, and the heavens and the earth were vast. Before the ancient steels, all the experts were comprehending and deducing with concentration, and the scene was tranquil and solemn. After a long time, Lin Sun calmed down. When he looked at the sloppy stone engraving again, there was no longer the strange scene he had seen just now. Abandoning distracting thoughts, Lin Sun sensed it with his soul again. In an instant, the sloppy and mottled stone engraving seemed to turn into a vast ocean, and a terrible vortex emerged, swallowing the sky. Immediately, it turned into a storm, raging between heaven and earth. Not long after, another black hole that lay across the surrounding space appeared, and it silently swallowed an expanse of the dazzling starry sky. Magnificent images that were filled with destructive power were projected in a chaotic manner. There were too many of them. The chaotic breath and the messy pictures were intertwined, making Lin Sun's eyes black. Even with his powerful soul, he felt an unbearable sense of oppression. He was upset and almost coughed up blood. This was the breath of the Great Way, but it seemed very different. Before long, he trembled all over as if he couldn't hold it any longer. The power of the Great Way was full of terrible destruction and raging breath, and even wanted to swallow up his soul and will. At this time, the original hot spiritual veins suddenly spread a strange heat flow all over Lin Sun's body. In an instant, Lin Sun's mind became clear, and he felt a kind of pure and vast power. His mind became unprecedentedly calm and powerful. The chaotic breath of the great way full of destructive power could no longer invade his heart at this moment. Instead, he peeped into all kinds of mysteries in the chaos. Lin Sun began to concentrate on deducing. In his days, he seemed to sense that a type of divine light arose from the quintessent spirit vein, and it faintly seemed to have transformed into a large abyss. Moreover, the sound of sages chanting scriptures seemed to be sounding out from the depths of the abyss, and it was like the illusory sound of the Tao that came from nature. He ran the power of his soul fully and displayed the secret method of Chonyo's heart. His power of perception instantly reached an unprecedented level. All kinds of mysteries imprinted in the stone engraving were deduced little by little, and then he comprehended them in his heart. As time went by, the ancient forest of steels became more and more quiet and solemn. However, some strongmen were eliminated soon. Puff, a young man suddenly twitched all over, raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted unwillingly, "It's impossible. My comprehension and deduction are not wrong. Why can't I get its meaning?" The tranquil atmosphere was broken. The young man didn't even have time to react before he was teleported away and eliminated. In the following time, strongmen failed one after another. Some looked gloomy, some were speechless, some beat their chests and stamped their feet, some howled in frustration, and some roared crazily, but without exception, they were all eliminated. This was the fifth test, which aimed at controlling the power of the Great Way. There seemed to be no danger, but once you failed, you would be eliminated. Accompanied by the strongmen who successfully passed the test. Buzz, a stone steel glowed, and silver brilliance emerged like a waterfall, which was dreamy and illusory. Before the stone tablet, a woman revealed an excited and delighted smile, and she clenched her lily-white hands tightly as she muttered, "Star illusion profundity. Even though it's only a 4th grade Grand Tao, it's able to allow me to draw upon the energy of the stars in battle and erupt with unprecedented combat strength." Clatter on another stone steel, there was a surging blood river surging across the sky, which was quite spectacular. A black-robed young man stood up and laughed, "The blood river Great Way really exists, and it coincides with the Great Way I seek. Modest wind Great Way." Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed out from Lei Qianjuan's body, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not long after, Mu Jianting of the Jade Void Temple opened his eyes, "The power of extreme yin and my extreme yang, just like yin and yang. My Great Way is now complete." Similar scenes happened one after another in the following time. Some were eliminated, and some passed the test, obtained the fated way, and passed the test. In the end, there were less than 200 people left in this ancient forest. In other words, in this period of time just now, about 300 strongmen were eliminated, and those who passed the test and obtained the fated way were only slightly more than 100 people, and there were nearly 50 strongmen who were deducing the stone inscription. The outside world was shrouded in a tense and depressing atmosphere. This was the last test, and it was also the most crucial stage. After passing it, not only could one obtain the fated way, but they could also reach the ancient path green lamp tree. During this period of time, every time a strongman was eliminated, it would attract a wave of nervous attention. Sighs and sighs of regret could be heard incessantly. This time, I wonder how many people can reach the ancient path green lamp tree. Many great figures weren't sure anymore. This elimination rate was too high. It was too horrifying. Of course, there was also good news that caused an uproar. Mu Jianting has comprehended the Great Way of extreme yin. Lei Qianjun has comprehended the Great Way of modest wind. Zhongli Wuji has comprehended the Great Way of moving mountain. This made their respective clansmen and factions beam with joy, and they were abnormally excited. It also made other cultivators feel envious and emotional. At the same time, in the ancient forest, the test had reached its final stage. There were only a few people left in the field, deducing the Tao. The other strongmen had either been eliminated or had grasped the power of the Great Way. They were now waiting outside the forest. There are only Fairy Ji, Young Master Yu, Miss Luo Jia, and Demon God Lin left. Everyone was paying close attention. They could already tell that the power of the Great Way hidden in the stone steel chosen by the four was definitely extraordinary. I can agree that the Great Ways deduced by Fairy Ji and the rest are mysterious and unfathomable, but this Lin Sun is clearly playing tricks. Xiao Luchan could not help but speak out. He really found it a little unpleasant to the eye, and he had to vent it out. In the huge forest, only Lin Sun had chosen the outermost stone stele, and it was very ordinary. If it were any other strong man present, they would have long deduced the power of the great way within. Yet, Lin Sun had yet to make a move. Although Xiao Luchan hated Lin Sun to the core, he did not believe that Lin Sun's perceptivity was weaker than the other strongmen. Under such circumstances, he naturally believed that Lin Sun was deliberately mystifying things and playing tricks. The other strongmen also found it strange. They had carefully sized up the stone stele Lin Sun had chosen. It was indeed very ordinary. Although the stone inscriptions on it could not be seen, just the aura of the stone stele was too ordinary. There was nothing special about it. "Don't speak too early, lest you get slapped in the face again," Yu Jiaming sneered. These words stabbed into Xiaoluchan's heart like a knife, making his face gloomy and a little exasperated. The other strongmen's expressions also became strange. When lighting the soul lamp, Xiaoluchan was indeed cheated by Devil Lin, and his face was slapped loudly. In view of this, although the other strongmen were puzzled, no one said anything, lest they speak too early and be slapped in the face by Lin Sun. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Sha." Liu Chan's eyes were cold, sweeping over Yu Jiaming like a sharp knife. "Who do you think you are? You failed to sneak attack Lin Sun on the floating sea, but you were defeated in one move and fled in fear. When lighting the soul lamp, you even lost face. Now you don't learn your lesson and talk nonsense. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yu Jiaming was not afraid. This was the 5th test, and killing was forbidden. Hearing this, many people in the field couldn't help laughing. Thinking about it, Xiao Luchan was really unlucky. Xiao Luchan was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His scar was exposed in public, which made him full of shame. "We'll arrive at the ancient path green lamp tree soon. At that time I'll be the first to kill you, Devil Lin's henchman." Xiao Luchan's voice was squeezed out from his teeth, full of killing intent. Clang, in the depths of the steel forest, a strand of dazzling golden light surged. With a clang, it actually transformed into a sword and soared into the sky. In an instant, the sword hummed like a tide, and the golden light shook the 9 heavens. Everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes while the skin on their entire bodies felt as if it was being pricked by needles, and they couldn't help but be astounded in their hearts. What sort of energy of the Grand Tao is this? It actually formed the phenomenon of divine swords tearing through the sky while golden radiance tainted the world. At the same time, Xianxia rose to her feet. Golden light rained down from her slender figure and condensed into dazzling golden sword flowers. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. All the experts present here were top-rate figures, so they were able to determine that it was absolutely not as simple as the Grand Tao of metal. This Tao is called Grand Mystery, and its fierce aura reigns supreme in the world. It's extremely rare, and it originates from the Grand Tao of metal yet transcends the Grand Tao of metal, and it's ranked at the peak of the 1st grade. Mu Jianting muttered with a moved expression. The great way of Taishan, another wave of exclaims of admiration resounded when they heard this. Fairy Ji really deserves to be a disciple of the Profound Inquiry Sword School. Perhaps only a peerless genius like her can comprehend such an extraordinary Grand Tao. For a moment, everyone looked at Ji Xingyao in a different light. Such a fairy was as bright as the moon, and her beauty was matchless. Boom, however, before they could even recover from their shock, another phenomenon appeared. Within the chaos, a green lotus swayed gently as it split into clear and turbid chi. It seemed as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth apart, and it displayed a miraculous phenomenon. Green Lotus Great Tao. Heavens, such a rare Great Tao really exists? This time, the crowd recognized it immediately and cried out in shock. According to legend, in the primordial times, a green lotus was born in the chaos, and it formed a grand Tao in the heavens and the earth by itself. It developed and divided clear and turbid chi, and it was said to be a lotus in the clouds throughout the ages. However, this was only a rumor in the end, and it seemed to be extremely inconceivable. No one had imagined that this Tao actually existed. Yu Lingkong stood up. Clear and turbid chi coiled around his body, and his entire body emanated a transcendent feeling of being rooted in the clouds and impervious to all techniques. At that moment, everyone's emotions were complicated. A successor of the southern profound world's pure lands of longevity actually obtained such a great Tao opportunity in this Tao discussion lantern festival. This made all the experts present feel indescribably depressed, but they had no choice but to accept it. Congratulations, Miss G, for grasping the Tao of supreme mystery. During the ancient times, this Tao, along with the Buddha, solitary void, and purgatory, was known as the four ultimate Tao of slaughter. Yu Lingkong spoke loudly with a warm smile on his face. I admire you even more. This Azure Lotus Grand Tao was called the true profound Tao of the heavens and earth during the ancient times. I never expected that after countless years, it would actually appear once more in the world today. Xianxia's beautiful face was calm and her voice was cold. Yu Lingkong laughed lightheartedly. No matter what, the grand Taos we've grasped are all ranked on the extraordinary Tao rankings of the ancient times, and it can be said to be extraordinary Tao karma. The supreme heavenly Tao rankings, everyone's expression was strange, and their hearts were in turmoil. During the ancient times, the saints of the world had once commented on the grand Taos of the world. They felt that amongst the 3,000 grand Taos, only 99 grand Taos could be called extraordinary, and they far surpassed the 9 grand Taos of the first grade. Later on, the cultivators of the world ranked these 99 grand Taos according to their profundities and might into the extraordinary Tao rankings. Such grand Taos were called the peak of the first grade, the Tao karma. However, the extraordinary Tao rankings were passed down from the ancient times, and Tao karma was extremely rare. If one didn't possess great fortune, then it was utterly impossible to comprehend and grasp it. Coupled with the passage of countless years, very few people in the current world knew about such secrets. However, they could foresee that along with the news of Xianxia and Yu Lingkong grasping the Grand Tao of Supreme Mystery and Azure Lotus Grand Tao, the extraordinary Tao rankings would definitely appear once more in the ancient Desolation region, and it would be known to the cultivators of the four dimensions. The atmosphere in the surroundings was deathly silent while the emotions of all the experts rose and fell. Originally, they'd all obtained their own Tao karma, and they were extremely delighted and excited in their hearts. However, when they compared themselves to Xianxia and Yu Lingkong, this sort of happiness and excitement instantly reduced greatly, and their feelings became complicated. In the outside world, they could be considered to be dazzling geniuses that were renowned throughout Western Han, and they far surpassed the experts of the younger generation. But now, they finally understood what it meant by there was always someone stronger. There would never be a lack of geniuses in this world, and this was merely the geniuses that they'd seen. There were definitely even more monstrous geniuses and geniuses in the four dimensions of the ancient Desolation region. Suddenly, a clear cry resounded amidst this deathly silent atmosphere. All the experts in the surroundings were jolted awake from their disordered thoughts, and they were instantly flabbergasted when they raised their eyes to look over. An immortal phoenix, in the sky, rays of light flew like rain, and it was illusory and illusory. A divine bird unfolded its wings and emanated a clear cry that surged through the heavens and the earth. It was too gorgeous and dazzling. Its wings were over 30 m long, and its body was divine and handsome. Numerous divine rays of light enveloped its body, and it emanated a rain of light that was pure like an immortal's. It was too miraculous. It was as if a legendary divine bird had appeared in the world, and it made the world appear auspicious, ethereal, and solemn. The ancestor was right. This last disciple of the sword saint of Miluo Palace, Ling Ju, probably has the blood of the immortal phoenix flowing in her body. Yu Lingkong's eyes surged with light as he guessed something. The path of the immortal phoenix, a legendary path that leads to the heavens. Xianxia was alarmed as well, and she recalled many rumors. The immortal phoenix was a living being that was like a legend even in the ancient times. It was born from nature, mysterious, terrifying, and arrogant. The path of the immortal phoenix was even rarer and unique, and it was almost impossible to see. The reason was very simple. Only cultivators with the blood of the immortal phoenix had the ability to comprehend this path. As for the descendants of the immortal phoenix, no matter if it was in the ancient times or in the current world, they were almost impossible to see. They were too rare, therefore, the rumors about this path were extremely vague. Since the beginning of time, this path has almost never appeared again. They never thought that it would appear today. The surroundings were deathly silent while their attention was drawn over, and many experts even revealed expressions of shock and infatuation. The immortal phoenix danced through the sky while letting out clear cries that shook the 9 heavens. Not to mention them, even those old fellows of the current world had probably never seen such a scene. At this moment, Luo Jia stood up. Her elegant and extraordinary figure was bathed in a layer of hazy light, and she was like a rain of light that caused her to seem even more mysterious and ethereal. "Congratulations, Miss Luo Jia." Yu Lingkong was the first to break the silence. He smiled as he congratulated, and the gaze he shot at Luo Jia carried a trace of undisguised admiration. "Fellow Daoist, you've awakened the bloodline within your body. From today onward, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and the Grand Tao is within reach." Ji Xingyao spoke in a clear voice as well. "I don't deserve your praise." Luo Jia was just like before. She was gentle and refined like an orchid in an empty gorge, and she emanated an otherworldly and pure aura. Many experts couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they saw this. None of them had expected that 3 types of extraordinary Grand Daos would actually appear successively during the Tao Lantern discussion. Every single one of them could be said to be rare, and they were sufficient to shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. This had never occurred during the Tao Lantern discussion in the past, and it would definitely cause a mighty uproar if news of this were to spread to the outside world. There was silence as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Everything that had happened today was just too shocking, and they found it difficult to digest. But in this silent atmosphere, a sneer sounded. "Heh, Demon God Lin is the only one left again. I'd like to see how long he can continue acting mysterious." Everyone didn't even need to look to know that the person who spoke was Sha Luchan. Indeed, they saw Sha Luchan crossing his arms over his chest with a sneer on his lips. His gaze was fixed on Lin Sun, who stood at the outermost periphery of the steel forest. Everyone had odd expressions. Ignoring Sha Luchan's mockery, even they were puzzled. That was a stone stele at the outermost periphery of the steel forest. Even though it was old and mottled, it was really too ordinary. With Demon God Lin's perception, he should have long comprehended the great Tao power imprinted within it, but he had yet to finish inferring it. That was very strange. Perhaps this stele is special, and the great Tao imprinted within it conflicts with Demon God Lin's path of Tao. That's why it's difficult to control, someone analyzed after some thought. Many people nodded. This was also the truth. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Some practitioners had extraordinary talent and superb perception. But when their path of Tao was in conflict with some kind of great Tao, even if they tried their best to comprehend it, they might still get nothing in the end. Conflict of great Tao? This guy is not stupid. How could he choose a stele that conflicts with his own path of Tao to deduce? Sha Luchan snorted coldly. In my opinion, this guy must be playing tricks. Maybe he has some bad ideas and plans to cheat others. But this time I won't be fooled. Everyone was speechless. Although Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer didn't speak, they all agreed with Sha Luchan's words. Lin Sun was too insidious. The more abnormal his actions were, the more it proved that there was something fishy going on. You overestimate yourself. Compared with the great Tao power in the stele, Lin Sun won't waste his time to scheme against a defeated opponent like you, Yu Jianming said coldly. You're really courting death. Sha Luchan looked gloomy and disliked Yu Jianming more and more. Just you wait. This time, not only will Demon Lin die, but you will also die with him. Yu Jianming laughed and didn't bother to argue with him. Sha Luchan was very disdainful. He was very sure that if it weren't for Lin Sun's help, Yu Jianming would have been eliminated in the floating sea. How could he have the opportunity to reach the 5th test of Tao discussion? Perhaps it was because of this that he was willing to be Lin Sun's lackey. How despicable! Sha Luchan's anger dissipated a lot when he thought of this. At this moment, Zhongli Wuji suddenly chuckled. When lighting the soul lamp, Demon Lin worked hard in vain and got nothing in the end. Will he make the same mistake this time? Everyone looked strange, but no one said anything. Demon Lin was too evil. Anyone who thought he couldn't do it seemed to be slapped in the face by him in the end. No one paid attention to him, which was embarrassing. Zhongli Wuji's expression stagnated, and then he said, "It seems that you have other ideas. But in my opinion, it's a pity that this time he will get nothing." As soon as his voice fell, an obscure and terrible fluctuation suddenly emerged around Lin Sun like a black hole. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. It was on purpose, demon god Lin was definitely doing it on purpose. Zhongli Wuji's expression was terrible. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had already been extremely vigilant and guarded against Lin Sun, but he never expected to be slapped in the face. The most shameful thing was that he had fallen into the same trap more than once. Even his routine had not changed. Sha Luchan stiffened as he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been about to speak, but Zhongli Wuji had beaten him to it, allowing him to escape the trap. This fiend god Lin was too sinister and he was too patient. He could play the same trick in a different way, making it impossible to guard against. However, not many people mocked Zhongli Wuji at that moment. All eyes were on Lin Sun, filled with curiosity. In any case, demon god Lin was a peerless figure after all. Yet, he had chosen a stone steel in the periphery of the steel forest to develop his Tao. What kind of great Tao power had he comprehended? Lin Sun's whole body was surging with obscure fluctuations of the Great Way, like a slowly rotating black hole, causing the nearby void to collapse inch by inch silently and be torn into turbulent flows. Tao of Maelstrom? Many experts had odd expressions, their eyes filled with pity. The Tao of Maelstrom could only be considered a fourth-grade great Tao. Although its offensive power was unique and overbearing, it was inferior to any of the 9 great Taos of the first grade when compared to the heavenly Tao. After spending so much time, he had only comprehended a fourth-grade great Tao. It would be normal if it happened to other experts, but it was somewhat tragic when it happened to demon god Lin. Only peerless figures like Xianxia and Yu Lingkong frowned, feeling somewhat bewildered. They could tell at a glance that the great Tao power Lin Sun controlled was definitely not as simple as the Tao of Maelstrom. Its aura was too terrifying. It was like an abyss, like a prison. There was an aura that made one's heart palpitate. But before they could sense it carefully, they saw the phenomena around Lin Sun vanish into his body like a tide, leaving nothing behind. They could no longer sense it. This, Ji Xingyao and the others narrowed their eyes. They were increasingly certain that Lin Sun had gained something else and mastered an extremely rare great Tao power. After all of them were from ancient sects and possessed great knowledge, so they were extremely familiar with the 99 ancient Grand Taos. But now, they couldn't understand the power of the great way that Lin Sun had comprehended, which was incredible. What was it? Whoosh! They immediately looked at the old, mottled and seemingly ordinary ancient steel in front of Lin Sun. However, unlike before, this stone tablet carried a wisp of mystery in their eyes. What was going on? The other experts were stunned, and they couldn't help but look over when they noticed the unusual actions of Ji Xingyao and the others. Crack! Crack! However, before they could see it clearly, they saw the stone tablet had actually collapsed inch by inch, causing bits of stone to fall off, and then it rustled as it transformed into ash that dispersed into the surroundings. Everyone's pupils constricted. What's going on? They'd never heard of a stone tablet being destroyed in any Tao discussion lantern festival in the past, not to mention destroying it. It was impossible to even touch it. Because every single stone tablet was covered in a terrifying restriction, and the slightest touch would cause one to be shaken back by the restriction. If one persisted in going about things the wrong way, one might even be heavily injured and eliminated. But now, a stone tablet had been destroyed right before their eyes, and this seemed to be too unusual. As expected, the power of the great way that Lin Sun comprehended is bound to be extraordinary. All of a sudden, the gazes that Ji Xingyao and the others shot at Lin Sun had changed. There was surprise and a trace of vigilance in their eyes. On the other hand, the other experts realized that something was wrong. How could such a strange thing have occurred if Lin Sun had only comprehended the fourth-grade vortex Tao? What exactly had demon god Lin comprehended from that stone tablet? Lin Sun paid no attention to the gazes from the surroundings, and he'd already awoken from his comprehension. However, when he confirmed the power of the great way that he'd grasped, there was an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. On the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel, the pure and white spiritual vein was enshrouded and glowing. Sometimes it turned into a vortex, a black hole, and sometimes it turned into a great abyss that swallowed the sky. It was suffused with a terrifying and frightening aura. This great way was called star obliteration and devouring sky. It was a kind of great way that had been lost in ancient times, but its power could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. When cultivated to the extreme, one would be like an abyss that could swallow the sky and annihilate the universe. Lin Sun would never forget the old man who was running wildly in the depths of the starry sky, nor would he forget his terrifying power that shook the sky and made the universe tremble. He was now sure that the old man also possessed the talent of great abyss devouring sky and mastered the power of star obliteration and devouring sky. The power of this great way is obscure and terrifying, and its destructive aura dominates the heavens. However, it's also too difficult to comprehend. After deducing for a long time, I've only barely grasped a trace of its essence, which is not even a little bit, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. But even so, he still had a kind of indescribable shock. Although it was only a trace of essence, when used in battle, the power it exerted was absolutely beyond imagination. Fellow Taoist Lin Sun, may I know what sort of Tao insight you've comprehended? Suddenly, Mu Jianting spoke with curiosity. Instantly, the gazes of everyone shot towards Lin Sun. The Great Way of the Vortex. Lin Sun casually made up a lie without blushing, and he even sighed deeply as if he was regretful. Lin Sun, aren't you being too hypocritical? Who would believe such a lie? Someone couldn't help but frown. Ji Xingyao, Yu Lingkong, and the others despised him in their hearts as well. Does this fellow really think we can't see through it? Lin Sun said with a grin, it's up to you to believe it or not. Everyone was speechless, and they were even more certain in their hearts that the great way this fellow comprehended was surely extraordinary. Then let me ask you, did you seize the first and the second test of the Tao discussion? Ji Xingyao asked abruptly. Everyone was stunned, and then they suddenly recalled something. Right, up until now, they still haven't figured out exactly who obtained the special reward for the first in the limit realm. Lin Sun said in surprise, Xingyao, are you expressing your appreciation for me? He spoke in a very intimate manner, and those who didn't know might really think that he and Ji Xingyao had an extremely intimate relationship. Shameless. Ji Xingyao's voice was as cold as snow, and she was annoyed in her heart. This fellow is simply hopeless. The other experts slightly admired Lin Sun because he dared to flirt with Fairy Ji in public. Isn't he afraid of being skinned alive by those pursuers of Fairy Ji? Lin Sun did sense a strand of killing intent from Yu Lingkong. He smiled and didn't care. This proud girl, Ji Xingyao, had caused him so much trouble, so what was wrong with flirting with her? This caused Yu Lingkong to feel even more uncomfortable. Everyone present was able to discern his feelings towards Ji Xingyao, but it just so happened that Lin Sun dared to do this repeatedly, and it caused killing intent to surge in his heart. The fifth test of the Tao discussion is coming to an end, and we'll be heading to the green lamp tree soon. At that time, don't forget what you said at the bank of the floating sea. Yu Lingkong's voice was indifferent and calm. Everyone's heart trembled, and they remembered that Yu Lingkong once said that he would kill demon god Lin when they arrived at the green lamp tree. At that time, not only Yu Lingkong, but also peerless figures such as Zhongli Wuji, Sha Luchan, Qing Lian and Xue Kuanglan had also spoken out against Lin Sun. The show is finally coming. Li Qinghuan's lips curved. He wouldn't participate in it, but he was happy to watch the fun. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became somewhat indescribably oppressive and silent. All the heroes realized that when they arrived in front of the green lantern tree, a shocking storm was bound to play out. As for demon god Lin, would he be able to survive the crushing pressure of this storm? No one dared to be sure. In this regard, Lin Sun was not only not afraid but also a little tempted. Yu Lingkong and others couldn't wait to kill him, and he also wanted to kill these guys. On the way to the Tao discussion, he had already accumulated a bellyful of anger, and he was waiting to get even with them when they arrived at the green lamp tree. Clang, the familiar sound of the ancient bell rang. The heroes were shocked, and their eyes lit up. The green lamp tree was finally going to unveil the mysterious veil in front of them. Clang, the sound of the ancient bell drifted through the azure parasol mountain and also spread to the outside world. Suddenly, the practitioners who had been paying attention to all this were excited. The 5 tests had ended, and finally, the last big competition was coming. How many people are left? 72. Sure enough, this Tao discussion is different from the past. This time, the number of strong practitioners who will arrive at the green lamp tree is more than in previous years. While everyone was talking, they all looked at the azure parasol mountain in the distance, looking at the green lamp tree on the mountainside. The ancient tree was vigorous, with a coiling dragon shape. Its trunk and branches seemed to be made of bronze juice, and its flower buds were like bronze lamps sprinkling thousands of bright lights. Each bronze flower bud contained a good fortune, or a peerless ancient treasure, or a magical inheritance, or a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Only the strong practitioners who arrived at the green lamp tree were qualified to fight for such a great fortune. At this last juncture, there's bound to be a fierce bloodbath, and some geniuses will fall. Is it worth it? Someone murmured. For the good fortune, everything is worth it. Someone's voice was sonorous. That's right. How can there be no blood in the competition of the Tao? Since ancient times, which one of the geniuses didn't kill their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Don't worry. When those geniuses came here, they'd surely expected that there would be a bloody battle like this. Every single one of them surely possesses a trump card that's sufficient to protect themselves. Otherwise, the sects and clans behind them wouldn't allow them to take such a risk. While they were talking, a strange change suddenly occurred on the azure parasol mountain in the distance. Rumble, the vigorous and ancient green lamp tree seemed to have awakened from its slumber. Its trunk kept growing, and its dense branches extended high into the void as if it was going to cover the sky. Rumble, along with the ceaseless growth of the divine tree, the entire dark parasol mountain rumbled while the heavens and the earth shook, and a shocking scene appeared. Violet radiance seethed on the mountain, lightning interweaved together, and a myriad of auspicious rays of light shot out violently like dazzling rain, causing the entire dark parasol mountain to be enveloped in a divine and grand aura. My God! The hearts of many cultivators trembled, and they felt oppressed to the point of being on the verge of suffocation. Some cultivators with slightly inferior cultivations even broke out in cold sweat and almost fell to the ground. The divine and dignified aura swept through the heavens and the earth like a tsunami, and even Granny Golden Crane and the other great figures were terrified while their bodies tensed up. It was too miraculous, but in next to no time, a sound that was like the sound of nature resounded, and it was like the sound of a bell being struck. Instantly, dark Parasol Mountain stopped rumbling, and it stood there solemnly while the heavens and the earth became silent. At the mountainside, the green lantern tree had transformed into a towering divine tree, and its bronze trunk shot into the sky like a pillar that held up the heavens and the earth. The densely packed branches extended high into the void, like paths leading to the heavenly realm. On the branches, numerous lantern-like flower buds were swaying in the wind at this moment, and they emanated the sound of the Tao that was like the sound of morning bells and evening drums. For a time everything was silent while the heavens and the earth were solemn, and the cultivators in the distance felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The sound of the Tao that was like the sound of nature reverberated, and it carried a force that calmed the mind. Everyone felt as if their entire bodies had been cleansed, and they felt tranquil and peaceful while their thoughts became clear. It's too miraculous. All the cultivators were shocked, and they had a deeper feeling that Dark Parasol Mountain was extraordinary. It deserved its name as a divine mountain, and it was like a true miracle. Look, quickly. Those bronze flower buds have undergone a transformation. A cultivator exclaimed. On the green lantern tree, over 1,000 bronze flower buds had actually transformed from the size of a fist to the size of a lantern. Every single petal was interweaved with the aura of the Grand Tao and emanated the glow of the Tao. They seemed as if they were alive, and they emanated dazzling vitality. The moment they bloom and bear fruit is the moment creation is born. Granny Golden Crane spoke word by word with a burning gaze. At the same time, all the cultivators saw the figures of experts appearing in front of the towering ancient path green lamp tree. Without a doubt, the experts that had passed through the 5 levels of the Tao discussion had started to arrive before the green lantern tree, so high. Lin Sun looked up and marveled in his heart. At this moment, he and the other powerhouses were teleported to the ancient path's green lamp tree. Raising his head, he saw the trunk of the ancient tree soaring into the sky like a huge dragon. It was so tall that he could not see the end of it. This place was very tranquil and auspicious. There was a divine aura hanging down from the ancient trees. Bronze flower buds that looked like lanterns could be clearly seen with the naked eye, hanging on the densely packed branches like green lamps. Even though they hadn't bloomed, they interweaved together and emanated a glow of the Tao that emanated divine radiance. They were dazzling like numerous tiny suns, and they emanated strands of the tune of the Tao that seemed ethereal like the tune of nature. For a moment, all the overmatches, including Lin Sun, Ji Xingyao, and Yu Lingkong, were shocked. The scene in front of them could not be described with the word sacred. It was too extraordinary and simply didn't seem like something that could be possessed in this world. It was like a divine tree from the immortal world that had fallen into the mortal world. Over 1,000 ancient Tao flowers, doesn't that mean there are over 1,000 fortunate encounters hidden within them? An expert's heart trembled as he spoke with burning gazes. You can't say that. Those are still flower buds. Only those that can bloom and bear fruit will be able to give birth to fortunate encounters. However, so many flower buds have never been condensed in the past Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. I can foresee that the fortunate encounters that are born this time are bound to be great. There were also experts that analyzed calmly. Even then, the conclusion they obtained still caused their hearts to palpitate. According to legend, the ancient Tao flowers either give birth to peerless ancient treasures, rare treasures of the heavens and the earth, or even peerless inheritances branded within them, but amongst the numerous fortunate encounters, there's only one that can be called the number one fortune. Whoever obtains it will be the biggest winner of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Exactly. I remember that Senior Mu Xianxia from the Profound Inquiry Sword School had once seized the number one fortune and obtained a heaven and earth profound root. The gazes of all the experts burned, and they were slightly unable to restrain themselves. However, the flower buds on the divine tree hadn't bloomed yet. At this moment, all of them were forcefully restraining themselves. Otherwise, they would have probably fought for it at the first possible moment. Miss Ji, how about going up with me to have a look? Suddenly, Yu Lingkong smiled and invited Ji Xingyao. Ji Xingyao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, all right. Then I'll escort you. Yu Lingkong smiled casually. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Lin Sun and then withdrew his gaze. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. He knew that this was a silent warning and declaration of war. Soon, Yu Lingkong and Ji Xingyao stepped on the trunk of the divine tree that was so thick that it would take more than 10 people to encircle it, and flashed up. Boom, it could be seen that as soon as the two rushed up, terrifying silver lightning flashed on the divine tree and struck down to stop them. Clatter, their figures glowed fearlessly. They moved forward amidst the interweaving lightning with irresistible force, and soon rushed to an extremely high place. All the experts in the field were shocked. There was a terrible magical power on the ancient path green lamp tree, which could be turned into killing power to attack practitioners. The higher one went up the tree, the more terrifying the killing power would be. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even top geniuses like them did not dare to take it lightly. But it was obvious that Yu Lingkong and Ji Xingyao were not ordinary top figures. They seemed to be very relaxed and at ease along the way. It didn't take long for them to reach the height of the trunk, and their figures were almost invisible. The higher you go, the greater the chance of getting good fortune. And the most precious good fortune is almost at the top of the ancient path green lamp tree. Unfortunately, only a small number of people have the foundation and ability to reach that area. Some experts sighed with emotion. As they spoke, some experts took action one after another and rushed to the ancient path green lamp tree. Although they couldn't reach the crown, the branches of the divine tree were dense, and thousands of ancient path flowers were distributed in different areas, so there was still hope for other practitioners to compete for it. Guys, don't you want to deal with me here? Why do you want to leave now? Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that Sha Luchan and others also took action and rushed to the ancient path green lamp tree. The crowd was stunned and shocked. Was Demon Lin going to kill them before snatching the good fortune? Humph, compared with the good fortune here, your life is worthless. It's not too late to kill you after we snatch the good fortune. Sha Luchan's face darkened and he shouted. Don't talk nonsense with him. No one can leave here before the time is right. We will have plenty of time to kill him, Zhongli Wuji said slowly. Let's go. Qing Lianer was also a little impatient. If it weren't for the good fortune, she would have already killed Lin Sun. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He instantly realized that these guys had formed an alliance and were going to go in and out together. This surprised Lin Sun a little. In fact, Lin Sun didn't know that his amazing strength in the 5 tests of Tao discussion had already aroused the vigilance and fear of Sha Luchan and others. In order to ensure that they could kill him, they had already secretly formed an alliance. What's the hurry? What's the harm in fighting first? Lin Sun had accumulated a bellyful of anger along the way. At this moment, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. How could he watch them slip away? Boom, as he spoke, his figure flashed and he had already rushed out. The chi around him roared, making him look like a demon with disdain. The other strong people who hadn't acted yet all gasped. Before, they had all expected that there would be a fierce bloody battle when they arrived here. They even thought that Lin Sun was in a dangerous situation because there were too many opponents. But who would have thought that Lin Sun had taken the initiative before those opponents? He was so strong that it seemed that he wasn't afraid of being besieged by those peerless figures at all. "You're courting death," Xiao Luchan shouted angrily. Noticing that Lin Sun was rushing towards him, he turned around without hesitation and waved the golden trident in his hand to chop at Lin Sun. Boom! Lin Sun stretched out his hand and exerted the Swanee seal to suppress Xiao Luchan. The moment the two collided, the trident in Xiao Luchan's hand was directly blown away, wailing as if it was about to break. As if struck by lightning, Xiao Luchan was shaken and flew out fiercely. He spat out blood and almost fell from the lamp of ancient path. The whole audience was silent. All the strong people were stiff all over and almost couldn't believe their eyes. Xiao Luchan couldn't resist a single blow. In front of the pavilion of spring and autumn a few days ago, they had seen the scene of Lin Sun fighting with Xiao Luchan and Qing Lianer with their own eyes. At that time, Xiao Luchan still had the ability to fight against Lin Sun. He was extremely fierce and strong, showing the demeanor that a peerless figure should have. But who would have thought that only a few days had passed, Xiao Luchan was already unable to fight against Lin Sun? In fact, the reason was very simple. It wasn't that Xiao Luchan was too weak, but that Lin Sun was too strong at the moment. He was much stronger than before he participated in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Boom! After a successful blow, Lin Sun rushed forward without any hesitation and smashed down with his fist. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Xiao Luchan. His whole body was filled with clear brilliance. He was really like a demon with a domineering spirit, decisive and powerful. Ding! However, a strange sharp sound like the sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded at this moment, which made Lin Sun, who was originally rushing forward, suddenly feel a kind of extreme danger. His figure suddenly retreated and disappeared out of thin air. Whoosh! At the same time, a black flying shuttle swept past where he had been, tearing a straight crack in the void, extremely sharp. It could be foreseen that if Lin Sun reacted a little slower, his body would be pierced in an instant. The shuttle was no more than 7 inches long, as thick as a chopstick. The tip of the shuttle was like a wolf's fang, radiating cold light. Its surface was surging with black flame Taoist patterns. Floating in the void, it exuded a breathtaking fierce breath. The most frightening thing was that its speed was extremely fast, as if it was teleporting. End of chapter 909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.